Why do people dream? Maybe it's a moment in the past that they recall during the day. Or it's a strong emotional resonance that they inadvertently have. Mubai also had dreams. He had dreams of being paralyzed by ghosts in his previous life. The feeling of powerlessness, fatigue, and horror were second to none. What's more terrifying is that when you wake up in a dream and realize that you are in a dream, you often can't get out of it. For example, people often say that they have done something in a dream. But it's actually impossible. Because the behavior in a dream is often not controlled by the main body. Even independent dreams are still very cumbersome. After all, human dreaming itself is going deep into the forbidden area of the brain. What will happen if you intervene in other people's dreams? Mubai looked up. And the overwhelming dark power was like the end of the world. The woman in the black wind and the gradually dark world shouted, "Build a prison. And open the deep dream." The boundless darkness was fixed. And the deeper horror power eroded. Mubai knew that once he fell into a deeper dream, it was very likely that his autonomous consciousness would become a vegetative existence. Or even worse, become a free consciousness that constantly denies itself in the illusory world. Everyone retreated to the wall of the tavern. And Mubai finally stood up at this time. After figuring out all the relationships, he naturally knew how to crack the other party's dream. And if possible, he could. Just thinking about it, the gray wave of the deep dream eroded. Mubai stepped out with his right foot, and the black and red domineering aura suddenly exploded in the sky. The powerful spirit smashed those gray deep dream forces to pieces. The woman frowned slightly in the shadows. This Mubai really has something. He can actually open the domineering aura in the dream world. But so what? Assimilation. The woman who spoke slowly had a cold and murderous meaning in her gray eyes. A stronger deep dream suppressed from the void. When activating the ability, the woman deliberately restricted the use of the domineering aura. This kind of thing that is completely impossible in the real world is easy in the dream. Just like ordinary young people in the real world can also become a person who can call the wind and rain on the internet. After all, the internet does not need to be real. And it is completely different from the real world. Before this wave of airborne deep dreams descended on several people, Mubai found that the others were a little dizzy, and their consciousness was no longer clear. Mubai touched his chin and found that when he activated the domineering haki, he really found some kind of rule-like restraining force that restrained the domineering haki in his body. After a flash of black light on Mubai's body, the stronger domineering haki collapsed again. Huh? The surprised mysterious woman obviously felt that something was wrong. Someone actually unlocked the power in the nightmare world she dominated. How is this possible? But Mubai on the wall opened his right hand, and the black dark power surged out of his body, which was exactly the same as the dark power that the woman had transformed before. Thunder instant body. Seizing the opportunity, Mubai swept the lightning wave in the air. And in an instant, he was about to press the black big hand on the woman's head. Retreat. The woman who dodged hurriedly frowned. And her slender figure kept changing positions in the dream world. Normally, as the master of the dream, she had already blocked the opponent's fruit power. But what was going on with this flash of thunder? The observation haki blockade launched by the woman failed. Mubai, who opened his mind, could find the other party at the first time, no matter how the other party disappeared. The relationship between the hunter and the prey seemed to have changed at this moment. But is it really like this? Mubai felt that the consciousness in his body was declining rapidly. His thoughts were disturbed. And he even had the urge to know who he was when chasing the other party. Suppress. The power of the dark fruit flowed throughout his body, under Mubai's control. At this critical moment, Mubai also stopped chasing the other party. After stopping, the power of the dark fruit really suppressed the fruit power of the other party in his body. Although Mubai didn't know at this moment that the fruit power of the other party was a special superhuman nightmare fruit. But he knew one thing. No matter how powerful your fruit ability is, as long as you come into contact with the power of the dark fruit, you will change from a tough guy to a little sheep. As time goes by, the entire illusory dream world is rapidly dissolving. Or more precisely, it is replacing. And a deeper dream is coming. Multi-fruit ability user. I didn't expect the dark fruit to be in your body. Strange. Do you have the ability to enter the fruit tree world at will? The other party can remain absolutely awake in the dream, which must be the ability of the dark fruit. She didn't expect that Mubai, who was called Little God by the Xia people, actually obtained the dark fruit during this period. With a human body carrying the dark fruit, you kid can't be the dark son of the legendary pain cult? Who said that obtaining the dark fruit must be the dark son predicted in the cult? Not to mention that I am not blind. Mu Bai, who refuted, knew that the other party was delaying time. But he still responded, as if he was deliberately waiting for the second round of deep dreams to come. I am more curious about why you, a member of the extraterritorial demon, want to assassinate me. It is obviously impossible to come to Donghai City to assassinate me. The king of Donghai is in charge. Even if your master Xielong is impossible to do it in person. This sentence made the mysterious woman sneer. You are quite capable, and actually know where I came from. But it's a pity that you will definitely fall here today. How does it feel to be a vegetable for the rest of your life, Mu Bai? The world corroded by dreams is being rebuilt. And the second layer of dreams is about to open. But facing this crisis, Mu Bai is very calm. He did not want to contact the other party. But continued, you should not be in Donghai City. Use dreams to forcibly drag us into your world. And your devil fruit can also freely restrict the enemy. The smiling woman was blocked by the shadow. She looked at Mu Bai, who was still resisting stubbornly. With interest. It was not easy to guess so many things in a short time. It's a pity that you resigned. It would be great if a promising young man like you joined our Tinmal organization. Xia country alone cannot accommodate you. With your multi-fruit ability, you can become the strongest emperor in the later stage. But you insist on fighting against us. Isn't that courting death? When the woman said this, the second level of the nightmare world was completely built. Whether it was life or consciousness, it seemed that they were completely suppressed in the dark and depressing world. Those creatures with thin souls wandered aimlessly in the city like zombies. This will be your destination. A nightmare cage that you can never escape. Hearing this, Mu Bai smiled happily. The reason why Mu Bai did not resist was that he was waiting for this opportunity. When the illusory nightmare world was about to completely descend into the dream, he took action. The shaking arm smashed into the empty space, and the vibration ball cover on the fists suddenly bombarded the illusory dream world. Are you still resisting? In this case, I will lock you up in the third layer of the nightmare world. Looking at the toy-like expression full of contempt, it is undoubtedly useless to make an indifferent resistance. Completely wipe out your entire consciousness. Goodbye, Mu Bai. The overlapping dream power engulfed Mu Bai's body with nightmare-like erosion. But with the explosion of two vibration light spots, the entire dream world actually cracked. The ball cover exploded. The dark power under his feet, ready to go, engulfed the ground of the dream world like a tide. And the whole world shook slightly under the repressive power of the dark fruit. Squeak! Squeak! The awakening ability of the vibrant fruit, which is rich in the power of breaking the world, toward the construction of the dream. And the whole nightmare is dissipating. The woman pretending to be Liu changed into her original appearance while staggering. The crescent-shaped mask was worn on her head. And the black windbreaker was also cracked as the dream appeared. The man who was drinking and chatting happily with the guests in the distant evil dragon realm had a slightly cold look in his eyes. Sure enough, the self-righteous Qian Kunzi of the white crane beast did not appear here, and even dared to ignore his invitation, which was extremely rare in the entire extraterritorial demon organization. Raising the wine glass, the host, the evil dragon, had scattered long hair draped over his shoulders, and his slightly feminine face looked even more feminine. But facing the person with the highest power in the entire demon organization, others did not dare to express the slightest dissatisfaction. Only those who have truly seen the horror of the other party know that comparing this man to the Shura in H.L. is a kind compliment. Looking back to the past, we followed the will of the demon lord and established the huge organization of the extraterritorial demons. One of the goals was to occupy part of the territory of Xia country and make the whole world an ideal country governed by the demons and indigenous creatures. Opening his arms, his low voice overwhelmed all the noises. The evil dragon, chanting the wonderful notes, stretched out his arms and held the front tightly. At this moment, the huge map of the human world appeared on the ceiling of the hall like stars. On the starry map, from the East Emperor Sea to Ming Province, the entire territory of Shihuang Province was marked with the mark of the demons. In the near future, we will become masters, gods, to command and control those mortals. The evil dragon, who was flying in the air, walked with his hands behind his back. All the prominent figures in the hall were shocked by this scene. You must know that the extraterritorial demon organization escaped from Xia country 50 years ago. But now the evil dragon said that they had the opportunity to return to that land and become gods. When they return to the human world and become the new gods of Xia, they will definitely tame those who were once expelled and their descendants into hawks and dogs. Let those angry people become slave-like puppets. Let those powerful people become tools for slaughter. Let those who once expelled them become eternal sinners. Write them into false history books as cowards and evil people. And the demons will always run across the territory of Daxia. Ha ha. If I really return to that land, I will bloodbath the entire western wilderness province. I will kill all the families and tribesmen of those pitiful people. Most of the people who advocated revenge spoke out strongly, as if the entire Daxia territory was already in their hands. Kill! 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 Otherwise, how can we show the power of our demons? At that time, we might as well call ourselves the Demon Clan, so that we can distinguish ourselves from the low-end human race. Follow the true intention of the Demon Lord. Lord Xielong is indeed the most loyal follower. I think the Demon Lord would definitely appoint you as his successor if he were alive. As soon as these words came out, the voices in the entire hall gradually dissipated. The position of the Demon Lord can only be selected from his 3 direct disciples. As for Lord Xielong, whose strength far exceeds that of the 3, it is absolutely impossible for him to become the Demon Lord. This is an unchangeable rule. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting colder, the man with a smooth face quickly changed the topic. The evil dragon who looked down at all this in the void had a blank expression on his face. He just watched everyone's reactions quietly. Even the faction close to me would be terrified when they heard that I wanted to be the Demon Lord. So wouldn't the other leaders of the entire demon organization strongly oppose it? Why should we abide by the rules of the old era? In the eyes of the evil dragon, there is no need to fear the guy who died 50 years ago. The new era should have a new leader, and he is the leader. Elder Xielong, forgive me for being blunt. I know you are cooperating with the one from Xia country. But even if you break through the dimensional barrier and return to the capital of gods with the power of the ghost army alone, I am afraid you will not be able to compete with the Black Dragon army. What's more, there are no less than 28th level emperors in the capital of gods, among which there are even 8th level peak existences such as Wang Xianbing. If you act rashly, you may be in trouble, the more conservative forces said with a little concern, and the only remaining cheers in the venue slowly subsided. Don't worry. I am fully confident this time. The star map dissipated, and the whole hall was filled with a solemn and murderous intention with the faint dragon's might. The entire Elders' Council is already an empty SHL, as long as it relies on. When I occupy the entire southern territory of Xia country, it will be the beginning of my action. Before that, take off Mubai's head. After the new world is unfolded, all the geniuses of the human race must be purified until the seeds of the demon organization finally take root and sprout. In the inner hall of the evil dragon hall, a woman was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It seemed that she was the dream girl on the crescent mask. But her situation was not good at the moment. The sweat of beans soaked her black windbreaker, and the trembling lips under the mask also showed that she was not doing well. In the dream world, the shaking power of the mountains and tsunami shattered the entire dream world. The dark fruit that surged from the ground during the gap, when the nightmare fruit automatically repaired the dream, made the repair completely useless. The shaking power of this move by Kid was really strange. The dream girl could clearly perceive that the entire dream was shaking violently, and this vibration contained a destructive resonance force. Combined with the power of the dark fruit, she couldn't destroy the opponent even in the dream. A tricky guy. But if the second level of the nightmare world doesn't work, then the third level. The scarlet light swept across the dream. A dream within a dream, which makes the enemy forever trapped in the conjecture of illusion and reality, is like a cycle of HL that can never be escaped. Mu Bai, who was forced into a deep dream, shouted through the crack to the outside. Black Lord. Black Lord? Just as the dream girl was wondering, Black Lord, who had reconnected to the master's will in the tavern, jumped out of the storage space with his samurai hair loose. Several people in the tavern were lying on the table in a daze, while the night market outside the window was still bustling, and there was no silence in the dream. The black knife was unsheathed. The power of the superhuman cutting fruit was given to the blade by the Black Duke, and the long hair was flying. The terrifying slash of the knife hit Mu Bai's head. The sharp knife wave disappeared quietly, and the terrifying slash just now seemed to be non-existent. God control. Cut the soul. An inexplicable crisis loomed over the head of the dream girl, and she subconsciously looked up at the sky. In the dream world, the slash with a strong external force traversed the dream world. The external attack that was not controlled by the nightmare fruit was obviously beyond the dream girl's expectation. The strong cutting force directly cut off the entire dream world, which made the other people who were not conscious come to their senses a little. Nightmare falls forever. The scarlet color quickly condensed on the forehead of the dream girl, and gathered into scarlet vertical pupils in the murderous atmosphere. After the strange pupils opened, the severed dream world abandoned the other half that could not be healed and formed a separate dream world independently. The cutting fruit can cut everything, and cutting objects can also cut dreams. The dream girl, who was aware of the danger, did not care about the changes in the outside world at all. She knew that a short distraction might give Mu Bai an opportunity, and she did not want to give the other party a chance to fight back. During this time of delay, she was just to open the vertical pupil on her forehead. The special superhuman nightmare fruit can only exert absolute power when the vertical pupil representing the deep dream is opened. Build the third layer. The red and white deep dream came to an abrupt end, and was replaced by the bright black light in the devil's eyes. Once the third layer of the nightmare world is successfully built, Mu Bai will definitely die. The dream girl's move undoubtedly consumed a huge amount of power. But the pupil similar to the devil's eye gave Mu Bai an extremely dangerous feeling. Just these few battles have consumed most of the opponent's power. Mu Bai suspected that he had made a wrong judgment. If the fruit had awakened, this level of control would be far from satisfactory. He had such a terrifying power without awakening. He really needed this kind of devil fruit. Thunder flashed. Mu Bai, who had locked the target, no longer concealed it. The dark power in his right hand that swallowed everything swept the earth. Mu Bai, who had been tying his hands and feet before, was worried that the opponent would unilaterally cut off the dream and make him lose the opponent's trace. So he completely let the opponent's actions and suppressed his own power. But now it seems that the opponent can't break free from the dream unilaterally. Mu Bai and his friends are deeply trapped in the dream shackles, and the opponent is in the same state. Dark torrent. The boundless dark power was instantly poured into the whole world. Mu Bai, who released the full power of the dark fruit for the first time, felt the wonderful feeling of the darkness swallowing the object. The surging dark power was swept to the position of the dream girl by the black vortex in Mu Bai's hand. Even if they were far away, they could feel the suppressing power in the darkness. The careless Meng Nu moved her mind at will, and in the blink of an eye, she moved from one end of the dream to the other, and the vertical pupil on her forehead was gathering black light. Attackers and defenders changed positions, and at this moment, Mu Bai became the hunter, while Meng Nu, who had an absolute advantage at the beginning, became the hunted prey. The martial god's Naginata was held in his hand, and he stepped on the sky and slashed. The power of thunder surged, and the raging thunder mixed with the slashing slash towards Meng Nu, who had just landed. Nightmare fruit. Blocking blade wave. Blocking lightning. In an instant, all of Mu Bai's attacks disappeared, as if they were forcibly erased with an eraser. This attack is useless. Dream Girl looked at Mu Bai with pity, but Mu Bai didn't care at all. Even the thunder behind him gathered into a huge unicorn, and the martial god's Naginata also gathered a powerful vibration ball cover. When 3 consecutive vibration balls exploded, the huge vibration force made the entire dream vibrate. The illusory space of the dream continued to shatter under the vibration power. Squeak! 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 Unexpectedly, the dream girl, who was dodging the vibration cracks in the air, did not use the fruit ability to imprison the vibration power this time. It really can't be done easily. The opponent, who had consumed a lot of physical strength, was gradually unable to control the direction in the dream. The opponent wanted to directly imprison Mu Bai himself, but was suppressed by the dark fruit, and could only imprison the attacks released by Mu Bai. The dream girl at this moment could not confine the vibration ripples that contained the power of destruction and shattering the world in a large range. Like vibration, the dream girl, who was constantly changing her position in the air, was obviously extremely nervous. Change position at will? Then let's completely submerge the entire dream world in darkness. Mu Bai was like the coldest hunter watching the hunter's final struggle. The rolling black waves gathered into a surging dark force that penetrated the sky and the earth. The entire dream world was being swallowed by the dark force. The dream girl, who was like a king in the dream world, lost control of the dream for the first time. Just a little bit more. Quick! The third eye on the forehead of the dream girl, who was forced into the corner of the space, was about to release the black light when a big hand stretched out from the darkness and held her forehead tightly. The powerful force made the dream girl wail. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Mu Bai, who came out of the darkness, looked at her coldly. Instead of going through so much trouble, Mu Bai's ultimate goal was to extract the opponent's devil fruit. He wanted to try it out. Suppression. The vertical pupil on the forehead collapsed instantly when Mu Bai's big hand wrapped in the power of the dark fruit touched it, and all the control of the dream world on the dream girl was taken away. The nightmare fruit was like a person whose hands and feet were restrained and could not play any role at all. This guy. The dark fruit can actually suppress itself 100% in the dream world. The dream girl was about to say something when the dark power on her forehead was infused into her whole body. Mu Bai's other hand reached into the opponent's chest under the power of darkness. After a short search, Mu Bai actually extracted the purple-blue wave pattern devil fruit from her body. It turns out that as long as the opponent enters a world deeply, whether it is the body or the soul, the dark fruit can extract the original owner's devil fruit. Mu Bai, who was thoughtful, pulled out the devil fruit and used the system to okay it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining this special superhuman nightmare fruit. The moment the devil fruit was lost, the pain was like skinning and bone extraction from the body, and the body was torn apart uncontrollably. Forcibly extracting the devil fruit is equivalent to extracting blood and bones from the human body. How is it possible? The dream collapsed, and Mu Bai woke up in the lively atmosphere of the night market. In the inner hall of the evil dragon hall, only the mummy sitting cross-legged on the cushion was left. The evil dragon, who had noticed it long ago, stood behind her and watched the scene silently, listening to the noise of the bustling city outside the window. Mu Bai, who was the first to wake up from the dream world, turned into thunder and disappeared on the spot. Nightmare fruit can invade and control the world and other people's dreams. As the dream time continues, the control over the dream will be unlimitedly enhanced, and the nightmare world that cannot be escaped will be created to trap the enemy's consciousness forever. Mu Bai found doubts in the system's description of this superhuman fruit. Although this special superhuman fruit can act recklessly in the dream world, it is not polite to say that if Mu Bai had not been here today, other people would probably die without a burial place. But it is unreasonable to let several people enter the dream without knowing it. Even a guy like Mu Bai, who has a strong spirit and a natural double soul, was hit. We have to look for it carefully. Mu Bai came to the sky and hovered in the air. The dark sea of stars was set off by the bright moonlight above his head. Mu Bai, with dark golden eyes, opened his palms forward and completely released his observation color domineering. He knew that there must be a guy nearby who could easily let several people fall into dreams, and the other party must be below level 7 to hide from the king of the East Sea. This can also explain why the dream girl could enter their dreams from a distance. The scattered observation color combined with the unique perception of the hard net gave Mu Bai an extraordinary search ability. The search range centered on the tavern was greatly expanded. Not enough. Mu Bai with cold eyes knew that these guys must be the best opportunity to discover their abnormality at this moment. If it is delayed for a while, it will really be a needle in a haystack. The invisible medium in the void broke through the constraints of reinforced concrete, combined with the all-round observation of the hard net. 100, 1,000, 100,000. As the search range became larger and larger, even Mu Bai, who was at full firepower, was very tired. Under the rapid tour of the hard net, he also felt the burden of being a god for the first time. In the original work, there was no need to be present to let Enel punish the rebels at will because the number of people observed by the hard net was limited, and the range was limited. Therefore, this Enelu who was killed by the plot can become a god in the eyes of the people of Sky Island. But when all aspects of this hard network observation need to be improved, it is simply a shock to the soul. After a long search, he suddenly found something unusual. I found you. The thunder dissipated, and Mu Bai's figure disappeared. Guangdi Street Snack Street is full of hawking sounds, and the night market in Donghai City is particularly lively. These snack shops and major shopping malls are also crowded. With the help of the unique Hailu Stone Quarry, the business empire developed by Donghai City later is also thriving. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a white vest is walking in the crowd of the commercial street with headphones, looking at the target shuttled among ordinary people. He inadvertently scanned the time on his watch. He seemed to be listening to music with a brisk pace. But if you get close, you will hear a rustling sound. And there is no sound at all. The time had long come. But the signal of the success of the planned operation had not sounded. Such a thing was unheard of. With the help of the treasure's ability to enter the dream, and the ability of the dream girl below level 7, there was no way to crack it. In the dream, she was a god. As an action specialist, he had personally experienced that kind of despair. While thinking, he suddenly found that the target in the crowd in front of him stopped. He felt something was wrong. If he followed such a genius for a short time, the other party might not notice it. But if he stayed for a long time, he would definitely see the clues. With the cover of the crowd, he passed by the target inadvertently. The dim light on the commercial street hit his face, as if he was a pedestrian passing by in a hurry. There was a person singing in the shopping mall square. People were attracted by the rich singing voice. The elderly, young parents with children, and couples. As a stalker in the organization, he was born to be a master of hiding his breath. With the strength of level 6, he believed in his professional qualities. After he missed the woman with a big step, he realized something. From the sky came an undisguised domineering aura. Such a large scale must be that the strongman in Donghai City discovered something unusual. The mother and son who were listening to the person singing clapped at the end of the song. The little boy shook his head randomly. Suddenly, he with excellent eyesight vaguely saw a black dot in the air. Mom! Someone is flying down from the sky. You are naughty again. Go home and finish your homework quickly. Okay? The child's words did not attract the attention of the parent. But many people around him obviously noticed this and looked up into the sky. It looks like he is here to find you. The target who stopped walking suddenly said softly, and the organizer who turned back swallowed his saliva and suppressed his emotions with difficulty. While speaking, the target's long hair exuded a faint cold light, and the face as bright as moonlight showed a unique beauty. If cold and quiet is a kind of personification, then there is no doubt that this woman is the model being compared, and the moonlight at night seems to be born for her. The person who fell from the sky was wearing a black special combat uniform. When he fell from the sky, the sound of his boots landing on the ground made the organizer's mouth tremble slightly. How could this guy be here? Mu Bai? The woman who was as bright as moonlight smiled and tilted her head. Of course, she saw that the person who came was the recent rookie King Mu Bai from the top university of Wuhan University. The handsome Mu Bai frowned slightly when he saw the woman's face. The other party looked exactly like the dream girl who attacked him before. But the aura on her body was obviously different. Two different existences. It's Mu Bai. Hack. The one from Wuda. Nonsense. It's the Mu Bai who has the tremor fruit on the internet. The people who had originally dispersed because of fear were very excited when they saw that the person coming was Mu Bai. It's no wonder that recently there were too many companies in the country that plagiarized his image. And the officials of Wuda had to defend his rights. During the process of defending his rights, the news advertisements about Mu Bai's strangeness topped the hot search several times, which made those celebrities in the entertainment industry very jealous. In the end, even some inconspicuous 18-line celebrities were willing to spread rumors about her relationship with Mu Bai in order to become famous, even with a summons from the Wuda court. Unfortunately, Mu Bai did not do as the female star wished, and did not publicly respond to the other party at all, which completely shattered her idea of riding on the popularity. Who is this woman talking to Mu Bai? Why does she look so familiar? Could it be? Have you heard the rumors about classmate Mu Bai and that female star? That woman has an amazing figure. The crowd gathered to watch the show and discussed it enthusiastically. You know, it is very rare to see Mu Bai in person. After all, a genius like Mu Bai rarely shows up. It looks like they are here to find you. I have nothing to do with them. Lu Yu, who ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon list, looked very quiet, she said with a smile while tucking her loose hair behind her ears. The first sentence was said to the organizers, and the second sentence was said to Mu Bai. Mu Bai walked over without saying a word. Seeing that the people around him wanted to come over for autographs, Mu Bai snapped his fingers, and everyone floated away from the ground. Damn! I can do the moonwalk? How can I fly? It's Mu Bai. It's his ability. Isn't he a 3-fruit ability user? How can he have the ability to make people fly? Hack. Help me. I'm afraid of heights. I want to fly higher in the crowd. The nearly 100 onlookers floating in the air around him knew it was the singer who had sung in the commercial square before. The singer danced with the wind under the ability of Mu Bai's floating fruit, and his singing was very stable. Mu Bai didn't care about these, and then sent the floating people to a distant location. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the people who understood immediately took their families away. You are Mu Bai. Just as his fingers were about to tap the communication device in his waist bag, Mu Bai said, from now on, every time you move your fingers, I will break one of your bones. The human body has 206 bones. I believe you will live a long time. You, the outer demon, Mu Bai, with his full aura, watched the reactions of the people present, including the surrounding office buildings, with his peripheral vision. Extraterritorial demon organization. The shocked passers-by were quite confused, especially the people closest to the man who almost scrambled to escape. In the mouths of Xia residents, saying the extraterritorial demon was like dropping a heavy bomb. During the nationwide cleanup 20 years ago, the remnants of the extraterritorial demon organization in Xia launched a series of terrorist attacks, and even released the 8-armed snake demon that could destroy everything in front of unarmed civilians. It caused many irreparable losses in the entire southern territory. In the eyes of the Xia people, the extraterritorial demon organization is an existence that can scare children to tears, and it is the eternal pain and hatred of the Xia people. Hearing this threatening words, Wang Zong, who was about to communicate with his companions on the other side through a secret code, also stopped his action, because there seemed to be a weak current in his waist bag that blocked the signal. Is it the other party's fruit ability? What are you talking about? Can a famous person slander pedestrians in public? You're not going crazy, are you? He pretended to be innocent and looked helpless. He seemed to be very afraid of Mu Bai's slander of him as an underground organization like the extraterritorial demon organization. He even trembled more and more. That expression, coupled with the crystal-clear tears in the corners of his eyes, really made people hesitate. Excellent acting skills. You have followed me for so long. You don't think I didn't notice it? Lu Yu, who was standing out of the matter and wearing sportswear, smiled and said. The tear mole in the corner of her eyes seemed to melt into people's hearts with her smile. She originally wanted to deal with this stalker, but she didn't expect Mu Bai to appear first. Now she was more interested. As a rising star and rookie king rumored by the outside world, she wanted to see Mu Bai's performance on the scene. She could tell at a glance that the stalker's aura was not weak. At least a level 6 existence. Haha. You are a little too sentimental, girl. I'm just taking a walk. Wang Zong observed the surroundings calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly used the 6-style shave and held the child in the crowd not far away in his hand. Child. My son. Seeing her own son being held by the people of the extraterritorial demon organization mentioned by Mu Bai, the mother was about to go on. She fainted due to emotional excitement while screaming, abandoning the advantage of turning and maneuvering, blindly increasing the speed to the extreme. This incomplete 6-style shave Mu Bai seemed to have seen somewhere. Thinking about it, he remembered that the Emperor Zhu, who had the fruit of retrospection at that time, did the same. Ignoring the child in the other's hand, Mu Bai walked over with a normal look. Mu Bai, a guy like you must not want to see the death of a child. So how about letting me leave here? And you and I will pretend that nothing happened. Wang Zong, who was no longer hiding, said with a gloomy face. The action was exposed, and only by making up for the mistakes could he atone for his sins. With an idea in his mind, he decided on the next action. The most important thing now is to leave here. Otherwise it will be completely finished when the strong men from Dahai City arrive. As for Mu Bai, who is called Tianjiao, he can't be his opponent. Wang Zong, who has a trump card, is very confident that he can get away safely as long as the other party doesn't entangle him. Mu Bai smiled. And that smile was a mocking smile. Just like the bees standing at the top of the food chain laughing at the prey's resistance. I am not afraid of threats. Go to death now. Thunder and lightning knocked all the electric currents in the square. At this moment, the power supply of all nearby facilities stopped. The huge current gathered behind Mu Bai to form a thunder and lightning emperor dozens of meters high. The phantom of the Thunder Emperor holding a spear was majestic without anger. The spear swept down. Countless electric currents gathered at one point, and the powerful and breathtaking blue flash made Wang Zong's terrifying attack completely unfold. Crackle, crackle. After a long time of not being able to find any companions around, Mu Bai still took action. Whether to accept the threat and compromise was not within the scope of consideration in front of his speed of action. It was undoubtedly worthwhile to exchange the life of a child for a level 6 extraterritorial demon. But with his thunder speed, he didn't need to consider these at all. As long as the thunder came, he could snatch the child away in the previous second and then blast the other party through the body. Ignoring the threat, he directly took action in the crowded commercial street. This cold-blooded monster. Is this guy crazy? And this thunder energy is completely beyond the peak level of level 5. This guy must be a level 6 existence. After thinking for a moment, Wang Zong gritted his teeth and took out a tube of scarlet potion from the backpack on his waist. The gorgeous red color was like the blood of the devil in H.L. Can't hesitate. Drinking this special magic potion will produce drug dependence. But it is better than losing your life here. Bang! 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 The long heartbeat sound boomed. The breath fluctuations that vibrated out were creepy. Under the horrifying gaze of the crowd, Wang Zong's skin, which was originally an ordinary human body, quickly expanded, and the blue blood vessels under the skin turned completely black, and the whole person was developing towards the direction of a mummy. When the long spear of the Thunder Emperor's phantom stabbed out, Wang Zong, who had completed the transformation, had become a bloodthirsty creature similar to a zombie, with a thin membrane under the armpit. There was not a single hair on the snow-white skin. Could this also be a kind of I am bald but stronger? Taboo's secret medicine. Sequence 18 magic potion is indeed the most destructive. Feeling the layers of terrifying power in his body, Wang Zong, who has become a taboo creature, can still maintain his sanity. This is the horror of the new generation of magic potions. Let humans become rational monsters. I heard that the potion developed by the headquarters R&D department from several worlds of dark attribute creatures has made a major breakthrough, which can allow humans to gain excess power without any changes in the body. Unfortunately, now I can only use the sequence number 18 potion that changes the body state. Wang Zong, who was thinking rationally, opened his thin membrane wings and dodged strangely. The Thunder Emperor's spear that was rushing towards him turned into an invisible giant hand of lightning and pressed Wang Zong down in the loud thunder flashes. Just like the Buddha suppressing Sun Wukong, the child who broke free from the restraints rolled and crawled away crying. Mu Bai, who was transformed by thunder and came to the other party, released the dark and empty dark fruit power to turn the surrounding ground into a black H.L. that slowly swallowed objects, crushing. Even if the body has been fully strengthened by taking the magic potion, it is still no match for Mu Bai. Even if the river merges with the big river, it will not exceed the area of the vast ocean. This guy is no longer a level 6 power. The terrified Wang Zong was pressed on the dark surface by the thunder palm, and Mu Bai stretched out his finger to hook the backpack on his waist, and saw that the communication equipment in the backpack was taken by him. It's time to end. After getting the communication equipment, he controlled the thunder palm that suppressed Wang Zong and ruthlessly opened his right hand and clenched it together. Then Wang Zong, who was entangled by thunder, wanted to struggle, and the black blood vessels on his body were rushing out of the skin. The huge changes in his body were obviously different from the Tyrannosaurus that Mu Bai killed in the Abyss world at that time. The same magic potion turned one into a white-haired monster wolf, and the other into a zombie-like monster. If you can really defeat a strong enemy with potions, wouldn't you have dominated the human world long ago? After saying that, Mu Bai didn't care what kind of monster the other party would turn into. He saw that the thunder palm was tightening to form a cage-like thunder chain. In the piercing squeeze, the original Wang Zong was completely cut into pieces with a wail. Bang! The power of thunder and lightning completely dispersed, and the power of the dark fruit that protected the nearby streets absorbed most of the aftermath of the thunder and lightning, and the remaining current flowing into the nearby buildings solved the power outage in the surrounding area. Originally, Mu Bai thought that the other party would have a big battle after taking the magic potion, but he didn't expect that the other party was so weak. These dark forces that eroded the ground were to prevent the aftermath of the battle from destroying the nearby streets and buildings. Good. It's terrible. What kind of drink did that guy drink to become a zombie-like thing? I thought it was going to be a biochemical crisis. The crowd watching from a distance couldn't help but applaud when they saw Mu Bai easily solve the members of the Tianma organization. After all, the legendary Mu Bai could solve even monsters of this level. It's a magic potion. I didn't expect that this level of potion would not be able to resist Mu Bai. Lu Yu, who was sitting on a wooden chair in the mall outside the crowd, was slightly surprised. Although the opponent's strength was not worth mentioning, Mu Bai's control over lightning and the power of the dark liquid were really surprising. Maybe this little guy can really go head-to-head with Shen Wuk, who had mastered the divine attack at the age of 27. The remaining head of Wang Jin suddenly opened his eyes. Under the scarlet light, the whole body actually grew again from the neck down. I won't die in a short time. Wang Zong, who had already tried death once, seemed particularly calm. His body, which had been built from nothing, was stronger than before. Countless tentacles were entangled together to form a wonderful creature that seemed like the followers of the ancient gods. Interesting. Mu Bai stretched out his palm and pressed on the surface of the other party's skin without hurry. Huh? Wang Zong, who was bloated, stretched out thousands of tentacles and was about to devour Mu Bai and all the surrounding humans. The hideous tentacles were all over the ground and were about to extend when they were attached with a faint black light. Dark acupoint. The rotating dark power instantly wrapped around Wang Zong's body, and the body that was originally expanding suddenly stopped all activities. All growing cells stopped growing as if facing a great enemy. The power of the dark fruit can suppress the demonized potion in the opponent's body. This discovery made Mu Bai understand more things instantly. In the Holy Demon Palace, Mu Bai once knew many memories of Qian Kunzi when he played the role of Black Emperor, including the capture of a large number of fruit ability users by the extraterritorial demon organization. Several actions were extremely risky and low return. Whenever Qian Kunzi raised questions about the high cost of the action, Xia Long would always refute them completely. And the Potion Research and Development Department also participated in the activities at that time. Could it be that these guys used fruit ability users to deduce the demonized potion? Mu Bai, frowning, put his hand deep into the suppressed Wang Zong's body. And sure enough, a large amount of sticky liquid escaped, which was the demonized potion that the other party had drunk before. It seems that his guess is correct. Wang Zong, who lost the power of the potion, was completely unable to support his huge body. His body was swallowed in the dark water, and his head was held in Mu Bai's hand. After turning on the communication equipment, Mu Bai quietly waited for the sound from the other end. His heart network was fully opened. As long as there was a slight abnormal sound nearby, he could go there instantly. The strange scene of the black-clothed youth holding a head in his hand made people feel cold in their hearts. If they dared to assassinate Mu Bai, he would let these people know what it means to die without a burial place. In the tavern, Luo Changkong, who was a skeleton, woke up first. As a user of the Yellow Spring Fruit ability, he had the ability to sleep when he was alive. But now that he has become an immortal, how could he sleep? He shook his hand bones and looked at Mu Bai, who had already woken up and opened his eyes. He reached out and touched him curiously. He never expected that Mu Bai, who had a dull look in his eyes, would form a weak electric current and disappear on the spot the moment he touched him. Hack! Substitute? The sudden change scared Luo Changkong so much that he even knocked over the wine gourd on the table. Huh? The old man who was preparing to evacuate from the Stone-era building in Donghai City had his pupils trembled, and saw that Mu Bai, who was still monitoring just now, had disappeared from the tavern. The other party woke up. He quickly put away the special surveillance items that looked like a telescope. Everyone evacuate. Everyone evacuate. The target has woken up. The dream plan failed. All the team evacuate. Number 2 gives up tracking. Number 2 gives up. The old man's fingers trembled slightly. The black windbreaker could not make him feel the slightest warmth. With bloodshot eyes, he heard his own voice behind him, and immediately understood that the number 2 operator had met with an accident. Gulyalu. A round head rolled over. It was the head of number 2 operator Wang Zong. The old man saw the deformation of the other party's head, and understood that the other party was killed after drinking the magic potion. Mu Bai, who fell from the roof of the building, was holding a communication device. After the old man sent the message, all the people who responded were located by his observation hotkey. A total of 12 people including the old man. One sword style. Sword drawing technique. The sharp black knife was drawn out in an instant with a black shadow flashing. The power of the fruit that can cut everything instantly cut the old man in two from head to tail along with a terrifying knife wave when the knife was drawn. The one who made the move was He Ju. He was connected to Mu Bai's spirit and nodded and jumped off the building without Mu Bai's order. The remaining 12 targets also appeared in the locations of He Ju and by Gu Gu in Mu Bai's positioning. Approaching the old man, Mu Bai saw a purple necklace on the other's chest that was cracked. Mu Bai looked closer and found that the crack was very neat, which seemed to be half a necklace. System identification. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dream necklace, Entering Dreams. This necklace has magical powers and is divided into 2 parts, Entering Dreams and Inducing Dreams. Entering Dreams can greatly increase the probability of the target entering the dream, and Inducing Dreams allows the target to enter the dream regardless of the distance. When combined with specific fruit abilities, it can exert a powerful ability of the artifact level. Dream necklace. That is to say, the dream girl attacks somewhere else with the dream-inducing necklace, and I, as the target of the dream necklace, entered the dream completely defenseless. It is impossible to imagine how terrifying this necklace can be with the nightmare fruit. You must know that Mu Bai has the awakened Tremor fruit and the dark fruit to shatter the dream and forcibly extract the opponent's fruit ability. If it weren't for the blessing of the two, he might have completely lost himself in the nightmare world of the second layer after resisting the first layer of the nightmare world. You must know that in the dream, the virtual and the real are transformed. As long as the controller of the dream traps the enemy in the dream for a long enough time, the chance of forcibly changing the dangerous situation will become increasingly slim. If you collect the dream necklace and add the nightmare fruit, it will be possible. Thinking of this, Mu Bai looked into the distance. The game of 12 targets and 2 pursuers began. In the van in Xiqing district, a woman dressed simply was smoking and listening to the content on the radio carelessly. She looked out of place here in a red dress. When the voice of the captain's retreat came from the communication device placed on the co-pilot, the charming woman opened her eyes wide. It was not until there was noise from the captain that she drove the dilapidated van to the suburbs. I said that Mu Bai is a dangerous guy. These people still don't believe it. The woman in red, who was racing at high speed, was obviously very impatient. For this operation, she repeatedly requested the organization to send a level 7 ability person. Otherwise, they would basically die if the mission failed. Even if the mission was successful. According to Mu Bai's current reputation, the official would definitely do their best to find the real murderer. And the king of the East Sea would never let them go. They are really looking for death. They will take advantage of it. What kind of thing is this? Fortunately, I was smart and came to the edge of the city in advance. I guess there will be nothing left once we leave Donghai City. Before she finished her words, she suddenly found a girl dancing in the moonlight in front of her. And her position was just blocking her way. Throwing away the cigarette butt, she looked at the other party coldly and stepped on the accelerator. At this time, no matter who the other party is, they can't stop her from escaping from here. Otherwise she will die. The speeding van made a sound of being overwhelmed. And the girl dancing under the moon looked at the vehicle speeding towards her excitedly in the bright moonlight. I will firmly complete the master's mission. Big fire. It was Bai Gugu who was blocking the front. She came here as soon as she knew the enemy's coordinates. Who said that the other party was the farthest away and had a greater chance of escape. The white arms turned into red magma with rolling heat waves. Under the high temperature, the trees around the suburbs spontaneously ignited without wind. And the red lotus that destroyed everything in the blazing fire was blooming. What the H.L.? The woman in red kicked open the car door with her high heels and jumped down without hesitation. With the help of the moon step, she landed steadily, and the unmanned van rushed into the fire with an unyielding momentum. A giant lava fist crushed the car on the spot, and the remaining magma sprayed on both sides of this remote road. In the red firelight, the beautiful girl with a pure face came with a smile. The red-dressed woman, whose gums were about to be broken, spitted and ran to the back without looking back. Even with high heels, she moved very quickly when using the moon step. Bad luck. The woman cursed secretly and didn't want to contact the other party at all. Now the most urgent thing is to leave here and make plans. Escape is not allowed. Let you ripen is the greatest gift from the master to lowly creatures like you. Bai Gugu said excitedly. After the bright red light, the ruthless heat wave rushed behind him. The red-dressed woman, who looked back, was almost scared to pee, and saw the lava that was dozens of meters high rushing. And the girl was running towards her with a smile on the lava. Song Yin swore that the most terrifying ghost movie she had seen in her life was not as terrifying as this moment. Damn it! What kind of monsters are these? Seeing that the crazy and scary woman was about to catch up, Song Yin cursed secretly and quickly changed her voice to an animal. Her fluffy hair extended backwards, and her black pupils turned into golden vertical pupils like a beast. The woman in the red dress suddenly turned into a cat person with bright movements. Her matte black hair looked very smooth, and her high heels were thrown away when she performed the moon step. Compared with the human body, the animalized body can achieve a speed far exceeding the former. The cat person stepped on the ground with 4 feet and performed continuous moon steps. The speed that suddenly increased far exceeded the previous one. At this moment, she turned back and stuck out her tongue in mockery. She was the black cat form of the animal-type cat fruit, and her speed after animalization had never been caught up by anyone. Heh. Little girl. As the distance gradually widened, Song Yin ran into the deep mountains and old forests and completely left the other party behind. But Bai Gugu's smile became even wider. Meteor volcano. The 2 fists seemed to have turned into turrets to spray out the hot magma. The high temperature distorted everything around, and countless attacks like red meteorites swept across the entire mountain. Song Yin, who was running, realized something was wrong when she felt the faint fire in the air. When she was about to dodge, she found that the entire sky had turned into a dark red. The entire sky was like an inverted brazier coming towards her. She is a natural ability user. The overwhelming red magma meteorites roared over, completely breaking the quiet night. In the firelight, Song Yin gritted her teeth and meowed. Her shrill roar was like a mother cat who had lost her child. Boom! The flames burned the sky and devoured the surrounding trees. Bai Gugu walked over excitedly on the constantly moving hot magma. The black figure in the field of vision was struggling to move in the scorching fire. Large-scale attacks are bound to be unavoidable. Find a place like a river that can restrain the opponent's fruitability. Ignoring the scorching and burnt black fur on her body, Song Yin seized the opportunity and ran hard towards the river at the foot of the mountain. Against the backdrop of the sea of fire, Bai Gugu's smile was particularly creepy. When her hands touched the ground, the nearby soil was quickly assimilated, and the boundless hot magma spread from her body. Hellfire! After a shout, the whole earth shook. Song Yin, who was running for her life, did not dare to appear in the air and could only move in the jungle on the surface. However, after the vibration, a giant-like creature made of magma and rock appeared in front of the river. Hee. The characters in the master's memory are really interesting. The boundless magma attacked in an instant, and Song Yin realized that she was fooled at this time. It would be very easy for the other party to deal with her. Such a cat-and-mouse game was almost infuriating. I will fight you. Ah! The ghostly figure rushed over like black lightning. But what greeted her was a slender hand burning with magma. Facing the moonlight, the hot magma hand burned Song Yin's body to ashes, leaving only ashes on the ground. The target disappeared. It was time for the next one. Act collectively. The leader should be dead. When the 5 people received the order from the communicator, they clearly realized that something was wrong. They had already set off when the wailing sound from the other end of the communicator sounded. 5 people dressed as students were walking on the street, talking and laughing. The atmosphere seemed very harmonious. Just like students who had just finished their classes and were going to an internet cafe to stay overnight. This group walking on the street would not arouse any suspicion. But when they were talking and laughing, a man holding a black scimitar walked out from the corner of the street. The appearance of a samurai made them feel uneasy. The pedestrians on the road avoided the man at the corner of the street. The 5 people who were talking and laughing lowered their hats and pretended to be relaxed and passed by the man dressed as a samurai. Knock on the breeze, and one knife will lead you to paradise. Like a murmured poem, and like the call of the god of death. When Heiju finished this sentence, he didn't know when the long sword had returned to the sheath. When the sound of the handle hitting the sheath sounded, 2 heads fell to the ground. Ah! Murder! Seeing this scene, the pedestrians around fled here. The leader was very surprised when he saw the 2 men fall silently. He didn't even see when the other party drew his sword. Kill! He was the first to attack and immediately threw his companion to Heiju, and then jumped into the sewer under repair. Such a smooth movement made Heiju stunned. Cut! A bright white light flashed, and the man who was thrown over was cut in half with a scream of fear. The remaining sword wave had not yet dissipated, and Heiju, who was wearing a warrior's hair, rolled up his sleeves and jumped into the sewer. Because he was a human, he was still dizzy and dazzled by the unpleasant smell when he entered the sewer. He looked at the traces on the ground and covered his nose and followed quickly. When passing through the maze-like sewer, the clue disappeared at the railing. But according to the footprints on the ground, there seemed to be other people. With his eyes slightly turned, Heiju saw that the target was hiding in the debris at the corner. It was wishful thinking to want to escape from his pursuit with this trick. When he was about to draw his knife, a man came out of the darkness. He was wearing a white mask and was very oppressive. Even Heiju could feel the terrifying oppression from him. This guy is very likely to be a peak of level 6. My friend, how about giving me face and leaving here? The cold tone contained a murderous meaning. As if something unfriendly would happen if Heiju didn't agree to him. That depends on whether my master agrees. Heiju put away my hand on the knife and said without fear. At the same time, he also connected Mu Bai through the spiritual world and told him what happened here. Your master? The man in the white mask was guessing the other party's identity when the thunder and lightning fell. The boundless vibration completely tore the barrier between the sewer and the ground apart. The person hiding in the pile of debris was killed on the spot, and black smoke came out of his body. Although the man wearing the smiling mask couldn't see the movements clearly, his expression was obviously stiff, and he fixed the position of the mask unnaturally. Who do you think you are to need me to give you face? Huh? Mu Bai, who came here, looked normal. But he was a little surprised when he turned his eyes to the man wearing the smiling mask. Because the fluctuation of this breath was very familiar. And he must have seen the other party. Just as Mu Bai was thinking, the man wearing the smiling mask suddenly disappeared. As if the smell left in the original place also disappeared. But then the masked man with broken limbs was thrown out of the void. and the people from the supervision department on the street rushed here. It was Su Qifeng, the principal of Baiyujing, who came out of the shadow. He yawned and looked at Mu Bai meaningfully. I didn't expect that Dahai City actually has people from the extraterritorial demon organization in the upper echelons. Su Qifeng, dressed in green, was very angry as he stroked his beard. It was not until this time that Mu Bai realized that the aura of this masked man was very similar to that man. Director of the Deep Sea Secret Realm, Li Yin. The mask fell off, revealing an old face. The whole city is in an uproar. You don't think I can't find your abnormality? Su Qifeng grabbed the other person's collar and threw him into a mirror that suddenly appeared in the void. Through the projection of the mirror, Mu Bai discovered that Li Yin was teleported to the interrogation room of the supervisory department. Principal Su, have you discovered their assassination plan a long time ago? Mu Bai's tone was calm, without anger and unwillingness, and without any other emotions. At this moment, he understood why the other party allowed these suspicious people to enter the territory of Dahai City. It was probably to transfer the big fish directly. I just went with the flow. It was my fault for putting you guys in danger. But it seems that classmate Mu Bai has gained a new power. Heiju, who was following Mu Bai, suddenly felt that all his secrets were clearly seen. Most of the family, friendship and love in the world are linked together by interests. When an individual loses his value, he will be gradually abandoned by the group. This is the inevitable trend of the development of the times. In his previous life, Mu Bai saw a man in his 40s, who worked hard because of the burden of his family, and ended up with inconvenience in movement. At first, his children and wife were very sad, but still took good care of him. But gradually, a person who could not create any value needed to be taken care of anytime and anywhere, which made the whole family have other ideas. Until a few months later, he was abandoned at the entrance of the village, because he could not create any value. Mu Bai, who was about to return to the orphanage after school, happened to find him. Although he didn't know what the other party would end up like, whether he would die alone slowly, or be taken back by his family. Mu Bai understood an important truth from this incident. Verbal promises can never catch up with the slightest actual benefit. You must make yourself valuable, whether as a chess piece on the chessboard or as a chess player. Never become a chess piece that may be worthless and can be abandoned at any time, but instead become the winner who survives to the end. When Su Qifeng left, Mu Bai's eyes were also restrained. Heiju frowned and said in the spiritual world with some dissatisfaction, "It's too much to use the master as bait." You are wrong, Heiju. You have been in the Black Sand secret realm all your life, and have never seen the real appearance of the human world. Whether it is force or strategy, they are all a kind of ability. With his strength like the 8th level emperor, he does not need to ask for my consent at all. The size of the common interest determines your status in the eyes of others. Everything else is unimportant. Mu Bai, who finished speaking in the spiritual world with a smile, walked towards the tavern. Heiju saw the back of his master, and was silent for a long time. He did see too many disputes about interests in the human memories he devoured. Humans are so complicated. When Mu Bai returned to the tavern, Xianyuan Buer's face was a little ugly. He just communicated with his father on the phone, and knew that they had become baits. Although his father said that the main target was Mu Bai and they were just involved. But Xianyuan Buer was still extremely annoyed by such things that were not informed in advance. Let's go! Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the National Martial Arts Conference. Do we have to wait here until we sober up? Mu Bai said half-jokingly. The others scratched their heads a little embarrassedly. Not only did they not show any performance in the dream, but they also became a burden to Mu Bai. If Mu Bai hadn't forcibly shattered the dream world this time, he really didn't know what the result would be. There are 13 people in total. I have killed them all. The ones who attacked us are from the extraterritorial demon organization. Extraterritorial demon. Li Shanghan and Luo Chengkong looked at each other. No one thought that the powerful organization of the extraterritorial demon, the top leader of the underground world, would come all the way here to attack them. Mu Bai shook his head and continued. It's not us. When I killed that person, he was stalking Lu Yu, who ranked 5th on the hidden dragon list. Obviously, they wanted to kill a few of the younger generation at the gathering time of the National Martial Arts Conference to a certain extent. Luo Chengkong, who was already jaw-dropping and dragged by both hands, didn't know what to say. Damn it! Isn't this the legendary plot in martial arts novels where the villain boss wants to eliminate the righteous and talented disciples? Thinking of this, his ideas flowed, and scenes of life and death separation played out in his mind. Li Shanghan coughed twice to call back Luo Chengkong's spirit. Excuse me, everyone. I came from a small city, and it feels incredible to hear such things. Haha. When I am not training, I like to write martial arts novels. If this kind of thing is written into a novel, it will definitely be very interesting. Luo Chungkong said a little embarrassedly, touching his shiny head bones. Sun Yu was very surprised after hearing it, and praised subconsciously, it's worthy of Brother Luo. If it were in ancient times, it would be an example of being able to write peace in the world, and being able to ride a horse to determine the fate of the world. Seeing that the atmosphere was lively again, Mu Bai cast his eyes on the TV that was broadcasting emergency news. It seemed that several people from the imperial capital family were also attacked. Several skinny mummies in the Caesar Hotel fell to the ground in all directions. And sitting on the sofa was the full Li Qixue. He staggered to the rear window and shouted down, Wang Zongxian. You are such a sinister guy. You usually smile, but you are more cruel than me. The few people who were still breathing in the garden were almost suffocated to death. The strong ones were unable to break free from the soft soil. This weird scene made the waiters tremble with fear. In the garden of Caesar Hotel, the lobby manager was trembling and making a phone call to urgently seek protection from the supervision department. The black-clad man who rushed in here was brutally killed by Wang Zongxian and Li Qixue. The means used were so cruel that even a grown man like him felt numb in his hands and feet. Really? I just let them experience the pain of gradually losing their lives, so that they can repent in the next life. Okay? Wang Zongxian, who squinted his eyes and gave a very kind feeling, obviously thought he was very restrained. Compared with the horrible scene of letting others burst blood and die in public, and then absorbing blood himself, he was much gentler. I don't know how the cold little prince Shenwuk is doing. I just saw hundreds of guys who drank the magic potion rushing towards him. Let's go and take a look. As he said this, Li Qixue had jumped down from the balcony. His pajamas were thrown aside on the way. He looked very excited with his bare chest. Wang Zongxian, who squinted his eyes, followed him. With a broad vision, they recognized at a glance that these people were most likely from the extraterritorial demon organization. After all, ordinary forces could not take out so many precious magic potions in one go. The two who had just arrived at the golf course saw a twisted monster with a body of dozens of meters being killed by a punch. It really died of a whole body explosion. Hiss. This guy is really cruel. Yeah. Wang Zongxian, who had squinted, opened his eyes and saw that the scene was enough to scatter evil spirits. The adjective blood flowing like a river was an implicit way of expression. Shenwuk, wearing a white sportswear, stood on the corpse of a mountain and wiped his hands carelessly. The advanced use of armament hockey. Can the rumored divine attack really reach such a level? Obviously. As a fruit ability user, Wang Zongxian did not expect the other party to be so relaxed. He himself would be unscathed against these noobs. But it was a bit outrageous that Shenwuk was so calm that he didn't even get blood splashed on his body. Almost all the top-ranked people on the Hidden Dragon list of Donghai City have suffered assassinations to varying degrees. The entire Donghai province took this opportunity to carry out a comprehensive cleansing activity. All night long, the personnel of the supervisory department were sent out to perform tasks. And the legions and supervisory departments of the surrounding provinces also sent personnel for reinforcement. It can be said that this night is destined to be a sleepless night. And Mu Bai also found that he seemed to be unable to sleep at all. Strictly speaking, sleeping was not an activity that he had to do at this moment, including eating. He opened his eyes late at night, and pushed open the door of the dormitory, and walked slowly to the back mountain. At that time, the road to the heart in the back mountain was still closed. Do I have a demon in my heart? Looking at his hands uncertainly, Mu Bai realized that something was wrong with himself. Although his level was raised too fast with the help of the system, his strong strength also caused the demon in his heart to gradually rise. Ding dong. The main task is Open 3. The early opening of the Eternal Secret Realm triggered an unprecedented National Martial Arts Conference. The task target is to win the National Martial Arts Conference Championship. Reward, Rule Skill Selection Treasure Box. Do you accept the task? The only person who is hard to figure out in the National Martial Arts Conference is probably Shenwuk. His hiding level is extremely high, and it is completely invisible when he takes action. He is not the same as Jiang Bumming at the beginning. As for the others, Mu Bai has not found any special existence yet. Except, treasure chest? Mu Bai's eyes lit up in the middle of the night, and he whispered, System, open the treasure chest details. Ding dong. The treasure chest contains 3 skill options. The rule skills include passive skills and active skills. The rule skills can ignore the world will and the power of the world's laws. Ignoring the power of the world's will. Mu Bai certainly knows what this means. The devil fruit with the power of rules is part of the rules to a certain extent. But even the devil fruit may be invalid in some different worlds. If this rule skill can ignore these, it will be a groundbreaking step. Berserker, passive skill, when attacked, the damage received will be reduced according to the physique, and the upper limit is 30%. When attacking with the Berserk characteristic, the probability of damage caused is doubled. The negative effect is that there is a probability of losing sanity when Berserk. Evaluation. The indomitable violent warrior can always rely on his indomitable strong body to fight his way out of the chaotic enemy. He does not need reason. Super player, passive skill, digital body will reflect the life value. All enemy attacks will be converted into data attacks. After digitalization, he will gain permanent life. Evaluation. The body combined with data will become the only player in the world, and has an endless life before the life value is cleared by an attack. Despicable pirate, passive skill, eliminate all negative effects of the body, whether in the past, future or present. And the same is true for the gain effect. Evaluation. The despicable pirate not only does not trust the enemy, but also does not trust his partners. He is an untouchable man with negative gain and positive gain. Ding dong. Please choose carefully. The selected rule skill will fix the root. The advanced skill selection cannot be changed later. Please choose carefully. Please choose carefully. Good guy. Important things should be said 3 times. Right? After a long time, Mu Bai slowly exhaled. The growth system has been with him for a long time. But this is the first time he has heard such a cautious reminder from the other party. Berserker, super player, despicable pirate. These 3 rules and skills should represent 3 paths respectively. Berserker's damage reduction based on physique is perfect, and it also fits Mu Bai's panel at the moment. Unfortunately, he will lose his mind after going berserk. Super player is completely a data flow. The biggest advantage is that he has endless life and becomes an immortal like the ability of the yellow spring fruit. But Mu Bai is worried that he will completely lose human characteristics after becoming a complete data body. The world here is alive and well, not a virtual world like an online game. After becoming a complete data body, the level limit is naturally gone. If one's own strength depends entirely on numbers, it will eventually become too dependent on numbers. Rational Mu Bai will not take this risk at all. It is not the best option. Rational Mu Bai will not choose it. As for the third lonely pirate, Mu Bai feels that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. In exchange for being unable to bear positive gains, he will never be affected by negative effects. This means that the damage taken by the dark fruit is doubled, and the negative effects of the devil fruit, such as fear of sea water, will automatically disappear. And special props such as the dream necklace will never have any effect on him. Losing the positive gain effect has almost no effect on Mu Bai's overall strength. But the absolute immunity effect of ignoring the will of the world can greatly enhance his own survival probability and combat power. When facing negative effects such as corrosion, burning, and freezing, they will also be completely immune. This is a natural nemesis for some devil fruits, such as Magellan's poison fruit, or the flame fruit, and the heaven-defying fruit, such as the childlike fruit, will also be completely immune. After thinking for a long time, Mu Bai clicked on the wheel of the shock value lottery. During this period, he collected a large amount of shock value. After clicking 10 times in a row, a large number of potion props appeared in the storage world, and the random fragments of the devil fruit can also be combined into a devil fruit. This is the only way to obtain devil fruits except for the devil tree world. Although the growth system sometimes gets rewards from devil fruits, it is still a little worse than the stable channel of fragment collection. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman shining fruit. Puff. Mu Bai, who was in deep thought, almost fell down. Many people may not know the name of the shining fruit, but Chiyozi's diamond fruit has a great reputation. But isn't this fruit in the hands of Wang Beihai of the imperial capital Wang family? At that time, he personally smashed the opponent's diamond and directly injured him at the National Martial Arts Conference. System. Can I get the patchwork devil fruit repeatedly? Ding dong. No. The rules of the devil fruit restrict that the entire universe cannot have duplicate existences. Randomly patchwork devil fruits can only be selected from ownerless devil fruits. In other words, Wang Beihai at that time has died recently. Mu Bai, who murmured with a little emotion, also found the scene about the other party from his memory. If he remembered correctly, Wang Beihai, who had a slightly bad temper at the National Martial Arts Conference, was a fighting maniac. Although his level was far behind him, he was already very good among the younger generation. The moonlight tonight is particularly beautiful. Mu Bai looks at the moon hanging in the starry sky and wants to be like it. Human life is too short. Regrets and memories only exist in the past. And people always have to look forward. He has won the National Martial Arts Championship. In the early morning, all the mainstream media in the country set up interview and photography equipment in the venue of the Kingdom of Gods. This conference was unprecedented and more representative than the annual National League. On this day, the entire official entertainment channel was shut down, and all the martial arts conference was broadcast live. It is unceremoniously said that the winner of this conference basically represents the leader of the youth under 30 years old in Chihuahua. The contestants, who were ready to go in the lounge, had made their own preparations. The 100 people who successfully advanced in the auditions were all present, and everyone was a little uneasy. Some of them had already signed a binding agreement with the group behind them. If they entered the top 10, they could get inexhaustible wealth and fame. If they failed, they would be doomed. The door of the lounge was gently pushed open. Mu Bai and Luo Chengkong came together, under the eyes of the crowd. These people didn't care. Compared with Mu Bai, who was used to big scenes, Luo Chengkong was a little restrained. Little God Lord Mu Bai, Ice Emperor Xian Yuan Buer, Bone Emperor Luo Chengkong, Wing Gun King Li Shenghan, Burner Sun Yu. These guys actually appeared together. The two people from the imperial capital who were sitting in the innermost seats of the lounge also looked up. There were more than a dozen children from the imperial capital family who passed the auditions next to them. Shen Wuk, who was flipping through a black leather book in the corner, completely ignored everyone present, as if nothing could interest him at the moment. Everyone seems to be looking at me. Luo Chengkong, whose skull was ready, said shyly, and covered his face with his hands. Mu Bai smiled and said, "Don't worry. No one will care about your appearance. Even if they care. So what? As long as you show your strength perfectly, they will look at you with admiration." Mu Bai's words also eased Luo Chengkong's mood. Facing this idol, who was as old as his younger brother, he still trusted him. He scratched his head and thought that everyone would have a fierce competition soon. So who would have the mood to look at him? Li Shenghan, who was wiping his double guns, glanced over and said casually, "I heard that last night hundreds of members of the demon organization who took the magic potion were easily dealt with by the three geniuses of the imperial capital." While speaking, the bullets of the long gun were loaded continuously, and the sound of Kiki was frightening. All the bullets were made of sea stone, which would be a fatal threat when facing enemies with fruit abilities. "I say, follow Mu Bai's skeleton." Pushing away a few minions, Li Qixue stood up and walked towards this side. "No matter how arrogant you are, you can't bring a moving skeleton here. Right? It's not good if you scare others." Li Qixue pouted and sneered while patting his ears. He wanted to make up for it here if he didn't give him face in the field of the audition yesterday. He likes the same revenge method very much. "You?" Luo Chengkong, whose soul was out of his body, seemed very angry. Even the soul on his head expanded a little and showed an angry expression. And a bone spear appeared inexplicably in his hand. "What? You want your pets to take action? Mu Bai, you should go home early. You don't really think that you can ignore our imperial capital family by killing Jiang Bumming, right?" Li Qixue, who was not afraid at all, wanted to add fuel to the fire. But Mu Bai never looked at him from beginning to end. This attitude of ignoring made Li Qixue want to drain all the blood from these people for a moment. Haha. This is Luo Chengkong, who ranks fourth on the hidden dragon list. He really looks strange. But it's normal for a fool like the eldest son of the Li family to say such a thing. The man who just came out of the toilet with toilet paper said with the vicissitudes of life on his face. He looked out of place among these young people. He was very old with a beard and had a faint odor on his body. "Who are you? What little people can bully him these days?" He was about to go over and argue with him after spitting, but a voice stopped him in his tracks. "Okay. Stop it." Shen Wuk frowned slightly after closing the book. He didn't want the place to be in a mess. Of course, he knew the bearded man opposite. If the other party used the fruit ability, the people present would not have to participate in the competition. "Hack. I'm not saying this. Shen Wuk, what qualifications do you have to order me?" Li Qixue, who sneered continuously, turned around and said with a fierce momentum. The scarlet blood on his body spread out. Everyone present felt that something was wrong. The blood in his body actually wanted to get closer to Li Qixue's position. This guy, Wang Zongxian, who was sitting, couldn't help but sigh with his head raised. It was really worthy of Li Crazy to cause trouble at this critical moment. I do whatever I want. Ha. Li Qixue, who opened his arms and showed an indifferent attitude, felt a palm that appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his collar and threw him out in an instant before he finished speaking. The powerful force couldn't even get rid of him. In an instant, the whole person smashed several walls in the lounge and was deeply embedded in the inner wall of the ring. This is. The people who exclaimed realized that it was Mu Bai, who had been silent all the time, who did it. The son of a noble family in the imperial capital was actually thrown out like this. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Xiao Ao laughed loudly and clapped his hands in praise. Several people around him also clapped their hands in agreement. And Lu Yu was among them. This scene was unusual in Xianyuan Buer's eyes. Even Lu Yu, who was from the East Wasteland Military Academy, followed his lead. Could it be that the man who was the legendary figure of the East Wasteland Military Academy a few years ago? The Poison King Xiao Ao. Little brother, you can do it. You throw it away when you say so. That's right. Do you have to tell the garbage in advance when you throw it away? Xiao Ao rubbed his hands excitedly. This trip was indeed not in vain. He was not interested in the qualification to enter the Eternal Secret Realm. He came here just to step on the arrogance of the three people in the imperial capital. Similarly, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. It seems that Mu Bai's vigorous and resolute approach is very consistent with the style of the East Wasteland Military Academy. Student Mu Bai, you are a little too much. Wang Zongxian stood up with his eyes narrowed. And the other qualifiers from the imperial capital also stood up. The entire lounge was like the tranquility before the storm, which was about to be broken at any time. Mu Bai shook his hands and turned to Luo Chengkong and said, "Too weak. The weak can only rely on words to intimidate the enemy, while the strong can kill him with just a finger." As soon as these words came out, Li Qixue, who had climbed out from the wall, stared with red eyes. Anyone familiar with him knew that this was his expression when he was about to start a killing spree. Blood boiling. Li Qixue, who was walking step by step, had reached the peak of anger. Shen Wuke stood up and wanted to end this farce. In his eyes, these people were too noisy. And Mu Bai, who had been very stable before, couldn't even endure it. His score dropped sharply in his heart. After all, he was young and energetic in his early 20s. At this moment, everyone felt unprecedented pressure in their hearts. In front of that pressure, they seemed to be ships about to be destroyed by waves in the turbulent sea. This kind of pressure, most people collapsed on the ground in an instant. Poison King Xiao Ao grinned and looked very happy. And Xianyuan Buer knew who the other party was when facing this familiar breath. King of the East China Sea. The originally furious Li Qixue stood there, as if he had been sprayed with a basin of cold water. Under such terrible pressure, his weak emotional fluctuations were not worth mentioning at all. Mu Bai, who was in the center, secretly channeled the domineering aura hidden deep in his body to fight against it. The will of the tree world and the giant star beast. He had also experienced a lot of pressure from the 8th level emperor during this period, so he could naturally remain unmoved under this half-joking pressure. Shen Wuke, who was calm on his face, was also like this. Instead, he followed this pressure to glue his entire spirit together, and his entire aura was as stable as the immaculate realm recorded in the books. Pre-match fighting is not allowed. Don't do it next time. The deep voice echoed in everyone's ears, and most people also recognized that it was the king of the East Sea who made the move. The other party should want to punish them a little, but he restrained himself a lot. After all, if the other party really got serious, even if everyone saved their lives, they would completely lose the will to fight. He is worthy of being the king of the East Sea. The calm Shen Wuke couldn't help but compare the aura of the king of the East Sea with the aura of his own ancestor. The result was obvious that the aura emitted by the king of the East Sea was more stable and gave him a heavier feeling. Is the other party trying to hit that threshold from the peak state of the 8th level? Humph. Li Qixue, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Mu Bai deeply and left here. He was afraid that if he stayed with Mu Bai, he would not be able to help but ignore the warning of the king of the East Sea and take action. Master Mu Bai, so handsome. Luo Chengkong felt that he was about to cry because he was moved. Master Mu Bai actually took action for him. This plot was just like the heroes in martial arts novels, who dared to stick their swords in their ribs for their good brothers. He is the type of person who is looking for trouble. If you meet him later, you'd better beat him up and scare him so that he will be afraid of you. Mu Bai said lightly, And Luo Chengkong listened carefully, as if he was listening to a teacher's lecture. Li Shumhan, who had just finished wiping his gun, felt incredible. These young people were too crazy. He saw it clearly. Mu Bai did not hesitate at all when he took action. What was more terrifying was that even he, who had deeply studied the observation hockey, almost did not notice the opponent's movement trajectory. This was without the help of the ability of the Thunder Fruit. This guy's physique was very likely. An hour later the entire venue was finally full of people. The chief referee this time was the king of the EC. As the representative of the imperial throne of this conference, he possessed absolute supreme power, and all the quota decisions were finalized by him. The entire venue of the Kingdom of Gods is very large, and can accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people. The most important thing is the magical treasure located in the center. This treasure buried deep underground has the ability to allow contestants to enter the real world. Grasslands, icebergs, forests, all scenes can be simulated unconditionally. And the authority to open the Kingdom of Gods is only owned by the King of Donghai, who commands the entire Donghai province. Even when the annual National League held provincial competitions in Donghai province, the Kingdom of Gods was not opened. It can be seen that the importance of this National Martial Arts Conference is very important. The reporters present also entered the venue that has not been open for more than 10 years with a nervous mood. The new high-tech virtual projection imaging technology uses the alien shadow stone mined in previous years in order to stabilize the energy fluctuations in it. The architectural designers also deliberately use the sea stone SHL that can suppress the devil fruit ability. This makes the entire projection screen extremely stable, which can give the audience a similar immersive feeling, so that the battles and random scenes are completely displayed in front of everyone. At 9 o'clock, the opening ceremony officially began. An old man wearing a white cloth, who was about to bury half of his body in a coffin, walked slowly to the center of the venue. Mr. Wu. It's that legendary figure. The wrinkles on his face were the baptism of time. But the media reporters present did not dare to underestimate this old man. The old man with the surname Wu was the first person in the entire Xia country to enter the devil fruit space. Although he was only 70 years old, he had defeated countless demons and powerful enemies in his life. Even Yin Tianzheng, who once became the world's #1, had visited this old man specially. Overdrawing his body to defeat the demon made this old man, who was born and raised in Donghai City, undoubtedly one of the most prestigious people in Xia country. Even Wu Pokong was invited out. Is the Eternal Secret Realm really so important? I'm afraid everyone present had this question. The man who presided over the ceremony invited Mr. Wu off the stage. He was Mr. Wu's son, Wu Kun, the deputy mayor of the entire Donghai City. Good morning, all the guests who came to attend the National Martial Arts Conference. I am Wu Kun. This time, I was invited by the king of the EC to be a witness to this grand event. There are many hardworking and enterprising people among the young generation of our Xia country. The people waiting to appear in the lounge could not help but get excited after hearing Wu Kun's impassioned speech. Even Luo Chengkong, who became an immortal, felt unprecedented excitement. The scene in the venue was even more unbearable. The women who were already emotional were crying loudly, as if they could see the painful years that the whole country had experienced as long as they heard the deep voice. The devil descended, the dimensional world opened, and countless human pioneers died to resist the invaders. Mu Bai, don't you think it's very touching? Sun Yu, who was crying and snotting, said in anger. This sentence made Mu Bai unable to ask, and he said unhappily, steady your mind and think about it carefully. Sun Yu, who was puzzled, quickly calmed down his emotions. Huh? Why am I crying? Oh my god. What am I crying about? It's the ability of the fruit. The Wukun fruit ability of this newly appointed deputy mayor may be related to language, which can make the audience unconsciously bring in more emotions. Xian Yuanbuer, who is familiar with the other party, said. After these words came out, the people who were originally excited and shed tears wiped their tears in embarrassment. What a guy was deceived emotionally. Now, please invite the top 100 contestants from our audition to enter the venue. Accompanied by the exciting melody, 100 contestants entered the venue right behind Wu Kun. Those who were under the gaze of the crowd looked calm. The fact that these people could enter the top 100 already showed that they were not ordinary people. Due to Wu Pokong's appearance before, the audience was surprisingly calm about the contestants' entry, and only faint voices were discussing the ranking of the Hidden Dragon list. Now please enter the ring. Later, the Kingdom of the Gods will automatically assign the contestants you are going to face. According to the serial number, you will be divided into 50 groups for a one-on-one attack. It should be noted that all injuries caused by entering the kingdom of the gods will be real. Those who want to admit defeat can leave by silently saying admit defeat in their hearts. No one present had any objection to this. In the early stage of the audition, online registration required the submission of a death exemption agreement, and no one else could be held responsible for any casualties. After experiencing battles in different dimensions, these people no longer have the fear of death they had at the beginning, and are more numb. Just like a child who has played with a brand new toy for a few years and has lost the novelty of getting it. I am good at beating people into pig heads. Shinwuk. You must not let me catch you. Otherwise you will be in trouble. Xiaoyou, who was holding the back of his head, said with a smile, and his greasy hair was almost sticking to Shinwuk in front of him. Liu Yu stood aside and was looking forward to the battle between the two. Senior Xiaoyou, who was about to turn 30 in a month, was simply a genius in fighting. In addition, with his fruit ability, I am afraid that few people present could be his opponent. Get away. By the way, it's really strange that Shen Fengyang, the three-sword swordsman, didn't come. The fact that he was ranked 10th on the potential dragon list shows that he is willing to participate. It won't be you. At this point, Zhao Ao quickly covered his mouth, as if he knew some shocking secret. Shinwuk, grinning, suddenly turned around and said word by word, I know why you have been trying to find out information during this period. Yes, I killed him. Just 1 second before the Flower Sea secret realm was about to close. After saying this, he watched Zhao Ao's originally cynical smile gradually disappear, and inexplicably felt very happy. No wonder my brother didn't come out at the beginning. It turned out to be you. It seems that crippling you is no longer my best choice. I want you to die little by little in front of the national audience. Slowly, he threw away the cigarette, but without changing his tone. Zhao Ao lowered his head and relit a cigarette. He finished it in one puff of smoke. His face was unclear in the smoke. 3 years ago, after the Flower Sea secret realm of Dongwang province was opened, his brother, who was originally praised as a genius, died tragically in it, while people who were several times weaker than him could come out safely. At that time, Zhao Ao vaguely felt that it was Shinwuk who did it. Such scenes of killing and robbing treasures are too common in a dimensional space. And even he has done it many times. If you admit your crimes openly, you will have to pay the price. Xiao Ao smiled as he exhaled the last wisp of smoke. The people standing on the ring soon showed white light on their bodies, which quickly transformed into digital marks. Looking down, Mu Bai found that the number 10 appeared on his shoulder. The people with excellent eyesight quickly found the opponents they were about to face. Some people almost fainted after seeing the digital mark of the strong people. The difference in strength was a sure defeat. The first round of 50 groups of battles begins, and the teleportation starts now. The teleportation channel automatically opened with a wave of his hand, and the team of 100 people was teleported into the space of the Kingdom of Gods. The terrain of the 50 worlds was all randomly generated. Unlike the traditional arena with boundaries, there were no boundaries in this vast world. Even the battle of the 8th level Emperor throne could be carried out here. Swoosh! The figures of the people gradually faded. Mu Bai found that this feeling was very different from the previous teleportation feeling, and was more similar to the feeling when he entered the Holy Demon Temple. Could it be that this Kingdom of Gods is also a divine weapon? While thinking, the scene in front of him changed rapidly. The hot world wrapped in lava. The heat wave was so real that it could not be felt by the skin. A little fat man appeared a few hundred meters away. He was obviously not used to this overly hot world. Before Mu Bai could make a move, he turned into an animal. In an instant, a giant turtle several meters high appeared here. The scorching heat wave made this freshwater creature very uncomfortable. He couldn't wait to find the enemy's trace. He didn't see the person numbered 10 clearly before he entered this world. When he turned his head, a figure appeared on the green turtle SHL. After feeling the weight on the turtle SHL, the fat man's ferocious turtle head suddenly stretched out. His mouth was covered with arm-color domineering. This bite force increased exponentially in the animal state. Huh? Before the fat man could react, his entire turtle SHI was turned over, and the opponent's fingers appeared on his head. He couldn't get up and saw the opponent's appearance clearly. The handsome young man in black was clearly Mu Bai from Wuda. What the HL is this? If it was someone else, he would struggle. But he chose to admit defeat directly because of the opponent's strength. Big boss. Stop. I'll lie down and admit defeat. Mu Bai didn't kill him. He just knocked on the opponent's SHL and jumped down. The sensible little fat man also hurriedly said admit defeat in his heart. and the whole world collapsed quickly. And the two figures were teleported back from this world. The virtual projections at the venue were brilliant, and the strengths of the equals fought back and forth. The characters in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list were basically BG level, not to mention a move or a half. The opponent almost automatically admitted defeat when they saw who the enemy was. So a weird picture appeared at the scene. Dozens of people were teleported back together almost a few seconds after they were teleported in, which did not surprise Wukun. This speed is a bit exaggerated. I don't think we should admit defeat, even if we are facing someone who ranks high on the Hidden Dragon list. What if the opponent kills us? It's too dangerous. The gap between ordinary people and top geniuses is like the difference between heaven and earth. It's easy to kill the opponent in an instant. It was undoubtedly too fast. The fight was over before everyone could even see it clearly. The victorious people sat on the sofa seats on the stage, while the losers were asked to leave the stage. They could watch the next fight as spectators. In fact, Wukun did not mention another fact. That is, the reason why there is no resurrection match is that under the allocation of the Kingdom of Gods, there will be no strong enemies to meet at the beginning. Although this is not a good thing for weak people. But don't forget that the National Martial Arts Conference is to select the top 10 to enter the Eternal Secret Realm, not to conduct a fair and just competition. Half an hour later, after the last group finished the battle, everyone took a half-hour break. During this period, they could accept media interviews and eat to replenish their physical strength. Li Shenhan and others naturally closed their eyes and rested on the spot. Mu Bai took out his mobile phone and browsed the Spark social software. Most of them were reports about the National Martial Arts Conference. It was strange that Mu Bai found his figure when he clicked on the official media and the live broadcast camera of Spark. Good guy. He shot it directly in his face. Right? It's really interesting to think about it. When Mu Bai was thinking about it, he accidentally clicked on the live broadcast camera. When Mu Bai was thinking about whether he should change his mobile phone, a large number of people poured into the live broadcast room. Segui. Mom. Look what I found. Today is a good day. Talent. Live broadcasting to the official live camera. Mu Bai. You are really a talent. Mu Bai. Please give me a contact number. I want to talk to you, and can't sleep late at night. All the targets are aligned with me. I have something to announce. These people are all talents. Mu Bai looked at the full screen of stocks and felt that he was out of date. The number of people in the live broadcast room actually broke through the 500,000 mark in just a few seconds, which was simply incredible. The live broadcast rooms of celebrities or professional anchors on other platforms also began to broadcast the live broadcast content of Mu Bai's official media live broadcast. Looking at the number of people in the live broadcast room, which was still soaring, Mu Bai discovered one thing. That is, whether these people were idle. There were so many people watching his live broadcast camera facing the audience in the morning, thinking that it would not be good to turn it off. He turned the camera around and made himself appear in the live broadcast room. Hello, everyone. Instantly, the live broadcast room began to jam at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Mu Bai looked at the network and found that there was no problem. While he was thinking, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had exceeded 700,000, 750,000, and 950,000. This number of people was unimaginable for the major anchors who were broadcasting live. You know, this kind of growth in the number of viewers is unprecedented. Just showing up broke the record of the number of viewers set by the major anchors for more than 10 years. Thank you Dong Hai Tiao Shin for the rocket. Thank you Ms. Ming for the super rocket. Congratulations. Seeing the virtual characters thanking him again and again, Mu Bai couldn't help but sigh that these people had money but nowhere to spend it. At this moment, the message could no longer be seen. The whole screen was full of treasures that were bought with money. Mu Bai quickly found the personal settings that prohibited gifts. Sure enough, after the ban on gifts, the previous rocket supercars and even spaceships that filled the screen all disappeared. What Mu Bai didn't know was that at this moment, in order to stabilize the background of Mu Bai's live broadcast room, the maintenance personnel of the fireworks software were already anxious and exhausted. This network is okay. Don't swipe the screen to send gifts. It will block the comments. And I don't need your money. So cool. Banning gifts because it will block the comments. If it were a big anchor, it would be a show. But these young fans would believe it. From Mu Bai's perspective, he doesn't need the money. It can even be said that the value represented by Mu Bai at this moment can no longer be estimated in terms of money. The precious treasures in his storage space, plus the funds in several bank accounts, can be said that even he doesn't know how much wealth he has. He has never lacked money, since he got full marks in the martial arts exam. Strictly speaking, ordinary money has lost its value at his level. To be more precise, most of the things Mubai needs cannot be bought with money. As soon as Mubai finished speaking, the entire screen was swiped by Mubai's eternal god, scrolling rapidly and densely. And there were also people asking Mubai questions, no matter how fast the bullet comments scrolled. Mubai could remember the person who spoke and what they said. After all, with his observation hockey, he could still see clearly even if the bullet comments were 100 times faster. Strangely enough, after Mubai started the live broadcast, he found that the original shock value was increasing. Although it was not proportional to the millions of viewers, it was better than nothing. It happened that Mubai had nothing else to do at the moment. So he found a few questions in the live broadcast room and answered them. Where am I? This is the God's Heavenly Kingdom venue in Donghai City. What stage has the game progressed? The first round is over. And now it's time to rest. Will I discharge electricity? Like this. As he said this, Mubai condensed a lifelike thunder and lightning unicorn from his palm. Even art students praised the fineness of this carving. Seeing that Mubai was actually answering questions, the people in the live broadcast room were boiling. This lightning unicorn is so realistic. Mubai! Can you use lightning to shock the entire shape of a beautiful girl? Hack! God shock me. Hack! These people are really perverted. Awesome. Master Mubai. Your number of fans has exceeded 13 million. Luo Chungkong, who stretched his head over, was very surprised. And his soul flew out. This flying soul almost scared the surrounding staff to the ground. Is this a live broadcast? Luo Chungkong quickly hit his head. And Mubai continued to answer questions indifferently. Some of the questions were not random, such as students who had just entered college asking how to open the observation hockey and armed hockey. It's just going with the flow. Before opening the hockey, you must first integrate the 6 styles. Before integrating the 6 styles, you also need to improve your physical quality to the highest level possible. Strictly speaking, he explained these questions in detail. And Mubai talked about the cultivation of the 3-color hockey. Seeing Mubai answering questions about cultivation seriously, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased sharply. The whole world is currently respecting martial arts. And as long as the strength is strong enough, people will generally ignore the mistakes a person has made. At this moment, even the prison cafeteria is playing Mubai's live broadcast. Those imprisoned criminals stared at the TV hanging above the cafeteria and had no time to eat. This time, not only the Huahua platform, but also people from other live broadcast platforms have successively broadcasted. And Mubai's shock value has also ushered in a stable growth. But the shock value soon reached the upper limit. Seeing that the break time was about to end, Mubai said low and went off the broadcast. The second round of the competition also started quickly. After 50 people were eliminated, the remaining 50 people were reselected. Unexpectedly, Chun Yang, who was rated as the 6th on the dark web, and Wang Zongxian, who was ranked 2nd, actually faced each other, which undoubtedly caused an uproar. In the audience, the younger brother Chen Xing couldn't help but clench his fists. He believed that with his brother's strength, he would definitely defeat the young master of the Li family in the imperial capital. After all, he was a top-level ability user known as a human killer. Chun Yang, who looked lazy and seemed to never wake up, twisted his creaking neck and raised his middle finger to the squinting Wang Zongxian. Haha. It seems that you are very confident in defeating me. After taking off his gold-rimmed glasses, Wang Zongxian still had a fake smile on his face. And he also smiled at Chen Yang, who provoked him. Unlike the previous battle, this time the 25 groups will fight in batches. Mubai's number is against a young man who runs a martial arts gym. The man is like facing the abyss. But Mubai doesn't care. He was more concerned about the battle between the two. On the hidden dragon list published on the dark web, this 28-year-old youth, who was known as a human butcher, was called a force that could never be fixed. He could manipulate gravity at will, and even trigger small meteorites with his fruit ability. Although the information did not disclose what fruit ability he had, Mubai certainly knew it. It was the superhuman fruit of Fujitora, a famous general in One Piece. Although it was a superhuman ability, it was very similar to the tremor fruit. Both were superhuman fruits, but they could exert the effects of the natural system. The fruit ability user could manipulate the direction and size of gravity at will. It could manipulate objects to make them overweight or weightless. As for Wang Zongxian of the imperial capital, there was very little information. It was only known that he was best at burying the enemy alive and suffocating him to death. His combat records were also extremely rare. The first group of players entered the kingdom of gods. With Wu Kun's words, the two people standing on the ring were teleported into a random venue in the kingdom of gods. The big screen turned on, and Mu Bai looked at the moon-like surface and couldn't help feeling familiar. The potholes were all meteorite craters over the years. In this environment, it is obviously beneficial to Chen Yang, who controls gravity. In the space of the kingdom of gods, the two opened their eyes at the same time. There was no greeting and no extra movements. At the moment of contact, the strong armed color collided and clashed hundreds of times. The surface of the earth collapsed. The ghostly figures kept interweaving and colliding in the void. This kind of 6th level purple gold battle has made the 6th level strongmen in the audience very ashamed. Those who failed to be selected were also confused when looking at the big screen. Although they knew that those who could be ranked on the potential dragon list were monsters among monsters and monsters among monsters, they can still retain a certain pride when they come out of their hometown. Most of them also firmly believe that they have the hope to surpass these proud sons of heaven. But now, it's too exaggerated. I doubt that any one of them can sweep away our 50 failed people alone. Although the words were bitter, the people around did not refute. On the surface of the planet like the night, the two humanoid missiles were fighting in a crushing way. Unlike any previous battles, the figures of these two people were not clearly seen by 99% of the audience. Interesting. Let's fight head-on, with our physical strength first. Mu Bai's eyes lit up as he sat on the sofa. Neither of them used the power of the devil fruit, but were fighting with 6 styles and 2-colored hockey. In Mu Bai's eyes, it was obvious that Shen Yang, who was fierce, was better in observation hockey, while Wang Zongqian was stronger in armed hockey. On the surface of the dark planet, Wang Zongqian, who had escaped the opponent's attack, suddenly pressed on the ground. Suddenly, the land within a range of thousands of meters gathered rapidly. Countless souls bowed down as if they had seen the king. This is the ability of the devil fruit. As a natural earth fruit ability user, Wang Zongqian has absolute control over the earth, which is why those powerful opponents can suffocate to death after being buried alive by him. As long as he is there, the entire earth will become the enemy's nightmare. It seems that it's time to show my real skills. Let you, the butcher, experience my kingdom. Wang Zongqian stood on the glorious earth palace and opened his arms to transmit the great energy to the surface of the space. Earthbound. 14 kingdoms. 14 giant kingdoms rose from the ground to form a circular encirclement. The entire land was wrapped by Wang Zongqian's fruit ability. Chen Yang, who was trapped in a sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer, was also a little surprised. The folded sand and soil buildings gave people an extreme sense of suffocation, considering the other party's behavior of burying people alive. Chen Yang had reason to believe that once he came into contact with these soils, it would be difficult for him to break free. If the sand fruit is the emperor of the desert, and the thunder fruit is the master of thunder, then the earth fruit is the god of all soils. Removing the original hypocritical expression, Wang Zongqian at this moment was like a god who controlled the heavy soil to completely crush his opponent to death. The majestic atmosphere surrounded the circular building complex quickly. The diameter of a kilometer was compressed to a size of about 10 meters in a few seconds. Is the battle over? Li Qixue, who was sitting behind Shenwuk, was very unhappy. This guy actually started the performance one step ahead of me. It was really boring. But this guy's fruit ability was really perverted. It's the natural type of 2-2 fruit. This fruit appeared once 30 years ago, but it's far inferior to what Wang Zongqian used. Xian Yuanbu, who read a lot of books, said softly. When he was looking up books, he found that this widely applicable fruit was very effective in the management of food and vegetation in the hands of the previous generation of ability users. Later, the ability user was assassinated, and the fruit disappeared. Very strong. Mu Bai said to himself with his hands crossed. If this fruit is used on a large scale, the physical consumption of the ability user is likely to be very low. What the hell? This earth-shaking move is called very low consumption. Sun Yu and Li Shenghan, who was doing gun maintenance, were very puzzled. Mu Bai saw their confusion and continued. In the natural system, using the abilities of the external natural world will gain a huge increase in physical strength. For example, Xian Yuanbu uses the ability of the ice fruit in the snowy area, and I use the ability of the thunder fruit in a thunderstorm. The shocked Luo Chengkong suddenly thought of something and said anxiously. Then, Wang Zongqian will gain a huge increase as long as there is soil. Doesn't that mean that he consumes very little physical strength wherever he is? Li Qixue, who was crossing his legs, looked at Mu Bai in surprise. He didn't expect this guy to know this. Indeed, Wang Zongqian is a terrifying opponent in terms of fighting a war of attrition. The soil ball formed by the modeled 14 countries stopped at a distance of about 3 meters. Oh! Wang Zongqian, who was standing barefoot on the ground, noticed the movement in the soil and immediately raised his hand to raise dozens of overwhelming soil rivers from the ground. Compared with other natural ability users, he was like a cheat in the game that opened unlimited big moves, wantonly wielding the advantages of fruit ability. The volume of the ball continued to grow, and the area where Chen Yang could move was also shrinking rapidly. Dozens of soil torrents formed a void hand that wanted to drag the ball completely underground. The winner was decided until the opponent fell into the underground battle. This is completely incomparable to your gestures at the beginning. If it is just this kind of strength, then I will have no sense of accomplishment even if I win. Wang Zongqian, with a downward smile on his face, was about to end the battle completely when an impatient curse came from the ball. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? The invisible gravity instantly destroyed the soil ball that was being reinforced. Those invisible soil hands endured unprecedented gravity when Chen Yang's toes touched the void. Chen Yang, who possessed the superhuman heavy fruit, was born to stand in the void. He actually didn't like the feeling of ignoring gravity. But in order to defeat this soil-pinching guy, that was another topic. 10 times the gravity suppression. Red dots flashed in his eyes. Chen Yang stretched out his fingers and pointed at the ground below as if he had woken up. I saw purple void rings advancing layer by layer, crushing down gravity several times higher than normal. And those big hands that seemed to be controlled by the soil fruit were crushed into powder. Being able to control gravity is a great ability. Wang Zongqian, whose semi-natural lower body was integrated into the ground, suddenly tore apart the surface of 100 meters. The explosion and the melted surface turned into living earth dragons. These earth dragons created a lot of dust. And under the cover of the dust, all the earth dragons turned into deadly giant mouths. The sharp rocks were attached with armed color domineering and became the sharp teeth in the mouth of the earth dragon. This is one of Wang Zongqian's moves. Earth Dragon Falls. From now on, it's my home court. With his hands clasped together, everything around him was flowing in chaos. All objects in the space arbitrarily controlled by gravity were subjected to disordered gravity. The monstrous earth dragon bit up, as if he wanted to put the entire sky into his mouth. Chen Yang's charged punch greeted this terrifying move. Pull open your arms. The purple gravity ring fell to the ground with a bang, and the earth dragon passed by the ring fell apart. The strange thing was that Wang Zongqian could still control the dismembered earth dragon. But at this moment, the sand seemed to be cursed and moved in disorder. Wang Zongqian let the soil gather, but the soil scattered, letting them float to the left and upward. Countless huge pieces of soil floated in the air. If you want to control the soil, you must give my consent first. Chen Yang, who fell in the air, yawned lazily. This move is gravity confusion. The ability of the heavy fruits to eliminate gravity is added to the soil, and then an indefinite amount of gravity is added, leaving Wang Zongqian, who controls the soil, completely helpless. Good. Wonderful. Interesting. This is what a national martial arts conference should look like. Chen Yang is so strong. The 2-level reversal plot is really exciting. Unlike the previous crushing battle, this evenly matched duel is the most interesting, especially since the devil fruits of the 2 players were not well known in the past. Wu Lao, who was leaning on a cane in the audience, also looked at the screen when he heard the cheers of the people around him. But after a few glances, he closed his eyes and rested, as if he was not interested in the fight of these young people at all. Shen Wuk, who crossed his hands, also looked at the big screen. To be honest, the strength of these 2 people is very strong, but the gap between them and him is too great. In his mind, there are dozens of ways to defeat the fruit abilities of the 2. Mu Bai, who was watching the show, naturally discovered a lot from the battle between the 2. Although the 2-2 fruit has a large range of controllability and a loud movement sound, it is very fragile when facing absolute single power. This is destined to be defeated from the weak point of the genius of the same level as long as the opportunity is seized. There is no way to defend against this, unless Wang Zongqian's armament hockey can cover all the surrounding soil. Otherwise, there is no way to defend against it. But then again, if this level of armament hockey can easily do it, he doesn't need to attack on a large scale. As for Chen Yang, the same is true. He is a top-level existence in observation hockey, But he is far behind in armament hockey. Mubai dares to guarantee that as long as he is given a chance, he can forcibly break through the range of gravity with armament hockey alone. With his body, he can easily withstand the pressure of gravity and defeat the opponent. When they were thinking about it, everyone exclaimed in unison, and saw that the elemental Wang Zongxian on the big screen actually summoned his thousands of troops. Countless soldiers and war horses and chariots rose from the ground under the sand. A large number of earthen spears appeared in the hands of these soldiers, and the army's killing momentum was very similar. If these soldiers were not earth yellow, it would really make people feel that this is a tiger and wolf army. Wang Zongxian, who was sitting in the back, disappeared without a trace, and should have been integrated into the underground soil world. You don't think you can defeat me by summoning some natives? A purple halo fell from the sky, and the invisible gravity instantly defeated the soldiers gathered together. But these vivid ancient cavalrymen were full of fighting spirit, and rushed towards Qin Yang in the air along the earthen platform. That's soldiers in Qin dynasty uniforms. Really? The Black Dragon logo is particularly clear. Many Qin fans soon discovered this, and were extremely excited. The natives who were the same height as ordinary people were simply the rebirth of Qin dynasty soldiers. This scene is thousands of times stronger than those special effects blockbusters. Those special effects are fake. But this is real. Seeing this scene, Li Qixue laughed and slapped his thigh. He didn't expect that Lao Wang would start to play rogue so quickly. Wang Zongxian, who was familiar with history books, was extremely obsessed with the Qin dynasty of the Xia kingdom. These soldiers made of soil were all based on the Black Dragon cavalry of the Qin dynasty. For example, the previous move of the 14 countries bound to the ground was also imitated from the Qin dynasty architecture of the country. He started to use insidious tactics to drag the other person to death. This is really similar to your image. A forever smiling, venomous snake. Li Qixue, dressed in a motorcycle style and licking his lips, knew that a good show was about to begin. The Black Dragon cavalry made of soil charged forward, and all were easily resolved by Qin Yang. The first wave, the second wave, the third wave, and the third wave. The endless stream of soldiers could not be killed at all. When one wave fell, two waves would stand up and charge at him. Just when Qin Yang thought that the other party was delaying the war, a lance in the hand of a soil cavalry suddenly attached the arm-colored domineering and stabbed him fiercely. In the sound of breaking through the air at high speed, all the soil on the surface of the ground scattered in a funnel shape, and the soil began to rotate rapidly in one direction. The strong attraction made Qin Yang's body involuntarily attracted. Playing tricks. Vector control. Qin Yang was covered with purple light. He didn't know what trick the other party was. He was very cautious and wanted to stay away from the ground. After he performed vector control, the objects in the entire area were deprived of gravity and floated into the sky. The entire funnel-shaped vortex also collapsed at a high speed. When the forces collided, the dust in the sky floated in the air under the suppression and release of gravity. The actual situation on the ground was gray and unclear. Qin Yang, who had no way to retreat in the air, moved away from the dusty place, fearing that it was some kind of trick of the opponent. Floating in the distance, Qin Yang always felt that something was wrong. Just like the soil controlled by the tutu fruit wrapped him at the beginning. And there was an inexplicable force on the whole land. The wise man plans and controls the victory of 1,000 miles. And I decide to win 10,000 miles. Suddenly, the soil on the surface was lifted up layer by layer, and the soil area of nearly 10,000 meters became the range of Wang Zongxian's fruit ability. The previous cavalry was just a trick to attract and delay him. His real purpose was to use this time to assimilate as much land as possible to expand the range of his own fruit ability. Not good. The surface cracked, and all the soil climbed to a height of nearly 10,000 meters, like a tsunami, and tilted down. The powerful control force made Wang Zongxian not care about the opponent's gravity fruit ability at all. After all, the range affected by the fruit ability is limited. If the opponent can get rid of the nearby soil, then what? In the next moment, there will be dozens of times more dust than before to drown him. This natural disaster-like scene made Qin Yang's heart tremble. He shook his arms towards the sky, and a faint and low sound was slowly approaching. Qin Yang, who had a very strong sense of observation, was sensing an object approaching the orbit. Under his gravity fruit ability, the object was accelerating. That's a meteorite. The whole audience was in an uproar. Qin Yang in the picture actually pulled the meteorite above the surface with gravity. This was simply an incredible scene. These viewers had never seen a fruit ability that affected such a distant object. Well, the roaring sound was clearly getting louder and louder. At this moment, Wang Zongxian also noticed the meteorite approaching his head at a very fast speed. This force was enough to flatten him. I'll kill you first. Without the opponent's gravity traction, the meteorite would definitely not be able to hit him, even if he solved Shenyang, the enemy. At this moment, the Kingdom of Gods would judge himself as the winner and leave here safely without having to meet the meteorite. It's too late. God bind. Earth strangling. The scarlet light flashed with the gray fruit power. The monstrous soil quickly twisted into pillars and was attached with the strangling weapon of armed color domineering. The yellow sand scattered all over the sky, and the intertwined strangling pillars made a harsh friction sound, trying to pierce Chen Yang's intestines. Are you anxious? That's good. The two poles are balanced. Eliminate the gravity of the object and the additional gravity, and make slight adjustments according to the opponent's actions. And you can use the fruit ability to lock a single target firmly. The purple ring was transmitted from Chen Yang's fingertips, and Wang Zongxian in the distance was shocked to find that he was completely unable to move. And the two strangleholds that were stabbing at the opponent also slowed down under the influence of gravity. Seeing that the meteorite was about to hit, Wang Zongxian's experience judged that he would definitely lose in this situation. Thinking of this, he always took hiding as the principle and waved his sleeves, and the cracks in the ground swallowed him in. Although he himself could not move drastically, the opponent was not the dark fruit, and this gravity constraint could not suppress his fruit ability. In a dazzling flash, continuous mushroom clouds sounded one after another. At this moment, everyone realized that Chen Yang had actually pulled almost all the small meteorites on the surface that could be pulled at the last moment. His figure appeared on the ring. At the last moment, he admitted defeat. It was meaningless to risk his life for the game. Holding the back of his head, he looked at the exciting scene on the screen and leapt as if nothing had happened. As if it was not him who pulled several meteorites in a row in the video. Heck! This is too cruel. He released a big move after admitting defeat. If he is unlucky, this Wang family genius may definitely fall. Faced with this last-second big move, Wu Kun said nothing. And the king of the East Sea, who was nowhere to be found, did not say anything either, which means that Chen Yang did not commit a foul. Wang Zongxian, who won the victory and was passively teleported in the continuous explosions, obviously looked unhappy, with a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even though he went deep into the ground and completely elementalized himself at the last moment. But facing this devastating attack, he still suffered internal injuries. Fortunately, the quality of the meteorite simulated in the world of the Kingdom of Gods was not high. Otherwise he would really die in it. I say, old Wang, you were tricked by that guy. It's really a matter of time. Thinking of the gloating expression of Mu Bai after he was punched in the lounge, Li Qixue, who laughed loudly, couldn't miss this opportunity to mock his good friend. How can you say it was tricked? It only shows that I didn't do enough. By the way, does the punch from Mu Bai still hurt you? Wang Zongxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and returned to his original squinting expression. The hostility in the fight disappeared. TSK. What a laughing venomous snake. Wang Zongxian won the first game, and the second game will follow. After Wu Kun ended the quarrel, he immediately started the next duel. The next battle was a one-sided trend. The opponent who fought against Mu by this time still had a certain reputation in the entire martial arts world. He is also well known in the media and speaks very politely. Less than a minute after Mu Bai and him entered the space of the Kingdom of Gods, he was completely convinced and took this opportunity to ask Mu Bai, a junior, a lot of questions about cultivation. Seeing that he was so polite, Mu Bai couldn't refuse him outright. So he simply pointed out the opponent's weaknesses and what he should pay attention to in the battle. The subsequent battles ended very quickly, and the gap between the two sides could be seen in almost a few minutes of a battle. During this period, Mu Bai also took a general look at the performance of other top-ranked players. Shen Wuk, who ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list published on the dark web, did not show any strength in the battle. He kept a rhythm throughout the whole process to defeat his opponent. Often, the battle in the video was over as soon as the scene started. Wang Zongxian, who ranked second, was resting after finishing the battle with Chen Yang, who ranked sixth. Even though they were far apart, Mu Bai could feel the opponent's vitality like the earth. Li Qixue, who ranked third, still relied on his hand-controlling blood ability to make the opponent's blood burst all over his body at the beginning of the battle, and was seriously injured. Luo Changkong, who ranked fourth on the Hidden Dragon list, looked like a little newbie in front of Mu Bai. but he was extremely fierce in the battle. The last animal-type fruit ability user was beaten to a pulp by his bone spear. He could be said to be a madman on the battlefield. Xiao Ao, who suddenly appeared, was also very strong. His own fruit ability was also displayed in front of Mu Bai without reservation. The dripping purple venom and the numbing bubble sound became the nightmare of his opponent. The first thing he did when he entered the venue, whether it was a forest or a rainforest, was to release the fruit ability of his whole body to spread the sticky venom on the battlefield. This was such a familiar scene that Mu Bai certainly knew what kind of devil fruit the other party had. Superhuman poison fruit. Although it is sometimes mistaken for a natural system, it is actually a member of the superhuman system, allowing the user to produce a large amount of venom from the body. And every drop of venom contains a highly toxic substance. Even sweat, saliva, and other body fluids contain irresistible toxicity. It can be said that as long as Xiao Ao wants to destroy a city, he can use the ability of the poison fruit to pollute the water source and kill the people in the city without a single blade. The poison fruit was also given to the Warden Magellan in the original One Piece. As the ability user of the poison fruit, Magellan's feat of killing the black group alone was talked about with relish. The diarrhea problem caused by the poison fruit was also famous. Thinking about it carefully, Mu Bai seemed to remember that Xiao Ao brought toilet paper when he first appeared. It seems that the disadvantages brought by the poison fruit in the real world have not been solved. Lu Yu, who ranked 5th, was extremely mysterious. In her battle scenes, there was a full moon in the sky in different scenes, which was very strange. Mu Bai guessed that this should be related to the opponent's fruit ability. The opponent under the moonlight did not need her to take action at all. The battle was over the moment the moonlight appeared. All the people covered by the moonlight became lunatics, who could only hurt themselves. The most outstanding one was Li Shenghan, who ranked 6th on the snowy hidden dragon list. He had no fruit ability, but with his ultimate observation color to predict the future and exaggerated gun skills, he could suppress the enemy to death. Dozens of consecutive sea-stone bullets could block the opponent's movement trajectory within a few seconds after the enemy took action. And the opponent's actions often had to be avoided according to Li Shenghan's intentions. But this would lead to the next dangerous situation. The gorgeous gun skills were unique on the entire battlefield. Mu Bai, who also had the observation color to predict the future, naturally saw that the opponent had the same talent as him. Huang Bei, a freshman in high school, has amazing fighting power. In Mu Bai's eyes, this man who defeated all the enemies in the capital of God with overwhelming advantage in the previous session is a low-key man. But he is a tough guy in terms of his moves and physical strength. The whole battle made it impossible for the opponent to see his movement trajectory, and even his afterimage could not be caught. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than the others. He could throw a strong opponent into the air with just a finger. Even Shen Wuk was slightly surprised by his performance. Mu Bai was very familiar with the remaining Fire Fist Sun Yu, Ice Emperor Xian Yuan Buer and others. These people were also smooth in the battle. But strictly speaking, they were still a little behind these level 6 geniuses, who were generally over 25 years old. The judgment of the dark web on Mu Bai was actually the same as that of Sun Yu and others at the beginning. After all, even if a commoner became the champion of the national competition, the time for training was limited. Compared with the geniuses with such a big age gap, it was natural that he would be inferior. This can be said to be a stereotype or a fact. But it is obvious that the people on the dark web underestimated Mu Bai. In the eyes of all the players, meeting Mu Bai with a random number was basically the same as meeting Shen Wuk. The same appearance was completely crushed. Speed, strength, the use of 3-color domineering, the development of fruit ability. Mu Bai is a well-rounded person who can't find any shortcomings. After such a thrilling battle, the whole venue finally reached the climax of the atmosphere. The next third round of battle will be the most intense and exciting. The only remaining 25 people will completely start the final battle. Come on! Mu Bai! Hack! Li Shenghan. Don't lose face for Shuyu. Shen Wuk. I put 3 million champions on you. You beat them for me. When the third round started, all the contestants became serious at a visible speed, because they all knew that the next battle would not be easy. The third round of battle begins. The next rule is random battle. The difference is that after the champion is determined in this round, there will be a resurrection match. The 50 people who were eliminated in the previous round will also have the opportunity to enter it. In the end, the top 10 winners will be determined to enter the Eternal Secret Realm. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was boiling. Qin Shing in the audience excitedly shook his brother Qin Yang's shoulders. I knew it. Brother. You will definitely beat them in the resurrection match. Scratching his head, Qin Yang smiled and glanced at his brother, saying indifferently, Xiaoxing, I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up when the resurrection match starts. After that, he opened his eyes by himself. And a few seconds later, a very regular snoring sound came over, which made Qin Shing gasp. He is worthy of being my sleep god brother. He still has the mind to sleep at such a critical moment. It is almost dusk at this moment. According to the time regulations, after the first battle of the third round is over, the remaining games will start on time tomorrow morning. I never thought that this time the Kingdom of Gods is a group of groups with serial numbers. Mu Bai, who was swiping his phone, suddenly had a 1 on his chest. And Li Qixue, who was not far away, also had a 1 on his chest. Okay. Today's last battle is also the first battle of the third round. Mu Bai versus Li Qixue. Wu Kun, the deputy mayor, put down the microphone and looked at the two with expectation. It was a coincidence that he and brother Feng Jiu were old acquaintances. He had heard about his high evaluation of Mu Bai some time ago. Now he was facing Li Qixue from the imperial capital world, and didn't know what the result would be. Fate always favors those who are prepared. Brother Li's chance to become famous by stepping on Mu Bai is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Zongqian, who was exhausted, said with a smile, while Li Qixue walked onto the stage as if he had won. He was not a fool. He knew that if he underestimated the opponent, the consequences would be very serious. Li Qixue, with a face full of excitement, believed one thing. If he didn't drain Mu Bai's blood in this battle, he wouldn't be worthy of being called the Prince of Blood Control. Mu Bai, it's enough for you to call me brother according to your age. I also value talents very much. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me today, I can allow you to be defeated decently. The blood in his hand surged, and the scarlet blood circle slowly moved around Li Qixue's body. Would such a statement appear in reality? Yes. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, completely disdained the arrogant words. In this world, the power of the Xia family is unquestionable. As one of the largest families in the imperial capital of the country, the Li family undoubtedly has the right to control the lives of civilians. In this tower built by power, Li Qixue has completely forgotten that civilians and he are of the same species. After all, in the past 27 years, he has been looking down on those low-level mortals like an emperor. In the eyes of the other party, a powerful existence like Mu Bai is just a wave that will be annihilated by the sea. No matter how big this wave is, it cannot overturn the supreme power of his family. Therefore, it is precisely because Mu Bai understands the nature of the children of the aristocratic families in this world that he knows that the other party is not joking, but serious. Although those who can say this are all villain clowns in third-rate scripts, this is the reality. Things are getting interesting. Li Qixue, you must not admit defeat and escape from the space of the Kingdom of Gods. Pointing at the other party, Mu Bai said seriously. In Mu Bai's eyes, the identity of the other party is not important. The important thing is that since you provoke him and dare to be so arrogant, you should be prepared to be beaten. Even if the Li family really wants to retaliate later, Mu Bai consumes 5 devil fruits as star energy to summon the 8th level star beast. I believe that it can also stop it, and even kill the 8th level emperor of the Li family. With more and more means, Mu Bai is not panicked at all. Compared with the recklessness when he first came to this world, he has figured out more things at this moment, and the confusion has long been replaced by determination. Mu Bai, I admit your ability, but it's a pity. From now on, you will no longer be seen. Li Qixue, pretending to be melancholy, said sadly. If there were tears in the corners of his eyes, he would be just like a professional actor. Mu Bai yawned and really wanted to give him a big slap. If you want to fight, then fight. Why don't you go and perform crosstalk if you have so much to say? Humph. We'll see later. The tit-for-tat atmosphere between the two was also noticed by the contestants. Luo Chungkong held his hand bones to cheer for Mu Bai, and the media reporters on the field also gave the topic and the live camera lens to these two people. Although Li Qixue looks carefree and acts recklessly, he is actually insidious at heart. I guess, Sun Yu said with a little worry after lighting a cigarette with his fingers, while Xian Yuanbuer, who was hugging his arms beside him, smiled freely. He was probably the one who knew Mu Bai's strength best in the whole audience. Don't worry. As long as Mu Bai is serious, Li Qixue will not be his opponent. In his eyes, the most terrifying thing about Mu Bai is not his combat power beyond his level, but his speed of improvement. A young man who rose from a 4-tier city has grown to his current level at an astonishing speed. If this is not a legend, then what is it? Standing on both sides of the ring, they entered the space of the kingdom of gods after being engulfed by the light of the space. After entering the kingdom of gods this time, Mu Bai smelled a familiar fishy smell, which was the smell of the sea carried by the wind and waves. He opened his eyes and saw that there were islands of all sizes in the area of tens of thousands of meters nearby. The large ones were several thousand meters in area, and the small ones were also hundreds of meters. These islands seemed like oases in the desert against the turbulent waves of the entire sea. He looked up and saw the clear sky. Li Qixue was just teleported to the opposite island, and the two looked at each other across the sea. It's actually the sea. This scene doesn't have much impact. As he said this, Li Qixue's blood surged. The blood in his body increased exponentially. After just a few seconds, the blood color rendered the entire sky. The originally warm sun also showed a murderous intent under the blood color. Li Qixue smiled in this faint blood color. Mu Bai felt that the blood in his body stopped flowing under the attraction of the other party. Interesting. This is the ultimate skill. All 10 purple gold bones in the body were opened, suppressing the influence of the opponent's devil fruit to the minimum, and the originally ruddy face was restored to its original state under the power of life return. The whole audience was in an uproar when they heard Mu Bai's words. Ultimate skill. Mu Bai said that Li Qixue's opening move that rendered the world bloody was an ultimate skill. It was incredible that he had comprehended the ultimate skill at the 6th level of purple gold. Many reporters and media rushed to report to the camera. Obviously, this was an ability that Li Qixue had never shown to the outside world. Even Wang Zongxian's pupils trembled slightly when he saw this bloody ultimate skill. He could never have imagined that such a fool could actually activate the ultimate skill at the 6th level. The only person who could still remain calm in the audience was probably Shenwok. At this moment, his slender eyes looked at the big screen. Even if Li Qixue showed more strength, he was very sure that the other party would not be Mu Bai's opponent. During the score test phase of the audition, he noticed that Mu Bai was at ease. It can be said that the strength of the two sides is very different in many aspects and dimensions. After closing the black leather book, Shenwok left his seat. Wang Zongxian was stunned and said hurriedly, "Where are you going?" Shenwok? This is an important opportunity to observe the strength of both sides. Shenwok stopped and shook his head, saying lightly, "One-sided crushing has no reference value at all." After saying that, he left without looking back. Although the security guards were surprised that a contestant would leave early, they still let it go without any rules. Crushing? Many people nearby heard Shenwok's comments. These children from the imperial capital smiled and said, "Brother Wang, you see Shenwok said that Boss Li must be crushing Mu Bai." Yes. I guess he also saw that Mu Bai was defeated. Someone even snapped his fingers and echoed. These words were not heard by Wang Zongxian at all. He knew that Shenwok's attitude towards Li Qixue was to completely ignore him, as if talking to him was an insult to his identity. So Shenwok was most likely talking about Mu Bai. Crushed the 27-year-old blood-controlling Prince Li Qixue, who was famous in the whole capital, at the age of just over 20. This is impossible no matter how you think about it. Thinking of this, Wang Zongxian moved his eyes to the battlefield. He wanted to see what strength this young man, who had been famous for a long time and overly praised, had. Both of them moved together. On the big screen of the Kingdom of Gods, both of them started to move. Mu Bai, standing on the island, was wrapped in fierce thunder. Countless lightning gathered into more than a dozen thunder kirans, rolling over with a whistling sound. Mu Bai, it seems that you still don't understand your current situation. The ultimate skill mastered by the bloody Li Qixue is called Blood Droplet, which is a passive skill. After it is activated, the blood concentration within a range of nearly 1,000 meters can be increased, greatly enhancing the ability of the fruit. As a superhuman blood fruit ability user, Li Qixue can manipulate the blood in the target's body at will, making it burst and destroy the enemy's body from the inside. This powerful ability will multiply its ability to control blood as the distance gets closer. Blood Wolf. Roar! The wolves rushed. The violet blood condensed into the phantom of the wolf, roaring in the dark red world and attacking the thunder kiran. The sea between the two islands showed blue and red cracks. The aftermath of the shock caused the nearby seawater to fluctuate. Li Qixue's heart beat rapidly with red eyes, and the sound caused Mu Bai's body on the other side to have strange changes at the same time. Heart frozen. The devilish whisper came from Li Qixue's mouth. This killing move used the heartbeat of the blood ability user to attract the enemy's heart, which intensified the heartbeat and caused the enemy to explode and die. He had used this move to kill several powerful beings at the peak of level 6. Every time Li Qishua's heart beat at 80%, blood marks began to appear on the opponent's skin. This guy's physical fitness is a bit too strong. 80% of the heart rate actually only makes the opponent's heart start to synchronize. Increase the frequency. The red light upgraded again, and the thunder and blood in the middle of the sea were entangled. The bite of the unicorn and the roar of the blood wolf were particularly eye-catching. At this moment, it seemed as if two races were really fighting. 81%, 90%, 110%. It was not until Li Qishua's heartbeat frequency reached an astonishing 150% that Mu Bai on the other side felt threatened. You want to control my heart through blood? Here's a chance. After saying that, Mu Bai grinned, and all the hidden spirit in his eyes was turned on. Black and red shock waves swept across the sea. Mu Bai, who had been playing around before, also showed his killing intent for the first time. The powerful domineering aura completely dispersed the blood droplet that blocked the sky and the earth. The clear sky is back? No! During the vibration of the domineering aura, the surrounding sea began to set off layers of waves. Many islands were swallowed up in these waves, and the entire sky was completely dominated by Mu Bai's black and red domineering aura. The black spirit fluctuations, like lightning, made Li Qishua on the other side feel like he was facing the abyss. The synchronization of the heart was immediately cut off, and the blood wolf in the middle of the sea was completely destroyed by the unicorn after a mournful cry. The remaining half of the terrifying thunder of power rushed to the opponent's position, like a living thing under Mu Bai's control. During the few seconds when Li Qishua was shocked by the domineering haki, he had no ability to resist, and could only watch the thunder Kirin descending on him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Move now! Li Qishua's blood was flowing backwards, and with blood dripping from his eyes. He actually relied on the blood to get rid of the domineering haki that was controlling him like a nightmare. Blood blade. King slash. Hands turned into blood blades. The faint edge was full of blood flow, and both arms slashed horizontally. Two huge sword waves directly cut off the thunder Kirin in front of him. Along with it came the smile of Mu Bai on the other side. Warm-up is over. Let's start the game. In an instant, the island where Mu Bai was located suddenly exploded. The driving force brought by the pale white ball cover under Mu Bai's feet made Mu Bai's figure almost appear in front of him a second after Li Qishua's mind jumped. The pale white vibration ball cover condensed on Mu Bai's whip kick. Li Qishua, who had no time to react and dodge, was swept out by this whip kick. Squeak! The pale white ball cover burst, and the surrounding sea area was completely boiling. Waves of dozens of meters rose one after another, and the entire island space was covered with traces of mirror-like shattering. Mu Bai's whip kick hit the opponent's abdomen. Blood splattered, and Li Qishua, with a huge force, instantly penetrated several islands and finally embedded deeply in the rocks of the 1,000-meter island. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, defeated the arrogant Li Qishua, who ranked third on the Dark Web Hidden Dragon list. Instantly, without even stretching out his hands. I said the game has started. You are not still in the warm-up state, right? There was still a hint of coldness in the dark golden pupils. At this moment, Mu Bai was like a killing god without any emotion. The black combat uniform with a stand-up collar perfectly set off his upright figure. Silence. Very silent. The audience in the entire God's Heaven conference venue were all speechless. And even the reporters and media stuttered when they saw this scene. With shouts, the silence of the entire venue was completely broken. What is that? I didn't see it clearly at all. Where is Li Qishua? Just one hit. What a joke. In such an occasion, the dignified god capital Tianju was actually defeated by a junior. Hack. So cool. Not to mention the audience. Even the contestants on the stage were in a state of confusion. Wang Zongqian stood there stiffly for a long time before he came to his senses. Mu Bai, on the other hand, Xianyuan Buer was boiling with excitement. As the King of Souls, Luo Chumkong almost started dancing. He originally thought that Mu Bai would probably be in a stalemate with the opponent for a long time at his age, but he never expected that he would be crushed. Master Mu Bai, you are my hero. Poison King Zhaoyou, who had just returned from the toilet, looked at these people's excited performance and didn't understand why. After Liu explained, he became happy. As long as these gods and dogs had a hard time, he would be very happy. Great. I want to cheer for brother Mubai too. Half-jokingly, Zhao Eo deliberately put his observation hockey on Wang Zongxian. But he didn't expect the other party to sit back without saying a word. At this moment, Wang Zongxian finally understood what Shenwuk meant. It was Mubai who crushed Li Qixue. Think about it. Even someone as proud as Shenwuk agrees that Mubai is a big enemy. Looking at the distance, Mubai used Thunderbolt to disappear from the spot. After crossing 5 islands, Li Qixue stood up again. He had several broken ribs. But this was still under the premise of blood barrier protection in advance. This guy is too strong. I must use this trick. Just thinking about it, a flash of lightning in the distance came again, giving Li Qixue no chance to fight back. A hand stretched out from the smoke and lifted his hair and punched him. The ripples of vibration were set off again. With a creaking sound, Li Qixue's body turned into a pool of corrupted blood. Corrupted blood rushed towards him, and Mubai retreated several dozen meters in his divine thunder. Use a substitute to resist the attack. Li Qixue, you made me misjudge again. While speaking, Mubai activated his observation hockey to take in the future scene. And his dark golden pupils were full of teasing. Sizzle! A large amount of fresh blood appeared under Mubai's feet. And these blood condensed into dozens of sharp blades that wanted to penetrate Mubai's body. Among these sharp blades, there were also dark moves covered by armament hockey from time to time. If Mubai tried to dodge with elementalization at this moment, he would definitely be stabbed by the blood thorns wrapped in armament hockey. But what was surprising was that Mubai just stood there calmly. And those dark moves containing armament hockey or countless ordinary blood thorns went straight through Mubai's body without causing any damage. It just brought a slight electric spark when passing through. Li Qixue, who was hiding deep underground on this island, obviously didn't expect that the other party was actually safe and sound, and immediately split into more than a dozen new blood clones and sent them to the island. The contestants at the venue were also in a state of confusion when faced with this operation. It is common sense that natural ability users cannot dodge attacks containing armed color domineering. But Mubai stood there without dodging. Li Shenghan was more shocked than them. When he saw Mubai easily dodge the blood thorn, he saw at a glance that Mubai also had the ability to predict the future with the color of observation. He was even better than him. The sharpshooter. In this regard, he said in shock, the future prediction of the observation hockey allows him to fully know the opponent's attack trajectory. And then he can elementalize the part of his body that will be attacked in advance. Is this operation difficult for you natural ability users? Li Shenghan turned his head and asked Xianyuan Buer. Xianyuan Buer thought for a long time with a twitch in his mouth and said, that is almost impossible to accomplish. The control of the fruit is too high. But you said that Mubai can predict the future with the observation hockey? Yes. Otherwise it would be impossible to dodge all the intensive attacks. Mubai must have known all the opponent's moves before the attack. Li Shenghan frowned, but did not say that he could do it. The ultimate skill. The observation hockey predicts the future. The ability of multiple fruits. Plus the domineering hockey. Xianyuan Buer is sure that it will be a blessing for the Xianyuan family if Mubai becomes a family member. Do you want to introduce your sister to him? At this moment, the battle scene of Mubai was being played in the square of Donghuan City in the snowy area. A thin high school student stopped in surprise after seeing this scene. Unlike the exclamations around him, his eyes were fixed on Mubai on the screen. He knew this person, or had seen this human face in the secret ocean. The other party should be the first human he had seen since he was born. If I have this perfect body, my divine advantage will definitely make me perfect. That's right. This person, or it is a strange creature that escaped from the secret ocean. After he was eliminated by Li Shenghan, he accidentally possessed the body of a snow wolf and was resurrected. After that, he devoured several people in succession. During this period, he also slowly understood the laws of the human world. But the more he understood, the more he hated the human world. In the past few days, he was free to enter and leave various libraries with the help of his senior lecturer status. In the dusty secret book, he finally found the meaning of existence. In a black book, he found his own racial classification, which can devour creatures to obtain their characteristics, is not bound by the world consciousness, and can evolve almost infinitely. He was defined as a god by some powerful emperors, who discovered such creatures in the book. Evil god. When passers-by passed by the boy, they couldn't help but wipe their noses, always feeling that he had the smell of rust. The snowy area is too small and too cold. I don't like it. I want to go south. The evil god, who was muttering these thoughts, was hit on the back of the neck by a big neck. With his body weight, he naturally didn't move at all. And the person who hit him let out a wail, together with the school bag falling into the snow pile. Several burly bad students who were traveling with him also laughed. Hack, you can't even beat this rubbish. Alan, do you want to go home to find your mother? Ha ha. The mocking voice attracted the attention of passers-by. According to the memory of the devoured, Shinya also found the name and identity of the boy lying on the ground. And all the things related to the original owner appeared in front of him. The people behind him bullied the original owner at school, asking him to help buy food and water, which are necessities for humans. And they also said that it was for his good to exercise his thin body. Shinya, with empty eyes, was not moved at all. He could not feel any fun in this kind of low-level human interest. But the blood of these people was very fresh. And he also wanted to replenish food. Thinking of this, he took out his wallet and pointed to the alley and said, My parents gave me 2,000 yuan yesterday. I feel that I can't spend it all. Do you want it? Yo, you have a good eye. But if you say to go to the alley, then go to the alley. When the leader was about to take the wallet away, his companion pointed at the passers-by around him and said, Boss, let's go to the alley. There are many people here. It will be quite troublesome if we get into trouble. Okay. Let's go. Kaya, you are a little conscious. I will continue to train you well in the future. He patted the back of the evil god in encouragement. The coldness made him shiver. This unlucky weather is really cold. Forget it. After robbing the other party's money, go to the bar to have fun. Why are you standing there? Let's go! Okay. When several people went deep into the empty alley, the leader was about to take the wallet. Several tentacles with blood suddenly stretched out and pierced the internal organs of the companions around him. Ah! Before the scream was made, even the clothes were rolled into the body of the evil god by the tentacles. The evil god who ate such delicious food couldn't help but applaud. The more people he swallowed, the more he found that he was like a human. Delicious. Such an intoxicated sight completely frightened the boss who had bullied him. Looking at the remaining blood around him, he fell to the ground with trembling feet. The evil god who was tasting the human blood between his fingers moved his eyes to him. Wait a minute. You green tooth? No. Big brother. I don't like it. My meat stinks. He moved backwards with his arms weakly, and his survival instinct drove him to crawl backwards. Unfortunately, the young green tooth in front of him was obviously not full. Yes. How could the evil god be full? The devouring gene comes from the instinct of the race. Even if he devours the entire planet and the entire universe, the evil god will not be full. My body is too thin. You can make me stronger by filling my stomach. Okay. The evil god squatted down and grinned. The other party's body was swallowed whole by thousands of dense teeth. In the space of the kingdom of gods, several blood clones of Li Qishua emerged from the underground of the island. These clones, which were close to the original body, all exploded when they approached Mubai, and the blood splash formed the big mouth of the blood wolf. Hide underground? Then I will uproot the whole island. With a slightly cold look in his eyes, Mubai's fingertips burst out with a thunder spear, and the wolf head gushing blood was cut off on the spot. The scattered blood wanted to gather together, but these electric currents evaporated the blood at high temperature like maggots attached to bones. The whole air was filled with a smell similar to rust. Leaping into the air, Mubai's feet were wrapped with vibration ball covers, and the vibration ball covers completely exploded on the island in a flash. If the previous ones were all warm-ups, then this time it was a grand performance. The entire sea area was seen to have set off huge waves of hundreds of meters in the continuous vibration. What is shocking is that the surrounding sea water actually presents a fault similar to a ladder under the void pattern. The continuous cutting and vibration submerged the islands with low terrain, and the surging sea water was like a vibrating sword, stirring up the space into chaos. The vibration ball cover between his hands suddenly split, and at this moment, in the eyes of the audience, the vibration ball cover in Mubai's hands was transparent. In Mubai's own vision, the originally circular vibration ball cover was evenly split and covered on the 10 fingers of both hands under the absolute control of the body. This attack method beyond the past is exactly the new ability that Mubai has just realized recently. Under the power of the vibration fruit, the orderly guidance of the vibration force can allow these vibration forces to carry out key destruction according to the host's will. For example, Mubai's arms with 5 fingers separated were bulging with blue veins. And then he pulled his crossed hands apart from his body inch by inch. The powerful vibration force actually showed an absolute sense of range under Mubai's control. The entire island, which was thousands of meters wide, began to shatter evenly from the coast, and the surrounding sea area was not affected by the slightest fluctuation. This kind of control of the fruit power directly frightened the contestants who watched this scene. Squeak! 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 As Mubai pulled with both hands, the entire island group was shaking, and the island, which was the center of the vibration and the main target, was completely torn apart by the vibration force in an instant. The roaring resonance directly split the island into 4 parts, and Li Qixue, who was hidden deep under the island, had to be forced to flow out from the cracks. This lunatic. He popped out and slashed the blood knife in the air. But Mu Bai, who was cunning, came to him almost the moment he appeared. As the blood surged, Li Qixue's blood flowed out of his body. His empty body activated the paper painting in the 6 styles. Mu Bai, who pounced on nothing, evenly covered the surface of his body with armed color, and the flowing blood also passed through Mu Bai's body. Damn it! How come this Mu Bai seemed to see through all his attack moves? The blood returned to his originally thin body. After the paper painting disappeared, Li Qixue was safe and sound and activated the ultimate blood drop again. The difference was that this time he paid a higher price. 50% of his blood was extracted. The originally clear sky turned red again, and the blood energy stronger than before came like mist. Mu Bai, who had released his armament haki, was about to activate his Conqueror haki when he suddenly found that his feet were trapped by a faint blood ring. This strange blood-colored halo actually interfered with his own spirit and turned it into an uncontrollable force. Well, when? With a frown on his face, Mu Bai directly transformed into an element and left the blood ring. What was surprising was that these blood rings chased him like maggots attached to his bones. During this period, Mu Bai launched thunder vibration and other forces, but couldn't do anything to it. Li Qixue, whose whole body was blood red, was not surprised at all. After all, this was the strangling blood ring that he had condensed by consuming his essence and blood. If it was so easy to break free, wouldn't it be a joke? Moreover, his strength was multiplied within the range of the blood droplet's secret. Blood cage. Heart control. As soon as this move was used, the blood within a few thousand meters was swept away. Li Qixue, with his bloody hands tightly clenched, laughed wildly. He seemed to be able to see the scene of the powerful Mu Bai's heart bursting in the next second. But Mu Bai, who was wrapped in a lot of blood, was surprisingly calm. And as the purple gold light flashed in his body, the blood ring suddenly collapsed, and the purple gold halo appeared 1, 2, and 3, until the 9th one. Heart control? Are you tickling? Mu Bai, who had 10 purple gold bone rings on his body, said with a smile. The strange phenomenon that appeared on his body at this moment had shocked the people around him. It was actually 9 perfect rings. This means that Mu Bai, who has entered the 6th level of purple gold, is actually a perfect person. The so-called perfect person refers to the accumulation of years at the peak of the 5th level. When breaking through the 6th level, the golden bones are condensed. Only when the 9th purple gold bone is condensed, it is flawless. Of course, in theory, humans can only reach 9 at most. As for the legendary 10th, no one has ever seen it. They obviously didn't expect that Mu Bai, who only showed 9 rings on his body, was still hiding his shortcomings. This heart control was self-defeating. After all, the so-called fatal blow was a joke when the physical fitness gap was too large. The sluggish Li Qixue still didn't give up. He condensed the blood attached to his body into a flowing spherical body and held it in his hand. Blood god. Kill quickly. Rain of pear blossoms. The blood spikes like raindrops swept towards Mu Bai and the blood mist crazily. Under the dense raindrop attack, the scene in the blood mist could not be seen clearly. So what if it was a perfect 9-ring skeleton? Mu Bai will die completely under my blood pollution. Li Qixue, who was roaring in his heart, madly increased the range and attack strength of the move. And the originally red blood also turned into black blood stains similar to corruption. Those who were familiar with this move on the ring were sweating for Mu Bai. You know, Li Qixue used to slaughter dozens of level 6 strong men with this blood pollution, and reverse the 2 levels under the disadvantage of being besieged. The ability of blood pollution is very strong. Even if I accidentally get stained, my body will quickly rot. I don't think Mu Bai will feel good under Li Qixue's crazy attack. Wang Zongqian, who was leaning on his chin, analyzed closely. This Jedi counterattack move was not so easy to dodge, and he didn't know what moves Mu Bai would use to deal with it. Luo Chengkong, Xianyuan Buer and others were also extremely nervous, fearing that Mu Bai would really capsize in the gutter. What a powerful attack! Brother Mu Bai is in trouble, Zhao Ao said, while stroking his messy beard. The blood pollution move is a bit similar to his poison fruit. Both are attacks that cause additional special damage. Die. 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 Die! The entire sea was filled with blood mist, and the sea water was stained with blood. The blood balls that were shooting crazily also dried up at this time. Li Qixue confidently used the blood fruit to push away the blood mist, revealing the deepest scene. But the expected scene of Mu Bai being beaten into a sieve did not happen. Li Qixue looked closely, and his eyes widened. Are you still human? Li Qixue said this almost tremblingly. Mu Bai, who walked out of the blood mist with purple and gold lights, stretched his body, and the power of darkness surged from his feet in the shocked eyes of the other party. The surrounding blood mist was sucked into the dark turbulence as if it had encountered a natural enemy. And Mu Bai, who was stepping on the dark power, said refreshingly, very good attack. Is this your strongest attack? The most terrifying punishment for the enemy is not a short-term death, but to give the other party hope, and then use the absolute suppression force to evacuate and wipe it out. Give it hope. Let it despair. Undercurrent. Opening the dark vortex with one hand, the powerful attraction attracted Li Qixue, who was hundreds of meters away, and his body flew backwards and fell directly into Mu Bai's palm. What kind of power is this? The panicked Li Qixue obviously didn't know the power of the dark fruit. At this moment, he felt chest tightness and shortness of breath as Mu Bai pressed his chest. What's more terrifying is that the power of the superhuman blood fruit can't be used at all. He was like being suppressed by dense sea stone and felt powerless all over. The climax of the performance begins now. Mu Bai's left hand undercurrent completely suppressed the opponent, and his right hand condensed a majestic vibration ball cover. Darkness in the left hand, vibration in the right hand. The entire small island was stained by the white vibration power, and the black mist flowing from the dark fruit. Dark fruit. Wu Kun, who recognized this fruit, was instantly unsettled. How could this fruit appear in Mu Bai's hand? In the room on the top of the tower of the God's Assembly Hall. After seeing the dark fruit on the big screen, the king of the East China Sea was thoughtful, as if he remembered an old friend. Wu Patian in the audience looked at this scene strangely, as if the dark fruit had a deep connection with him, and his turbid eyes were filled with different emotions. Has the ability user who can suppress all devil fruit powers appeared again? The old voice did not sound happy. When did Mu Bai get the dark fruit? Xianyuan Buer felt that Mu Bai had been in Donghai province all this time. This dark fruit should have returned to the devil tree realm with his death after being used by the two-faced Buddha last time. Could it be that Mu Bai really has the ability to enter the devil tree realm at will? At this moment, Xianyuan Buer couldn't help but think of the rumors about Mu Bai. It seems that little brother Mu Bai is not simple. Even Zhao Ao looked solemn at this moment. I believe that from now on, all fruit ability users will be 3 points lower when they meet Mu Bai. After all, the ability to suppress all fruit powers can be said to be the nightmare of ability users. Luo Qingkong's mind was empty, and his thoughts were rather bizarre. If the dark fruit had the power to suppress the fruit ability, then if Mu Bai used the dark fruit to suppress him, wouldn't he lose the protection of the yellow spring fruit ability and become a skeleton without consciousness? The two people in the fight could not hear the heated discussions outside the arena. Even if they heard it, Li Qixue would not care about it, because Mu Bai took action. Black air filled the air, like flowing liquid, and under this black power was a vibrating ball cover that was accumulating power. Puff! The powerful vibrating ball cover hit Li Qixue's chest after passing through the dark power. Squeak! The devil fruit ability was suppressed. It was simply the most terrible thing to bear Mu Bai's punch again. Hack! The cracks in the void spread rapidly, and Li Qixue, who had lost all his power, felt that his chest had been smashed to pieces. When the powerful force passed through his chest to his back, the sea surface not far away was surging. He was shot down on the island like a comet in midair. Boom! A staggering deep pit appeared on the entire island. Mu Bai, who was in the sky, came to the deep pit in an instant, and several weak blood thorns shot out from it. Mu Bai did not dodge or evade and let these attacks hit his body, which could not cause him any harm at all. Li Qixue, whose chest collapsed in the deep pit, hurriedly said the word surrender in his heart in this life and death situation. Face and reputation are worthless in the face of the fear of death. When he was about to be teleported out of the god's space, Mu Bai's finger touched his forehead. The power of the dark fruit eroded the power of teleportation in an instant. although it only blocked for a second. Mu Bai's fingertips had already shown vibrating light spots. Wait! The terrified Li Qixue felt fear for the first time. This vibrating finger gun went straight through his forehead, and the illusory teleportation channel teleported the opponent's body out, and a dead body fell on the ring. Li Qixue is dead. Mu Bai actually dared to kill the Li family's genius in public. Wang Zongxian was shocked and couldn't help but think of other things. Even if Mu Bai did not violate the rules of the game, he would inevitably suffer revenge from the Li family in the capital of the gods. Li Qixue's identity is not just as simple as the Li family's genius. He is one of the 3 candidates for the head of the Li family, representing the eldest son of the direct lineage. As the battle ended, Mu Bai was also teleported out. Killing this aristocratic family prodigy did not affect Mu Bai's mood at all. Just like people would not care about ants stepped on and killed on the roadside. This game, Mu Bai wins. Wu Kun, who was in charge of the overall situation, looked normal, although this was the first person to die in the National Martial Arts Conference. As long as Mu Bai's actions were in line with the rules of the game, it was not within his jurisdiction. Mu Bai, you have committed a heinous crime. Wang Zongxian stood up and walked over, whispering slowly in Mu Bai's ear, his words full of warnings. For the Li family, it would be fine if you killed a collateral branch, but it happened to be Li Qixue, a direct descendant of the Li family. Killing him is equivalent to making the direct lineage of the Shindu Li family completely lose the bargaining chip for the competition for the head of the family. Mu Bai, who became interested after hearing this, smiled and said, "So what?" "Yes, so what? Mu Bai has offended so many people, including Emperor Jiangyan, the extraterritorial demon organization, the painful cult, and the forces of the hidden family. They can probably form a reinforced group. But so what?" At this moment, he not only did not fall, but also stood on a bigger stage and became a 6th-level purple gold strongman. "Come to my Wang family and become my left and right arm. My Wang family will do its best to protect you in Li Qixue's affairs," Wang Zongxian said suddenly with great seriousness, and the gleam in his eyes made it difficult to see the meaning. If he could win over Mu Bai, he would dare to be sure of his future self. "I refuse," Mu Bai said indifferently, putting away his smile. "Reject? It seems that you are not a smart person." With a little regret, Wang Zongxian retracted his right hand that was inviting him. In his eyes, no matter how talented Mu Bai was, he could not resist the wrath of the Shindu Li family. "Smart person? With your poor strength, you can only show off in low-end games." Before saying these words, "Improve your strength first." Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, passed by Wang Zongxian. The faint deterrence made the other party's heart tighten. Wang Zongxian took off his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at the other party's back and thought about it. If you force others to control you when you are not strong, you will only end up in disgrace. Rather than doing this, it is better to destroy him than to get him. There was a smile under the gloomy corners of his eyes. The first day of the National Martial Arts Conference ended like this. The death of Li Qixue during the whole battle undoubtedly caused an uproar. You must know that the power of the Shindu Li family is famous for protecting its children, and they attach great importance to family honor. It is needless to think that Mu Bai will inevitably be targeted by the other party in the future. Several people who were having dinner under the night cover were discussing this matter fiercely. In the private room were Mu Bai and his friends. Unexpectedly, Huang Bei was also here. Before entering the ocean's secret realm, Mu Bai had noticed a faint plant smell on the other party. He initially thought that the other party was a plant-type ability user similar to Admiral Green Bull in One Piece. However, during today's conversation, he learned that the other party was an animal-type bug-fruit golden beetle-shaped ability user. After 3 rounds of drinking, Huang Bei said meaningfully, "This world is developing in an uncontrollable direction, such as the sudden opening of the Eternal Secret Realm, and the special secret realm above the God's capital. Recently, there are rumors overseas that there has been a regime change in OSS. And there is also the Ocean's Secret Realm. Indeed, in Mu Bai's impression, this year seems to be more turbulent than before. Major events such as the collapse of the Ocean's Secret Realm seem insignificant in the face of natural disasters and man-made disasters. When times are turbulent, there will inevitably be changes. For example, when the Eternal Secret Realm was opened a few decades ago, there was a large-scale invasion of demons. I don't know if the Eternal Secret Realm will reopen this time. It's okay for the strong, but the common people will suffer," Huang Bei said with some worry. Compared with himself, he cared more about the common people who suffered in the face of disasters. In this regard, Mu Bai was absolutely the same as Liu Bei, the emperor's uncle. I don't know about other places, but as long as my father is in charge of Donghai City, there will be no major changes in the entire Donghai province. Xianyuan Buer on the opposite side said with a smile. No one knew the horror of his father, the king of Donghai, better than him, compared with those distant 8th level thrones. The strength of the king of Donghai in his son's eyes was unfathomable. He even suspected that ordinary 8th level thrones were nothing in front of him. Just like the difference between ants and towering trees. Buer, you can't hold on to this mentality. Although the king of the EC is powerful, there are always people who are better than you. Have you forgotten Yin Tianzheng, who is invincible in the world? Yin Tianzheng. To be honest, these 3 words have been everywhere since Mu Bai entered Wuda University. This world-recognized strongest person. Some people say he is at the half-step god realm, and some people say he is at the 9th level of the god realm. But these speculations are doomed to be fruitless. The Xia people prefer to call Yin Tianzheng's mysterious disappearance as ascension. After all, in ancient Xia, those famous hermits would enter the mortal world after transcending the mundane world. Forget it. Don't think about these things. Tomorrow's things will be solved tomorrow. If the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. Why do we young people think about these things? Li Shenghan said while eating meat. He couldn't get enough of the seafood in Donghai City. The seafood in the snowy area was all frozen. Not as fresh as here. Speaking of Mu Bai, I feel that the strength of the godless is a little too strong. Can you see some of the doorway? Sun Yu said with some doubts. In his worldview, it was the first time that people without fruits had such a high sense of oppression against people with devil fruits. Even those opponents of the godless were useless even if they released their fruit abilities. He could always defeat his opponents accurately with one blow. Mu Bai put down his chopsticks and thought for a while before saying, it's very simple. His strength is based on his strong physique. He doesn't rely on the devil fruit at all, but relies on the armament haki. This should be the reason why his armament haki can be advanced to the level of divine attack. With the armament haki that can destroy the opponent from the inside, he can kill any god or Buddha in a small range. Does that mean his weakness is the attack range? Luo Chengkong was obviously very interested in this topic. You should know that the advanced use of armament haki is too rare. Looking at the entire Xia country, it is estimated that there are not many people who can do it. People of this level have almost no weaknesses. You can dodge a small-scale attack, but judging from the strength shown by Shenwuk, people of the same level cannot dodge it. His speed, physique, and physical development are all very rare. Obviously, Mu Bai did not look down on Shenwuk. On the contrary, he knew the opponent's fighting style very well. Their fighting methods were too similar, and they both had ridiculously strong physical qualities. But the difference is that Mu Bai relies on the power of the fruit, while the opponent relies on divine attack. Damn it. These guys from the capital are all monsters. It's easy to kill the opponent with a large-scale attack like Wang Zongxian's. As a gunfighter, Li Shenghan hates this kind of opponent very much. After all, if they can't beat you, they will run away and hide to restrain you from a distance, and then come out to give you a fatal blow when you are exhausted. Just thinking about it is a headache. Wang Zongxian is not to be feared. He can't bear it if you just open the ground and give him a few punches. Mu Bai, who said this subconsciously, was obviously out of tune with others. Wuda Mu Bai is so scary. Wuda Mu Bai is so scary. Wuda Mu Bai is so scary. Stop. You are repeating machines. Mu Bai rubbed his temple helplessly. He found that nothing good would happen when these people got together. Just after he drank the wine in the glass, he found people rushing over at a high speed a kilometer away. It goes without saying that he must be someone sent by the Li family in Shindu City, who was able to prevail in Donghai City after the purge of pagans. I just don't know if it was a joint decision of the direct and collateral branches. Chung Kong, help me warm up this glass of wine. I'm going to go out and deal with some small bugs. After taking the wine glass, Mu Bai's figure disappeared from the spot, and Luo Chengkong was full of question marks. After turning into a skeleton, his perception ability of observation color was greatly weakened, and he didn't notice the approaching man in black at all. The target is moving. The first team begins the hunting mission. The team of more than a dozen people moved at high speed between the buildings in a blatant action, and they had no time to pay attention to the passers-by who were taking pictures during the period. Rather than saying it was an assassination, it was better to say it was an open killing to establish prestige. Otherwise, wouldn't the dignified Li family become a waste like Jiang Yin, who didn't even dare to take revenge? The target is approaching the first team. Prepare the Z Tower stone knife. The three teams totaled 36 people, all of whom were in the early stage of level 6. It's not that the Li family can't afford to hire people above level 6. But the king of Donghai has expressly prohibited those above level 6 from doing such things in Donghai City. Once violated, it would be against the king of Donghai. 36 assassins in the early stage of level 6 purple gold. This kind of lineup is unprecedented. And the Li family is also tough. Don't you, the king of Donghai, not allow the 7th level king to come to your territory? Then I will fight with numbers. Disperse. Form a formation. Activate all the Bagua map treasures. The captain looked at the actions of the first team coldly, and the other two teams standing behind him all held their breath and concentrated, just like an unopened sword. As long as they were ordered, they would pierce the enemy's chest. The 12-man team held the sea stone long sword and faced Mu Bai, who came in a flash without fear. Not only was the sword made of sea stone, but also the lining armor of the whole body was made of sea stone. These sea stone line armors are brand new products developed by Li's Tianxi Group and have not been announced to the outside world. You should know that sea stone, a mineral, cannot be made into armor. However, Tianxi Group ingeniously mixed multiple metals and finally made this kind of armor. Not only armor but also guns. When Mu Bai came to the front of the team, the Bagua formation equipped on the waists of the 12 people began to start. This Bagua formation is similar to the superhuman link fruit ability user among the quadruplets that Mu Bai killed. The yin-yang transformation connected the life energy of the 12 people together. Tactical goggles, tactical armor, sea stone explosion-proof shields with the God-given logo, fast-firing sea stone pistols, and a heavy Gatling machine gun made of sea stone on the back. It can be said that this equipment is specially prepared for fruit ability users. This is no longer an assassin, but a dazzling extreme tactical team. Start the action. Puff puff puff. 6 Gatling machine guns filled with sea stone bullets fired from a distance, while the other 6 took out special grenades and threw them directly at Mu Bai's position. Normal military firepower has been buried in the ground in this era. But the situation is completely different after mixing with sea stone, combined with the treasures collected from the dimensional space. This special combat team with firepower can completely eliminate a single powerful fruit ability user. Are you kidding me? Mu Bai, the Phantom of Thunder, clenched his fist and swallowed the dark acupoints of the sky and the earth. In the darkness, all those sea stone bullets were swallowed. At the same time, the vibration power in his hand suddenly clenched in his fist. The pale white vibration ball cover fell with a bang. It happened that there was an empty square around. If it was in a densely populated residential area, countless casualties would have been caused. The terrifying vibration power immediately overturned the first team. The tearing caused by the vibration and the dark acupuncture points of the dark fruit killed the 12 people in an instant. The commander in charge had a completely expressionless face, as if the death of these 12 people was completely within his calculations. After all, it was normal for the flesh and blood body to be killed compared to the mechanical body. Attack! After a loud shout, the 24 night walkers behind him took off their outer clothes, revealing scarlet eyes and metal bodies underneath. Mu Bai didn't care what these things were. In his eyes, any enemy that could move would be crushed. Thunderbolt. But suddenly Mu Bai actually felt the long-lost suppression. I don't know when the 24 robots were tied with transparent silk threads, and the end of the silk threads was connected to Mu Bai's body. Interesting moves. The power of the fruit was indeed suppressed. This transparent silk thread was very similar to the silk thread of the thread fruit. The difference was that these silk threads were extremely sticky and secretive. Even Mu Bai's observation hockey was deceived by the opponent. Shut up. Mu Bai. You don't think you are invincible, do you? When you do something unforgivable, you have to think about the price you have to pay, such as death. The chests of the 24 robots suddenly opened. Countless lights illuminated the sky. That was a laser. On the Triumph Hotel side, Shin Wuk stood expressionlessly in front of the French window on the top floor. From his position, he could see the whole battle scene and the actions of both sides. Sure, Lao said thoughtfully, it is the death doll excavated from the other world 3 years ago. These robots that can be mass-produced are designed based on it. It must be said that the high-tech talents in Tianxi Group are indeed good. The transparent line should also have added the power of sea stone. No wonder Li's Tianxi Group suddenly announced its withdrawal from the East China Sea market. The Li family is indeed stupid. Shin Wuk, holding a red wine, suddenly said. In this era, some people are forced to move forward according to the gears of that era. And there are also very few people who can change the entire era. It is always awkward to stand in the direction of the old world and watch the scene of the new world. Just because these people living in the old era still think they are the winners. Little do they know that the times have changed. After saying that, Shinwuk crushed the wine glass in his hand. Surprisingly, the red wine liquid did not spill out, as if it had evaporated from the earth. Seeing this scene, Shi Lao trembled. He knew that the other party had reached the height he expected a few years ago. This young man undoubtedly had the power to change the entire Xia country, and even the whole world. Master. You? Hush. Putting his index finger to his mouth, Shinwuk made a gesture of silence. He didn't like to boast about his small achievements all day long. In his eyes, his goal was never his peers. In the dilapidated square, 24 lasers could completely smash the entire mountain, and let it completely fall apart and turn into powder. But in this siege, Mu Bai smiled. Just wanting to kill him with this thing. How sad it is. Mu Bai opened his hands and let the surging laser hit his body. Those who secretly observed this scene already knew the end of Mu Bai. There will be a sensational news in tomorrow's newspaper. Wu De Mu Bai confirmed dead. With a terrifying explosion, Mu Bai's figure was also annihilated in the aftermath, and the entire square was razed to the ground by the laser. After the explosion, the astonishing heat rushed to the city center, and the commander not far away smiled for the first time. Confirmed target. Mu Bai is dead. In his eyes, no one can resist this laser with curse and heat without using their abilities. Even the 7th level king who opened the domain can. But Mu Bai? Obviously not. The commander's smile gradually disappeared until the barrier that looked like the light of the starry sky lit up. Outlining the starry sky, the dark blue barrier made all attacks ineffective, and the area around Mu Bai's feet was intact. Starry God armor. The illusory armor outlined by the stars has extremely strong defensive capabilities. When the user is attacked by a fatal attack, he will actively resist the attack, regardless of the intensity and number. And the duration is 1 second, only once a month. The smoke dissipated and Mu Bai snapped his fingers and said interestingly, "Be serious about doing things. And don't talk nonsense when you haven't confirmed the truth of the matter. Kill him." The commander with a dark face shouted. 24 mechanical puppets ejected knives made of sea stone from the inside of their arms, and the flames burning under their feet made all the puppets fly into the sky. Good guy. If you don't know, you would think you are filming Iron Man. Mu Bai, who sighed, looked cold, and all the previous laxity disappeared. The special bullet lines of the puppets in the air shot at Mu Bai collectively. Darkness devours. The vortex in his hand, like a black hole, is rapidly expanding. The strong attraction makes all these lines lose their target direction, crisscrossing in the air in the square. The next is air shock. He clenched his arms, and the blue veins burst out with a strong domineering aura. In the commander's shock, Mu Bai came to him in a flash. His target is himself. Hardened. 6-style iron block. Covered with arm color domineering. Almost instantly, the commander raised the protection of his whole body to the extreme state, and gray matter spread on the surface of his body. As a superhuman hardening fruit, he has the ability to harden the surrounding dead objects or himself. That is a special skin with a lower density than metal. Add arm color domineering and iron block. You can't do it. Thunder. Mu Bai's vibrating iron fist came with a bang, and his hand gently pressed on the commander's face at a speed like teleportation. The vibrating ball cover exploded at full speed. The opponent's body was pressed into the brick and stone ground. The void vibrates. The tearing vibration directly overturned the surrounding buildings, and continuous vibrations were taking place under the shattered surface. The commander at the center of the vibration had blood on his mouth. He actually used his body to withstand Mu Bai's vibration attack. When the commander wanted to laugh at Mu Bai, countless fists appeared in front of him. It turned out that just now was just the beginning of the opponent's continuous attack. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, the terrifying vibration fists, like raindrops, fell on his body one after another. Mu Bai, who intentionally reduced the strength of his fists and the power of the vibration, wanted the opponent to watch him being beaten into a pulp. Now let's start the real game. In the 100-meter deep pit, Mu Bai pulled up the opponent's hair with one hand. The commander who was lifted up had lost most of his consciousness. 2 figures appeared beside Mu Bai, who spoke in a grim tone. 24 puppets shot out bullet lines to attack Mu Bai again, and the black knife on the waist of the person on the left slashed out. All things in the universe. The blade gently buckled against the scabbard, and the endless slashing that symbolized death lingered in the void as the breeze blew. The white knife wave that looked like death cut all those special elastic lines into pieces. And several mechanical dolls were cut in half on the spot. The one who made the move was Mu Bai's follower Heiju. With the ability of the cutting fruit, he could cut off everything. And naturally he could cut off the thread. On the other side, the classical girl smiled sweetly as she stretched out the gushing magma from the crack in the ground. The intense high temperature melted everything around. The giant magma hand stretched out from the crack grabbed 4 mechanical dolls and melted them completely. The remaining dolls held the sea stone blades and approached by Gugu in the manner of a death squad. She smiled without saying a word and let these mechanical dolls approach. Dozens of sea stone blades pierced by Gugu's body. By Gugu, who woke up from death in an instant, turned his whole body into elements. And the hot magma wrapped the dolls, who were about to draw their swords together. When Bai Gugu's figure appeared, there was already a pure metal ball in his hand, which should be the metal used to make these mechanical dolls. Turning his head, Mu Bai patted the commander, who was almost unconscious, and pulled his collar out of the deep pit. Looking at the mechanical dolls being easily killed by the 2 in the distance, he felt like blood was dripping. You know, these are the absolute power in his hands. If he loses them, his position in the Li family will be greatly reduced. Wait a minute. Mu Bai. I am just a tool of the Li family. The one who really wants to kill you is not me, but the man on the sea, Li Chanan, the 8th level emperor of the Li family in the imperial capital. Mu Bai was a little surprised. If what the other party said was true, then this Li Chanan would not challenge the king of Donghai? You should know that the iron law of the king of Donghai is not only binding on those underground forces. That has nothing to do with me. If I have the ability, I will definitely kill all the members of the Li family. But I can only kill you at the moment. Now tell me all the forces and organizations of the Li family in Donghai City. At this point, Mu Bai took out the appointment certificate of the Special Certificate Supervision Department. I suspect that all the people of the Li family in Donghai City are terrorists and need to be beheaded immediately. As soon as these words came out, the commander was stunned. Brother, do you have to be so angry? People just come here to kill you. But you want to make the assets and personnel of the Li family disappear from Donghai City. Wait, how can I still feel that Mu Bai is doing the right thing when I think about it this way? Mu Bai. Sir, why don't you just hold back? With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you enter the emperor's throne. Why bother fighting the Li family at this time? The commander with a bitter smile really couldn't understand Mu Bai. Although he was young, he was decisive in killing and was not afraid of these aristocratic families. He was simply not like a person of this era. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Now start with 3. Mu Bai obviously didn't want to care what the commander, who was in a brainstorming, thought. In his eyes, he was the same when he was at the black iron rank, the same when he was at the purple gold rank, and the same when he was at the emperor's throne rank. Mu Bai would not change his principles of being a man because of the increase in his own level and strength. He would repay a drop of water with a spring of water. And he would destroy the basis for his revenge. He would do this yesterday and today. And he would do so in the future. If he changed what he believed in, how could this fence-sitter spy on the avenue and become an existence beyond the emperor's throne? I will kill all the people of the Li family in Donghai City today. From now until dawn tomorrow. It is impossible to survive. This statement shocked the whole city. People who heard this from afar looked at Mu Bai with different eyes. You know, this statement has completely torn the face. This is Mu Bai challenging the entire Shindu Li family. The young man who was delivering food in the crowd shook his head and smiled bitterly and said, Is Mu Bai crazy? He has a bright future. If he fails because of the hatred with the aristocratic family, wouldn't it be a loss for Xiaogua? It's a loss for you, big-headed sister. If I were him and had this kind of strength, I would also make the Li family suffer. However, I can't agree with Mu Bai's suppression of his own ideas. A real man can bend and stretch. The boy who was about to go home after school said it impolitely. Obviously, he was very supportive of Mu Bai's actions, but he was still very afraid of the huge power of the Li family. A warrior heard the conversation between the two and said, That's right and wrong. People who can stick to their original intentions are destined to stand out from the crowd. And such people have rapid progress in cultivation, and will be more likely to break through bottlenecks such as inner demons. Because they all live for themselves. This last sentence silenced the two like a magic needle. Live for yourself? Who can do it easily? Maybe this is why many people regard Mu Bai as an idol. At this moment, there is a person walking in the air on the East Emperor Sea. The young man, with a bamboo hat on his head, is blooming lotuses. The whole sea inexplicably blooms into a sea of flowers. The flowers that compete for beauty are full of fragrance. And the person standing on the huge petals is looking towards Donghai City. What a big tone. No wonder my brother asked me to come here. It's a pity. It's a pity that such courage is not from my Li family. Under the bamboo hat is an overly feminine face, which looks a bit similar to Li Qixue. But the difference is that he can have the power to destroy the city with a single thought. There are always passers-by among the flowers. Only the Green Lotus Sword Song. This poem spread throughout the country of Xia, and everyone knew that the two people in the poem were both amazingly talented, and they became emperors in less than 20 years. These two people are from the south and the north. And the flower passerby in the north refers to Li Pingyan, the Li family of the divine capital. I have heard that the entire Donghai city must obey your orders. And even my invincible elder brother is afraid of you. But I just don't believe it. You know that flowers bloom in fall. And everything has its end. Let me enter Donghai city to capture Mubai. And then you and I will live in peace. Okay? The wonders of the Sea of Flowers on the East Emperor Sea are amazing. And the people on the shore also see the other party's powerful strength in this dark night. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is a domain ability. The 7th level king is almost invincible when controlling the domain. So what about the 8th level emperor? Obviously, the king of Donghai could not tolerate such provocation. Unlike the other party, the king of Donghai said coldly, "Leave on your own. You are not qualified to challenge me." Even if the 4 old guys from the capital come together. This made Li Pingyan laugh. He and the king of Donghai were not from the same era. In his eyes, the other party would never dare to confront him head-on. If he really let him enter to capture Mubai, it would mean that the other party's previous strength was all an illusion. If the attitude is tough, that would be even better. This Donghai city, or the entire Donghai province, should be reshuffled. The interests of the family are supreme. The 4 major families in the imperial capital have long coveted this land. Compared to those who play tricks in the family, Li Pingyan prefers to climb to the top of the strongest emperor seat by stepping on the reputation of the king of the East Sea. Li Pingyan threw his bamboo hat into the vast sea, his long black hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes, like gods and demons, opened in his eyebrows. Artifact. The Eye of 10,000 Tribulations. This was obtained by him from killing the emperor's throne in the dimensional space of the 100 races some time ago. The power of the Eye of 10,000 Tribulations made him tremble. When this eye opened, the whole world suddenly lost its color. All the flowers on the sea withered rapidly, and the Eye of 10,000 Tribulations in the eyebrows suddenly shot out a cold and dark light after obtaining the withering of the Sea of Flowers. Stupid. After the 2 faint words, the boundless domineering aura of the king of the East Sea rose up, and the strong spirit even made the whole city tremble slightly. And the strong body of the king of the East Sea also appeared on the coast. No matter how the cold light eroded, it was defeated by the domineering aura of the king of the East Sea. What a great domineering aura. Worthy of being a dragon among men. This level of domineering aura is also easy to use. Then I have to be serious. Excited, Li Pingyan stretched out his palm. In his palm was a flower with brown petals. Since he appeared, the sea of flowers around him has never stopped. Obviously, his fruit ability is related to flowers. 1 leaf grows and 1 leaf falls. 1 petal is a world. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 petals expanded rapidly. In just a few seconds, it became as big as a towering sky. Such a shocking scene made the whole night sky dim. The grand flower with lush branches and leaves crossed the sky, blocking the moonlight of the whole night sky. The 5 petals that could crush the entire city on the East Emperor Sea were smashing towards Donghai City. Li Pingyan was right. These 5 petals could crack the space with their power alone. Each petal carried the weight of a world. Those who were standing on the coast with a mentality of watching the excitement realized that they were not watching ordinary people, but the battle between the emperors. The destruction of the city was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the emperor. They were people with real-world destroying power. The media and the public had long forgotten the power of the emperor. After all, the emperor would often take a lot of things into consideration when he took action. He really had to show his skills to fight in other dimensional worlds. The real emperor had long been forgotten by people. And today Li Pingyan picked up this forgotten fear again and proved to the world again that everyone under the emperor was an ant. The king of the East Sea looked up at the petals that blocked the moonlight without joy or sadness. The simple weight and volume were useless in the battle between the emperors, let alone facing him. The peak of the emperor. He saw a flash of black light in his hand. The domineering aura that tore the sky showed lightning-like fluctuations. After the thunder, He ignored the contact and directly tore the petals. The condensed and undispersed domineering aura was released. This was the advanced application of the domineering aura. Domineering entanglement. Lee family kid. You violated my rules. So you must leave something behind. Under the power fluctuations of the mountains and seas, the entire city did not waver at all. While the East Emperor Sea was completely blown up, doomsday-like scenes frequently took place in the deep sea, and people could not see the movements of both sides clearly. And even the 7th level Heavenly King could not see the battle situation. The real battle between the 8th level Emperor thrones was originally close to the attack of gods, which was completely different from the battle mode of the 7th level Heavenly King. In front of the Tianxi building in the northern part of Donghai City, Mu Bai threw the assassination commander in his hand to the ground. This is the Tianxi group controlled by the Li family. Now it is basically full of confidence. Those ordinary employees ran away when they heard that you were coming. The receptionist in the hall looked at the 3 people who came in with horror. Mu Bai's murderous aura almost made him collapse. With trembling hands and feet, he cooperated very well and handed over the elevator key. You too? Heiju said coldly. And before the other party answered, his black knife had already been unsheathed. After the ghost shadow appeared behind him, the white knife wave brushed the hair of the front desk staff and slashed over. I saw a man holding a gun standing in the secret compartment in the wall. But at this moment, he had been chopped into 2 pieces from head to toe by Heiju. What exactly is the fruitability of this guy? He can even easily cut off this kind of special metal with such density. The commander, who was forced to follow behind, was a little unbelievable. He really couldn't understand that such a genius would follow Mu Bai's lead. You don't need such a thing. Since the people here are stubborn, Heiju, just split this building in half. After saying that, Mu Bai left without looking back. As for the front desk staff, who were panicking and cooperating with the people in the wall, they were melted by the hot magma used by Bai Gugu. Split the building? Crazy. When the commander wanted to say something, Heiju, who received the order, stepped on the outside of the building wall like a ghost, and the black knife in his hand was pressed to his side. As Heiju ran quickly, the slashing pattern extending upward from the first floor became clearer and clearer. After a few seconds, the dazzling slashing wave directly slashed the entire building in half. The jaw-dropping slashing pattern slowly collapsed along the middle of the building, and the buildings on both sides tilted to varying degrees. In the meeting room on the top floor, the Li family members, who insisted on staying here, looked angrily at Heiju standing on the roof with a knife. The middle-aged man in a well-dressed suit at the head was even more furious. You bastard! Do you know what you are doing? This is a group under the name of the Li family. If you dare to cause damage here, you will be punished even if you have great abilities. Get out of here! The aggressive middle-aged man said indignantly in the surprised eyes of his companions. Although this young man looks not simple, this is the territory of the Li family. Even if the Emperor comes to destroy it, it won't work. 33 people. The Black Lord did not answer him, but just counted the number of people present. Huh? You are hacking deaf. Right? Kill him. Shadow Guard. The middle-aged man also noticed something was wrong and quickly hid behind the 5 Shadow Guards. The standard for the Shadow Guards, who have the most means, is to reach the 5th level of Diamond. And the 5 people he recruited this time are the ace level of 6th level Purple Gold. Everyone has absolute strength beyond the same level. In this case, anyone below the 7th level of Heavenly King will. The middle-aged man was just about to be distracted when a streak of blood spurted across his face. Amid the horrified voices of the women around him, the Shadow Guard standing in front of him was cut in half. During this period, everyone did not see clearly how Black Duke drew his sword before they found that the long sword had already returned to its sheath. The other 4 Shadow Guards were a little surprised. This sword-drawing technique had reached an incredible level. Although they were afraid, they still took action immediately. Shadow Killing Needle. Rain of Pear Blossoms. For hidden weapons shot out dense poisonous flying needles, like lotus flowers, blocking the young warrior-headed youth here. As long as one poisonous needle landed on the opponent, he would lose his ability to move. Reverse Slash. See Current. Not good. Iron Block. The 4 shadow-killing guards formed an iron block to block the front of the Li family hired man, trying to use their bodies to block the fatal chain of slashes. After the 4 faint words, the slashes of wind and rain followed one after another. Countless slashes with the ability of death slashing directly cut the conference room on the roof into pieces. Are you okay? The middle-aged man, with a trembling voice, saw that the 4 people in front of him still maintained the posture of the iron block, which gave him a bad premonition. when the trembling hands touched their bodies. The sound of fragmented falling came into his ears. It turned out that the 4 people had become fragments in the slash just now. It's unwise to use the limit of physical skills to resist my slash, Heiju said in a tone that was not surprising. The strength of the iron block also depends on the person. This level of iron block may be able to withstand several missiles, but it is no different from a clown in front of the cutting fruit that can cut everything. All the companions and the Lee family members around him died. The middle-aged man fell to the ground and begged Heiju. "This, sir. Let me go! Please let me go!" Heiju grabbed his collar and jumped down from the top of the building. The terrified man hugged his arms and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. In the distance, from the direction of Mumbai, he could see the abnormality on the East Emperor Sea. The whole sea had become turbulent. It is estimated that the Leviathan narwhal would be strangled to death instantly if it entered it. "It's Lee Chanlan. It's Lee Chanlan. Is he fighting with the king of the East Sea? What are you doing here?" Li Sheng, the middle-aged man who got up, turned his eyes back from the sea. He was furious when he saw the lonely Li Sheng. How could he have the nerve to come back after failing to assassinate Mumbai? Chairmanly. "This is Mumbai." Li Sheng, who was about to say something but stopped, pointed to the heroic young man beside him and reminded him that he was a prisoner and still pretending to be stupid. "Mumbai." These 2 words caused a great uproar in his heart like a nightmare. He smiled bitterly. He never thought that Li Chanlan would fight with the king of the East Sea in person. And he never thought that Mumbai, a mere civilian, would dare to kill the children of the Lee family. "Tell me the locations and positions of all the Lee family members who have not evacuated." Mumbai was determined and didn't want to argue with the other party. He gave the other party a set of electric shock massage on the spot. The Director Lee screamed in pain. When the black smoke dissipated, Director Lee was half kneeling on the spot with his eyes rolled back. "It seems that the current intensity should be increased by 3 levels. After these words came out, Director Lee, who was pretending to be dead, cried and said quickly, I say, don't shock me. At my age, I will be finished if I can bear it again." Suddenly, Mumbai turned his head and looked into the distance. There was a figure approaching slowly. All the residents around were evacuated, and those who stayed here were naturally not ordinary people. "Shinwuk, are you going to stop me?" Mumbai said in a deep voice. He had a short black haircut, a shallow scar between his eyebrows, and a strong body under his black windbreaker. The person who came was Shinwuk of the Shin family. At this time, Director Lee, who was kneeling on the ground, also felt the arrival of hope. Compared with Mumbai, Shinwuk, who had long been famous in Shindu, was obviously stronger. "Kill him! Shinwuk!" He was shouting wildly in his heart, and could not help but make a sound. "It's not me who stopped you, but favors that stopped me." Shinwuk, who looked indifferent, owed a favor to someone in the Lee family a few years ago. Just now, that person asked him to help stop Mumbai's actions, and Shinwuk only replied that he would help and hung up the phone. As for how to do it, and how many times to do it, it has nothing to do with the other party. With a thought, the 2 people on his side stepped on the ground and attacked. Heiju suddenly drew his sword from the right. The powerful sword force gathered behind him, a 3-headed and 6-armed Elishura, and this sword broke through the air. The sword cut Shinwuk. The surrounding street lights and the window glass of the street shops were all broken, and the messy killing slashes followed one after another. Very strong swordsmanship. Shinwuk, who did not take it hard, dodged it with his hands behind his back. His steps were extremely strange. No matter how sharp the cutting and slashing that could cut off everything was, it could not touch him at all. At this moment, the white bone on the left had already mobilized the hot magma from the ground. After the messy sword wave in front stopped, she controlled the magma giant hand to smash Shinwuk across the sky. The surprised Shinwuk looked at this fruit ability that was originally Jiang Bumming and was also a little surprised. But he finally made a move. I saw the armed color domineering entangled in the meteor-like wave condensed at his fingertips. The armed color originally attached to his arm pierced the night sky like a flowing river. This is the advanced application of armed color domineering. Divine attack. Rebirth in paradise. Domineering finger to kill. The armed hockey that gathered but did not disperse pierced the huge magma with the sliding fingers. The armed hockey that penetrated deep into the magma in the powerful black ripples was like a virus that disintegrated it from the inside. Almost at the same time, the elementalized white bones fell apart. This is the terrible thing about the advanced ability of armed hockey. It will destroy the opponent's body from the inside. and it can make its body collapse during contact. The magma melted, and the white sword wave attacked again. This violent and continuous sword light reminded Shinwook of the poem. The boundless fallen leaves rustled down, and the endless Yangtze River rolled. Facing such an offensive, Shinwook had already discovered that the opponent was a fruit ability user. The strong were not only domineering and unparalleled in attack, but also in defense. The finger fell. The originally flowing armed hockey turned from attack to defense, and surged back into the body like a flowing liquid. Draw a prison on the ground, and all methods are invulnerable. The invisible armor transformed from the divine attack appeared out of thin air, and no matter how these sword lights cut, they could not hurt it at all. One sword style. Crazy attack. Heiju was not discouraged, and in the last sword, he integrated a huge amount of fruit energy. The absolute slash that tore through the space fell in the air. Then the originally dead Bai Gu stood up again, controlling the huge magma surging behind him to form a turbulent magma fire dragon, and opened his mouth to swallow it. Under the attack from both sides, Shinwook smiled casually, and the domineering aura that pierced the sky suddenly burst out. Under the strong pressure, the two people who besieged him had no choice but to retreat. Directly behind Mu Bai was so frightened that he trembled all over. His already difficult body fainted on the spot under such pressure. Mu Bai was the only one who was not affected at all. Shinwook looked like a king with his powerful and strong domineering aura. Mu Bai, I have said long ago that we are the same kind of people, both of whom have the qualifications of a king. Now start to fight me seriously. The undoubted voice sounded. At this moment, Shinwook was undoubtedly stronger than usual. He was seriously injured in the Jiuli dimension 3 years ago. He only burst out with an amazing desire to survive at the last critical moment. And his domineering aura was also opened at that time. Since then, he seemed to have opened the door to wisdom, quit his previous impetuousness, and stood out in the cruel competition of the Shin family. Domineering aura? Interesting. In Mu Bai's memory, Xiao Wudi of Wuda, the president of Wuda, and Jiang Buming of Shindu, he had only seen these people really use domineering aura. It can be said that the opening of the Conqueror's Haki requires both qualifications and luck, and both are indispensable. This Shinwook is Conqueror's Haki but never uses it, so the outside world doesn't know about it at all. It can be seen that the other party is still relatively low-key, but being too low-key is not conducive to the growth of Conqueror's Haki. Of course you can fight me if you want. Mu Bai said that, and didn't say any more nonsense. Thunder flashed under his feet. The shadow of the Thunder Emperor, who came from the sky, was about to suppress Shinwook on the spot. The vibration ball cover between his hands also blasted at the opponent, and the surface was immediately swallowed by the dark power. It seemed to want to drag the enemy into the dark space and strangle him to death. Mu Bai, you are really different from those people. You are qualified to talk to me on an equal footing. Shinwook's pupil shrank, and the advanced divine attack of the armament Haki in front of him was charged again, piercing the sky and colliding with the lightning, thunder and vibration ball cover. Squeak! An unprecedented earthquake began, but it ended quickly under Mu Bai's deliberate suppression. His control over the vibration has now reached an incredible level. When Mu Bai stepped on the thunder and walked over, the surroundings were torn apart by the power of the vibration, and the domineering aura of the two geniuses was also released at this moment. Mu Bai's dark golden pupils were full of murderous intent. The black and red domineering lines that pierced through the air dominated half of the world, while the other side was occupied by Shinwook's black and blue domineering aura. The domineering aura itself is invisible, but according to the fluctuations of each person's breath, anthropomorphic colors will appear in the eyes of the user. The domineering auras of the two suddenly collided with each other. The cracked earth could not withstand this collision at all, and was gradually torn apart. And the people nearby who had been paying attention to the battle between the two fainted under this collision. Only the 5th level diamond ability users, who were far away, could barely maintain their sanity without fainting. Following the fluctuations of the domineering aura, the figures of the two were approaching at a very fast speed, until two completely different energies collided with each other. When the two fists collided, the dazzling white light drowned out everything. You are really a monster. Mu Bai, I understand why the Li family is so anxious to eliminate you. If you don't die in a few decades, the Shindu Li family will definitely be destroyed. Shinwook, you are too narrow-minded. Why do you need a few decades? Under the terrifying energy fluctuations, the surrounding community was torn to pieces by the energy shock wave. When the two crossed their bodies, Shinwook threw his windbreaker and said goodbye. The surroundings were in ruins, and Mu Bai didn't stop him when he saw that the other party was just trying to leave. After all, it was only a matter of time before he had to fight the other party. So there was no need to rush at this moment. After answering the phone, a very cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. She said in a bad tone, "Shinwook, can't you even deal with a little ghost? It seems that my original choice was wrong." Shinwook smiled on the desolate and deserted street. He did owe the other party a life-saving grace, but he had already returned it to the other party. At this moment, she still pretended to be like this. Isn't it because she regarded herself as his woman? Li Qiqi, wasn't it you who made that kind of relationship happen? Mubai is very powerful, and is not an insignificant little ghost. I have done my best to stop him. After saying that, Shinwook hung up the phone mercilessly. In his eyes, the only value of the other party's existence was to remind him of his youthful recklessness. In the Shindu dynasty bar, the woman in a red dress was extremely angry when she heard that the person on the other side dared to hang up his phone. The people sitting on the sofas around did not dare to breathe. Everyone knew that the red-dressed woman in the lead was the daughter of the Li family's emperor and had a noble status. The person who could make her furious must not be an ordinary person. Shinwook, you're a waste. Shinwook, the real top genius of the Shin family. The rumored unpredictable Shinwook. These people couldn't imagine why Shinwook would make the eldest lady of the Li family so angry. She originally thought that her father's challenge to the king of the East Sea would make Shinwook afraid. And with the upcoming marriage between the two families, the two would probably become husband and wife. But I didn't expect. This period of time was really annoying. First, Wudaji Qianqiu and others defeated her sister in the mountain and sea secret realm at noon to obtain the treasure of the mountain and sea. And then Wudan Mubai dared to kill the Li family. These things made her extremely angry. She looked at the young man in the corner with her beautiful eyes wide open and said viciously, "Brother, you are really a waste. If you could have fought for it, you might have killed Mubai in the National League. Did you hear me?" The man with cold eyebrows and eyes was deeply sunken on the sofa. It was Li Ming who represented the Li family in the National League. He had the fruit ability of the cat fruit leopard form. Thinking back to the time when Wang Beihai, the diamond man of the Wang family, was severely injured by Mubai in the league, and died due to some strange circumstances, while Jiang Bumming of the Jiang family, who was above them, was killed on the spot by Mubai. It can be said that of the four major families participating in the National League at that time, only Shin Fu and Li Ming of the Shin family are left. Damn it! So annoying. You women know that I don't want to recall the things of that time. But you are still chattering here. If you were not my sister, I really want to kill you on the spot. Li Ming, who had drunk some wine, did not give face to the other party at all. He picked up the bottle and threw it at the shaking crowd below, and pointed at the friends sitting on the second floor and scolded them. These people have no idea how terrifying Mubai is. During this time, he is still improving in the same place. But Mubai has already crossed the Dragon Gate and can compete with the previous generation of Shinwook. This sense of gap makes him angry, horrified, and trembling. Now he just wants to stop thinking about that person. He is not a broad-minded person like Shin Fu. He still can't let go of his own failure. Impotent and furious. It seems like you have to find some motivation to make Mubai, who has become a nightmare, completely disappear. I guess this is also the reason why father took the initiative to ask for orders to go to Donghai province to capture Mubai. Li Ming lowered his head in depression. Li Qiqi thought of more. The prosperity of the Li family can be traced back to the time of Li Si in the Qin dynasty. Even many well-known families have existed in the Qin dynasty, and have experienced rise and fall. Even if there are 10 more people like Mubai, they cannot threaten the foundation of the Li family. It doesn't matter if the other party is the emperor, unless the other party surpasses the emperor and enters the 9th level god level. It is possible to completely eradicate the Li family. But is that possible? Looking at all the top 8 level emperors in the world, they spend their lives not for power and glory, but to enter the sequence of gods. Only by becoming a god on the Blue Star can you become a saint and truly achieve immortality. West Street District of Donghai City. When Director Li woke up and saw that Shinwook had returned empty-handed, he knew that he would not escape Mubai's clutches. At the moment, the seaside was calm. The storms and rains that had fought between the emperors had all disappeared. It was very strange. I don't know who won. Secret Sentry. Underground Vault. Security personnel distribution. Director Li told Mubai everything he knew, and his fluent words obviously did not lie to Mubai. Of course, if he dared to lie, he would die miserably. Hey Ju, take him with us, and we will wipe them all out. Several people entered a strange state under Mubai's thunder. and several of them disappeared in the same place in an instant following Mu Bai's thunder. The massacre under the night sky officially began. Mu Bai and his group first destroyed the Li family's scientific research site, which was actually conducting human experiments under the SHL of a food factory, killed all the people in it, and destroyed all the supporting facilities of the entire site. Next was the Li family's secret military factory in Donghai, underground vault, etc. Some were legal in Donghai City, and some were illegal. All these facilities were caught by Mu Bai, and Director Li's face became more and more ugly. The reason why he reported these places was to use the security personnel in these places to kill Mu Bai and his party. But none of the level 6 ability people he met along the way could last a single move in front of Mu Bai. The opponent's casual vibration attack could tear the level 6 purple gold strawman into pieces. What's more terrifying is that this person is sometimes like a god. Standing outside the facility, he summoned a deadly thunder beam at will to kill all the people in the facility. Obviously, he didn't know about the heart network. Mu Bai also displayed his terrifying strength in this series of activities, and completed the group annihilation of the Li family's Donghai City industrial chain in a very short time. All 29 places have been wiped out. Next, I will search the whole city for everyone's conversation. You'd better not let me find out that you have any concealment. As soon as Mu Bai's cold words came out, Director Li regretted it. He looked normal, but his heart had already set off a huge wave. He didn't believe others who said they could do it, but he believed Mu Bai 10,000 times that he could do it. Wait, there is another place. I guarantee that there is only this one place, where the raw sea stone or stolen from the Donghai mine is stored. No wonder the main body of the Tianxi group withdrew from Donghai City some time ago. And no wonder the presence of sea stone can be vaguely seen in the local research laboratories that were just destroyed. Where is it? Number 240. Chongfan Street, in the suburbs of Xiqing District. Mr. Mu Bai, I promise that's the last one. I beg you to let me go. I promise to persuade the Li family not to go against you. When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. When the flying birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the enemy country is broken, the counselors die. Director Li, who knelt on the ground and begged Mu Bai to let him go, knew this well, because he often used this method. He knew that if he continued to follow Mu Bai, he would definitely die without a burial place. Don't worry. I, Mu Bai, am kind and will definitely not kill you. I promise. Mu Bai said with a flat tone, standing in front of the exploding laboratory and smiling. Although Director Li was a little unconvinced, he had no choice. This Mu Bai obviously didn't want to let him leave at this time, so he had to go with him first. Soon, when Mu Bai and his group came to the place Director Li said, Mu Bai immediately found something wrong. In this remote suburban location, there was no cicada chirping at this moment, and the entire warehouse was dead silent. Curse and kill! In an instant, a death array appeared in the gap between thousands of jungles. The source of countless virtual black lines was pointing to Mu Bai. Director Li, who was out of control, was stunned when a transparent talisman appeared behind him. He didn't know when it was posted. What is this? After a bang, the black array fell on the heads of Mu Bai and others. The dark and oppressive curse power was wiping out the life of all of them. With the opening of the curse array, the deep and oppressive H.L.like field suddenly opened. The person who fell from the sky was the black unicorn, who came here when the king of the East Sea left. Mu Bai's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect that the person hiding here would instantly open the field ability, making him unable to move and stagnate in place. Heiju felt the same way. Director Li, who was in his hand, also fell to the ground. As for Bai Gugu, it was relatively easy, except for being unable to move. She had no pressure. Ah! I saw small black lines flowing out from the ground and eroding Director Li's entire face. Director Li, who was in unbearable pain, shouted with both joy and pain, "Which level 7 Heavenly King? I am an insider of the Li family. Please save me!" Black Kiran has been paying attention to the situation of the entire Donghai city. He knows that the king of Donghai is fighting with the emperor of the Li family, and has no time to take care of Donghai city. He wants to take this opportunity to completely kill Mu Bai. As a level 7 Heavenly King, he has such overwhelming strength. Goodbye, Mu Bai. From beginning to end, he did not look at Director Li. The weakest commander and Director Li immediately became the primary targets of the Black Rune, and were dismembered in painful wails. Endless curse power floated down with the cards in the hands of Black Kiran. When the cards landed, the rules of his curse field would be triggered. and all living things contained in them would be cursed and killed. This is his fruit ability, the special superhuman curse fruit. Back then, Black Kirin used this move to kill all the people in the city in the other dimension, and left no trace of their bodies. Jiang Yan accepted him because of his special ability. What a pity! Mu Bai, who had a bright future, will be buried here forever. If the smiling masked man hadn't stopped you this time, you would have really died. The black unicorn standing in the void did not stop his actions while talking. He had other ways to kill Mu Bai, but killing him in the domain was the safest. The card was getting closer and closer to the ground. Mu Bai, who felt the danger of death, did not panic. He judged that the other party had wanted to assassinate him while he was talking. This black rune was the same as the ordinary people who died outside the demon tree realm. So, did someone with a smiling mask stop him at that time? Mu Bai, who had no time to think about these, suddenly turned dark gold in his eyes. In his amazing spirit, Mu Bai slowly raised his head, and the domineering aura that pierced the night crossed the entire space. What a monster. You can actually release the domineering aura in my domain space. I can't imagine how worried Jiang Yan would be if you were allowed to grow up. The black unicorn, who was muttering to himself, obviously didn't care about Mu Bai's actions. After all, in his opinion, when Mu Bai stepped into the cursed domain, the other party's death had already become a fact. Now all he needed to do was, huh? The black unicorn was shocked when he suddenly found a crack in the void. What the hell is this? Mu Bai, who was fixed in place, consumed 5 devil fruits and turned them into star energy to summon the 8th level star beast, an armor beyond the ordinary. When the owner fills the star power, he can get the power to summon the star beast. Within 3 hours, the star beast will obey the order of the armor owner to attack. When the first ray of energy came out of the star-colored crack, the curse field collapsed. The black unicorn, who originally controlled Mu Bai's life and death, was now disappearing quickly. The best strategy is to run away. Strangely, this star beast seems to be small in size and human-shaped, which is somewhat similar to the second star beast that Mu Bai summoned in the demon tree world to briefly fight against the world's will. Kill him, Mu Bai said sternly. He has the right to command the star beast for 3 hours. The star beast that received the order walked out of the crack. In the teleportation space behind him were countless dead bodies of his own kind. The opponent seemed to be forcibly pulled from the battlefield. Dark blue skin, the same size as a normal person, plus the black armor. Mu Bai could hardly guess the opponent's level, but it was obvious that he had no problem dealing with the 7th level Heavenly King. Under the night, the black unicorn ran at full speed. When he felt the first breath in the crack channel, he had already realized that the opponent must be an 8th level emperor, because the word danger appeared on the card he placed in his palm. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I shouldn't have come to assassinate Mu Bai. This guy actually has the means to summon the helpers of the emperor's throne. Who can kill him in this situation? Before, he wanted to kill Mu Bai with the curse field, which became a complete joke, even if he took advantage of the field's preemptive strike to prevent him from using other treasures. Just as he was thinking about it, the black armored star beast in the void projection in front of him passed by with his fingers, and the dazzling star power immediately cut the fleeing black unicorn in half. The dignified 7th level Heavenly King died. After Mu Bai sensed the feedback from the star beast, he ordered it to return to its original world. Unable to resist the summoner's order, the star beast reluctantly left through the space in front of it. At the same time, 3 powerful forces swept through here, obviously looking for the unknown throne. After solving all this, Mu Bai left without stopping. At dawn, the battle on the EC finally ended. No one knows the real battle between the thrones, but according to the news on the dark web, Li Chang'an of the Li family lost his right arm at the hands of the king of the EC, and the fact that Mu Bai hunted the Li family seemed insignificant in the face of such earth-shaking news. When Mu Bai stood in the venue of the gods' heaven again, many people couldn't help but look at him with high regard. To blow up what happened last night was completely the revenge of the Li family against Mu Bai. But the one who could see the sun the next day was still Mu Bai, which showed that the opponent's strength was unfathomable. And even the Li family couldn't do anything about it. Wu Kun, who presided over the overall situation of the venue, invited the contestants to come forward as usual. The second group's battle was about to begin, when the serial number 2 was marked on Zhao Eo. He was stunned, and his opponent was actually the white skeleton Luo Changkong. The third group of contestants were Huang Bei and Lu Yu. The fourth group was Wang Zongqian versus Li Shenghan. The fifth group was Sun Yu versus Yang Tianfan. The sixth group of Xianyuan Boer battles. 25 groups of people are exactly 12 groups of players. And Shinwuk happens to be the one who gets a bye. The progress of this battle has been accelerated. Divided into 3 groups to compete at the same time. If nothing unexpected happens, the final 13 people will appear this morning for the next decisive battle. The battle between Poison King Zhao Ao and Luo Chengkong is particularly exciting. One is the superhuman poison fruit, and the other is the superhuman yellow spring fruit. Poison King Zhao Ao is undoubtedly very troubled. After all, the opponent is a dead person, and his venom attack will be greatly reduced. Luo Chengkong, holding a bone spear, is very powerful. With the help of his hollow and exposed body, he is very handy when using armament hockey. After all, the armament hockey covering the bones requires very little. The battle between these two people is the most intense. In the end, Zhao Ao is slightly better and releases all the venom to form a venom ocean to lock the opponent in the venom world. Luo Chengkong had no choice but to admit defeat. The battle between Huang Bei and Lu Yu in the third group was very strange. Huang Bei was shrouded in moonlight throughout the battle. The hallucinogenic effect made him unclear. He knew that the opponent's fruit ability could create hallucinations, but he still couldn't resist. However, after a short struggle, Huang Bei still relied on his mental consciousness to overcome this hallucinogenic effect. When approaching the opponent's body, Lu Yu surrendered on the spot without any hesitation. With Lu Yu's strength, she didn't need to fight these strongmen head-on. She could enter the eternal secret realm by getting into the top few in the easier and simpler resurrection match. Wang Zongxian and Li Shenghan turned into a protracted battle. Li Shenghan, who had the ability to predict the future with his observation color, didn't dare to touch the ground throughout the battle. But he could deal with the opponent's large-scale attack. The bullets carrying sea stone were not a threat to Wang Zongxian, but they undoubtedly had absolute accuracy and lethality with Li Shenghan's observation color. The whole battle ended after 3 hours. In the end, Li Shenghan ran out of energy and surrendered. After this round of selection, except for Shinwuk, who was given a bye, the 24 people selected in the third round of battle also finished the battle. When it was close to noon, the fourth round of competition was about to begin. Interesting. The remaining people are all monsters, and such a battle is undoubtedly exciting. Zhao Ao was very happy, and he wished he could meet Shinwuk in the next round. Shinwuk and Mu Bai fought last night, and the other party hid his domineering aura. Lu Yu said inappropriately. The news of the fight between the two last night spread widely. It is said that the Dark Web organization even found someone to verify it, and added the word domineering aura under Shinwuk's information this morning. Domineering aura? That guy actually has it. Hearing this, Zhao Ao also became serious. It seems that Shinwuk has never shown his true strength. Unexpectedly, he was forced to use the hidden domineering aura by a junior? Interesting. The 13 people stood on the arena of the Kingdom of Gods again. This time, the sequence symbol first appeared on Shinwuk, and the corresponding one was Zhao Ao. His good guy. What he thought came true. Zhao Ao, with a gloomy look in his triangular eyes, laughed. Shinwuk looked indifferent. Zhao Ao or others were just passing clouds. The purpose of his trip to the East China Sea was to enter the eternal secret realm to find a way to improve his strength. The fight between the two undoubtedly aroused the interest of the audience. The battle between the superhuman poison fruit and the godless fruit, who mastered the divine attack, must be very exciting. Mu Bai, who was holding the back of his head and closing his eyes to rest, also opened his eyes. Zhao Ao, a 27-year-old graduate of the East Desert Military Academy, was very strong. When he fought with Luo Chengkong before, he found that the other party was at ease. And compared with Magellan, the warden in the One Piece comics, Zhao Ao's control over the fruit ability is undoubtedly a step higher, which can be seen from the frequency of the other party going to the toilet. Mu Bai even suspected that Zhao Ao had already awakened the fruit, unlike the natural system, which has an almost infinite difficulty in awakening. The superhuman poison fruit can indeed be awakened more easily. The two were teleported into the Kingdom of the Gods without saying a word. When Zhao Ao opened his eyes, the heat that hit him made him very uncomfortable. The terrain here is a desert, and the vast expanse is full of yellow sand. The desert has many terrains. From now on, I have to go all out. Shinwuk. Zhao Ao crossed his hands and muttered to himself. His face, which had been malnourished for a long time, actually turned a little red at this moment. Awakening skills. Toxic ocean. After saying that, the venom in his body is actually assimilating the entire desert area. The desert ocean around his feet is actually transforming into a venom ocean. Shinwuk, who was a few hundred meters away, opened his eyes and saw such a terrifying scene. He still had a cold face. He could hide his strength. So why didn't he allow Zhao Ao to not announce the awakening of the fruit? This scene of creating a venom ocean undoubtedly made everyone exclaim. Luo Changkong, who was removing the sticky venom from his body, looked at the scene on the screen with surprise. He didn't expect Zhao Ao to have not used his full strength yet. Zhao Ao, this guy, actually awakened the fruit ability just like you. Mu Bai. Mu Bai nodded calmly with his chin on his hand. He was thinking about something very important. That is the direction of fruit awakening. The superhuman fruit is nothing more than a few main aspects: strengthening, creation, fusion, influence, and control. After awakening, compound ability characteristics will appear. For example, Doflamingo's superhuman string fruit will have assimilation ability similar to the natural system after awakening. But after he left that place, the ground that was originally turned into silk threads would disappear and return to its original form. So the essence of the string fruit is still a creative ability, mainly for making silk threads. For example, the superhuman poison fruit that Zhao Ao has awakened at this moment is also the same. Although it is similar to the ability of the natural system, even after awakening, it is probably only able to maintain the poisonous sea for a short time. Once leaving the ground, these venomous seas will soon disappear and return to their original appearance. But ordinary natural system ability users can truly create natural attacks. Similar to the example of the island turning into ice and fire after the battle between Akiji and Akainu. In which direction will the natural system develop after awakening? Whether in this world or in the world of One Piece, there are awakened ability users of the animal system and the superhuman system. The awakening ability of the animal system is currently known to be relatively simple. That is, it has a stronger body and almost immortal vitality, and super endurance. Mu Bai suspects that these animal awakeners have also strengthened their body organs, and it is more appropriate to say that they have evolved. The awakening progress of the thunder fruit on Mu Bai has been very slow during this period, as if it has reached a bottleneck and is restricted to the extent that it cannot awaken. Is it the limit of the level? Or does the awakening of the natural fruit require a greater price or a stronger body? While Mu Bai was thinking, the venom sea on the screen had expanded to a very exaggerated extent. The flowing sand dunes were replaced by sticky venom, and the highly toxic liquid flowed towards Shinwuk from all directions. Invincible in divine attack? I don't think the advanced use of armed color domineering will be as magical as the legend. The slightly sarcastic tone was more disdainful. Since Zhao Ao awakened the fruit, he has become more and more aware of the potential of the ability user. Swallowing the fruit to master a power similar to the rules allows him to master it proficiently. In his eyes, the title of Devil Fruit ability user is not appropriate, and it is more appropriate to be a craftsman who masters the rules. Awakening highly toxic poison dragon. More than a dozen venom dragons flew out of the hundreds of meters of venom. Even the scorching sunlight in the sky was blocked. There was a faint fishy smell all around, which was the unique smell of highly toxic under the sunlight. I don't have an antidote. Zhao Ao waved his hand and went down. The monstrous venom was accompanied by a deep purple venom dragon head. He wanted to completely submerge Shinwuk's tiny figure in the sea of poison. In front of this doomsday scene, Shinwuk said lightly, "It's spectacular. But it's a pity that there are too many weaknesses." In an instant, the invisible spirit was completely released. The tyrannical domineering aura directly suppressed Zhao Ao. Even Zhao Ao couldn't bear the strong pressure. What a joke. Once this level of oppression is used in a fight, it will be a fatal killing move. In the moment when the opponent is stagnant, it is enough for the top players to kill the opponent 100 times. Are you despising me? You guy? You are really arrogant. The poisonous dragon is coming. The murderous intent swept down, and the highly toxic liquid sprinkled on the yellow sand like raindrops. Shinwuk disappeared on the spot in the face of this terrifying attack. Shave! God attack! The flowing armament hockey was like a substance that tore through the SHL of the venom, and was about to pierce Zhao Ao's body with its indestructible power. Seeing this, Zhao Ao did not dodge. Venom solidifies. After the awakening of the Superman poison fruit, Zhao Ao's venom toxicity was greatly enhanced, and he could assimilate other substances to turn them into venom. The most important thing was that he could completely change the way venom existed. The solidified venom actually collided with the indestructible armament hockey like metal. The solidified venom was collapsing with a harsh friction sound. Armament hockey disintegrated the structure from the inside. And the solidified venom was hard, but still difficult to resist this internal and external attack. Countercurrent. Hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. In Xiao Ao's angry shout. The venom, that was originally flowing downwards, was instantly transformed into a dragon-shaped venom column that broke through the sky and rushed straight to Shinwuk, who was stepping on the moon in the air. Rebirth in paradise. Domineering finger to kill. As soon as this move came out, Mubai recognized that it was the same move from last night. Ordinary finger guns will become unusual when connected with the advanced use of Armament Hockey's divine attack. I saw that the dense black dots like bullets in front of Shinwuk pierced the venom column and went directly to Xiao Ao. Under the terrifying lethality, the huge amount of venom water column was actually broken up. Even Xiao Ao was very surprised that this ordinary move was so terrifying in the hands of the opponent. Unfortunately, it was not enough. He cut open his hands. The venom ocean that was originally liquid suddenly disappeared, and it was replaced by purple smoke and clouds. Solid. Liquid. Naturally. It can be done. Gaseous state. In an instant, Shinwuk retreated at a high speed. Draw a prison on the ground. Invulnerable to all methods. Armed color barrier. In order to block the poisonous air, Shinwuk condensed a flowing armed color domineering in front of him to completely block the contact with the poisonous gas. The original position in the sky had long been shrouded by purple mist, and even the sleeves fell off due to the residual poisonous gas on his body. Ha! You acted very quickly. But Shinwuk, you'd better not breathe in the next battle. Otherwise I can't guarantee whether you can still survive. The poisonous ocean under his feet. The gasified venom above his head is spreading and expanding. And there are many venoms solidified as barriers near his body to ensure his safety. In this case, Shinwuk undoubtedly encountered a problem. If he wanted to attack by force, he would inevitably be contaminated with poison. If he inhaled the poison or touched the poison, even if he won, he would probably be unable to participate in the next competition due to the poison. After all, if Xiao Ao bit himself to death without an antidote, no one else could do anything to him. Moreover, it just so happens that going straight for the vital point is Shinwuk's usual fighting style. For a multi-fruit ability user like Mubai, there is a solution to this problem. But it is undoubtedly a problem for Shinwuk. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, and corrosive damage of poisonous attributes, it can be said that Xiao Ao, who has awakened the poison fruit, is an all-round fruit ability user. This guy is really surprising. Normal offensives can't be the opponent of the monster Shinwuk. If you rely on the ability of Venom, you may really be able to defeat this guy. Wang Zongxian on the ring looked at the big screen thoughtfully. Shinwuk is undoubtedly powerful. But compared to the Devil Fruit ability user, the opponent is naturally at a disadvantage in some aspects. Huang Bei, who was drinking water, was also very concerned about the battle between the two. It was also a headache for him to use his fruit ability to fight against Xiao Ao's poison fruit. The key is to close the distance. If the opponent attacks like flying a kite, then there is really little chance. Block the whole territory, and then carry out encirclement and suppression. How about this strategy? Shinwuk. Xiao Ao in the poisonous sea blocked the surrounding space with poison gas, and at the same time filled the area with more concentrated poison gas. As the concentration of toxins increased, the surrounding sand grains made a sizzling sound, as if they were roasted on a raging fire. Shinwuk, who saw this scene coldly, smiled, and that smile was simply uncontrollable, which included both ridicule and indifference. Such a complex expression was unpredictable. Shinwuk, who pressed his right hand on his entire face, made it difficult to see his expression at this moment. What's wrong with the eldest son of the Shin family? Are you happy to be abused? Xiao Ao, who was picking his nose, didn't care. If the other party really only showed such strength, he could kill the other party with venom. Really? Xiao Ao, do you care so much about your brother's death? Do you want me to tell you the truth? No one dared to stop me when the dimensional world was at its last battle. But he wanted the crown treasure in my hand. Speaking of this, Shinwuk said word by word indifferently. Then I cut off his limbs and finally crushed him into a blood mist. The action stopped. Xiao Ao stopped all actions. He knew that Shinwuk, such a proud person, would not lie to him. But so what? It is normal to kill people for treasures and be killed in return. But in this world, only children believe that the boundaries between black and white are clear, while adults know the true laws of the operation of the whole world. For Xiao Ao, the other party killed his brother, which is already a life and death struggle. You have become a turtle in a jar. You want to reduce my hatred by shaping your justice? Are you kidding? Xiao, who was full of murderous intent, said with wide eyes. His tone was calm, but his hands, which were originally clenched, were about to bleed at this moment. Of course not. I'm just stating a fact so that you can go all out, because I will show a little bit of my strength next. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot with great calmness. A sharp sword cut through the sky with a sound of shattering that resounded through the heavens and the earth. And the poison gas and venom were cut off at the same time. And the venom around these broken lines was collapsing and shrinking at a very fast speed. A strong sense of death lingered in my heart. Not good. Xiao subconsciously drilled into the flowing venom and brushed past the black slash. More than a dozen hills behind him exploded under the slash. In the yellow sand, only the naked upper body of Shenwuk was seen with pure black gauntlets on both hands. And in his left hand was a strangely shaped long sword. The whole audience was in an uproar when this scene appeared. You should know that Shenwuk's appearance has never appeared before. And the black gauntlet and the black long sword are strangely fused together. And most of the 6th level masters are also confused. Elder Wu Pokong, who was sitting in the front row of the audience, could not help but nod his head. With his experience, he could see through the attack method of the descendants of the god family at a glance. That is the ability to use the advanced armament hockey combined with special skills to create armed equipment. Strictly speaking, this is the origin of the name of armament hockey. Create weapons, and then see God is not bad. Mu Bai, who was sitting in the contestant seat, was also shocked. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this was armament hockey. But the use of this ability was too incredible. Wang Zongxian was even more shocked. He had heard that Shenwuk had mastered a very strong fighting method during his 3 years of training. He originally thought that it was the Overlord hockey that had just been exposed. But he never expected that the other party would actually use the armament hockey to this extent. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. This level was only achieved by the first group of people more than 50 years ago. In the desert, Xiao, whose poisonous sea was cut off by the continuous slashes, was surprised to find that after the opponent's slashes, he could not control the original broken area at all. As if there was a faint suppression effect of sea stone. No! Unlike the suppression method, this kind of slashing is more like the isolation effect of armament hockey, which means that these cuts were destroyed from the inside by armament hockey. Xiao, who was in the scene, obviously felt it most clearly. Now he did not dare to be careless. He saw the raging poisonous sea evaporated and condensed into solid venom in an instant. The solid venom split into fine venom crystals and shot toward Shenwuk's position. Poison crystal storm. Strangling rain. The most terrifying part of this move is not the venom crystals that burst out like raindrops, but that after the enemy chops the venom crystals, all the crystals will react in a chain reaction and explode into gas. In this case, the opponent will definitely be poisoned. Cut it off. Cut off your future life with your own hands. Xiao pulled the distance between the two sides and stepped back repeatedly with the moon steps. The perfect use of 3 states of venom is really a good fruit ability. But it's a pity. Before the voice fell, facing the burst of hundreds of thousands of venom crystals, Shenwuk's left-hand armor slid gently in front of him. Only a sound like knocking on a glass bottle was heard. And at the same time, the terrifying crystal storm had already fallen. Bang bang bang. All the crystals fell on the invisible barrier a few meters away from Shenwuk. Together with the poisonous gas, they were isolated outside. This transparent barrier only showed its true appearance at this moment, and a light black halo was seen flowing on it. This barrier was also an armed device. With a wave of his hand, the poisonous gas in front of him was swept away by the invisible armed color domineering. Shenwuk, holding a strange long sword, walked over slowly. It's so annoying. I don't believe it. Xiao, who was angry, melted his whole body into the desert. Unlike the previous conversion of sand into venom, he used the looseness of the sand to connect the venom. Several nearby sand dunes collapsed instantly. And Xiao, who became a fat man, directly elementalized and secreted venom. It is worth noting that his elementalization at this moment is different from that of natural ability users. But venom is secreted outside the body, when a large amount of venom and sand are connected together. Xiao stretched out his hand to pull the overwhelming venomous sand mixture, and threw it in the direction of Shenwuk. Cut! The sword waved that sword into the sky, directly cut down the blanket-like mixture. The venom dispersed, and the toxic sand was mixed in the area near Shenwuk. At this moment, Shenwuk also felt the movement underground. and a slight vibration was happening. The ground beneath his feet was like a sleeping earth dragon turning over, and a violent will was rushing up from underground. Moon step. Shinwuk left the ground. In an instant, the venomous dragon head that covered the sky and the sun opened its mouth and bit Shinwuk. This was a mixture of venom and sand. Super large poisonous dragon. Same trick. The strange long sword in his hand disappeared, and a black flowing giant hammer appeared in his hand instead. Get down. He swung the giant hammer made of armed equipment with both hands and smashed it down. Bang! The super large poisonous dragon was smashed down with a force that seemed to be able to shake the world. Get up. Zhao Ao on the ground controlled the behemoth to continue attacking. The venom that was repelled actually climbed up again along the trajectory of the sand. The original super large poisonous dragon split into two heads at this moment. Shinwuk was swallowed into the belly of the venom dragon under the double attack. The entangled venom and sand quickly separated in Zhao Ao's bloodshot eyes. The sticky venom within a range of nearly 100 meters wrapped Shinwuk in it and continued to erode. No matter how many tricks you have, you will die in the venom. Zhao Ao pressed his hands down and wanted to control the venom ball to fall to the ground. But to his surprise, hundreds of scratches appeared in the sticky venom. An urchin-like instrument appeared in the venom to pull out the venom that lost its owner's control. After the purple mist dissipated, Shinwuk, who stepped on the black stairs from the sky, walked down intact. This guy. God attack. Killing God continuous slash. For a moment, Zhao Ao felt that the waves of swords and knives in front of him were more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Hundreds of terrifying continuous slashes tore directly from one end of the desert. This attack was impossible to avoid. I lost. I can't compete with this guy's strength. I admit defeat, Zhao Ao said bitterly. And then the kingdom of gods teleported him back to the real world. And the death slash in the desert cut off nearly 10,000 meters of sand dunes. Such a terrifying attack unfortunately did not hit the target, or it was just a little bit away. When Shinwuk was teleported out, he saw Zhao Ao, who had been exhausted, collapsed on the ground and didn't know what he was thinking. The people chosen for the second group of battles were also controversial. That is, Wang Zongxian and Mu Bai. My goodness. These two are both terrifying beings that can cause natural disasters. If they fight, it will definitely be a big scene. Indeed. But with Wang Zongxian's natural virtual earth fruit, he should still stick to the path of hiding. Right? Unlucky. Wang Zongxian didn't expect to meet Mu Bai in this situation. This young man who is several years younger than him is one of the people he fears the most. But since he met him here, he can only do his best. Anyway, his hatred with Mu Bai is not deep. At most, he will admit defeat and save his life after being defeated. And Mu Bai doesn't care. He really doesn't care who his opponent is. Anyway, except for Shinwuk. The rest of these people are no longer on the same level as him. Although it is ruthless. This is the fact. At present, there are probably not many people in the audience who can see the gap in strength. In the previous battles between Mu Bai and Shinwuk, they undoubtedly crushed the enemies. Even many times when they could have won, they didn't go any further. Mu Bai. Wait a minute. Zhao Ao, who was sitting on the ground, stood up slowly. He took out a dark golden treasure box from his arms. It contained energy fluctuations that surprised Mu Bai. He thought that this thing was very likely a treasure or semi-artifact. What are you doing? Mu Bai asked softly. Somewhat puzzled, Zhao Ao just shook his head and said, I have never opened the treasure in it. This is a treasure from another dimension that my brother obtained 6 years ago. I want to ask you for a favor. Oh, tell me about it. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, did not express his agreement or refusal. Defeat Shinwuk. It's that simple. I know that you are the only one in the audience who has this ability. Speaking of which, you may not believe that my late uncle knew your parents. This move that seemed to be playing the emotional card made Mu Bai stunned. Who is your uncle? Li Baiqing. In an instant, all the memories of the previous Shura Tower emerged in Mu Bai's mind. At that time, he had fought with Li Baiqing, who was a black warrior in Shura Tower. When he defeated the opponent in the end, he said frankly that his original parents disappeared after entering the ancient world. And in the end, Li Baiqing's soul and the black warrior were taken away by the Skeleton King. And he was also located by the opponent at that time because he saw the figure of the undead overlord, who was suspected to be the 9th level god Skeleton King. And he also obtained the white bone and the skeleton token after opening the Shura Tower. Skeleton token connects to the unknown world. Use the token to come to the marked other dimensional world. Restriction. The main world level reaches level 6 to enter. When he entered Donghai City, he specifically inquired about the information of the dimensional space of this ancient world. And the information he got was roughly the same as what he knew. That space is a rare special space. Only people with special tokens can enter. And its location is indeed in Donghai City. But strangely, the space collapsed some time ago, as if it was considered to have erased the traces. It can be said that the skeleton token in Mu Bai's hand may be the only way for the entire human world to enter it. You don't need to tell me. I will also defeat Shinwuk. I am very interested in his armed color domineering. After saying that, Mu Bai took the dark gold treasure box and put it into the storage space, and then stood in the same position with Wang Zongxian waiting for the call of the Kingdom of Gods. Mu Bai, I will do my best. Wang Zongxian took off his gold-rimmed glasses and said very seriously. He also wanted to challenge himself. After all, conquering impossible mountains in this world is also a kind of transcendence. Since Shinwuk has spare strength, I will also see how much strength you use based on your performance. Such plain words caused Wang Zongxian no less lethality than being defeated once. Wang Zongxian, with a slight movement of his eyes, was a little unbelievable. You know, the strength shown by Shinwuk before was enough to dominate the entire arena. But this Mu Bai said that the other party had spare strength. You are not deliberately confusing me. Mu Bai didn't expect that you are a very meticulous person. I guess you are also familiar with the art of war. What is this guy talking about? Mu Bai looked at the other party with a cold face and did not speak. And Wang Zongxian, who had a little plan in his mind, also retracted his gaze vigilantly. When the Kingdom of Gods teleported the two into a random space, a faint odor lingered at the tips of their noses. Mu Bai, who woke up first, only felt that there was a slight radiation force affecting his body. Ordinary people in this environment will inevitably start to bleed from the nose. And then the skin all over the body will ulcerate. And finally the body will slowly deform into a monster. Looking up, the entire space was filled with a ruined city. There was no doubt that the two had been teleported to a ruined wasteland world. In the ruined building, there were still sporadic green eyes staring at the two's fresh flesh. The video in the venue was magnified and caused an uproar. The monster hidden in the building had a human face and no hair on its body. There are still bright Chinese characters on the long-abandoned streets, which makes Mu Bai very strange. Could it be that this Kingdom of Gods is a random map created by extracting the memories of the contestants? This scene is obviously the scene of the Doomsday nuclear bomb wasteland. And even the radiation power is exactly the same. Wang Zongxian, who is a few hundred meters away, only feels that these monsters are very noisy. With a wave of his hand, the contaminated soil rushes into the abandoned building as if it is life. These monsters are locked in the soil with terrifying wailing sounds. These soils controlled by the soil fruit have a magical power that can suffocate the enemy completely when buried in the soil. Strange battle map. But this is a big deal. Mu Bai, let me see your true strength. Wang Zongxian stepped on the ground in the dilapidated city square. A steady stream of soil people similar to terracotta warriors drilled out of the ground. And the army holding long swords and iron spears attacked the enemy with great momentum. Isn't this the move used before? This kind of controlled attack is useless to me. Mu Bai didn't waste any words and directly tore the sky with his domineering aura. His powerful spirit crushed the entire army. The power with the rules of the earth fruit quickly decayed from the native soldiers. What a joke. Wanting to carry out this kind of attack in front of Mu Bai, a multi-fruit ability user, is like showing off his sword in front of Guan Gong. Snap your fingers. Mu Bai, with one hand in his pocket, raised his index finger to the sky. And in an instant, endless thunder roared. The lightning flashes, like a natural disaster, annihilated the entire world. This is the terrifying ability of the thunder fruit. When used by Mu Bai, it is so terrifying that it is outrageous. Mu Bai, your lightning may not work on me. Earth Castle. Wang Zongxian was not afraid under the thunder and lightning, but crossed his hands, and the surrounding soil quickly bulged to form a semicircular castle, trying to resist the bombardment of thunder. But Mu Bai smiled meaningfully. The thunder that fell from the sky seemed to be different from ordinary electric current. It made a creaking sound when it flowed. When the thunder like a thunder column bombarded down, it was accompanied by an uncontrollable sharp feeling. This sharpness is the destruction and decomposition of objects by vibration under the effect of resonance. At this moment, the thunder bombardment mixed with the vibration fruit has the power of double fruits. The earthen castle collapsed under the continuous resonance and Mu Bai's figure disappeared in the electric current. when Wang Zongxian merged into the ground and struggled to avoid the thunder. A hand pressed on the ground above his head. That was Mu Bai, who locked the opponent's position with his observation hockey. At this moment, he inserted his hands deeply into the ground like a demon. And then, his hands suddenly opened. With the rupture of the pale white vibration ball cover, several tilted buildings around were shaking violently. So what if you hide in the ground? Why not destroy the whole ground? This sentence can be said to be extremely arrogant and overbearing. If it came from someone else, it would be a bit awkward. But it was so natural when it came from Mu Bai, who possessed the power of the tremor fruit. The audience in front of the big screen was boiling. They could hardly imagine what Mu Bai would do next. Was he going to find Wang Zongxian, who possessed the earth fruit, out from underground? Or is it going to tear the whole land apart? Full of vigor and vitality, there is one more fruit that can be called a natural disaster in the future. Is he related to that person who came from Wudao? Opening his cloudy eyes, the elderly Wu Pokong muttered to himself, as if he didn't know who he was talking to. The sound of the Xinjian fruit, which was like a broken mirror, was heard constantly. It is related. Sometimes people may choose fruits, and sometimes fruits can choose people. There is no big difference between the two in the cause and effect relationship. I don't know when the king of the East Sea sat next to Wu Pokong. The fruit chooses people? I can already feel the power of this fruit in my body slowly fading. You said I still have a few years to live. People say that the emperor's throne is immortal and can last for thousands of years. But I am already old. There are always some devil fruits that are special. And the one in Wu Pokong's body is such an existence. The king of the East Sea pondered for a long time without answering. Even as powerful as he was, he didn't know all the answers in the world. Perhaps only the unreachable 9th level existence could answer. After all, as long as people in the long river of fate are limited by the past, present and future, they will not be able to find the truth of things. What happened on the big screen immediately afterwards made most people's hair stand on end, and the biting cold swept through their bodies. Mu Bai is tearing the earth apart, destroying the city. In the wasteland world, the vibration ball cover between Mu Bai's hands, with a hint of coldness, continuously made a harsh wave sound, which locked the entire area with the power of resonance. It is impossible for ordinary people to split the earth in half. Even ordinary 7th level kings cannot do it. But Mu Bai, who has the vibration fruit, can. Since Wang Zongxian is keen on using big scenes in battle, he will play with him to the end. The whole body's strength is concentrated in the arms, accompanied by continuous vibrations. The whole ground began to vibrate at a high speed. The whole earth is being torn apart. The city buildings in the distance collapsed in the continuous vibration. The abandoned streets were submerged by the winding surface cracks, and hundreds of meters of office buildings also slowly collapsed. Mu Bai alone is going to create a natural disaster-like scene. Open up for me. Wang Zongxian, who was deep underground, felt an unprecedented vibration. Even he had to release the elemental state and separate from the underground soil. Dense cracks appeared not far away. Is this guy going to turn the whole underground over again? With an ugly face, he carefully avoided the cracks. These cracks were like ghosts chasing him from behind, and the vibration power spreading on the surface wanted to crush everything underground like the blade of a juicer. Realizing that the other party was still dodging, Mu Bai crossed his arms, and the surging vibration power with bulging veins shattered the surrounding space. Both hands bombarded the space on both sides. The powerful force caused the void on both sides to suddenly break, turning into a scene similar to a spider web. As the initiator, Mu Bai covered his hands with the vibration ball cover again, slowly disturbing everything around. After a short stagnation, the whole city shattered, and the ground like a ladder kept turning over. Under the force of the vibration, the entire underground world was like a lamb to be slaughtered, being put on a grill and turned over and over again. In front of Mu Bai was a tsunami that was rising continuously, and in this tsunami of steel and concrete, a figure was thrown out from the ground. That's Brother Zongxian. The children of the eliminated Shindu family looked at this scene in surprise. They had never seen anyone who could force Wang Zongxian out of the soil. Shin Wuk, who was watching with his arms folded, was not surprised. Strictly speaking, Mu Bai's tremor fruit actually restrained the earth fruit in some aspects. When they fought last night, he could feel that his armed color god attack had disintegrated the opponent's vibration. But the opponent also had a strong ability to decompose vibrations with his armed color god attack, even if he went deep into the earth. As long as he could accurately grasp Wang Zongxian's position, he could cause an earthquake to force him out of the soil. After all Although Wang Zongxian had many moves and methods, his most fatal achievement was that his attainments in observation hockey were ordinary. This may not be a big deal for ordinary people. After all, they have lived in their circle all their lives, and being able to master single-color hockey is enough. But in top-level battles, the role of two-color hockey is crucial. Any deficiencies in observation hockey and armed hockey will be seized by the enemy and targeted. Although I am different from you, it is not okay to lose too badly, Shen Wuke said lightly. In his eyes, neither the deadly Qixue nor Wang Zongxian were his real opponents. But they both represented the face of the Shendu family after all. If they lost too badly, they would lose face for the entire circle. You lunatic. Wang Zongxian, who rushed out of the ground, found that the whole city was in a continuous earthquake, and the area above his head was turned upside down by the power of the vibration. Mu Bai, who seemed to be a demon god, disappeared in an instant. The terrifying vibration iron fist fell with a bang. The powerful force directly penetrated the building debris that was surging due to the vibration, and the rocks and sand disappeared under this punch. Wang Zongxian, who was hit by this punch, was scattered on the spot, and the surrounding soil exploded instantly. It turned out that Wang Zongxian's real body had been hiding behind Mu Bai, and the target in front was just a smoke bomb. Wang Zongxian was about to attack, but Mu Bai smiled and snapped his fingers. The debris of nearby buildings floated on the ground with the sound of snapping fingers. 1, 2, 3. Office buildings, schools, residential buildings, etc. were all rushing towards Wang Zongxian at high speed. What the hell is this? Wang Zongxian, who was completely stunned, had no time to react before the rocks flying out from the ground hit him in the air. Mu Bai, with his 5 fingers together, controlled these terrifying giant buildings to perform a baptism for Wang Zongxian. The chain of explosions caused by the collision of buildings completely submerged the other party's figure. Under Mu Bai's deliberate guidance, the debris of the buildings flying in the air bombarded Wang Zongxian from the inside 360 degrees without dead angles. The golden lion ring on his index finger emitted a faint flash at this moment. The power used by Mu Bai at this moment was the power of the natural floating fruit. Strangely enough, the use of artifacts and treasures is prohibited in the kingdom of gods. But the golden lion ring in his hand can ignore this restriction and force the power of the floating fruit to be used in this world. Mu Bai guessed that it should be related to the system production, or because of the devil fruit inlaid. Earthbound. 14 nations. Wang Zongxian, who reacted very quickly elementalized and fell to the ground. His arms turned into wet soil that stuck together and penetrated deep into the earth. The surface of several thousand meters around him rolled up quickly. It was exactly the same move that Chen Yang used when he fought at that time. The difference was that Wang Zongxian went all out this time. The soil kingdom that was encircled together rolled up along with the surface residue. The powerful attraction of 14 times can be said to have scraped the ground 3 feet. Countless rock soils gathered into a spherical shape of several hundred meters, wrapping Mu Bai in it to strangle him. The huge sphere shrank rapidly with Wang Zongxian's clenched hands. But suddenly, it seemed as if the breath from ancient times descended on the world, and the shrinking sphere broke into half in an instant. Mu Bai's body in the sphere was expanding rapidly, and his vision and perception methods had all undergone tremendous changes. The hot breath in the smoke and dust pierced the daylight, and the black breath burned the area several thousand meters ahead into charcoal. Wang Zongxian, who barely managed to resist, had his entire right hand burned by the scorching dragon flame breath. He raised his head with cold sweat, and 2 huge dark golden pupils suddenly opened in the smoke. The black scales, the crisscrossing dragon crowns, and the huge body that covered the sky made it impossible for people to resist. When the smoke completely dissipated, the floating dragon whiskers gathered, and the huge dragon head came in front of Wang Zongxian. It was Mu Bai who turned into an animal, the black dragon form of the animal-type fantasy beast fish fruit. After Mu Bai developed this fruit, the increase in the body has reached a terrifying level. And at this moment, the body of several hundred meters long is even larger than the previous black dragon form, and the dragon's might is even greater. Every breath of this black dragon is like a strong wind blowing through the land, making people unable to open their eyes. Thunderous shouts broke out in the audience. The black dragon and colorful phoenix are the spiritual totems of the entire Xia people. The first emperor unified the 4 seas and respected black and gold. The black dragon, like the golden dragon believed in by all dynasties, became the belief of the entire country. After the unification of the 7 countries, This belief was integrated into the civilization of the entire Xia country from the national level. So when the people in the audience saw Mu Bai transformed into a black dragon, they couldn't help but shout out. Compared with ordinary animal-type ability users, the fantasy beast species with legendary bodies are more dreamlike. The giant dragon with black flames under its feet poured out 3 elements of power from its mouth. Wind Blade, Dragon Flame, Purple Thunder. The 3 elemental powers were a crushing attack on Wang Zongxian. And Wang Zongxian, who was fully awake after a brief loss of consciousness, also gritted his teeth and seemed to be determined to do something. Now the only chance to win is that way. From now on, the place where I stand is the ideal country. The surface soil dried up instantly. But the soil in the area several meters around Wang Zongxian condensed into a small map with clear texture. If there were old professors who studied history, they would definitely recognize that this map was the map of the capital of the Qin dynasty. The reduced map appeared in front of Wang Zongxian, and he was as majestic as the ruler of a country. The lust was surging. The ideal country made of illusory soil has arrived. Armor, soldiers, cities, these things were quickly built. And Mu Bai, who was about to exhale, stopped attacking. He found a different kind of power from the soil. That was the breath of the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding. Earthen puppet, spider. This situation can only occur if you live near the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding for a long time. It seems that there must be a fragment in the Wang family of the divine capital. If Mu Bai's consciousness had not sensed the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding, he would not have been able to detect it. Earth puppet, spider. Giant spiders similar to ancient mechanical beasts emerged from the complex and bizarre soil creations. A wide variety of soils rolled up, forming a massive army in the amazing twist. Standing on the head of the earth spider, Wang Zongxian took out the emperor's jade seal formed by the soil and domineeringly printed it in the direction of Mu Bai. Such a strange scene made Mu Bai confused. Is the other party playing a role-playing game? After the illusory mark disappeared, the entire ideal country collapsed instantly, and all the soldiers and monsters on the surface woke up. At this moment, each of them had pure armed color domineering in their hands. Long swords, long spears, and monsters' claws were all covered with armed color. Even Mu Bai was slightly surprised. But he soon realized that the other party's moves were not based on artifacts or treasures, but on ultimate skills. The army is approaching. Wang Zongxian lowered his eyebrows, his eyes full of murderous intent. That's right. This is his trump card. The ultimate skill Utopia created with the power of the Earth fruit. In the 10 minutes that the Utopia lasts, all soil creations will be given a certain degree of armed color domineering. And these soil creations will also gain extremely powerful amplification. As the king of the Utopia, Wang Zongxian has the ability to be infinitely immune to damage. As long as the summoned soil creations are not dead, he will appear to be untouchable. This ideal country must need an illusory king, who will not die before all his people die. This is the trump card that Wang Zongxian has never shown. The ultimate means of controlling the army to kill the opponent. Mu Bai, you again. When Wang Zongxian, who was full of confidence, was about to look up and say something, Mu Bai's figure had already come to the army and monsters. He pressed the ground with one hand, and the endless dark energy dissolved and swallowed the surrounding soil creations like a fountain. Extreme blockade. Dark water. The range of this dark power is expanding rapidly. In an instant, the army of soil summoned by Wang Zongxian was completely devoured, and even the earth spiders under his feet were dissolved by the dark water in an instant. Secret skills? Mu Bai didn't care about these, as long as the moves were integrated with the power of the fruit. They were just chickens and pottery dogs in front of Mu Bai. All the dark fruits suppressed. The invincible golden body disappeared in an instant, and the carefully prepared big move was broken by the opponent before it lasted for more than 10 seconds. Wang Zongxian was so angry. He still wanted to use this move to show his performance and improve his status in the family. Reckless man. Vulgar person. Wang Zongxian, who still wanted to struggle, clenched his hands in vain, and the lust formed a swirling sandstorm in an instant, and the earth turned over and flowed like waves. As long as Mu Bai's body was buried in the soil, and with the power of the fruit, he would definitely win. Holding this fantasy, Wang Zongxian spared no effort to control the flowing earth to strangle Mu Bai's position. The soil within 100 meters around him rushed towards Mu Bai like a mudslide. And Mu Bai, as the target, was about to yawn. This repetitive move had no effect on him. Why was the other party still working so hard? With one hand in his pocket, he stretched out his left hand and suddenly struck the void beside him. Squeak! 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 The void was broken, and dense cracks went straight to the sky and the earth. After the sound of a broken mirror, the domineering and unparalleled vibration power swept the earth. The mudslide that came like a tsunami was submerged by a larger soil tsunami, and Mu Bai's figure disappeared in the flow of thunder. I give up! Wang Zongxian shouted bitterly, before the finger behind him just touched the back of his head, fearing that Mu Bai would accidentally send him to the underworld. At this moment, Mu Bai's well-proportioned index finger touched the back of his head, but he did not exert any force. Since Wang Zongxian was related to the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding, he would not die here easily. Originally, Mu Bai's initial plan was that if the other party resisted stubbornly, he would take advantage of the chaos to extract the other party's fruit ability. But this would be more trouble than gain. There should not be many people in this world who know that the dark fruit can extract the power of the fruit. Mu Bai thinks it is better to keep this power hidden forever. The two beams of white light disappeared on the spot. When the two were teleported out, Wang Zongxian was so nervous that he couldn't speak clearly. Just now, he could feel that if he said mid-defeat a little slower, the other party would pierce his head with his index finger. This Mu Bai is a madman. The rules of the civilized world can't restrain him at all. It's too crazy to kill even a child of a noble family of his level. Stay away from this madman in the future. He was a little glad that he didn't wade into the muddy water of the Li family. Wang Zongxian, who adjusted his state, returned to his seat without saying a word, with no joy or sadness on his face. Mu Bai stretched his body like an athlete who had just finished warming up. Since he entered the 6th level of purple gold, he has never been exhausted under the blessing of the Tenring purple gold bone. Even if he was suppressed by the black unicorn curse field yesterday, his current body is more like a perpetual motion machine, and the power created is always more than the consumption. He even felt that he could accomplish something similar to the missing teeth from drinking milk in the One Piece comics more easily. With the continuous strengthening of his life return, his control over his body has reached an incredible level. Ordinary people may be 4 or 5 out of 10 in terms of body control, but Mu Bai is infinitely close to 9. When Mu Bai came back, he was greeted by thunderous cheers and applause. Mu Bai's fighting style is rare in the entire Xia country. Punch to the flesh, breaking thousands of troops. He also mastered the abilities of multiple devil fruits. These fruit abilities are all natural disasters when taken out individually, and they are human turrets when used together. He signed it every day to get attribute bonuses, which accumulated little by little and laid the foundation for the first 5 levels. In the future, when he steps into a higher level, his upper limit will be much higher than that of ordinary people. After simply waving to the venue of the Heaven of Gods, Mu Bai returned to his seat. This scene was very interesting in Wu Pokong's eyes. Mu Bai's age reminded him of his grandson. Although he was talented, he was impetuous and liked to be praised by others. I feel relieved that the dark fruit is in the hands of someone like him. I don't know if he has discovered the hidden ability of the fruit. This ability is a sharp weapon against villains, and it is also very easy to deal with our own people. You must guide the young generation of the king of Donghai well, and don't let him go astray. As if he recalled something, Wu Pokong, who was leaning on a cane, said with some emotion, "Old Wu, you worry too much." With the guidance of Duan Xia, the president of Wu University, Mu Bai is destined to be a pillar of Xia State. After coming out of the Eternal Secret Realm, he will also be a new leader of the younger generation. The people around them seemed to be unable to hear the conversation between the two. Wu Pokong murmured in his mouth, "I hope so." Legend has it that during the reign of the first emperor, someone had discovered the ultimate mystery of the human body. At that time, the 7 kingdoms were unified, and the vehicles and documents were in the same track. Many ancient secret books were sent to the Afong Palace of the Qin dynasty. Among them was the description of immortals. The first emperor was particularly concerned about this, and even allowed many alchemists at that time to enter and exit the Afong Palace just to study some clues. The legendary talents from all over the country were also recruited by officials to the counties of various places, and then they were connected by Zhao Gao to allow them to show their talents in front of the first emperor. After many human studies, 3 distinct types of power were finally discovered. Those long-renowned strongmen were blessed with horizontal training techniques, and they were able to lift tripods and were invulnerable to swords and spears. The most important thing was that they had chi that was beyond ordinary people. Using this, chi can harden the body, or it can be used as a weapon to attack. The 3 compiled classics of chi, Yu and Shu, were all burned when Xiang Yu entered the Afong Palace, when the Qin dynasty had run out of luck. However, according to a large amount of historical data. The mountains of books at that time were all taken away by Xiangyu. There are also rumors that Zhang Liang could identify people with spells. He saw that Liu Bang was a person with natural king's qualifications, so he would spare no effort to assist him. This is the origin of the earliest three-color hegemony. Shenhua closed the book and thought about it. He did not believe that the ability of the three-color hegemony was just on the surface. After digging out the armed color god attack and developing tools, he realized the infinite potential of the three-color hegemony more objectively. Could the hegemony color hegemony be the legendary immortal spell? He was very interested in all these answers. This is also the reason why he wanted to enter the world of the eternal secret realm. Shenhua, why do you always read these useless books? Did you see the process of my fight with Mubai clearly? That guy is simply a monster among monsters. Wang Zongxian did not pay attention to the fights of others, and sat quietly beside Shenhua and said, no matter how strong he is, it has nothing to do with you and me. Don't forget your purpose when doing anything. The competition is just a process. The real purpose is the eternal secret realm. Only by entering it, and finding your own path can you go further in the future. After handing the ancient book to the ancient man, who was serving beside him, Shenhua spoke leisurely. His deep eyes were completely different from those 3 years ago. Wang Zongxian seriously suspected that this year's Shenhua was possessed by someone. How could his personality change so much? In just 3 years, he went from being an impulsive and irritable person to such a scheming person. That being said, we have to consider the face of the Shendu family. I don't want to go home and be criticized. Shenhua, with his arms crossed, interrupted and said, you lost too quickly. I doubt that you can't even force out 1/3 of Mubai's strength. This has nothing to do with the family. You are too weak. Wang Zongxian's face was a little ugly after these words. He knew that the other party was telling the truth. Born in trouble, and died in comfort. He had tasted the sweetness of the family power transfer in recent years, and had long forgotten himself, who stayed up late to practice hard. You can do it. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll participate in the resurrection match tomorrow. After saying that, Wang Zongxian left in a dusty manner. When passing by Mubai's seat, he subconsciously took a detour. He felt that it would be best not to have anything to do with this guy in this life. Leisurely Mubai had no reaction to this. His focus was on Xianyuan Buer's battle at the moment. His opponent was an extremely rare user of the mythical beast fruit. The two fought back and forth, which was very exciting. Half an hour later, Xianyuan Buer still won with a slight advantage. 5 consecutive Ice Age explosions almost froze the opponent's blood into ice. The third round of the battle came to an end near dusk. The next step was the final of 12 people. Unexpectedly, this time it was Shenhua who was selected by the gods' heavenly kingdom space. And his opponent was Huang Bei from Baiyijing University. The pressure is huge. Huang Bei, who was moved, did not admit defeat directly. He wanted to test Shenhua's strength. He had been looking forward to this level of confrontation for a long time. Shenhua, with a frown on his face, looked around the contestants and said with a smile, why waste time like this? The other people present are not my opponents at all. Even if they come together. Mubai, just fight me directly. Too crazy. It was so crazy that the faces of those who were despised were a little ugly. But some people knew that this was indeed the truth. Perhaps all the contestants except Mubai could not do anything to Shenhua. Wu Kun shook his head after saying this, and he said in a deep voice, Shenhua, this is the rule of the game. Since you are a contestant, you must abide by the rules. Mubai, who was standing at the end, said thoughtfully, I don't care. As long as the person who made the rules agrees. Does the King of the East think so too? But I want to say one thing. That is, the Eternal Secret Realm is about to be completely opened. If the battle is not ended as soon as possible to select the top 10, I am afraid that everyone present will not be able to enter it. Shenhua, who spoke carefully, spoke slowly and calmly. He was very sure that the Eternal Secret Realm must be opening at this time. How did you know? The tall King of the East came to him at some point, and he still had a calm expression even when facing the 8th level Emperor Shenhua. Because of my research on this, as long as you know the time of the first 2 openings, you will know the current problem. Reading is still very useful. This inexplicable answer made everyone confused. But the King of the East looked at the position of the East Emperor C, which was the direction of the channel opening. Indeed, the channel is opening. The sea surface gradually separated, and countless beings in the deep blue space channel wanted to squeeze their bodies into the human world. But they were obviously too powerful, and the channel could not bear them at all. But some creatures can. On the separated sea surface, the strange-looking mermaids swam out of the channel. Their blue skin was very conspicuous. At this moment, they seemed very restless and irritable, as if they were controlled by someone. And in the channel, a fierce creature rushed out. Dong Wang Jiodon. A peak level 7 existence. The entire sea area was completely in chaos with the appearance of these creatures. The figure of the king of the East Sea disappeared. And he left a sentence before he left. The game continues. Shinwuk had no choice but to obey the emperor's words. After all, everything was empty talk in front of absolute strength. Even I am a little impatient for the secret realm to open. He looked at the location where the secret realm opened with a slightly yearning look, which formed an extremely sharp contrast with his previous indifferent demeanor. Mu Bai looked thoughtful. Then Shinwuk said with a little regret, Huang Bei of Baiyujing hopes you can hold on for a while. Huang Bei, who was holding his arms, was not angry because of the other party's previous contempt. He raised his eyebrows and grinned. I will do my best. When the two were teleported into the space of the kingdom of gods, it was raining on this land. This time the scene was a swamp, and the ground was full of creeping mud. Shinwuk walked on the ground with his toes touching the ground as if he was walking on flat ground. If you look closely, you will find that his soles did not touch the ground at all. Huang Bei, who was a few hundred meters away, was the same. Mu Bai outside the screen knew how the two did it. The former was armed with domineering color. The latter is weight. Shinwuk, who sensed the change in the other party's breath, said lightly, I heard that you are a rare insect-type ability user. Is this your half-human, half-insect form? The clothes were suddenly torn. Two arc-shaped SHLs appeared on his back, and there were thin transparent wings of insects under the golden SHLs. Limbs with fine hairs grew around the shoulders and abdomen, and two compound eyes also replaced Huang Bei's previous triangular eyes. The overall bright and golden creature appeared in the heavy rain. This form attracted the attention of many people. Mu Bai knocked on the armrest and thought carefully that the animal-type insect fruit ability users in this world seemed to be different from those in One Piece. Compared with the ability users in One Piece comics, the bodies are larger and closer to the original state. Some insect-type devil fruits can also allow ability users to gain a larger body than humans. I am the user of the golden beetle form of the animal-type bug fruit. How about I try your armed equipment? I am very confident in my weapons. Huang Bei, with his fingers hooked and his compound eyes open, changed his tone after transforming into a half-bug form. He spoke in a rhythm as flat as a robot. But what he said was not flat at all. Try my armed equipment? Shinwuk had heard such a request from his enemies before. But he finally slaughtered all the people of the Lord of the Other Dimension. A total of 2,537,210 people. In an instant, Shinwuk pointed with two fingers. Just like the six-pulse divine sword in martial arts novels. Two black rays were shot out. Kung! The carapace behind Huang Bei moved to the front of him, and took Shinwuk's armed-color domineering attack without any injury. After the sound of metal collision, two faint white marks appeared on the surface of the bright golden carapace. What a strong force! I can feel my SHL being destroyed from the inside. But it seems that my SHL is harder. Huang Bei tilted his head and turned 360 degrees. His ghostly figure disappeared in the swamp. He was like a golden lightning flying on the sticky surface of the swamp. His body weight could float on the water, let alone the swamp. The figure of the golden beetle bypassed the semi-arc trajectory and slashed down with its sickle-like forelimbs. Shinwuk was surprised at the opponent's speed. The black long sword in his hand cut through the void and slashed Huang Bei's body. But Huang Bei, who was extremely strong, moved the carapace on his back to his arms again to withstand this terrifying slash. Then came the violent slash. The slashing speed of the 10 insect-like limbs was so fast that even Huang Bei himself could not see clearly. But there was no doubt that this speed had exceeded the barrier of level 6 and reached the height of level 7. Senior Huang Bei actually put his body to the limit right away. It seems that he really exerted his full strength. What do you mean? Seeing Mu Bai's questioning eyes, Xianyuan Buer said seriously, insects of the same size as the human body do not have the same proportion of strength. Forcibly exerting the power of insects will cause the body to collapse. Even the 8th level bug fruit ability user is the same. And the insect type ability user will automatically compress the body limit to solve this kind of thing, so that they can maintain a relative strength. Mu Bai understood this, which is what people call the golden mean. Insect-like animal type ability users have terrifying strength and defense. In the real world, An ant can lift an object that is more than 400 times its own weight. Fleas can jump up to 22 centimeters, more than 100 times their body height, while cotton locusts can jump up to 478 centimeters, more than 143 times their own height. These insects have achieved superhuman results in a microscopic perspective. But when their bodies are the same size as humans, things will change completely. There will be a limit to physical enhancement. And insect-type ability users, who ignore the limit and perform extreme actions, will collapse physically. In this case, they must self-regulate and find the appropriate degree of use of strength. This feeling also occurred in Mu Bai's early days, when his physique and strength were not good. He would also feel huge pressure when using the tremor fruit, and the muscle tissue would collapse if it was used forcibly. But now that his physique is far superior to that of the same level, he will not have this feeling when using the tremor fruit. But it is reasonable to think about it. If an insect-type ability user eats the fruit and gets a few hundred times the enhancement, then the insect-type ability user would have long beaten the mythical beast species and the ancient species. The battle in the space of the kingdom of the gods is still going on. Huang Bei, whose speed is completely catching up with the god of perfection, waved more arms to attack him mercilessly. Shinwuk was also overwhelmed and blocked all the attacks with his black long sword. You ask him why he didn't use his sword? Of course he didn't have a chance. Huang Bei kept getting closer to his opponent and always kept a half-meter distance from him. At this distance, all the opponent's actions were within his control. The rain in the space of dozens of meters had long been dispersed by the trembling collision. And Huang Bei's golden beetle body also burst out with amazing heat. The whole scene looked like Huang Bei was suppressing Shinwuk. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shinwuk still systematically resolved all the opponent's attack moves even in this situation. Huang Bei slowly slipped from his peak state. Maintaining this high-speed attack method beyond his level for a long time would make his body unable to bear it. Huang Bei, whose stamina was declining, was not in a hurry, and just maintained a high-frequency output. Han Tianjin Do. The two half-moon-shaped SH.LS came together and fell down with a bang. Shinwuk, who used the armament hockey to cover his body and resisted the attack, focused his eyes. He saw him holding two black swords in both hands and slashing fiercely. Unlike the previous slashes, this one contained the most abundant armament hockey. Obviously, Shinwuk did not want to waste meaningless time with the opponent, and he wanted to fight quickly. I give up. The SH.L split apart, and Huang Bei said the most confusing words, which almost made the audience with full expectations fall down. Good guy. You have this cool transformation, and it is the first time to use the power of the devil fruit. But you output to the enemy at a high frequency, and you give up when the opponent is about to get serious. However, it would be very cool if the target was Shinwuk. Beat up this big guy and then turn around and give up. This kind of victory is good to disgust people. Sure enough, after Huang Bei's figure was teleported out of the space, Shinwuk's face was very ugly. He could never have imagined that the champion of the last National League would be so unethical. If he really wanted to fight, he would definitely kill the opponent in the next few moves. You run fast. His figure was also teleported out. This much anticipated battle ended in such a whimper, which was really shocking. But the next thing brought the mood of the entire venue to a peak. Mu Bai, who had obtained the Bai qualification, gave up this qualification to participate in the competition. Mu Bai, who was itching to play, had not played to his heart's content before. It was really disappointing that Wang Zongxian did not even have the courage to fight him head-on. Although Wu Kun was a little surprised, Mu Bai's move did not violate the rules. The list of rules clearly stated that the Bai had. However, Mu Bai's move made other players swallow their saliva. Everyone knew that this monster had terrifying strength, and anyone who faced him would die. But when Mu Bai chose his opponent, the Kingdom of Gods actually marked a symbol on Xianyuan Buer's shoulder. Xianyuan Buer, who looked up with some confusion, suddenly smiled. He admitted defeat on the spot. Anyway, Xianyuan Buer's strength was enough to qualify for the top 10 in the resurrection match. So he had no psychological barriers to admitting defeat at this moment. He just didn't know what his father, who was present at the moment, felt. This also led to the third round ending very quickly. When the final round began, except for Mu Bai and Shinwuk, the others were actually at the bottom of the strength. I have long said that you are the same as me. Mu Bai, show your full strength, and let me see if you are qualified to become the strongest of this generation in Xia country. Shinwuk said indifferently, his eyes full of expectations. From beginning to end, the entire martial arts conference gave him an extremely boring feeling. It was no fun to fight with people with a huge difference in strength. Just like a passerby stepping on an ant on the road to death. He might get a perverted pleasure of killing for the first time, but he would feel boring afterwards. Shinwook was not very interested in such things that could not arouse people's excitement. The entire martial arts competition was a joke. There was no one under the age of 30 in the entire Xia country who could compete with him. Even those of the same level wouldn't show up. But until Mubai showed up, this meaningless national martial arts conference finally became a little fun. Of course, Shinwook also wanted to test Mubai's true strength for other purposes. Really? But to be honest, you have only reached this level at the age of 27 and have not yet stepped into the 7th level king. It is indeed a bit slow, Mubai said casually with his hands in his pockets. Mubai's words were really not to set off himself. Only Shinwook understood the implicit meaning of his words. He saw it? Interesting. When the final started, it was already dark. The entire God's venue was brightly lit. The lights of the media reporters were blinding people's eyes. And the sound of shutters was everywhere. Everyone knew that in the next period of time, the person representing the entire Xia country's young generation would be born in this venue. Either it was the undefeated legend of the God's capital, Shinwook, who mastered the advanced armed color domineering, or Mubai, a multi-fruit ability user who rose all the way from a third-tier small city. One of them will get the highest honor of this era. At this moment, all the major media in Xia country were ready to film this scene. In the mansion far away in Shindu, an old man was making tea. The old man saw the expression of Shinwook on the TV. Master, Emperor Jiang invited you to meet him. Do you need me to send his messenger away? The humble servant said expressionlessly, as if he didn't care about the 8th level emperor. The reason was, of course, that his master in front of him was Shinding Jun, the current master of the Shin family. That old ghost Jiang Yin hasn't released any news recently. He came back to Shindu to find me. This guy is going to make a small move. Send away the people he sent. Yes, master. Under the spotlight, Shinwook and Mubai were undoubtedly the last contestants. The others were instantly defeated like chickens and dogs in front of them. There is no doubt that their strength is not in the same dimension at all. Wu Kun, who hosted the event, looked at the only 2 people left on the stage and finally said the most anticipated words of the night. The real champion of this martial arts competition will be selected next. Let's wait and see. Mubai Shinwook enters the kingdom of gods. The 2 walked onto the stage and disappeared under the spotlight. Unlike other times, the loading of the kingdom of gods this time was very slow. But when the map completely appeared, the whole audience was in an uproar. They never expected that the random map of the kingdom of gods this time would be here, in the space of the kingdom of gods. The 2 who woke up at the same time also noticed something unusual. This was obviously the world scene of the kingdom of gods. But the buildings here were exactly the same as the venue of the gods in the real world. The difference is that there is no one here, and even no one in this virtual world. Does Mubai know the first emperor? I didn't expect Shinwook to say something inexplicable instead of taking action. Of course I know. But it has nothing to do with today's battle. Mubai frowned slightly. He always felt that the other party knew something. Maybe about the eternal secret realm. The first emperor certainly knew that it was the powerful Qin dynasty that consolidated the entire Xia civilization from scattered individuals into a whole nation. History is often written by the victors. And the history of destroying the Qin dynasty is completely fictitious. Or the real Qin dynasty no longer exists in this world. According to the information I have collected, the devil fruit space did not come more than 50 years ago, but existed during the Warring States period. In short, the name of the eternal secret realm is not accurate. The most accurate name should be the Great Qin Secret Realm. The first emperor is still alive. Shinwook deliberately lowered his voice when he said this. Mubai did not react much. He could bear any outrageous things that happened in this world. After all, this world is incredible. Really? Why are you telling me such a secret? You will understand after the battle. Little friend Mubai. Shinwook walked slowly, shaking his fingers, and his terrifying aura slowly emanated. Little friend? Mubai smiled when he heard this name. The Qin dynasty, and the fact that the first emperor was still alive. To be honest, what does this have to do with Mubai at this moment? Could it be that Qin Shi Huang could send him a text message asking him to transfer 300 yuan via WeChat? With a light snap of his fingers, endless thunder suddenly fell from the sky, and 4 or 5 lightning pillars of more than 10 meters roared and flowed, and the intense high temperature seemed to melt the entire earth. Shinwook, who was walking over, gently brushed his head with his hand, and a light black film appeared on his head. The lightning and thunder that struck the film like a natural disaster could not hurt him at all. At this moment, Shinwuk's aura was also completely displayed in front of Mubai. With his powerful observation haki, he immediately realized the realm that the other party was in at the moment. Half-step Heavenly King. No wonder. The powerful three-color Domineering, plus the armed color Divine Attack, can also create incredible armed equipment through the armed color Domineering, plus the level of this half-step Heavenly King. All these things can create a top-level genius on an ordinary person. And when it falls on the genius Shinwuk, this effect is not a simple addition, but a multiplication. If Mubai hadn't appeared, Shinwuk would have been the most dazzling existence of this era. And this was the time when he really began to emerge. This made Mubai sigh that there were so many monsters in this world. He suspected that even Jiang Bumming, who had obtained the system at the beginning, would not be a match for Shinwuk. At the age of 27, half a step to the 7th level of the king. This speed of cultivation was already shocking. After all, in this world, even if you enter the 7th level of the king at the age of 40 or 50, you may step further to the highest peak in the years to come. And reaching the king level at the age of 27 almost meant that the other party would inevitably touch the threshold of the 8th level of the emperor in the next 10 years. Half a step to the king is indeed very strong. But if you don't use all your strength, you obviously can't beat me. Mubai, who was suspended in the air with his hands spread out, emerged from behind a vast thunder, and the sizzling electric current flowed everywhere in the virtual space. Mubai's words made the people watching the big screen a little dazed. Mubai said Shinwuk is half a step to Heavenly King. I was wondering how could he be so abnormal. It turns out that his cultivation speed is so fast. Hack, brothers, this is not a question of speed. It takes time to enter the threshold of the 7th level Heavenly King. Has this guy been upgrading since his mother's womb? This kind of thing spread quickly, and the speculation on the internet about who would win in the battle between Mubai and Shinwuk began to change dramatically. Netizens originally thought that Mubai, who had a 30% chance of winning, dropped directly to 14% in a short period of time. It is not difficult to guess that such a change has occurred. Half a step to the 7th level is a special existence in the entire cultivation system. If you take a step further, you will get a second life leap. If you take a step back, you will be the same as a normal 6th level ability person. There is no such thing as a half step to the 7th level among ordinary practitioners. This only appears among the geniuses. All aspects of ordinary people cannot enable them to have the ability to upgrade quickly. In summary, half a step to the 7th level is similar to the next experience progress bar that opens when the experience value of a game character is full and there is nowhere to use it. As long as you give him time, he will upgrade. Looking at Shinwuk walking slowly, countless creatures made of thunder appeared behind Mubai, and densely packed wolves made of thunder were galloping towards him vigorously. It feels so good to be untied. This move is my gift to you. Shinwuk, smiling, crossed his chest with his index finger. He saw that the mimicry material composed of pure black was slowly condensing together, and hundreds of black and murderous long swords were suspended in the void. Dots of starlight are like rain, and one finger is killing the sky. Shinwuk, like a sword fairy, waved his sleeves, and the armed equipment in the sky bombarded the Thunder Wolf pack that was rushing towards him as if it was free. This move is called the God Attack Full of Stars. The virtual wolf pack was killed on the spot. But what surprised Shinwuk, the genius, was that the opponent's lightning did not dissipate after being cut off, but gathered underground. Bang! An interesting move. But such a simple sneak attack backhand is useless to him. The tall body retreated a few steps, and the black invisible shield in his hand suddenly appeared in his palm. The ground under his feet bulged. The roaring thunder dragon composed of thunder roared and hit Shinwuk's palm, all of which seemed to be expected by the opponent. Moved by looks turn. The flowing darkness under his feet eroded the surroundings, and half of the empty venue was wrapped in darkness. In fact, he had wanted to do this for a long time, but he had always been troubled by the lack of an opponent to experiment with. He was going to have enough fun today. I saw a dark vortex flowing in the dark water under Mubai's feet, and the golden lion ring in his hand flashed a strange light. The entire venue, which had been eroded to its foundation, was actually uprooted, floating in the air. The skyscrapers, office buildings, and residential buildings in the nearby urban area were all slowly lifted to the sky. There were no buildings that were taller than a person in the area of nearly a kilometer. This scene was extremely spectacular. Behind Mubai was the corner of the city floating in the air. This was the move that Mubai achieved with the power of the double fruit. First, He used the dark water erosion attached to the dark fruit to corrode the foundation of the building. And then used the power of the floating fruit to make it float in the air. And then of course, smashed them. You are tall and strong, so you must be able to withstand being hit. The wonderful show starts now. The floating building behind Mu Bai was rushing towards Shen Wu's position at a terrifying acceleration. When Shen Wu flattened the wolf pack, he saw countless buildings falling towards him in a blink of an eye. How powerful is this guy? Shen Wu stepped on the ground and jumped into the sky. But soon his figure was submerged by the huge buildings that hit him at high speed. Go! 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 With a flick of his finger, more buildings tilted down. Even some cars were thrown over by Mu Bai as lighters for detonation. Explosions and squeezing sounds came one after another. This kind of scene has never been seen by everyone. It is incredible to pull up the city's buildings and throw them at the opponent. Everyone is wondering if Mu Bai has hidden other fruit abilities contraction. Just when Mu Bai was about to shrink these floating ruins for secondary damage, a cold voice came from the ruins. Infinite divine attack. Divine slash. The inexplicably strange slash passed through an area of several hundred meters and slashed in a mess. Those buildings were instantly crushed into slag under this energy fluctuation. The target of the overwhelming slash was Mu Bai in the sky. Just when everyone thought that Mu Bai would dodge, they didn't expect that Mu Bai would inexplicably take out a Naginata that was more than one person tall from his waist. And the long sword slashed across the sky domineeringly. It's like someone has no weapon. This attack. Sky-stepping tyrant slash. The slash with the power of vibration collided with the slash from bottom to top containing the internal destructive effect of the divine attack. And the surrounding ground collapsed rapidly. The moment the knife wave touched, the strong white light annihilated everything. After the strong and dazzling white light, two figures collided with each other, and the sparks from the collision of their weapons made the whole sky flash with red light. Fast. Too fast. The contestants were almost numb when they saw the scene. The previous fight between the two was really child's play compared to this moment. This speed was so fast that even Wang Zongxian, who had just entered the venue, couldn't see clearly. He didn't expect that Mu Bai, who had just gone out to handle some things, would actually fight with Shen Wu. Even the afterimage couldn't be seen clearly. This level of battle completely reached the level of the 7th level king. This kind of unrestrained, all-out exertion of all power feels really so cool. Mu Bai, whose eyes emitted a dark golden light, unconsciously released a terrifying domineering aura of the Overlord. And the black and red thunder crossed the sky. Such a strong aura. Shen Wu, who was shocked, clenched his fists and looked at the sky. His eyes, like the netherworld, emitted a cold light. And the same domineering and unparalleled domineering aura pierced the sky. The two completely different domineering auras finally collided with each other 100 meters away. The unprecedented loud noise was simply horrifying. And continuous explosions sounded one after another. At the center of the collision of the domineering color domineering, countless air turbulences collided, like a high-pressure water gun compressed countless times. The powerful energy fluctuations have already torn the ground apart. And an indescribable sense of oppression lingers in the chests of the two. The nearby world presents a strange sense of illusion. The white cold light is gradually distorted. And the domineering color domineering that collides with each other has reached its peak at this moment. Mu Bai, I admit your strength. But I will win today because I am Shen Wu. The pupils shrank rapidly. A new round of domineering color crushed over in an instant. The surrounding ground was pressed down a meter deep. In terms of domineering color domineering, Shen Wu has never been afraid of anyone. 3 years ago, when he dared to enter the place known as the Absolute Death Dimension alone, he vowed to make himself the voice of the new era, put on the crown of hope and step into the realm of the gods. After hundreds of life and death trials, he had already condensed his domineering aura to an incredible degree. At this moment, he was like a god who suppressed everything in the world. He was a man. He was a god. He was an existence that suppressed everything, standing above billions of lives. Seeing God is not bad because I am God. The deterrence that erupted one after another had reached its peak. All those who could be wiped out and annihilated were crushed into powder. And this unprecedented domineering pressure exerted all its power on Mu Bai. Domineering aura. I am the only one. Mu Bai suffered a loss in domineering aura for the first time. He felt this strong mental impact and felt unprecedented fatigue, which was the emptiness of the soul. It was as if the imprisoned dragon was in darkness. There was silence in front of the big screen. And Wu Kun was also watching the scene in horror. Domineering aura could actually reach this level. At this moment, he understood why the Shen family in Shendu ranked Shen Wu. The bastard. As the first candidate for the head of the family. In this era. No. It can even be said that there are only a handful of people who can reach this level at this age in the past few decades. And each of them has become the ceiling of this world. At the same time, he also felt a little regretful in his heart. Although Mu Bai is strong, the age difference is too big. Any genius of this era is destined to be eclipsed in front of Shen Wuke. He is the real king. Master Mu Bai. Is this the combat power of a 7th level heavenly king? Luo Chengkong, Xianyuan Buer and others found it hard to accept this scene. Mu Bai, who used to be full of confidence, showed signs of defeat for the first time at this moment. Wu Pokong, who was in the front row of the audience, murmured meaningfully, in this era, whether it is a madman or a genius, only those who believe in what they believe in can reach the top. The last one was that guy. Who is it this time? In the space of the kingdom of gods. Mu Bai's body was already standing on the ground as if he was entangled by iron chains. And as the opponent's domineering aura continued to increase, his body began to be pressed to the ground. At the same time, the terrifying force of several meters per second was crushing towards Mu Bai. Shen Wuke looked down coldly at all this without joy or sorrow. No matter how Mu Bai struggled, the ending would only be like this. If he lost at this moment, he would really lose. If his heart was dead, then the living would no longer be a human, but a walking corpse. At this moment, Mu Bai entered a mysterious state. In his heart, it seemed as if there was a demon constantly asking him if it was worth it. It's good for people to live a carefree life. What immortality, and stepping on the 8th level imperial throne are all false. The most important thing for people is to live freely. But is that true freedom? Being fooled by fate, tortured by reincarnation, criticized by the secular world, and spurned by his future self. This is not the freedom that Mu Bai wants. This is not everything he wants. What he longs for in his heart is to break this secular convention. Break the 9th level limit of human beings. He wants to surpass the imperial throne. Transcend life and death. Transcend time and space. And transcend all existence in the world. Transcend the past, present, and future in the long river of fate. Mu Bai slowly raised his head. And the domineering aura that annihilated everything finally stopped an inch in front of his nose. Shen Wuke, who stretched out one hand, was a little surprised. But he soon raised the domineering aura to an unprecedented limit again. He once released it with all his strength. And with this degree of domineering aura, he killed one person in the battle with 3 7th level kings. But at this moment, the world has turned upside down. I saw 10 dazzling purple gold bone rings appear behind Mu Bai like a dream. When the 10th purple gold perfect ring appeared, an unprecedented domineering aura appeared. 10 purple gold rings. The whole audience was in an uproar. Many people only knew that the maximum number of golden bones that could be cast was not 9. Right? But Mu Bai actually cast the 10th? How is this possible? Even Wu Pokong stood up excitedly. Whether it was the dark fruit or the vibrating fruit, they were all external things after all. But this young man actually condensed the 10th purple gold ring. He knew very well what this meant. Even Yin Tianzheng couldn't do it back then. But this young man did it. Mu Bai, who was blessed by the 10th ring, only felt the feeling of cleansing his marrow and cutting his bones at this moment. He had never encountered pressure before, so he had always gained the power of the first 9 rings. But now, under the 10th ring, which is said to be achieved only by gods, he has completely changed. Ding dong. The system has found that powerful energy has been poured into the body and is being analyzed. Ding dong. It is harmless and can be released. Gained a bonus. Armament Hockey plus 100,000 proficiency. Observation Hockey. Vigor plus. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the increase of the 10th annual ring. And all attributes increased by 20%. A series of system prompts resounded in Mu Bai's mind. And at this moment, he showed a pale yellow arc mark between his eyebrows. That was the purple gold bone amplification mark of the 10th annual ring. It seems that fate is with me. Mu Bai smiled and tapped his fingers lightly. The domineering hockey in front of him could not move forward. And the domineering hockey that was epically strengthened on him soared into the sky. The 2 domineering hockeys reached a delicate balance at this moment. And the dark clouded night sky was also split into 2 halves by the impact of the domineering hockey at this moment. Looking down from the night sky, the distinction was clear. Hack. Wang. This Mu Bai can actually compete with Shen Wuke. Isn't this unscientific? The son of the noble family who failed in the selection of the capital of gods found it a little difficult to accept. After this, Mu Bai showed 10 perfect purple gold bones, like a monster. His whole momentum was qualitatively improved. Wang Zongxian raised his gold-rimmed glasses with his index finger, and said meaningfully, "The spirit of the Emperor is also called the spirit of the Emperor. This is the earliest name of the domineering aura. This Emperor's aura has nothing to do with the strength of personal strength. It depends entirely on the power of will. The King's aura is connected with the heaven and the earth. It is superb in the sky and the earth. In the sky, it dominates the universe. And on the earth, it rules the world. Those who get the King's aura get the country." Looking at the stunned expression of his younger brother, Wang Zongxian explained helplessly, "This is not what I said, but what the famous sorcerers of the Eastern Han dynasty said in the ancient printed version. Strictly speaking, the domineering aura is somewhat different from the other two colors of domineering. It has a more mysterious power." He stopped here, fearing that these guys with rusty brains would not understand no matter how much he explained. What he didn't say was that the strength of the conqueror's haki is also related to the spirit. This mysterious thing is judged by the strength of the body. The stronger the physical fitness, and the stronger the will, the stronger the spirit. Some people's spirits gather, and do not disperse after death, to form a unique energy field. In ancient times, people also believed that they were the incarnation of ghosts. Similar legends of the ghost soldiers borrowing the road still exist. Mu Bai can compete with Shenwuk in conqueror's haki, which means that the opponent is very likely to be close to Shenwuk in physical strength, or even possible, surpassing the opponent. No matter which possibility it is, Wang Zongxian dare not imagine it. In the space of the kingdom of gods, Mu Bai, who was emitting red energy fluctuations all over his body, moved his feet to approach this side. Every time he landed, the conqueror's haki belonging to Shenwuk nearby would be wiped out. Mu Bai, holding the Naginata martial god horizontally, was like a killing god. Good. This can be called my opponent. In the past, those who could threaten Shenwuk were all old antiques, who were half buried in the ground. At this moment, he really felt the sense of danger from Mu Bai. The Naginata god of war condensed a vibrating ball cover, and cut through the night sky, shattering the void in front of him with a devastating force. After the wind and waves calmed down, the sea area closest to the venue experienced an unprecedented vibration. The surrounding land was torn apart, and the part of the city near the coast had already collapsed. A giant tsunami of nearly 300 meters came crashing in. The continuous vibration pushed the power of this natural disaster to its peak. The two people in the torn space were all going all out, and the long sword in Shenwuk's hand disappeared and was replaced by armed equipment. Jingja. The black scissors-like appearance reminded Mu Bai of the cartoon Shabing Shaojiang he had seen in his previous life. The black Jingja scissors clanged. The armed color divine attack cut out from the mouth of the scissors tore through the rushing seawater. The target was directly aimed at Mu Bai. "Damn it! You are acting in a cartoon with me. Right? Then I will let you act enough." The awakening ability of the Xinjiang fruit is to shatter the world. The Naginata in Mu Bai's hand condensed a bright white vibration light spot. Unlike the vibration ball cover, the power contained here is more concentrated and more terrifying. Even if a 7th level king is not killed by it, he will definitely be seriously injured. Step on the sky. Annihilation slash. The light spot like the sun came with a bang. Shenwuk threw the Jingja scissors behind him, and a black iron shield appeared in his hand. Of course, he was not going to withstand this blow. But to kill Mu Bai. Shield counter. Divine Thorn. Many spikes gushed out from the surface of the shield, and tried to penetrate Mu Bai's body. These dark sharp needles stabbed at Mu Bai from dozens of weird angles, like poisonous snakes. Dark acupuncture? Mu Bai, who had freed his left hand, instantly condensed a rotating black wave in his hand. When the dark power gushed out, these armed color domineering began to melt like wax mud. And Mu Bai's annihilation slash had already fallen. He did not expect that the opponent's dark fruit could actually corrode his invincible armed color domineering. He looked stern and retreated at a high speed. In an instant, the annihilation slash fired by Mu Bai fell on the place where Shenwuk originally stood. After the weird vibration and crisp sound, the area of nearly a kilometer was shattered in an instant. The uniformity was outrageous. And this was not over yet. The cracks vibrated twice, and the entire ground fell into a state of continuous shattering. This is the ability to shatter the world. It has the terrifying ability to annihilate part of the space. It's the awakening of the fruit. This guy really impressed me. Although Shenwuk, who was standing in the air, was surprised, his expression was still very calm. In this short period of time, black armor appeared on his arms, legs and chest. That was the armament hockey condensed from the armament hockey. The whole armor was natural. Shinwook was able to play the armament hockey to this extent. And he was also worthy of being recorded in history. Mu Bai. Your vibration is unparalleled in power. But if you can't hit anyone, it's just empty talk. The Jingja behind him turned into 2 flying knives, and then cut to the sides of the enemy. Hearing the cold voice, Mu Bai provocatively extended his middle finger to show friendship. After inserting the Naginata Wushin into the ground, Mu Bai held his breath and concentrated his mind. The vibration ball covers on his fists condensed together. Under the pale white light, there was a terrifying vibration power. Mu Bai's body floated in the air, and the vibration ball cover between his hands had been charged to the limit. This is something he has not done since he entered the 6th level. At this moment, start. Subvert it. His hands fell suddenly. Mu Bai did not smash the vibration ball cover, but pulled it towards the ground with both hands like pulling dough. The slash cut by Jingja was shattered by the invisible force. The alarm bell in Shinwook's heart rang immediately. This sixth sense was very uncomfortable. Like suffocation. Shinwook quickly stepped on the moon step to fly higher in the sky. But when he looked up, he found that the whole space was covered with dense vibration cracks. These vibration cracks were so dense that even he felt numb. At this moment, these cracks were moving from stability to the edge of collapse. The cracks were all over the city streets, residential buildings, underground, and even the nearby Dongni Sea coast. This number, Shinwook, who was experienced in combat, shouted loudly, "Absolute defense! Black coffin!" Shinwook was seen nervously building a black coffin-like fortress around his body, and tightly sealed his entire body in midair. Thicken! 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 At this moment, Shinwook consumed a lot of his armament hockey ability to put another coffin on the black coffin. The coffin of several meters in size turned into a giant object of dozens of meters in length in the layers of nesting dolls. Those who didn't know thought that this young master of the Shin family was playing Russian nesting dolls. This somewhat funny scene also made the audience in front of the screen a little confused. The barrage in the live camera was also very puzzled. Northeast passed. Didn't I say that it can't be hit? Is Shinwook out of his mind? Love to drink orange oil tea. It feels that the other party is very nervous. Brothers, is the big one coming? G&I is too beautiful, little black man. Are you blackening my brother? The mixed replies in the barrage were dazzling. But there was a reply that made many people's eyes light up. Qian Banxian, you have vision problems. You can't even see such an obvious space crack. It seems that the future of Xia country is worrying. As soon as these words came out, he was bombarded with insults. Where did you come from? Little black guy. Banxian? I think you are a shaman. Well said. Remember to turn off private messages. Report your location. I, Emperor Liu, will scatter your ashes today. Hack. Outrageous. My father is a 7th level king, and he didn't see anything. You think you are the emperor, and you can see the crack. You are a complete clown. Complete clown. Complete clown. In the presidential suite of a small country in the western regions, the terrifying pressure made everyone in the hotel dare not breathe. No one knew what the adult was angry about. After a few minutes, this pressure gradually disappeared. You little brat is bullying me too much. Tell me the address? Ridiculous. Even in Xia country, how many people can be my opponent? The furious old man sitting on the sofa at this moment was about to throw his phone. He thought that he, a dignified existence at the top of the imperial throne, was actually criticized by some young people here, looking at the private messages that were all about teaching him a lesson. He really couldn't understand the current internet era. If these people dared to say these words in front of him, he would definitely let them reincarnate immediately. Your Excellency, there is no need to care about these people. Most of them are just keyboard warriors. With your supreme glory, why should you be angry with these mortals? The attendant said with a smile. When he was about to speak again, his head and body were separated, which made the cleaning staff who were cleaning the presidential suite stunned. After a few seconds, they continued to clean with trembling all over. Is it you who can comment on me? The man with white hair and white beard was Chiang Kunzi from the extraterritorial demon organization. He came to the human world to do some things these days. When he saw the live broadcast about Xia country, he clicked in to observe the performance of this Mu Bai. He was really terrified that he had not been summoned into the mysterious conference room by the great Black Emperor for these days. During this period, he had been thinking about the conversation that day. The kid from the Shin family is so powerful that he can even use this advanced application of armament hockey. I thought that only the old guy in the organization could do it. However, Shin Wook was born in a top family, and I'm afraid he has nothing to do with the child of destiny. Qian Kunzi patted his head, and regretted not asking Heidi whether the man of destiny had been born yet. If he hadn't been born, his efforts would have been in vain. Let's wait until the game is over, Qian Kunzi thought secretly. The huge black coffin was thickening at the last second. Mu Bai's power accumulation finally ended, and the pure white glowing ball cover on his hands had never been so heavy. The vibration power contained in it was not enough for Mu Bai, who was comparable to the early stage of the 7th level king. A faint red line appeared on his arm, which was a manifestation of overload. When the vibration ball cover between his hands jumped slightly, the vibration cracks in the entire space poured like a flood in the entire space. It seems that you can't avoid this attack, Mu Bai, who disturbed the vibration ball cover with both hands, said coldly, and the space around him began to shatter, unlike the spider web-like shattering in the past. This time the shattering spread all over the land, sea and air. The powerful vibration force completely erupted in Mu Bai's pulling hands. The city began to collapse in the irregular continuous earthquake. Bridges, roads, all buildings, and nearby hills all disappeared under the hundreds of cracks that appeared every second. The exposed earth was rising and falling like waves, and the ones near the outermost part were stacked like steps. The black coffin had long been swallowed by the cracks in the earth in this terrifying vibration. The sea water on the coast was retreating rapidly. But this was not low tide. There was not a drop of sea water on the coast for thousands of meters. The raging waves in the distance were creating an unprecedented tsunami in the vibration, compared with Blackbeard's last blow in the war on the top, which shattered the naval base island. Mu Bai's blow was even more terrifying. The geological structure of the entire city has undergone earth-shattering changes at this moment. The entire venue of the gods was silent, and no one thought that the ability of the tremor fruit could actually produce such a devastating force. It can trigger an earthquake. When this vibration reaches a certain value, it may have the power to destroy the entire planet. Wu Pokong, with a turbid look in his eyes, said leisurely, "You must know that as long as the degree of the earthquake reaches a magnitude of 18.3 on the Richter scale, it can break the overall gravity of the planet. As long as the body of the fruit ability user can hold up, it is not difficult to destroy the planet. Of course, this is possible as long as the ability user perfectly enters the 9th level. The biggest variable in the world today is the birth of the 9th level ability user. By then, the 8th level ability user represented by each country, that is, the 8th level ability user, will not be able to use force to make the world fall into relative peace. All physical movements in the space of the kingdom of gods are based on the evolution of the real world. So this also shows that this young man Mu Bai really has the power to destroy the city with one blow." All major media outlets nervously transmitted this natural disaster scene to thousands of households throughout the Xia Kingdom through live broadcast. The tsunami in the distance in the Kingdom of Gods is coming. It is a super tsunami at a height of 500 meters. Black coffin protecting the body? Then I will violently dismantle it. It was as if the gods were controlling the vibration ball cover to interfere with the vibration of the entire city. And these vibration powers continuously transmitted power to the black coffin in the underground cracks through the resonance relationship. A few seconds later, a crisp tearing sound rang out. That was the sound of metal being forcibly bent. More than a dozen layers of the outer SHL were smashed, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Shin Wook's mouth at the deepest part. The black coffin was completely shattered, and Shin Wook held a black long sword and slashed towards Mu Bai. All the armed color power surged under his feet and wrapped the whole body tightly. In the trembling pain, the pure black armor with tiny spikes attached to the body. The resonant power transmitted through the underground rocks, and air was blocked outside the armor. He had not used this ability for a long time. Every time he used it, he needed to squeeze out all the armed color power, which was also a big burden on his body. Unless he completely stepped into the realm of the 7th level king and opened the domain ability, his armor ability would always be limited. By the way, Shin Wook used this armor to kill the famous level 6 fugitive at the border, and he also got the nickname of Invincible God at that time. This armor is called God-killing armor. When the armor appeared, the black sword in his hand suddenly grew many spikes, and these spikes also coincidentally bent into the shape of horns. When Shin Wook's black hand armor touched the sword body, a faint black mist flowed on the sword body. That was the purest divine attack. Give the strongest attack to the God-killing sword. give the strongest defense to the god-killing armor. The two complement each other, and can support Shinwuk to fight across levels. On the surface, the surging tsunami rushed in, and the height of more than 500 meters was like another blue world rolling over, landing on the continuously vibrating ground. Mu Bai held his right fist horizontally, suddenly knocked on the position beside him. The tsunami, like a natural disaster, came to an abrupt end under the creaking vibration force. Split. A cold voice came from the corner of his mouth, and the golden lion ring in his hand actually had an imperceptible crack. The endless sea water was like an obedient child falling apart under the power of the floating fruit, split into hundreds of water groups. Together, they are close to half the area of the entire city. In order to support the floating weight of these seawater, even the sturdy golden lion ring has been worn out. But Mu Bai has no time to take care of these at the moment. He controls the seawater to pour into the underground cracks frantically, in his perception of the color of observation. The powerful breath is approaching at a very fast speed. The breath has increased again. Shinwuk, you must accept this great gift I gave you. Mu Bai's body expanded rapidly, and stopped when it was close to 4 meters. At this moment, he has become a dragon man. The black dragon scales are as smooth and reflective as a mirror, and the dragon horns, like crowns, are more ferocious than before. At this moment, his strength, agility, and reaction have reached a peak. The martial god's Naginata in his hand seems much smaller. Unfortunately, this Naginata cannot automatically increase in size, like Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang. After putting the Naginata back into the storage space, Mu Bai grinned and tightened the dragon man's arms, only to see that the even larger vibration ball cover was actually covered twice. This is unprecedented. Whether it is the ability to break the world or other tricks, they are strictly speaking compressed single-shot vibration spheres, or they are launched continuously. But this time it is obvious that Mu Bai has taken a new step. Vibrate again when the vibration tears the space. The two fists bombarded the rushing seawater like cannonballs, and the vibration was transmitted terribly under the conduction of water. Shinwuk, who was stepping on the 6-style shaving, was not afraid at all with the seawater pouring on his head. You must know that it is impossible for simple seawater to drown him. With his physical strength, he can survive without breathing for half a month. But when he was about to jump out of the water, the terrifying vibration was transmitted instantly. In an instant, Shinwuk, who was familiar with common sense in life, knew what the other party was going to do. Use seawater to transmit this vibration. This will upgrade his vibration for the second time. It is well known that sound is transmitted faster in water than in air. And because Mu Bai's vibration power naturally has a resonance ability, when Mu Bai hits the seawater, it is far more destructive than hitting the air. In an instant, the terrifying vibration passed through the seawater directly through the killing god armor and penetrated Shinwuk's brain. This tearing sensation made Shinwuk not faint but more conscious. This guy's ability can actually penetrate the armor created by the armament color instrument. There was no time to think about the next wave of shock attacks that came instantly to suppress it. A black light flashed in Shinwuk's eyes, and the god-killing sword instantly slashed out hundreds of knife waves. The seawater scattered all over the sky, and the fist with dragon scales passed through the water and slammed into the armor in front of him. In the shock crack, Shinwuk's neck tilted back, and the spikes on his chest pierced through the air. And Mu Bai, who was in the dragon man state, tilted his head to dodge, and exhaled hot black flames from his mouth ready to go. Dragon man form? It seems that you have all 3 abilities. But Mu Bai, you have to understand one thing. That is, many but not refined. Human energy is ultimately limited. While talking, Shinwuk's actions did not stop. The pure armament color god attack on his blade exuded a terrifying pressure and pierced into Mu Bai's open mouth. Kung! After the violent metal collision sound, Mu Bai's dark golden pupils were full of smiles. He actually bit the blade with his mouth full of dragon teeth. Looking for death, Shinwuk, who was under the god of killing, held the hilt of the sword with his backhand, and suddenly tried to cut the mouth of the ignorant man to the left. But Mu Bai was faster. The black dragon flame breath in his mouth actually flowed along the blade to the hilt, and Mu Bai's hands had already condensed a vibration ball cover and smashed it into the middle of the sword body. The sword body broke, and Mu Bai's terrifying breath gushed up. Shinwuk, who threw away the hilt, did not entangle with the other party. He flew to the ground at a high speed, and the breath behind him evaporated the surrounding seawater and followed his body to the ground. At this moment, this virtual Dahai city has long become a more miserable scene than the previous wasteland world city. The whole city first experienced an unprecedented earthquake, and then a 500-meter-high tsunami. It can be said that there is no building in the entire city, and even the nearby mountains are in a miserable state. The entire geological structure has undergone a qualitative change. What is even more bizarre is that even if Mubai did not use the power of vibration at this moment, the entire land continued to vibrate as if the land was cursed and would vibrate forever. Luo Chun was stunned, and his soul was about to fly away. His eyes were lifeless. He was originally a skeleton without eyes. Strange. Even if Lord Mubai left, why is this land still shaking? This is the power of the Fruit Awakening. It can actually do things that only top natural ability users can do. Seeing what happened on the big screen, Xianyuan Buer said in great shock. As a natural ice fruit ability user, he naturally knew how difficult it was to force a permanent change in the geological structure of a region. At least at present, with his current strength and national tax control ability, he could not do such a thing. If it can be done, then the ability users and the environment structure created by themselves will get a certain degree of increase. In the virtual space, the god-killing sword in Shenwu's hand disappeared. But he could have more. Countless small swords condensed together behind him. After the smoke behind him dissipated, he was like an immortal who rode the wind and controlled countless swords in the immortal biography. Mubai, who was underground, flew out of the crack nimbly. He didn't expect that Shenwu's speed would increase after he put on the turtle SHL. The advanced ability of armament hockey, divine attack, was really played with new tricks by the opponent. Even Mubai had to admit that the opponent's attainments in armament hockey far exceeded his. It can even be said that he was ahead of an era. Armed treasure house. 10,000 swords to kill. Shenwu, who clasped his hands and was determined, shouted softly. The solemn sound of swords, and swords ringing on the wasteland, was like the judgment of the god of death. Countless miniature killing swords were spinning wildly under the control of Shenwu. Each of the small swords was wrapped with the ability to kill geniuses. Just as Shenwu directly suggested to advance the progress of the game at the beginning. He only needed a few minutes to kill the other players present. And even all the audience. Countless swords flew over. A faint black power was attached to it. And the scene of 10,000 swords firing at the same time was particularly creepy. At least the audience outside the venue could imagine Mubai's fate as a hedgehog after seeing this scene. Dragon form. Darkening of thunder. Mubai whispered with his arms spread out. He also learned a lot from the opponent's special armament hockey in the battle with the opponent. Feeling the subtle changes in the opponent's body, Shenwu did not hesitate. And the 10,000 swords rang. Ruthlessly penetrated Mubai's body. Countless sword blades rich in divine attack armament hockey pierced through the opponent's body and exploded. The remaining power formed something like shackles to lock Mubai's body there. But unexpectedly, these shackles fell into the air. When the smoke and dust cleared, Mubai was standing there unharmed with electric currents and black spots flowing all over his body. How is it possible? Even natural ability users would be unable to resist his divine attack. Dragon form. Darkening of thunder. Mubai did not deceive the opponent with this move. It was indeed learned from fighting with him. This move first turned the body elements into electric currents, and then relied on the prediction of the future by the observation hockey to avoid future attacks. This alone is not enough. After all, pure elementalization will still be affected by the armament color domineering. So Mubai added hundreds of millions of small changes, and the power of the dark fruit was also added in. At the edge of the opponent's body, the dark water erosion of the dark fruit's ability was released everywhere, perfectly avoiding all damage. Only Mubai in the world can do this kind of thing. The dark fruit, the thunder fruit, and the observation hockey that predicts the future. The mutual combination of fruits can allow Mubai to do more things. With these, Mubai only needs to adjust the rules of testing the strength of his body, and make slight changes in it to allow him to do this in both human form and dragon form. Sure enough, fighting can make me stronger. After saying that, Mubai ignored the opponent's slash and attacked with the vibration ball cover. Those dazzling divine attacks and slashes seemed to have no effect on the opponent at this moment. And Mubai's body only lit up with black spots and electric currents again. Improve in battle, imitate in battle, and surpass in battle. This is Mubai's terrifying qualification. And it is also the truly terrifying ability of the growth system. It will not make you a top genius in an instant, but it can allow the host to achieve a terrifying improvement speed in continuous battles. Fight without breathing. Mubai's eyes burst into dark golden light when he came to the opponent. The small vibrating ball between his hands hit Shenwu's chest like a continuous raindrop. The speed of the fist was so fast that the surrounding space continued to vibrate and crack. Shinwook wanted to parry, but the dense cracks were like the sickle of the god of death, always on his throat. With his arms raised, he could only repair the damage, killing god armor continuously, while protecting the vital parts to resist the opponent's violent fists. This wave of offensive directly confused the contestants outside the field. This Mubai's power in the dragon form is so amazing. Even Shinwook can only be reduced to a sandbag? This undoubtedly makes people wonder if Shinwook is letting him win. With his personality and scheming. Maybe. Wang Zongxian took a deep breath and couldn't understand it anymore. This guy who came out of a third-tier city is getting more and more outrageous. He originally thought that the opponent was at most at the same level as Huang Bei. But after experiencing the opponent's beating and Shinwook's embarrassment at the moment, he finally understood why this Mubai was protected by Duan Xia. And even the powerful speaker Wang protected him at the official level. This Mubai may really step into the 9th level in the future, in the space of the Kingdom of Gods. After experiencing countless punches from the opponent, Shinwook was beaten by Mubai from the coastline to the suburbs on the other side of the city. When Mubai stopped punching, Shinwook's full body killing armor was already in tatters. Shinwook, you are very strong. But unfortunately, you are still going to lose. Mubai, in the form of a dragon man, grabbed the opponent's head with one hand and whispered in his ear. And Mubai's right fist condensed a vibration ball cover again. He wanted to make this Shin family genius, who had only one breath left, completely defeated. At this time, the slightly embarrassed Shinwook smiled. He removed the armor on his whole body and started the life return. The injuries on his whole body disappeared instantly. The new vitality was full again. The whole person's momentum is also returning to the peak state. This is not the return of life. But? Mubai. Have you ever heard of an idiom? It's called prosperity and decline. But I can decline and prosperity. Ultimate skill. Life reversal. Shinwook, who is full of power, releases his domineering aura in an instant. The trembling breath reappears. The violent armed color equipment is being rebuilt. You think it's a turn-based system. After the resentful voice, Mubai ignored the domineering aura and roared, pulling up Shinwook's head and pressing it to the ground. And then, there was a shock that annihilated everything. The dragon claws held Shinwook's head and rubbed it. The vibrating ball cover that exploded one after another was simply free. Kill. Kill the god thorn. Shinwook, whose face was covered with blood, gritted his teeth and said. Dense tiny spikes appeared around his body, trying to penetrate Mubai's body. But Mubai, who mastered the combination skill of thunder darkening fruit, was not afraid at all. He could not hurt him even if those dense spikes penetrated his body. However, because Mubai focused all his attention on the attack, Shinwook had a chance to breathe. 2 killing swords made of armed color tools fell from above. The vibration knife wave instantly penetrated the ground. Iron block. Mubai, who had the body of a dragon, whispered in a low voice, and his whole body was covered with armed color domineering. Especially the concentration of armed color on his arms was particularly prominent, and it was shining to the extreme. Calling! Is this a piece of iron? Shinwook, whose shoulders were trembling slightly, obviously couldn't cut the opponent when he slashed over. Of course, he knew what this meant. Whether it is an iron block or an armed color covering for defense, these all require high physical requirements. It is more easy to understand that physical fitness can be understood as a PvP defense bonus, as long as the physical fitness is high enough. Even a simple iron block can get extremely high defense. How tough is this guy? No matter what. If I can't kill this guy today, there will be no chance of winning. With 2 swords flying, Shinwook, with a murderous aura in his eyes, held the 2 swords, one in front and one in reverse. His attainments in physical skills are far less than his achievements in swordsmanship. God attack sword slash. Storm. Accompanied by the sound of shouting. The endless slashes are as unscrupulous as the evil ghosts who escaped from H.L. And the sound of Sanskrit in the ears makes people feel like falling into an ice cave. The defense-breaking slash full of armed color divine attack is even more of a strike from a distance. The surroundings are already piled with bones without knowing when. This is a very high level of sword power. This guy's swordsmanship is already close to the peak. No wonder the opponent could easily dodge when Heiju used his swordsmanship. When Mubai was thinking about it, the dazzling and terrifying record had already hit him. The countless slashes really had some colors of natural storms. And Mubai's body slowly disappeared under this slash. Even such a dense slash can be avoided? Impossible. Unless this is not the case at all. before the thunder shadow of Mu Bai in front of him dissipated. The iron fist with vibrating power behind him had already hit him. Shin Wook was indeed experienced in actual combat. At this critical moment, he twisted his arm bones forcibly. After dislocating it, he raised the sword body and turned it into a divine attack shield to resist the attack of this iron fist. Mu Bai, who was flying over, smiled. The longer he fought with Shin Wook, the more familiar his observation haki became with the opponent's body movements, which made his observation haki predict the future and deduce the opponent's movements more accurately. He predicted the opponent's movements. The dragon's tail behind him whipped out violently. The powerful force made a sharp sound in the void. Shin Wook gritted his teeth and used his dislocated arm to block in front of him after the light black shield broke. In an instant, his figure flew backwards. After crashing into several broken ancient trees, he half knelt on the ground, and he bent his dislocated arm back with an indifferent face. And it recovered with a snap. The arm that was trembling from the dragon's tail was repaired within a few seconds. Life returned. Shin Wook, who said nothing, was a ruthless man. Your body is really a monster. If you were not a human, I would really suspect that you were a god. God? This was the second time Mu Bai heard this word. He did not care, but blasted the ruins in front of him and walked with endless blood. Anyone could see that Mu Bai's body functions and physical strength were still at their peak after fighting to this point. Shin Wook, swinging his arm, said solemnly. He was such a genius that he naturally knew that he was in a losing situation. When all his means were broken by the opponent, his undefeated myth should also end. But he was unwilling. Releasing his hand covering his arm, Shin Wook opened his bloodshot eyes. He did not want to use this move. After all, he suffered a lot in this swordsmanship back then. But now it seems, he was unwilling to fall. 3 years ago, when his mother died, he vowed to become the strongest in the world and break all the rules that he was not satisfied with. Smash all those rotten things to pieces. He is Shin Wook. He has his own scheming. And he also has his own pride. All the evil spirits disappeared. And there was a hint of coldness under the bright sun. And the god-killing sword in Shin Wook's hand turned into a long sword with moon-like ripples. The bloodshot in Shin Wook's eyes faded, replaced by a white coldness that went straight to the heart. Indifference. The Supreme One is the one who forgets his feelings. That's it. Looking at the scene on the big screen, everyone was puzzled. How could Shin Wook, who had already shown a defeated look, suddenly become a different person? Only the old man Wu Pokong knew what kind of swordsmanship the other party used. It was the supreme forgetting love sword practiced by the main line of the Shin family 50 years ago. It is said that only those who have no desires, but are thirsty for everything can practice this swordsmanship to a deep level. According to him, except for an elder of the Shin family at that time, no one else succeeded in practicing it. This skill is anti-human and more like a magic skill. The Supreme is a saint. If even saints cannot forget their emotions, how can mortals do it? No wonder the kid from the Shin family is so eager to enter the eternal secret realm. Wu Pokong, who closed his eyes, seemed to have seen the battle between the two young men. It had nothing to do with winning or losing. The magic skills were deeply rooted in his bones. I am afraid that only Shin Wook is in the world today. The final solution of the supreme forgetful swordsmanship brought out from the eternal secret realm is also in it. The world is in turmoil. So we should cut off our emotions and forget our emotions. The Moon Fox's long sword slashed down. The strange power was affecting Mu Bai's thoughts all the time. He barely dodged in a trance. But the strange slash was more like assimilation than an attack. It made people forget their troubles and emotions. The strange fluctuations passed through Mu Bai's soul until they met the fragments of the Jojo Ding in his mind. Boom! The severe pain made Mu Bai recover. And at this moment a sharp sword was stabbing down his forehead. After waking up, he wanted to dodge but fell into strange emotional fluctuations again. This scene was indescribably strange. At least, the people who could not perceive Shin Wook's forgetful swordsmanship were a little confused when they saw the actions of these two people. Mu Bai, who woke up again, felt extremely agitated. This strange slash did not make him a lamb to be slaughtered, but instead raised his anger to a threshold. Forget emotions? Kill, 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 kill. Kill through the heavens. Kill, 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 kill. Kill all these noisy voices. Mu Bai's Dragon Man form developed more fruit under this mental stimulation. And he also changed his original appearance. The proportion of dragon blood continued to increase. Unlike the Dragon Man form and the giant dragon form, Mu Bai could sense that this change was pushing him to another form. His originally 4-meter-tall body expanded again. and his already strong muscles grew wildly for the second time. Mu Bai's half-man, half-dragon face began to grow black scales as the dragon blood proportion increased. The dark golden pupils in his eyes emitted a bright light. The black scales on his body began to fall off, and new shiny scales, like armor, began to grow and connect. The scales on his shoulders, chest, and arms actually followed Mu Bai's consciousness and automatically formed a similar ancient armor. At this moment, Mu Bai felt more like a dragon man wearing armor. The aura of the whole person was forcibly raised to the rank of the 7th level king in the addition of the blood ratio. Every devil fruit has its duality. In the black dragon form of the fish fruit, when the emotions are affected by something, the whole person will be distorted. If the vitality is not enough to complete this distortion, the ability user will die without a burial place. Otherwise, he will survive. People like Mu Bai who developed a 4th form through deformation are simply unheard of. After feeling the unprecedented power, Mu Bai was deeply intoxicated by it. This feeling was like a freeloader in an online game suddenly getting precious equipment from a big boss's Krypton gold account. When Mu Bai opened his eyes again, he was like a demon god and didn't care about the opponent's slash. He saw the indifferent Shin Wook used a weird slash again. But when he chopped Mu Bai, there was not even a sound. Mu Bai walked in front of the opponent, lowered his head, and waved his hand. Shin Wook directly knocked away 3 ruins, sliding nearly 600 meters. The indifference and coldness in Shin Wook's eyes, who woke up from the smoke and dust, also disappeared. Obviously, he had withdrawn from that mysterious state of martial arts. Huh? Is this state not resolved yet? Before he finished speaking, when the smoke dissipated, he saw a 5-meter-tall humanoid dragon standing behind him. When he wanted to condense the divine attack to attack again, it was too late. Mu Bai, in the dragon form, punched the opponent into the ground. Then his body flashed. He threw Shin Wook, who was underground, into the air again at an astonishing speed. When the dazed Shin Wook fell into his hands again, Mu Bai held the opponent's head with 2 fingers and started a new round of vibration bombardment. Squeak! Squeak! After 2 consecutive vibrations, Shin Wook completely lost consciousness. And before he fainted, he finally said the 3 words he didn't want to say. I admit defeat. With this sentence of admitting defeat, the champion of the National Martial Arts Conference was born. When Shin Wook in his hand was teleported away, Mu Bai did not have any emotional fluctuations. After releasing this form, Mu Bai felt that most of his physical strength was consumed. He could feel that in this state, he had nearly twice the defense and strength of the dragon form, and his speed and reaction ability had been qualitatively improved. Of course, the corresponding consumption of Mu Bai's physical strength has also reached an unprecedented level. Mu Bai suspects that if he has this form when he is level 4, his body will be deformed the moment it is activated. This 4th animal form, in addition to the human form, dragon form, and dragon form, is called dragon armor. It was already dark when Mu Bai was teleported out, and the brightly lit venue of the gods erupted with thunderous applause and shouts. Mu Bai stood under the spotlight with a faint smile on his lips. But in fact, there was no fluctuation in his heart. Compared with these cheers and admiring eyes, he preferred the joy of completing his goals step by step. Shin Wook, who had fainted on the ring, was transported to the infirmary by the staff, while the gods, including Wang Zongqian, sat there with ugly faces. They could never have imagined that the arrogant Shin Wook was actually defeated by Mu Bai head-on. This kind of strength can no longer be described as a demon. Wu Kun walked over with a smile, raised Mu Bai's hand, and said solemnly, "Congratulations to Wu De Mu Bai for winning the championship of the National Martial Arts Conference. Everyone stand up and let us congratulate him." Thunderous applause rang out again, and the system prompt sound rang in Mu Bai's ears. Ding dong. Main quest unlocked 3. The early opening of the Eternal Secret Realm triggered an unprecedented National Martial Arts Tournament. The quest target is to win the National Martial Arts Tournament Championship. Reward, Rule Skill Selection Treasure Chest. Complete the quest. The skill selection package has been issued. Ding dong. The treasure chest contains 3 skill options. Rule skills include passive skills and active skills. Rule skills can ignore the world will and the power of world laws. Berserker, passive skill, when attacked, the damage received will be reduced according to the physique, and the upper limit is 30%. When attacking with the frenzy characteristic, the probability of damage caused is doubled. The negative effect is that when frenzy, there is a probability of losing reason. Evaluation. The unyielding berserker can always rely on his unyielding strong body to fight his way out of the chaotic enemy. He does not need reason. Super player, passive skill, the digitized body will reflect the life value. All enemy attacks are converted into data attacks. After digitization, permanent life is obtained. Evaluation, the body combined with data will become the only player in the world, and has an endless life before the life value is cleared by an attack. Despicable pirate, passive skill, eliminate all negative effects on the body, whether in the past, future or present. And the same applies to the gain effect. Evaluation, despicable pirate not only does not trust the enemy, but also does not trust the partner, the man who cannot be touched by negative gain and positive gain. Ding dong. Please choose carefully. The selected rule skill will fix the root, and the advanced skill selection cannot be changed later. Please choose carefully. Please choose carefully. Surrounded by cheers, Mubai did not hesitate and firmly chose the despicable pirate. When the rule skill selection was completed, the mark left by the skeleton king in the Shura tower on Mubai's chest suddenly disappeared. This surprised Mubai a little, but it was normal to think about it. According to the description of the rules of the despicable pirate, the negative effects that existed on him in the past will also eliminate immunity. A task reappeared in Mubai's sight. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for opening the rule skill, which will be opened when the task event is triggered. The flash of the media hit Mubai's face, making this heroic young man shine. There is no doubt that after defeating Shinwuk, Mubai is now the strongest of the young generation of Xia country. And after this, he will truly step onto the world stage, and the undercurrent situation will quietly change from then on. Mubai, come with me. The deep voice interrupted the grand cheers. At the same time, the East Sea was turbulent. A lizard monster with black scales swam out of the sea wearing iron armor and holding a long spear. The mighty army was walking out of the entrance of the eternal secret realm. The whistling long drums dispersed the sea. The armored monster with flaming eyes rode a strange horse with a burning body and stepped into the air. This breath is the 8th level Emperor's throne. The killing in the sky condensed on the tip of the spear, and the phantom of the towering mountains attached to it. From a distance, you can see the starving people and piles of bones on the ground. This kind of murderous aura can only be emitted by slaughtering millions of lives. The strong who stepped into the 8th level Emperor's throne with killing is the most dangerous. In addition, with the blessing of the military formation, even the king of the EC frowned slightly. There were already 3 people standing on the coast beside him. One of them said, "This is the same as the scene 30 or 50 years ago. If the secret passage is open for a long time, it will cause the strong men on the opposite side to enter. What are you going to do, Xian Yuan boy?" The king of the EC looked at the lightning shadow flashing across the sky and said lightly, "The 8th level Emperor's throne cannot be entered. Let Mubai enter the eternal secret realm in advance, and then we work together to limit the expansion of the secret realm to below the 7th level. How about it? I think it should be easy with Senior Duan superhuman blowing fruit." Haha. You, Xian Yuan boy, really haven't changed. Your personality is still so straightforward. But I can't maintain the power of the awakening fruit for a few days. Only the sword in my hand can. After saying that, the old man drew out the sword at his waist. And thousands of murderous auras were suppressed here. The army on the opposite side stopped their steps. And at this moment, the ancient sword had not been unsheathed. At this moment, after hearing the call of the king of the East Sea, Mubai had already arrived on the coast. And he felt a familiar breath as soon as he landed. That was Principal Duanxia. "Principal, how come you are here?" Mubai said in surprise. "That's right. The sword-wielding man among the 3 people wearing cloaks was Wudop President Duanxia. Of course it's to see you off. Now is not the time to chat. Mubai, I will tell you about the news of the eternal secret realm now. You must be prepared." Duanxia stroked his beard on his chest with a faint smile and told the story. "First of all, we have all entered the eternal secret realm when we were young. But we can't get the memory after we come out of there. The speed of time in the eternal secret realm is also different from the outside world. One day there is equivalent to 3 days in the real world. You have to remember these. Okay, let's set off." "Wait, Principal. What are you talking about? Set off? Now we need someone to enter it first, so that we can limit the level of the secret realm. Just rush forward. We 4 emperors will protect you." The cold female voice came, which made Mubai come back to his senses. Although all this was a bit too hasty, he also knew what the 4 emperors gathered here meant. Okay. Mubai turned into thunder, and his flashing figure was as fleeting as thunder. The level 8 emperor in front of the eternal secret realm was furious. He swung the long spear in his hand and pierced the sky. The target was Mubai. This attack, which contained the killing spirit of the entire army, was not something that the elementalization could resist. Just when the long spear was about to pierce Mubai, Duanzia finally unsheathed the sword in his hand. 1 inch. 1 inch. 1 inch. When the 3-inch green blade was exposed, the scabbard fell to the ground, and the long sword with a wandering atmosphere appeared on the coast like a long sword containing 3,000 avenues. That was the national artifact, Tianwen sword. Cut! The sword blade passed, and the 9 provinces were ethereal. This sword, like a fairy pointing the way, cut off the armored arm of the 8th level emperor, and hurt people with the luck of the 9 provinces. Even the emperors could not recover in a short time. Mubai took advantage of this momentum and condensed the vibration ball cover with his fists. It exploded in the chaos, and the terrifying vibration shattered the lizard men who were besieging. And he also passed through the black and blue dimensional channel and left here. Sure enough, when Mubai passed through the channel level had changed from being able to maintain the 8th level to only being able to maintain the 7th peak level. This made the 4 emperors on the coast stunned for a while, and only Duanzia smiled without saying a word. He knew that Mubai had some luck of the 9 provinces because he was carrying the fragments of the 9 provinces cauldron. When he entered the space channel, it would naturally make the channel overwhelmed. The armless killing armored man was furious, and the cavalry around him rushed towards the 4 people on the coast like a tiger and wolf division. Noisy. The only female among the 4 said impatiently. Her face could not be seen clearly under the black cloak, but her next move made thousands of troops disappear into ashes. I saw gray-purple ripples on her body. After these ripples touched the rushing sea water, the sea water stagnated. After touching the fierce killing army, all the army in action disappeared into ashes. The waves of annihilation stood there like a frozen video, and the last light gray ripples had covered the armless emperor throne. The armored emperor throne, whose body could not move, was beheaded by a sword in the air, and the terrible human destiny of the Tianwen sword left an indelible natural moat in the trench after cutting through the opponent's body. There was a faint roar of a dragon in the dark clouds. A heroic young man was sitting on the throne in the ancient palace, with deep worries in his light golden eyes. Under the throne stood 2 rows of civil and military ministers. The leading general knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I can sense that the breath of General Qin Xian has disappeared. He is likely to have been beheaded." The heroic king did not care. He was more worried about the shaking of the clan land. If the person there was angry, the fortune of the entire ancient Qin Empire would be affected. After a long time, he raised his crowned head and looked at the general. "You all should quickly make arrangements in the restricted sea. If the enemy appears from the bottom of the sea, destroy them all." After so many years, the so-called heavenly man has finally come again. "Yes." The general who received the order lowered his head, took a few steps back, and turned away. The heroic young man in black dragon robes could never figure out the intention of the ancestor. Since 7 years ago, he has used his divine power to forcefully open a dimensional channel to allow those so-called celestial beings from other worlds to enter. Even with his identity as the 5th Qin, he did not dare to ask the ancestor. The glimpse of the ancestor when he followed his father when he was young was enough to tremble to this moment. Many ministers were discussing how to block the secret passage. There were also generals from the main station who petitioned to return to it. It was expected that with the 300 million tiger and wolf troops of the ancient Qin Empire, they would definitely flatten that territory and make it a subsidiary territory of the empire. We will discuss this matter later. Let's wait and see. According to past experience, the passage here will be closed in about a day. After leaving an ambiguous answer, the 5th Qin announced his withdrawal from the court. On Wuling Mountain, after intercepting a large number of tributes from small countries to the Qin dynasty, the bandits had different opinions. Wuling Mountain is located in a dangerous border area with countless mountains and ridges. Although it is nominally the territory of the Qin dynasty, it is actually more like a buffer zone between the Qin state and the surrounding small countries. "Brother, we have as many as 50,000 wolf bandits, with the protection of mountains and ridges. The Qin dynasty will not embarrass us at the moment. Why not eat all these supplies?" The scarred second-in-command said sternly. Although it was a suggestion on the surface, it was almost the same as a threat. The big boss was emaciated and seemed to be seriously ill. At this moment, he knew that the second-in-command was courting death. But he, a smart man, had to pretend to be confused to save his life. before he could nod at the big boss. The second in command, Scar, ordered his men to move the troops and goods of this tiny country to the hall of the mountain stronghold. Scar wanted everyone to see that if they followed him, they would have women, wine and rights. He is the most courageous one in the whole village. Not the eldest brother, who is already sick at the moment. The crying maids and the escorting men were tied up and taken to the hall. Many village leaders were very excited when they saw these gold, silver and jewelry. How many rich people did they have to rob to get so much wealth? The belated killing intention in the face of huge interests is not killing intention at all, but just a small storm. Good. You are worthy of being the loyal and brave second in command. Don't worry. These treasures can be said to be timely rain. How long have the brothers in the village not played? They are all suffocated. Humph. You are short-sighted. Have you ever thought that any person with a title in the Qin state can easily destroy the village? Those sorcerers who take the fairy fruit are all terrifying people. The servants beside the big boss scolded loudly. But he never thought that the scarred second in command would directly chop the servant's head with a flying axe, while he himself rolled up his sleeves with a smile and lifted up 2 carts full of treasures easily. That is the power of the fairy fruit? Before the shocked people came to their senses, the second in command had already come to the front of the first in command, and he crushed the servant who spoke outrageously into a pulp with one hand. The scene was extremely bloody, and even these murderous villains felt terrified. Brother, your adopted son is really ignorant. He dared to insult his uncle. This kind of person is either ambitious or a villain. I will help you deal with him. You don't need to thank me. After saying that, Scar wiped his hands with the eldest brother's clothes, completely ignoring the eldest brother's trembling body at this time. When did you get the fairy fruit? Uh-huh. Do I need to answer you? Scarface turned around and was about to announce something to the people in the hall when a lazy yawn came out from the unopened treasure chest in the middle. Scarface, relying on his divine power, fearlessly picked up the ghost head knife handed over by his subordinates and chopped it on the lock. The wooden treasure chest was opened, and a young man in strange clothes was sleeping in the middle. He seemed to have just woken up and had not yet woken up. Scarface saw that the other party looked good and immediately had other thoughts. When Mubai woke up, he saw the big black face not far away. He shook his head and asked faintly, "Where is this?" "Where?" Scar went up and kicked the treasure chest over. This fair-skinned boy dared to talk to him like that. Today, he had to deal with him. Mubai, who flipped in the air and landed steadily, felt very strange. After waking up, he felt that his body wanted to transform into the black dragon form of the fantasy beast species. And this world seemed to have weakened his body to a considerable extent. I don't know if it's because I haven't adapted to it yet. What's more interesting is, the people wearing ancient costumes here actually speak the same language as in the real world. This is unprecedented. With Mubei's eyes, he can see at a glance that this type of clothing is very similar to the clothing of the Qin dynasty. Thinking of this, he recalled what Shenwuk had said. Is this really the world of the Qin kingdom? While he was thinking about it, 2 bandits approached from behind with ropes. After Mubai snapped his fingers lightly, the 2 were instantly blasted through by thunder. The terrifying electric current was chilling. Who are you? Scar was also a little confused and frightened. This method was obviously a sorcerer with fairy fruit. I took his life while he was not paying much attention. He tried to take the opportunity to attack by surprise, and he exerted force with both arms. A huge force flowed through his body. The whistling fist came crashing down. The head that everyone expected did not break, but his huge fist was stopped by the strange young man with a finger. Asshole! Scar, who was terrified, wanted to swing another fist, but a young man with a samurai head appeared beside Mubai, and the black knife in his hand rose and fell. Scar's arm and the whole hall were cut in half. Many people were buried under the ruins and struggled in the screams, and a lot of smoke and dust fell on the top of the mountain. In the collapsed hall, Mubai said in surprise, "Interesting. There is a devil fruit in your body. Then I won't be polite." After that, Mubai's hand was filled with black vortexes and dark water flowed. And after a simple search, he took out a complete devil fruit from the opponent's chest. System identification. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman force fruit. The power fruit gives the ability user enormous power, which can be said to be a pure superhuman ability. Scar was in great pain all over his body, and his heart was broken. He didn't expect that this young man would be so cruel, and could actually extract his fairy fruit ability. "Sir, Spare my life. Sir, spare my life. Scar, who cowed out repeatedly, was convinced. He knew that the other party was a person with great magical powers. He was convinced. But he still pressed the spirit stone mechanism in his hand while hesitating. In an instant, many footsteps echoed in the mountains and ridges. The bandits at the foot of the mountain shouted and rushed to the top of the mountain. When the leader heard the sound of the mechanism, he thought that the second in command had successfully usurped the throne. He was eager to make a contribution and rushed to the front. Charge! Hearing the shouts at the foot of the mountain, Mubai waved his hand casually, and the spirit stone mechanism behind Scar's back appeared in Mubai's hand. Special material. Nothing to do with jade. It seems that this world is rich in minerals. Mubai's eyes flashed with dark golden light. Almost before the army rushed up from the mountain, the terrifying pressure swept across the world. Black and red ripples shook down from the top of the mountain. The terrifying aura swept the whole place. Tens of thousands of bandits fainted on the spot when they were hit by the domineering aura, and their body functions were declining rapidly. No one could resist such a domineering pressure. Scar's pants were wet as he trembled all over. While the scarred man still had a little time to live, Mubai grabbed his collar and asked coldly, "Where did you get this devil fruit from?" In Mubai's cognition, there is no devil tree world in other places except the Great Xia in the main world. But this world is a bit strange. They wear ancient clothes and even speak the same language. This even makes him wonder if he has traveled to the ancient territory of Xia. But that's not right. After all, the dimensional space including the devil tree world came to the main world more than 50 years ago. In ancient times, there should not be traces of devil fruits in advance. When the burly man's scar was picked up, he didn't dare to resist at all. He said tremblingly, "Master Warlock, Immortal, I found it in the goods that the small country paid tribute to Dachin this time. I really don't mean to offend." Pucci. While speaking, Scar's body function declined rapidly. This is the result of being forcibly taken away from the devil fruit. After becoming a fruit ability user, if the fruit ability is forcibly dug out, the body tissue will decline rapidly. Just like Scar at this moment. This usually arrogant man twitched and fell to the ground and slowly lost consciousness. After a few seconds, he became a mummy. It seems that the lower the physical fitness, the faster the death. Mubai gently waved his right hand and saw the collapsed building floating in the air. Those who were pressed underneath floated over like feathers. Some of them were still conscious and saw Scar's miserable condition and begged for mercy in the air. But Mubai didn't care at all. After he snapped his fingers, half of the floating people were thrown off the cliff whether they were awake or unconscious. The terrain of Wuling Mountain was steep, and falling down would definitely kill them. From now on, I want you to answer my questions. Whenever I ask someone else and get a different answer, I will kill him. Mubai, with a cold look in his eyes, was not joking. In his eyes, these people were no different from the demons in the Shira Tower and the demons in the Abyss world. They were all creatures from another world. And in the rules of the main world, kindness can only be shown to one's own people. And these people are not human. This immortal-like method obviously stunned everyone. These people were pressed to the ground by the floating force. No matter whether you were robbed by maids and guards or bandits before, you were treated the same at this moment. The most important thing is the message conveyed by the system task. Ding dong. After entering the eternal secret realm, the ancestral dragon's chi will weaken the memory and strength of the entrant, and must be stopped by one's own killing. Task: stop killing with killing. Maintain one's own killing value in the eternal secret realm. The heavier the killing aura, the less the ancestral dragon's chi can hinder the host. Continue killing in the following time, and the task rewards the ancestral dragon's chi. Side quest: kill the dragon in the Black City Lake. The task reward is unknown. Stop killing with killing? No wonder Mubai felt that the feeling of suppression disappeared a lot after he solved the bandits at the foot of the mountain. He used the domineering aura of observation to look into the distance, and could vaguely see a black oriental dragon chi forming a strange momentum entrenched there. Mubai walked up to the nearest young bandit and said, "The great Qin that scarred face mentioned is the Qin kingdom of Yingzheng?" The young bandit, who was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly, cried and said, "Immortal, I don't know what Yingzheng is. The great Qin is the great Qin. Now the fifth Qin is in charge of the government. That's all I know." After hearing the other party's answer, Mubai paused for a few seconds, not knowing what he was thinking. "Why do you call me an immortal?" "Because." Several beacons were lit in the distance. This was because the bandits on other hills knew that something had happened on the hill, and were mobilizing everyone to come here. A small sound came from the foot of the mountain. Mubai looked up and saw that they were all ordinary people. By Goo Goo. Hey Jew. Kill them all. Yes. Yes. The two answered in unison. And then the red flames and the magma poured down like a rain of fire. And Hey Jew, with a black knife, rushed towards the enemy lineup. The boss, who was pressed on the ground and in contact with the soil, looked ugly. From his perspective, he could just see these two monsters killing his brothers, like butchers in the crowd of thousands of troops. You thief! You shall not die well. Although we bandits are vicious, we will never kill innocent people like you. You shall not die well. The sickly bandit leader burst out with amazing strength to break free from the shackles of the Piao Piao fruit. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free even if he had broken the bones of both arms. He only felt as if there was an invisible mountain pressing on him, making him unable to breathe. Who is he? Mubai squatted down and controlled his ability to press the bandit leader's face against the soil and rubbed it repeatedly until the other party was about to suffocate. Mubai turned his head and asked the young bandit with a smile. He is the big boss here. The bandit, who was a little scared, still answered tremblingly. But there were several eyes that wanted to skin him alive. Where is the Black City? Are there dragons there? The young bandit was stunned when he heard this question. How could he know if there were dragons in the Black City? Just as he was about to answer, the bandit leader shouted, "If you want to die, don't involve us. Shut up." Before the young bandit could come to his senses, his head was taken off by Mubai. He couldn't understand why the other party was afraid of death. So he was not afraid of himself? The headless body of the bandit leader knelt on the ground, standing there like a demonstration prop. All the anger and opposition disappeared, and all the bandits lowered their heads and dared not look at Mubai. Haicheng. Haicheng is the closest territory of Hedong County in Qin State. But I really haven't heard of any dragons. Some young people who were about to cry were at a loss. And Mubai didn't embarrass him. He opened the next game function. From now on, I will give you the qualification to ask for help outside the field. The person whose name you point will answer for you. If I am not satisfied with the answer, she will be the same as your big boss. The kind Mubai gave the young man another choice. At the same time, Mubai opened his heart network to perceive the surroundings. And this perception discovered a lot of important information. The young bandit swallowed his saliva and turned around with a crying voice to look at his bandit elders. These people shook their heads as if they saw the plague god. Some even cried and kowtowed to him, hoping that they would not be involved. Daqin is just a general name. The real name should be the ancient Qin Empire. The whole country is divided into 36 counties. Now it is Qin Wu who rules the country. As for the Jiaolong you mentioned, I think it should be the governor of Hedong County. It is rumored that he is a demon who has entered the realm of heaven and man. The old mountain bandit, who was forced to answer the question, was obviously experienced. He told what he knew and made Mubai understand a lot of things. There is actually a demon tree world in this world. The difference is that this world calls it the fairy world Penglai. And the name of the devil fruit is fairy fruit. This name is very oriental. There are many people with abilities in this world. If you can extract their fruit abilities, it will be of great help to yourself. After all, dozens of devil fruits in your hand are completely different from hundreds. Now I think Shenwuk is right. This is indeed the orthodox Qin dynasty. Although I don't know how the Qin dynasty transferred to this country. In this world, the thing called Zulong power is obviously something that makes the entrants lose their memory after leaving. If there is no system prompt, the consequences are simply unimaginable. You know, Mubai has too many secrets hidden in him. If he loses his memory of this place, he may cause a lot of trouble. I will ask Shenwuk when he comes in. However, Mubai remembered the time comparison that Principal Duan once said, and he couldn't help but calculate it. According to the alarm clock in the storage space, the time ratio of 1 to 7 means that staying here for 7 days is equal to 1 day outside. About 7 days later, Shenwuk and the top 10 of the second batch of martial arts conference will enter here. Things are getting more and more interesting. Mubai ordered the two people at the foot of the mountain to stop killing in the spiritual world. At this moment, the foot of the mountain is already a river of blood. At least half of the remaining 20,000 bandits have been slaughtered. The remaining bandits have already knelt down and begged for mercy and laid down their weapons. Everyone laid down their weapons. Those who are willing to surrender to our master can live. And those who are unwilling can send him to the 6 reincarnations now. The black sword stained with blood was unsheathed again. Under his feet were piled up, like a mountain of corpses, looking at the whole scene. No bandit could withstand his sword. With his superhuman cutting fruit, he could cut even a thick wall like paper. Not to mention these mortals. The defeated bandits prostrated themselves, even throwing away the daggers on their waists, fearing that the two would doubt their determination to surrender. In their eyes, these two were gods. One was a peerless swordsman, and even a shield made of fine iron could not resist the opponent's slash, while the other was a fairy who controlled magma, and was even more magical. With a wave of her hand, she could turn the whole world into a magma world. Standing on the top of the mountain, Mubai said loudly, "From now on, everyone can join my men, and those who don't want to stay here can also leave." As soon as these words came out, the kneeling bandits kowtowed to the new boss in unison, while some young people who didn't understand the situation were a little confused whether Mubai could really let him go. "Sir, can I really leave?" "Yes," Mubai said with a yawn, and it seemed that he really didn't want to target those who wanted to leave. However, when these people were cautiously going down the mountain, a faint undercurrent of thunder flashed in Mubai's eyes, and those subtle electric currents appeared on these people. Let them go. The experienced bandits all tried their best to show their loyalty, fearing that the other party would not want to accept them as subordinates. The young bandit, who was originally questioned, slowly approached his uncle in the distance and said carefully, "Uncle, it seems that this person really wants to let everyone go. But why don't these brothers on the mountain want to leave?" The uncle looked at him unhappily and whispered, "This kind of killer ghost knows what he is thinking. Judging from the other party's ruthless means just now, if he really walked down the mountain, he might not be escaping from the clutches of the devil. Yes. How could such a murderous person let these people go?" He shuddered in his heart and couldn't help but tighten his clothes. The next days might be difficult. Very good. I can feel that everyone welcomes me. But by the way, there are more than one bandit in Wuling Mountains. Right? Mubai said with a smile. And several people with different clothes appeared in his hard network. But they all seemed to be bandits from other forces. Yes, my king. The bandit territory, known as Wudaxian, is only 3/4 of an hour away. They are also recognized as the strongest force in the vicinity. It is rumored that he himself knows some magic. Oh, magic? You said that Mubai is not sleepy. He nodded and said, "Which direction?" The old bandit who spoke was shocked. But he did not ask, but pointed to the northeast of here. Mubai's figure turned into thunder and disappeared on the spot, which surprised these people. This kind of magic is really incredible. Just when everyone was shocked, the old bandit pointed to the northeast with some bitterness. Endless thunder appeared there. Tens of thousands of lightning currents bombarded the entire village into scorched earth like raindrops. And half a minute later, a charred person was thrown from the sky. He was 3 meters tall and had a body shape different from that of an ordinary person. But at this moment, he emitted a burst of burnt smell, obviously being electrocuted alive by the high-voltage current. "This is Wudaxian," the old bandit with a bitter voice said with difficulty. He was a little doubtful of his eyes. And Mubai, who suddenly appeared, shook his hand and said, "There is no fairy fruit in his body." "Sir, what about their village?" "Oh, this? Of course. They were all killed," Mubai said with a kind smile. He didn't take ordinary aliens seriously, let alone these evil bandits. And those who hadn't experienced this kind of thing might feel cold-blooded. But only when you are really in it can you understand the difference between the two. Although these people look exactly like Mubai and are all human beings, you can still detect slight differences in their body structures. Perhaps it was the power of the ancestor dragon mentioned by the system that transformed these humans. Mubai always felt that these people's physical fitness was stronger than that of modern people in the human world. Some were close to those ordinary humans in one piece, but their spirit and soul seemed to lack something. The power of the ancestor dragon. Does this have anything to do with the first Emperor Ingzheng? Mubai planned to take it step by step, starting with the entire Wuling Mountains, unifying the entire mountain bandit force, carrying those who encountered fruit ability and plundering their abilities into his pocket. And those he let go would become his eyes and ears to obtain the information he wanted. Perhaps they would never dream that the electric current in their bodies was a mobile eavesdropping device that would transmit sounds to Mubai's spiritual world from time to time. Black City. Jiaolong. The power of the ancestor dragon. Daqin. It was getting more and more interesting. Plus the other 9 people who would arrive in a few days. Plop. 6 days later in the eternal secret realm, a strange purple-black passage appeared in a valley. And when the light dissipated, 8 people and a skeleton were thrown out of it. 9 people woke up from the Wuling Mountains Valley with the seawater for irrigation, which was very different from the way Mu Bai came to this world. Cough, cough, cough. This is so hacking, choking me. My body is wet. Wang Zongxian, who was in a mess, lay on the ground and gasped, while Luo Chengkong, Lu Yu and others felt very relieved and funny. Shen Wuk immediately released his observation hockey after entering this space, and he was relieved when he felt that there was no threat around him. Only he knew the degree of danger in this space. The 9 people who came this time were Shen Wuk, Wang Zongxian, Luo Chengkong, Lu Yu, Xian Yuanbuer, Sun Yu, Huang Bei, Chun Yang, and Li Shimon. Sun Yu was a substitute because Poison King Zhao Ao automatically withdrew from the competition. The 9 people started to prepare on the day Mu Bai entered, because only after the aura of 10 people entered could the Emperor have the opportunity to seal the passage of the Eternal Secret Realm. Brother Wuk, we must stand together, as the same camp of the Divine Capital, Wang Zongxian said cautiously, as he approached Shen Wuk's ear. The other 7 people were talking and laughing, as if they were not in the same time and space as the 2 of them. Shen Wuk ignored him at all, and he himself did not talk to others. His top priority was to find Mu Bai, who arrived first. It was better to win together than to be hostile. After all, he still had things that needed the 2 of them to work together. Looking at Shen Wuk, who walked away in front, and the 7 people who followed slowly behind him, Wang Zongxian felt like he was abandoned by everyone. At this moment, Wang Zongxian somewhat missed the time when Li Qixue was still there. After all, although his IQ was not very high, he was still easy to manipulate. What a pity. When the 9 people went deep into the depths of Wuling Mountains, they heard a strange sound that shook the sky. Xian Yuanbuer looked in the direction of the sound and saw that on the cliff in the distance, there were tens of thousands of fierce mountain bandits roaring and reciting the multiplication table. Damn it! The king said that we must shout until sunset. Brothers, keep shouting. 1 + 1 = 1. 1 + 2 = 2. The people with black lines on their heads immediately understood. Huang Bei, the golden beetle, showed his wings on his back and flew to the cliff. He asked in a deep voice, "Where is your king? Who asked you to recite this multiplication table?" His insect fairy. Damn, it's insect fairy. Huang Bei was also very shocked to see that the language these people spoke was the same as his own. Looking at these people's clothes, he became more and more familiar. This eternal secret realm is interesting. The king of the East Sea told them to keep their heads clear before they entered. They didn't understand what it meant yet, but it seemed that this world was too weird. My king is the master of the Wuling Mountains and commands 100,000 bandits. You can recognize this multiplication formula. So I guess the king is waiting for someone. The respectful bandit leader pushed the dazed man away and replied with a smile. This Mu Bai is really interesting. He came to this world and became the leader of the thieves. Lu Yu smiled and looked into the distance with a little emotion. I don't know if it was an illusion that he could actually see the giant object flowing faintly in the nearest city. Xian Yuanbuer nodded and asked, "Where is your king? He should be doing justice now." "Right." The somewhat uncertain bandit scratched his bald head and said awkwardly, "After all, the king himself said that he was doing justice. Let's go to where he lives and wait for him." Shen Wuk saw something in the distance. His eyes twitched, and even his breath was a little unstable. What shocked him was that the negative effects brought by the Supreme Forgetfulness technique after coming to this world seemed to be offset by the power here. Sure enough, the way to crack this magic skill is in this world. Under the unusual fluctuation of breath, Xian Yuanbuer, Huang Bei and others were on guard, and Luo Chengkong, the skeleton, also drew out his bone spear and was on guard at any time. Seeing the scene about to explode, Shen Wuk shook his head calmly. I lost my composure a little bit. Don't worry. I am eager to see Mu Bai to discuss something. As hunters in this alien world, we are in a cooperative relationship. Separation is a disaster for both sides, and unity is a benefit for both sides. What's more, even if you come together, I am 100% sure that I can defeat you all in a short time. Of course. Shen Wuk didn't say the last word. I think we can trust him temporarily. I believe that the secret head of the Shen family in Shendu will not break his promise here. Xian Yuanbuer, who knew more information, said lightly. The atmosphere slowly subsided at this moment. This kind of momentum friction almost scared these mountain bandits to death, fearing that these people would harm themselves after fighting. 5 hours away is the capital of the small country Fancheng. At this moment, Mu Bai was holding the head of the local marquis and swaggering through the city. Merchants and travelers along the way avoided him. No one expected that the Marquis, who was close to the realm of heaven and man, could not hold out for a round in the hands of this monster. Interesting ability. The superhuman softening fruit. But it's a pity that even if your fruit is awakened, it can't pose a threat to me. At this moment, in front of Mu Bai is the heavily guarded city lord's mansion. The guards holding long spears are vigilant and wary of Mu Bai approaching. And some are even scared to tears. In the past, the Marquis who bullied the village were not the opponent of this villain. How can ordinary people like them defeat him? Yesterday, the Marquis of your country dared to kill my brothers from Willing Mountain bandits in public. It was really disappointing. So I decided to let him experience the feeling of beheading once. Now it's the city lord's turn. With a little regret, Mu Bai threw the head into the courtyard. And then, there was a scream in the courtyard. It seemed that the female family members saw it and were scared. How could the young and strong city lord endure such humiliation? He was furious when he touched the edge of the heavenly realm. He walked in front of Mu Bai without caring about his family's obstruction. The precious silk added to his body gave him a natural nobleness. And the golden crown on his head seemed to have a magical effect, making Mu Bai unable to detect the other party's true breath for a while. However, before the Marquis died, he knew the level of the nearby strong men. For example, this city lord was a strong man close to the realm of heaven and man. According to Mu Bai's estimation, the so-called heaven and man realm here is probably equivalent to the 7th level heavenly king. In other words, the other party's strength is at the peak of the 6th level. Qin thieves, you mountain bandits should have been wiped out long ago. If it weren't for the Qin territory. You guys, die! After saying that, the city lord's body suddenly rose. The body that was originally different from that of an ordinary person has now become a huge body of nearly 100 meters. The figure formed a sharp contrast with the low buildings around it. That's the city lord's Dharma realm. Shoot! Who can beat that giant? Ha ha ha. Lowly people. How dare you challenge my father? You thief. Don't you know that my father, Delandu, is known as the most powerful man in the kingdom? He is the strongest existence under the King of Heaven. A cute child in the city lord's mansion said resentfully. And in a trance? He seemed to have seen the future of this lowly man. That is, being crushed to death by his father like a bug. Delandu, who stood tall and upright, laughed ferociously. The aftermath of that laughter could be heard several kilometers away. The strongest man? Mu Bai, who was interested, smiled and felt very ironic. The tower defense would not think that the power of the fruit could be called the Dharma realm. Then this Dharma realm is too cheap. Rat. Die. The giant was too lazy to waste words. And his big hand passed through the tops of several buildings and pressed towards Mu Bai. The strong wind alone made the people who were running and avoiding on the street fly in the air. Facing such a fierce hand crushing, Mu Bai clenched his right fist mercilessly. And at the moment of being wrapped in the vibrating ball cover, he smashed into the void in front of him with a terrifying tremor. Ha ha ha. You are useless. You actually want to compete with your father. Mother. I will make him the target of my darts later. Okay. 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 Just like before. The lady hugged her baby son lovingly and kept responding. But suddenly everyone in the city heard a strange sound, which was like the sound of a broken mirror. And it continued to shatter according to the change of time. And finally, turned into a vibration. Squeak, 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 squeak. The ground was torn apart under the continuous vibration. And the huge fist falling from the sky was easily blocked by Mu Bai's vibrating punch. You guy! Feeling the strangeness of Delandu's fist, he gritted his teeth and waved his other fist over. But even with 2 fists and all the strength in his body, he was actually retreating. His huge body actually bent down in some pain at this moment. As the vibration cracks continued to spread, the terrifying earthquake tore the city apart. The ups and downs of the vibration stairs caused all the buildings in the city to be destroyed. Retreat! Guards! Take my children and leave. After feeling the shattering feeling on his fist, Delandu roared loudly. But when he turned around, he found that his city lord's mansion had collapsed long ago, and several huge cracks easily tore the foundation of the city lord's mansion. His family members were buried in the ruins. But at this moment, he had no time to think about these, because his body was collapsing. What would happen if he used his flesh to resist the terrifying power of the shock fruit? Of course, even the bones were shattered. Ah! The giant's miserable roar came, and the flesh and bones of his arms disappeared. And Mu Bai flashed with thunder at this moment. And almost in the next second, a palm pressed on the top of the giant's head. Lie down. After this devilish whisper, the might of a tsunami-like vibration exploded from the giant's head. The strong vibration was directly transmitted to the opponent's internal organs through the top of his head. During the vibration, Mu Bai was very considerate and lowered the vibration power. Can the dark fruit bring up the dead fruit ability user? The answer is no. According to Mu Bai's experience these days, when the ability user is completely dead, the power of the devil fruit will instantly disappear in the other party's body. This is the case of complete death. If there is still a weak subconsciousness, it is not considered complete death. For example, if the fruit ability user becomes a vegetative existence, Mu Bai can also use the unique ability of the dark fruit to extract the fruit from the other party's body. But even if Mu Bai held back at this moment, the giant was completely unconscious, and his huge body fell to the ground that was constantly shaking, bringing up dust all over the sky. Mu Bai directly abolished the opponent's ability to move. It seems that the giant has weaknesses besides the back of the neck and the top of the head. When Mu Bai floated in the air, the unconscious Delandu's body shrank rapidly and returned to its original appearance after a few seconds. Maybe he still can't figure out why his full-strength punch was easily blocked by this guy. He is confident that even a weaker king would not dare to take it hard. It's a pity that he met Mu Bai, a monster who ignores common sense. When Mu Bai landed on the ground, the main city had completely collapsed and ruined. Mu Bai placed his hand on the opponent's chest. The dark water ability was activated, and the flowing black vortex penetrated into the opponent's chest and pulled out the white fruit. System identification, Mu Bai said secretly in his heart. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman giant fruit. According to the existing information, the giant fruit can expand the organs, muscle tissue, and mental strength of the ability user. It's a pity that the opponent used this fruit. Mu Bai put the devil fruit into the storage space. The number of devil fruits in his storage space at this moment has reached 40. These are what he plundered recently. From the bandit leader, from the strong man of a small country. It can be said that he who has the dark fruit is like a fish in water when he enters this world. It is estimated that it won't take long for the number of devil fruits in his hand to exceed 100. Just when Mu Bai was about to go to the next target location, he was surprised to find that there was a big bird similar to Suzaku floating in the sky above his head at an altitude of 10,000 meters. He looked carefully and found that it was a wooden object. But the feeling of being spied on made Mu Bai very unhappy. After his figure disappeared from the ground, the Suzaku, which was similar to a mechanical beast in the air, hurriedly turned around. Unfortunately, it was too late. Thunder flashed in the void, and Mu Bai's figure actually came to the top of the mechanical beast Suzaku in the flashes. There was a red gem inlaid there, and the feeling of being spied on was also coming from it. Thunder fell. After observing the structure of the mechanical beast, Mu Bai whispered these two words, and then the thunder in the void instantly smashed all the components of the mechanical beast Suzaku. And the ruby that fell to the ground was caught by Mu Bai with his open hands, and he crushed it immediately without hesitation. At the same time, in the distant capital of the ancient Qin Empire, a white-haired old man laughed loudly, and he stared closely at the last image information said by the ruby. His limbs were all made of ingenious wooden mechanisms, and even his lower jaw was made of mahogany mechanisms. And two words were clearly written on the shoulders of the mechanical arms. Gonshu. Mechanical beast? No. It's obviously mixed with the power of the devil fruit. The wood residue in his hand was swallowed by the black vortex. Mu Bai did not stay here. He calculated the time, and it was exactly the 7th day today. If his guess was correct, Xian Yuan Buer and the other 9 people should have arrived. Mu Bai really felt the breath of Shenwok and others through the lightning marks left in the mountain village. 9 people were sitting on both sides of the highest peak of Wuling Mountain. Wang Zongqian and Shenwok sat together, and the others sat on the other side. The mountain bandits presented the looted fruits respectfully, and the table of dozens of square meters was filled with fresh fruits. Shenwok was looking through the books of this world with great interest. It felt very interesting. The history of this world before the Qin dynasty was the same as the real world. However, there were no other dynasties after the Qin dynasty. He was very curious. If Qin Shi Huang really had the ability to develop another space, he would definitely be a 9th level existence. But that was impossible. If there really is a 9th level existence, then Lu Bang and Xiang Yu are just a mob. No matter how strict the laws are, no matter how overtaxed the taxes are, these problems are nothing to a strong person with a 9th level divine realm. This world is very strange. A familiar breath is approaching from a distance. When the main door of the hall is opened, Mu Bai comes to the crowd. Brother Mu. Mu Bai? Yes. After responding to the familiar people, Mu Bai smiled and walked to Shen Wu's table and sat down. Wang Zongxian next to him straightened his waist somewhat unnaturally. He was afraid that this fighting madman would join others to deal with him if they disagreed. On the other hand, Shen Wu was very calm. He knew that Mu Bai had no hostility. I remember you said, at the beginning of the battle, that this was the surviving Qin dynasty. You were so accurate in predicting the opening time of the Eternal Secret Realm. Shen Wu, shouldn't you say something? Mu Bai was smiling and waiting for an explanation. He knew that Shen Wu must know something unknown. He must have some purpose in being so eager to enter here. That's right. After closing the book and placing it on the wooden table, Shen Wu stood up and said calmly, to show my sincerity, I will first tell you the special information of this world. You can only stay in this world for 20 days in the outside world, which is 140 days here. Staying here for a long time will slowly weaken your strength, and your memory of this world will slowly diminish, until you may completely forget the memory of this world at some point, and only remember some of the rules here. Even if you become an 8th level emperor in the future, there is no world consciousness in this world. Instead, it is replaced by a substance similar to dragon energy, or a spiritual totem, which also makes the rules. Due to my personal reasons, I have to find something to save my life here. Mu Bai, what is your purpose? To become stronger? Shen Wu, who was frank with him, contained a huge amount of information in just a few words. After listening, Mu Bai felt that he could believe half of what he said. My purpose is not important. Now I have something to tell you. That is, the memory of the diminishing of the ancestral dragon's energy can be covered up by evil spirits. What do you think of this news? Shen Wu was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Mu Bai had figured out the most important secret here in just a few days. You know, if his elders hadn't used this method to preserve their memories, he wouldn't have known so much about the Eternal Secret Realm. Zulongqi? Does this have anything to do with Qin Shi Wang Yingzheng? Luo Chengkong dropped his jaw in surprise, and Li Shenghan next to him used the butt of a gun to help him straighten his chin. Lu Yu, Huang Bei, and others listened to Mu Bai's words in silence. The most leisurely one was probably Qin Yang. He had nothing to do with Shen Wu and Mu Bai. He was able to sit here just to follow the crowd. What else have you discovered these days? Shen Wu looked at the faint earthy yellow dragon chi outside the window, and said in a deep voice. He didn't believe that someone as alert as Mu Bai only discovered such a little thing. The most important thing for people who enter the other world is to first understand the rules of this world. If you violate the taboos, it will be very troublesome. It's okay to tell you. But after that, I need you two to help me do something. Mu Bai stretched out a finger and shook it unceremoniously. His boss Mu really needed Shen Wu, a high-end fighter. During this period, unlike others, Shen Wu could fight against the 7th level king. Strictly speaking, he had the same combat power as him. As for Wang Zongxian, it was like buy one get one free. I say, Mu Bai, don't you take me too seriously? We are all in the same world. You won't stop me at this moment. Right? Wang Zongxian frowned and stood up suddenly. He didn't have time to chat here. He was going to the so-called Great Qin to plunder some resources to improve his strength. In his mind, the ordinary bandits in this ancient secret realm were no different from ordinary people. It was expected that other combat powers would not be too high. With his ability to save his life with the earth fruit, where could he not go? But as soon as he stood up, Mu Bai's hand was already on his shoulder, and the strong force made his body sit back involuntarily. Young Master Wang, you are free to go wherever you want, but you are not allowed to leave before I finish my work. Otherwise it is very likely to disrupt my plan. More importantly, who do you think you are talking to? Mu Bai grabbed his head with a cold face and threw him out through the open door of the hall with the force of thunder. And then several thunder phantoms flashed by at high speed. Wang Zongxian vomited blood after several shocking iron fists. After being thrown into the cliff, he was caught alive by Mu Bai again. And then the cycle repeated? When the bandits who were working saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. This battle between immortals was too violent, and even the mountain was broken. Wang Zongxian, who was originally strong in the competition, was bullied by Mu Bai in his hand without even touching the ground. When Mu Bai returned to the hall with Wang Zongxian's hair expressionlessly a few minutes later, Xianyuan Buer couldn't help laughing when he saw Wang Zongxian with his head tilted and his eyes squinting at this moment. He also comforted the other party and took out his mobile phone to take pictures of the other party. He could take out these pictures to appreciate them when he felt unhappy. I give up. Mu Bai, I admit defeat. Wang Zongxian, who was originally a little arrogant, collapsed on the ground and was completely out of breath. He wanted to trap Mu Bai several times when he came into contact with the soil of the mountain. But somehow, his strength was suppressed here. Controlling the soil is not easy. Shen Wuk frowned but didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, he said, I can promise you. But I will retreat first when I encounter fatal danger. Mu Bai didn't care about Wang Zongxian on the ground. He said, Is everyone okay? Except for Chen Yang. Everyone else said yes. These people wanted to work together. They all had a good relationship with Mu Bai. Why not have such an opportunity to eat meat and drink soup? Chen Yang saw everyone looking at him and nodded quickly. He was fine with anything. Seeing that everyone agreed, Mu Bai took the lead in stating his purpose. It's very simple. That is, we work together in this world to hunt the 7th level king. These words were like thunder in the sky, making everyone stagnate in place. Hunting the 7th level king? Hunting the 7th level heavenly king. Even Shen Wuk was a little surprised. The main reason for his doubts was how Mu Bai had the confidence to kill the 7th level ability person. More importantly, what should be done next? Human society as a whole, whether in ancient times or modern times. When a 7th level heavenly king appears in an area, it means that there are other heavenly king level strongmen in this world. Or even stronger ones. Killing one may have a chance. But what should they do in the face of such a counterattack? More than a dozen heavenly kings are completely beyond their ability to deal with. Don't be surprised. What I'm talking about now is the key point. All doors and windows were closed at this moment. And Mu Bai said loudly, I discovered something in the past few days. That is, when killing Qin people, especially those related to the Qin dynasty's national destiny, you will get a dragon energy bonus. As he said, the pale white dragon-shaped aura on Mu Bai's body jumped onto the paper. This aura can not only counter the suppression of the ancestral dragon's aura, but also obtain a certain degree of increase. The so-called national destiny is nothing more than the dragon veins. Officials in the court, scenic spots and historical sites, and population. These are all related to national destiny. If it is really as Mu Bai said, then you can become stronger and stronger. And this strength increase is likely to be infinite. So you understand? Killing Qin people in the world of the eternal secret realm will increase the dragon energy. If you kill a certain number of them, you can completely rely on the increase of dragon energy to achieve a leapfrog battle. And according to the news from my spies, there are similar 8th level emperors in this world. And they are called true immortals in this world. But the difference from our world is that these emperors all rely on national luck to be promoted. Once they leave the capital of Qin, where the luck is the strongest, their strength will decline. So these people will hide in the capital until the critical moment of the country's demise. Mu Bai's 3 sentences directly dispelled everyone's concerns. At this moment, everyone was like a hungry wolf smelling food. And they all wanted to get up immediately. Shen Wuk, who was leaning on his chin in thought, said softly, if Mu Bai is really like what you said, then he can completely sweep the Qin area outside the capital and turn everything into nothingness. Smart man. Mu Bai snapped his fingers and said, we are now in the western territory of Qin. The nearest place is Haiqing in Hedong province. The county governor there is a strong man in the realm of heaven and man, which is what we call the 7th level king. After killing him, Hedong County, which has the least strong men, will lose most of its resistance. We can reduce cities to speed up the plan. At this point, everyone else understood Mu Bai's ambition. He actually wanted to completely destroy the seemingly true Qin. All these are fine. But the key is, what if the 8th level emperor is ordered by the current king of Qin to come and wipe us out? Leave it to me. If there is really an 8th level emperor who condescends to come, leave it all to me. Mu Bai, who is indifferent to things, answered casually as if he heard a joke. Seeing the other party's completely stress-free expression, Shen Wuk felt that the other party must have a backup plan to compete with the emperor. I can cooperate for a long time. Shen Wuk expected that the emperor's book pavilion in the capital of Qin must have recorded something related to the supreme forgetfulness art. If he searched all over the world, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be better to destroy the entire Qin according to Mu Bai's plan. There are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies, only eternal interests. In Mu Bai's eyes, as long as the other party does not violate his bottom line, he can stand on the same line of interests with the other party. Then let the game start today. The dark clouds outside the hall covered the sun, as if to bury a layer of haze over the good weather. Hedong County, Black City. Feng Bujua felt extremely irritable at the moment, and felt inexplicably angry. standing in the city lord's mansion. He looked at the merchants on the street with cold eyes. He, a powerful man who had entered the realm of heaven and man, was actually sent to such a border to guard. This was completely persecution for him. If the current king of Qin had not listened to the slander, he would not have let me come to this remote place. Today, even my Tao heart is unstable. It seems that something is going to happen. Invasion of the Northwest barbarians? Natural disasters? He didn't know and didn't care. At this moment, Feng Bujua was thinking about one thing. That is, to strive to enter the level of true immortal in the next few years, so that he could return to the Qin dynasty capital Tian in glory. Feng Bujua opened his eyes, and felt a breath approaching the Black City at a very fast speed. He shouted angrily, "Where did the rat come from?" At this moment, Wang Zongqian, who turned into sand, was rushing towards the Black City unscrupulously. He let his body hit the heavy wall and burst out a terrifying sound. Ah! What happened? The panicked crowd rushed away from the city gate. The gate guards thought it was a meteorite hitting the city wall and approached carefully with spears in hand. But when they got closer, they found that the soil under their feet was like a man-eating evil spirit that swallowed them up. And it also made a violent chewing sound. Wang Zongqian pressed the ground with one hand, and a huge sand snake soared into the sky. It was wantonly destroying the buildings in the city along the city wall. Ice Age, Xian Yuanbu, who was covered in snow outside the West City Gate, was even more exaggerated. The ground under his feet quickly froze. The whistling cold wind was like the scythe of the god of death. And everyone along the way turned into ice sculptures amid screams. The ice sculptures, along with their fear before death, were frozen, looking very scary. The guards in the city are gathering. The infantry and the Qin Tiger and Leopard cavalry stationed here all year round are ready to go. And the leading generals are all powerful men who are about to enter the realm of heaven and man. But at this moment, they dare not move at all, because the sun in the city is being wiped out, and the cold moonlight has become the light source that illuminates everything in the world. The one walking on the moonlight is Lu Yu. Except for a few generals, all the soldiers were confused under the moonlight that created the illusion. They were dazed or excited as they hacked and killed each other. It was as if they regarded their companions, who had been with them day and night, as their mortal enemies. The two legions suddenly became a mess. In the army, a skeleton man in armor was holding a bone spear and hunting down the conscious generals one by one. His cruel means were no different from those of the god of death. If a normal person kept his sanity and saw him, he would be scared to death on the spot. Dibao Tianqing. Goodbye. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and summoned gravity meteorites from the sky, turning the barracks into ashes with a shrill explosion. At this moment, a huge fire broke out in the North City district. A steady stream of flames flowed out of Sun Yu's hands, and the restaurant, ancient tower and other buildings were burned down. The civilians who couldn't bear to see it picked up long knives and wanted to kill the monster. But the long knives turned into molten iron before they touched the other party. Sun Yu looked at these people indifferently without any feeling. He didn't need to be merciful to these creatures from another world. He just bent his arms and roared with flames. Bury these people in the sea of fire. Feng Bujua naturally knew about the changes in the city, but he couldn't take care of it at the moment, because there were two young men in front of him who surrounded him. It was Shenwak and Mu Bai. In the magnificent city lord's mansion, Shenwak and Mu Bai stood more than 10 meters away from Feng Bujua. 10 people in total. Are you from the northern barbarians? Feng Bujua, dressed in gorgeous clothes, threw away the wine bottle in his hand and asked in a stern voice. The threat in his words was self-evident, but the two people seemed not to hear what he said. Little devil, you two don't think you can deal with me? Although the arrogant Feng Bujua could feel that the two young men were a little strange, he had no intention of thinking about it at the moment. He was calculating how to shirk responsibility and profit from the riot in the future. And as for these invaders, they must die without a burial place. Animal type ability user? Jiaolong. Quick battle. Quick decision. Quick battle. Quick decision. Shenwak tapped the ground with his toes. A powerful force penetrated his whole body. Then, with a roar, several black spikes penetrated the entire city lord's mansion in an instant as if they were in an empty space. Divine attack. 10,000 stabs. Shenwak, who activated the armed color attack, stabbed the figure in the ruins frantically. The city lord's mansion and the surrounding streets were turned into powder under the spikes. The black knives composed of 4 armed tools took turns to ravage the figures in the ruins. The green light flashed, and the terrifying dragon breath curved along the void and bombarded. Feng Bujue in the ruins took off his white gorgeous clothes, and his original dress, like a banished immortal, was gone. He was a little surprised that there were still such young people in this area. Such an attack is enough to threaten the strong in the realm of heaven and man. Move the clouds and assist the rain. The dragon fairyland is opened. Feng Bujue opened the dragon domain without hesitation. When the domain was opened, Mu Bai took action. The speed of his movement has reached an incredible level. And this speed is even more outrageous with the blessing of Thunder Instant Body. Open the domain? No way. The whistling and vibrating iron fist was imprinted on Feng Bujue's face mercilessly. The powerful force made him lean back. And at the same time, Mu Bai's real attack followed. Feng Bujue, who kept up with Mu Bai's speed, was surprised that this young man could keep up with his speed. The dragon goes out to sea. The fish returns to the abyss. And the water dragon roars. The lake water in his mouth condenses, and turns into a thin water blade wrapped in the breath of the ancestor dragon. Mu Bai's dark golden pupils flashed with a grin. And in an instant, he opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, and spit out black dragon flames. The scorching heat actually melted the water blade in an instant. And the breath sprayed directly on Feng Bujue's face. The scorching heat made him miserable. Fortunately, his body strength is extremely high, and the injuries caused by this attack will recover quickly. His hands turned into dragon claws of a dragon and grabbed Mu Bai's chest. The claw waves wrapped in water splashes scattered. But he didn't expect Mu Bai to roll over and dodge. And Shen Wuk, who had been prepared behind him, held a long black sword and chopped at Feng Bujue's forehead. At the same time, the domineering aura of the Overlord exploded instantly. The terrifying domineering pressure of the Overlord directly pressed on Feng Bujue's consciousness. Die! Blue dragon scales appeared on his body, and Feng Bujue's face was replaced by blue scales. The powerful power returned to his body, and he turned into a half-dragon man. He closed his arms. Shen Wuk's slash was forcibly clamped on his hands. The friction between the sword blade and the scales was particularly harsh. The domain is open. The blue light under his feet is open again. But the surrounding void actually made a strange shattering sound. And a figure was knocking on the vibrating ball cover around the space. Squeak! 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 The continuously shattered vibration power around combined into a resonance range. And black air was diffused in this range. That was the power unique to the dark fruit. I saw that under the erosion of the dark fruit, the blue domain actually showed signs of shattering. And such cracks became more and more as Mu Bai's attack speed continued to increase. Crushed by the opponent's power, Shen Wuk's physical strength was somewhat exhausted. The blade of the tool in his hand was being forcibly pressed towards his face by the opponent. Divine attack. Killing God armor. The black long sword broke. And all the armed color domineering aura flowed back to Shen Wuk's body as if it had life, and gathered into a ferocious armor in a short time. Holding the killing God sword, he slashed at Feng Bujue again. The continuous slashing made Feng Bujue, a strong man at the level of the Heavenly King, unable to resist. He could feel that the opponent's power always had the effect of penetrating defense. Shen Wuk, who had fought here, also understood one thing. That is, the strong man at the Heavenly Man realm in the Eternal Secret Realm was more like a castrated version of the 7th level Heavenly King than a 7th level Heavenly King, without the armament hockey to attack and defend, and without the observation hockey to coordinate the overall situation. Such a Heavenly King was a castrated version. The god-killing slash became more and more fierce. This offensive had reached the peak level of the full-strength battle with Mu Bai at that time. Where was the domain? This was the most troublesome thing for Feng Bujue. What tricks was that powerful young man playing? He was able to crack his domain ability. When Mu Bai, who fell from the sky, returned to the ground, the domain with a green light in the void had long been completely reduced by the vibration and the erosion of darkness. The dragon domain was opened again. Mu Bai turned into thunder. After dozens of punches, the whole city was already shaking. The continuous earthquakes tore huge cracks in the ground, which swallowed up all the burning ruins and corpses. And the opponent's domain power was once again eroded by darkness. What a joke. Unbelievable. Feng Bujue was furious. He originally thought that he was teasing a child, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated even before he could use his domain. Animal form. Transformed into a green dragon. His body expanded, and the original image of the old Taoist priest was shattered. His sharp-nosed and monkey-cheeked head grew rapidly. In the green light, he turned into a dragon. His body of several hundred meters was extremely oppressive. When he just completed the dragon transformation, a dense group of meteorites appeared above his head. Meteorites falling from the sky? No. The dragon body danced. The huge body wanted to fly into the sky. But Mu Bai, with a stern look, took action. He grabbed the dragon's tail desperately and pierced it through the thunder. Thunder Emperor. High-voltage electric currents converged into a 100-meter-high thunder image. In solemnity and awe, countless thunder and lightning were summoned to descend on the huge body of the dragon. Crackle. The screams of the dragon and the roar of thunder could be clearly heard several kilometers away. Chun Yang, who was 100 meters away, was constantly sweating. His hands pressed down desperately. The dense group of meteorites in the sky also accelerated again. The dragon who resisted the lightning had not yet caught his breath. The faint moonlight sprinkled on his dragon's back, and the strange environment appeared in his mind. In the moonlit fantasy, he became the guardian of the Qin Empire. Even the king of Qin was respectful to him. In the cheers, he even touched the gilded throne. The moonlight stagnated. Lu Yu realized that she could not control the other party, and quickly retracted her fruit ability. Feng Bujue, who had just woken up from his dream, had not figured out what was going on when two attacks of opposite elements came from the left and right. Ice Age. Xianyuan Buer was covered with frost, and the dense ice froze and spread rapidly. The flames and smoke burning on these ruins disappeared after the ice, and the whole world seemed to have fallen into a cold era. This terrifying freezing ability spread along the dragon's body to the position of the dragon's head. The biting cold made Feng Bujue, who was in dragon form, furious, but a scorching sea of fire came from behind. Sun Yu, who was stepping on the moon, held his hands. The violent flames condensed into a huge sea of fire, and with Sun Yu's roar, it hit the back of the dragon's body. Ice and fire. This sourness made Feng Bujue's anger dissipate. He struggled violently. Mu Bai, who was holding his dragon tail, condensed the vibrating ball cover with his hands. In the creaking vibration, the bones of his whole body became very fragile in the vibration. At the same time, the ground under his feet twisted into soil waves. After these soils wrapped around the skin, people felt suffocated. These soil waves continued to pull Feng Bujue down. This is the power of the fairy fruit. Feng Bujue can survive without breathing. But the opponent's fruit ability is obviously to force the buried person to be unable to breathe when the body is completely buried in the soil. Can't be taken underground by the opponent. His dragon's big mouth gathered the blue water blade breath again, and the golden spherical object that fell from the sky directly pierced his blue dragon pupil. Ah! When the golden sphere hit the eyeball, the sharp blade limbs were attached with armed color domineering. Under the blessing of armed color, the attack strength brought by the golden beetle showed a straight rise. Feng Bujue was in great pain and was furious. Normally, he would have been able to sense the sneak attack, but these successive attacks had already exhausted him, and the pain made it even more difficult for him to concentrate. Stars are falling. Star realms are exploding. Chun Yang, whose hands were covered with blood, frantically applied a higher level of gravity. The meteorites were starting to catch fire under the constant force of gravity, and the meteorites were approaching at a very fast speed in the intense friction. Feeling the huge threat, Feng Bujue immediately released his dragon form, and he shot down Xianyuan Buer and Sun Yu, who were attacking from both sides almost instantly. Even this castrated version of the King of Heaven is still at the king level, and the normal reaction and speed of his body are not something that ordinary people can catch up with. He was about to leave when he seized this opportunity, but the faint moonlight actually enveloped his head again. He was furious and saw many hallucinations, but relying on his powerful mental power, he rushed madly to the top of the ruins where Lu Yu was. When he was only a dozen meters away from the opponent, a big hand behind him grabbed his neck and threw him into the sky. The powerful force made Feng Bujue temporarily unable to resist. Mu Bai, in the form of a dragon man, accompanied by the flash of thunder, whistled and formed a vibrating ball with his fists and hit Feng Bujue's lower abdomen. The trembling void crack sounded one after another. Under the continuous attack of terrifying straight punches, Feng Bujue was hit and lost consciousness for a short time, and the terrifying red light spot in the sky expanded rapidly. Chun Yang, who was struggling, was very happy to see the masterpiece falling in the sky. This was the first time he tried his best to use gravity to draw down such a number of meteorites. Mu Bai carried Feng Bujue, who was regaining consciousness, and quickly approached the meteorite in the air. He wanted to let this city lord enjoy the baptism of blood and fire. Most of the strong men in the entire Hedong County felt that something was not right. The meteorite that was about to fall into the Black City seemed to be deliberately caused by someone. But at this moment, the people who did not know the specific reason did not dare to act rashly. Qin Fa was strict. Without the order of the county governor Feng Bujue, the soldiers stationed in the entire Hedong County did not dare to act rashly. Mu Bai, who was carrying the other party's body and approaching the meteorite quickly, opened the elementalization at the moment of contact with the energy of the meteorite. No matter how strong the power of the meteorite was, it could not touch his body. On the contrary, Feng Bujue saw a burning planet crashing into his one-eyed face just as he regained consciousness. At this moment, he seemed to see the figure of the first emperor. Everyone get out of the way. After giving the reminder, Qin Yang stepped on the gravity under his feet and quickly left the place. Others also used their own means to get outside the city wall. Only Mu Bai was still standing there. A pale white vibration ripple barrier appeared in front of him, which was also mixed with the erosion power of the dark fruit. When the violent explosion sounded, the city that was originally a ruin was completely annihilated in an instant. A deep pit of nearly a kilometer appeared in the central area of the city, and the original city lord's mansion and other buildings all disappeared, leaving only this purgatory on earth with black smoke. Mu Bai in the deep pit eliminated the barrier in front of him. He ignored the high temperature here and walked to the center of the deep pit, where a hand stretched out. Just when Mu Bai was about to take a closer look, Feng Bujue in the form of a dragon man pointed fiercely. The strange energy fluctuations burst out. As a county governor, he has the ability to exert part of the national destiny. This power can suppress and block the enemy's power for a long time, even if it is a national guardian. This attack containing the destiny of the ancestor dragon hit the young man's chest. When Feng Bujue was about to open the domain to wipe out all these hateful invaders, the black smoke in front of him dissipated. Mu Bai, who leaned back slightly, turned into the dragon armor form at this moment, and the attack on his chest did not even leave a trace. He obviously didn't know that Mu Bai, who had the rule-skilled despicable pirate, could never be negatively affected, and this power containing the national destiny blocking and suppressing was useless on him. Mu Bai, who was more than 5 meters tall in the dragon armor form, seemed very indifferent. Feng Bujue wanted to retreat, but it was obvious that his speed was much slower than Mu Bai, who was stabbing at this moment. Mu Bai suddenly grabbed Feng Bujue's body and clenched his hands. At the same time, the vibration ball cover extended on the opponent's body, and the ball cover collapsed rapidly in Feng Bujue's horrified eyes. A new round of vibration started. The powerful resonance force, including the power of breaking the world, made Feng Bujue's whole body go limp. It seemed that he had completely lost the ability to resist. Mu Bai killed a county governor without any injury. His strategy was successful. At the same time, the candle representing Feng Bujue in the palace of King Qin went out. When the governor of Hedong County was completely out of breath, Mu Bai and others received a massive increase in strength. The minor injuries on some people disappeared, and the ancestral dragon chi that occupied the entire Black City was divided up by everyone like a lamb to be slaughtered. This kind of power increase. Wang Zongqian was in a trance, thinking that he had also become a 7th-level king. This feeling of being filled with power was unprecedentedly wonderful, making every cell in his body emit a joyful emotion. And Mu Bai, as the main dragon slayer, was even more exaggerated. If the ancestral dragon chi that entered Wang Zongqian, Sun Yu and others was a wisp, then what entered his body was a huge column of light. Under the blessing of these powers, Mu Bai couldn't even control his own power for a short time, and every step he took trampled a huge crack on the ground. Mu Bai had never expected that killing the county governor appointed by the king of Qin could actually increase his power by such a huge amount. Before, he had only experimented with Qin soldiers, so he thought that although the power was increased, the increase was not that big. But now, Shen Wuk frowned and felt something was wrong. He was not a self-righteous person. When he saw the ancestral dragon chi constantly entering Mu Bai's body, he immediately understood a terrible fact. That is, Mu Bai, who had gained the ancestral dragon chi, could completely abandon him and Wang Zongqian. Wang Zongqian, who also realized this problem, looked even uglier. However, the two smart people looked at each other and did not mention this matter again. Sometimes being an idiot in the mouth of others is also a good way. Mu Bai did not think about this. His plan was bigger, and it was not very meaningful to target anyone at this time. When the ancestral dragon chi was absorbed, the system prompt sound came into his ears. Task: stop killing with killing. Maintain your own killing value in the eternal secret realm. The heavier the killing aura, the less the ancestral dragon aura can hinder the host. Continue killing in the following time. And the task rewards the ancestral dragon aura. Task in progress, side quest. Kill the dragon in the Black City Lake. The task reward is unknown. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and obtaining the ancestral dragon scale. Ancestral dragon scale. Scales containing wonderful power, which can be ground as medicinal materials and have the effect of repairing injuries to the soul. When the side quest is completed, Mu-Bai can feel how the rewards for the main quest are distributed. At this moment, a small part of the ancestral dragon aura in his body has been transformed into a physical entity. This is the reward for the main quest. As long as Mu-Bai captures more places and divides more ancestral dragon aura, he can obtain some real ancestral dragon aura from the system. This real ancestral dragon aura will not disappear because of leaving the eternal secret realm. It will exist forever. However, it seems that the ancestral dragon chi should be a bonus. Logically speaking, the pirate who has the rule skill Despicable Pirate cannot be attached to him, whether it is a positive bonus or a negative reduction. It seems that the system's level authority is still above the rule skill. Mu-Bai turned around and said with a smile, I think we have to speed up the progress. This kind of bonus seems to fade with time. That's right. When everyone felt that the ancestral dragon bonus began to fade, they understood what Mu-Bai meant. The slower the siege, the faster the ancestral dragon chi will fade. Assuming that each county governor is a 7th level heavenly king, they have quite a few enemies, which means that their trip to the eternal secret realm needs to be resolved quickly. When the mountain bandits outside the city walked into the Black City, they were already stunned. They never expected that even the long-renowned Hedong County governor would die at the hands of these people. And the entire Black City has become a bottomless pit. This scene is simply a living ghost movie in the eyes of these people. Those who originally had some small thoughts were completely dispelled. The owner of the mountain stronghold was obviously going to confront the Qin state head-on. How could mortals like them calculate someone with such confidence? The respectful bandit presented the map. Mu-Bai, who was holding the Qin map, looked at it for a while and said, We will break 2 more counties before nightfall. We will go west along the Wangui River. There is the capital of the Qin dynasty. With this power, we will kill these kings faster and faster. If we look at this strategy from a normal perspective, it is almost the same as sending ourselves to death. However, in this case, strategies are of no importance. Using the power of the ancestral dragon to gain more amplification and directly attacking the capital of the Qin dynasty is the best solution. No one objected, and the plan was completed. The life candle representing the governor of Hedong County in the Qin palace went out. According to the intelligence network of Dongshuja, it seemed that it was done by those celestial beings. Originally, he thought that the other party would be law-abiding. Or at most, like the celestial beings before, they would kill some foreign bandits. He never expected that these people would dare to join forces to kill the strong men in the celestial realm. You should know that officials in this world will be attached with the dragon aura when the king of Qin appoints them. If they are dismissed or for other reasons, the dragon aura will automatically appear on the next successor. But if they are killed by the enemy, then the dragon aura of that land will not work for at least 10 years. In this case, the dragon aura must be separated from the capital. But thinking of those old monsters who have entered the realm of true immortals, the king of Qin is indignant. These people rely on themselves to be the strongest and are not willing to let go of the dragon aura in their hands. Even if he lowers his posture to discuss, these people will probably ignore him. He was furious and suddenly overturned the table. He drew out the black dragon sword angrily and chopped the tables, chairs, and bookshelves around him. Son! These celestial beings are really sons of bitches. I swear to get rid of you all. Kill! 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 The red-eyed king of Qin actually chopped at the trembling maid randomly, and the whole palace was filled with miserable cries and begging for mercy. When the king of Qin came to his senses, he found that he was in this situation again. The black dragon sword in his hand fell to the ground, and he seemed to have regained his consciousness. The old man who had been standing behind the king of Qin did not even blink at these things, as if it had nothing to do with him. When he saw that the king of Qin had regained his composure, he bowed and said, Those celestial beings have started to act again. It seems that they are heading for our capital. Should we send out the true immortals to kill them in one fell swoop? True immortal. As soon as these 2 words came out, even the king of Qin felt a lot of pressure. It was not because he was afraid of these people, but mainly because it would cost him a lot to ask one person. He even doubted whether asking one person to come would not be enough to make up for the current losses. But after hesitating again and again, The young king of Qin gritted his teeth and said, "Go and ask the two uncles to come." When the two figures left the palace, King Qin frowned and his face turned pale. The pressure these old monsters brought to him became stronger and stronger. He even felt that if these two uncles wanted to deal with him, they might only need a thought. Fortunately, this ancestral dragon, she can only be opened from my hands. Otherwise I will die without a place to bury my life. King Qin, who paid a huge price, was obviously in a bad mood. When the night fell, he looked at the stars in the north, wondering what he was thinking. On the other side, Mu Bai and others were already killing red-eyed. With the blessing of the ancestral dragon's luck, Mu Bai and his party really killed gods and Buddhas. Even if the two kings attacked at the same time, they could fully deal with it, and even kill them strongly when they had the upper hand. Lidphone County, Heshi County. The county governors of the two counties were killed by everyone, and the huge amount of ancestral dragon chi that was divided reached its peak. Hard night. Countless cities were engulfed by the sea of fire. This dreamlike scene was particularly unreal. Let me guess. If the king of Qin learns that the three counties have been broken, will he go crazy? Will he ask the old monster of the true immortal in the capital to take action? Mu Bai said with a smile, as if he had known the other party's actions for a long time. Xian Yuan Buer looked at the mountains in the distance with some confusion. He felt something was wrong. The space around him seemed to become extremely unstable, and the warning of death was constantly ringing. The atmosphere is a bit wrong. It seems that some terrifying existence is approaching. Shenwuk looked at the mountains in the distance. The aura of the ancestral dragon coming from there was many times that of him. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for everyone to stand before it came. Although it is not as good as the real throne, this kind of true immortal existence is enough to deal with Mu Bai and others. Two auras. It seems that the king of Qin hates us very much. But it doesn't matter. When that kind of pressure came, only Mu Bai and Shenwuk could still stand. But the domineering aura of the king on them had been opened to the extreme. Shenwuk hasn't experienced this kind of suicidal feeling for a long time. At this juncture, he is more curious about what means Mu Bai will have to deal with such an existence. The frightened Wang Zongxian collapsed. If he had known, he would not have participated in the collective activity organized by Mu Bai. To provoke such a person would be like an old man hanging himself to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't move at this moment. The terrifying feeling of death was about to overwhelm him. It was hard to imagine what would happen after the other party completely descended. Where did you come from? You wild boys. You dare to act recklessly in the territory of Daqin. If you are willing to become my sitting boy, maybe I will let you go later. Two figures stood in the sky and spoke majestically, as if they had no intention of killing Mu Bai and others. After all, in their eyes, these people were just ants with slightly stronger strength. No matter how strong the ants are, can they still affect the immortals who ride the wind and sword? Now, give me your answers. Especially you. It seems that you are the leader. It's really exaggerated that you have swallowed so much of the ancestral dragon's chi. The slightly fat old man on the right wanted to say something when he saw Mu Bai stretched out his right hand. He thought the other party was going to kneel down and surrender. But they didn't expect that the young man actually raised his middle finger. Although they didn't understand what that meant, they could still sense the sarcasm and disdain in it. Mu Bai, with dark golden light in his eyes, opened his hands without hesitation. And as he activated the ability of the Star God armor to summon the Star Beast, two dazzling starry sky gates appeared above everyone's heads. At the same time, 10 devil fruits disappeared from Mu Bai's storage space. What is this? Shenwuk couldn't believe the terrifying aura behind the horror channel. He rarely lost his composure like this. But he still found it incredible to face Mu Bai, who could summon two level 8 emperors. When the two starry sky gates opened, the first to walk out was the ancient star beast like a mountain range. He was wrapped in black matter, and it was difficult to see his true appearance. In the other transmission channel, a humanoid creature with blue light all over his body appeared. The more Mu Bai looked at it, the more familiar it looked. What a guy! Isn't this the one he summoned to kill the black unicorn last time? It's really fate. The appearance of two level 8 beings here completely interfered with the two old men who fell from the sky. They looked very noble in their black and gold robes. But the two true immortals at the moment were a little surprised that two powerful monsters appeared in this place. Just when they were about to ask, Mu Bai issued a battle order. Kill them. The two star beasts started to move instantly. The humanoid star beasts controlled the starlight points to cut off hundreds of mountaintops. And the skinny old man was immediately knocked into the ground. Only half of his arm was left in the air. One blow cut off the arm of the true immortal. How is this possible? The fat old man's eyes were full of dragon energy. The breath of the ancestor dragon behind him directly condensed into the power of the law, and almost instantly surrounded the two star beasts. The old man with a broken arm crawled out of the ground, and also used the breath of the ancestor dragon. The two bright Chuntian dragons roared and sucked the Qin state's luck in the mountains and rivers into them. That was a terrifying existence that could suppress all enemies. The Qin immortals used the country's luck as a weapon. When the Qin luck was strong, they were stronger. When the Qin luck was weak, they would suffer. There was no such thing as failure when killing the enemy with the luck of mountains and rivers. The star beast, which was several hundred meters long, seemed very satisfied when it saw the mighty dragon of luck. It opened its mouth and opened it to the same size as its body. Then, the terrifying attraction force sucked all the power, including luck, into its stomach, and after absorbing the luck, the mysterious substance on the outside of its body became denser. When the two uncles came to their senses, the luck of the entire area had disappeared, and the mysterious star beast burped. It seemed that it wanted to swallow up all the mountains and rivers. But because of Mu Bai's order, it still focused its attention on the two humans. What kind of monster is this? Old Gao, go first. Enemies of this level cannot be fought outside the capital. The two old men were ready to retreat, and they didn't dare to fight with the two monsters at all. Years of pampering and cognitive limitations made them lose their ambitions, and they were scared on the spot when they saw the monster that could absorb luck. The two rushed over like a meteor, but disappeared here faster than a meteor. But it was obvious that the two star beasts, who received the order from Mu Bai, the temporary master, would not let them go. Two blue lights followed closely behind, and when the four lights touched each other, all the cities within 1,000 miles were annihilated. And this huge battle lasted only about 10 minutes. Everyone behind Mu Bai couldn't believe their eyes, because the humanoid star beast was holding two bloody heads in his hands, and came to Mu Bai. Those were the heads of the two Qin immortals. After the two Qin immortals were killed, a large amount of ancestral dragon chi flowed into everyone's head, like a trickle of river. The two old men in the realm of true immortal, who had been guarding Qindu for many years, had countless ancestral dragon chi. After absorbing it completely, everyone felt refreshed. The strength was also raised to a large level. This wonderful feeling is undoubtedly easy to make people addicted. And Mu Bai is even more exaggerated. If other people absorb rivers, then Mu Bai absorbs the sea. Even these ancestral dragon chi can't be stuffed into the body, so the orange-yellow breath spreads on his body. Mu Bai glanced at the two unresponsive star beasts and immediately understood that this ancestral dragon chi can only be attached to the same human race. But similar star beasts are not applicable to this. There are still more than 40 minutes to command the star beast. Mu Bai doesn't want to waste this opportunity. He saw him use thunder to land lightly on the back of the huge star beast. Come on up. We're going to the capital of Qin next. After feeling the vigorous power, everyone came to their senses, although they were a little frightened by the terrifying aura of the two star beasts. They all came to its back. Let's go! The two star beasts that received the order were extremely fast, and their movement trajectory was like a winding star scene. All the cities they passed by were bombed by the star power. The 7th level Tianwang County governor and other strong men were crushed like ants, and they had no ability to resist it all. These two star beasts were like gods walking in the world, and could not be stopped at all in the ancient secret realm. After they passed, there was a miserable purgatory, and a large amount of ownerless ancestral dragon energy attached to everyone. Everyone went from excitement at the beginning to numbness later. When they approached the capital of Qin, everyone's ancestral dragon energy was almost full, and everyone's head was emitting an orange-yellow aura. At this moment, the royal city was sparsely populated. The streets were empty, and the usually lively night market was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that the whole city had become a dead city. It seems that the king of Qin knows about our arrival, but they will not give up the capital. This is where the dragon energy gathers, and they have no way to retreat. Mu Bai muttered to himself, and lightning symbols flashed in his eyes. He saw another scene in his vision of the future. The angry king of Qin hid behind many strong men. This place seemed to be able to block a large range of perception, making it impossible for people to find this place. It's a pity that Mu Bai's eyes saw it. Behind the king of Qin, the envoy of the small country who was released that day was among them. And Mu Bai's sight just now was from his perspective. The lightning mark behind his neck was emitting a faint light, and it seemed that it could not be erased at all. Everyone obviously didn't notice this abnormality. Mu Bai's thunder tracking was very useful, especially when he was collecting intelligence. For example, the county magistrate of Heijing that day as well as other local information of Qin state and military deployment. He had seen all of them in his mind through his eyes these days. Before the battle, you must first obtain a large amount of intelligence and grasp the opponent's weaknesses in order to kill with one blow. The humanoid star beast seemed to sense Mu Bai's command. His figure emanated the power of the stars, and a ruthless star wave cannon emerged from his chest. And the place it was aimed at was exactly where King Qin was hiding. The terrifying waves condensed and the screams continued to gather above the capital. And in a short time, the energy group of half the city appeared above the city. And as the humanoid star beast pressed down with both hands, the terrifying energy wave ruthlessly crashed down. If it could touch the ground, not to mention the king of Qin, even the entire city would be reduced to ashes. In the fluctuation of Mu Bai's observation color, a mysterious power appeared in the 8 directions of the city. And the 8 people who suddenly appeared worked together to condense the terrifying destiny Ancestor Dragon. The endless Ancestor Dragons absorbed the destiny of the Qin state in the streets and alleys of the city. And in a short period of time, the destiny of the Ancestor Dragon was forcibly raised from the peak state to a higher dimension. And the energy fluctuations emitted by the humanoid star beast were actually swallowed by the Ancestor Dragon silently. When the yellow Ancestor Dragon of tens of thousands of meters of air mass began to shrink, the pure black dragon energy also appeared in this world. In ancient times, Xuanzi was black, and Qingguo's martial arts also regarded this black as the most supreme color. When the aura of the Ancestor Dragon was changed, the formation reversed its direction. More mysterious people appeared in the direction of Qianquan. These people sacrificed their lives to keep the formation running. And the Ancestor Dragon that turned into black was starting a new round of transformation. A faint golden color was mixed in the black. Not good. Mu Bai, who felt a sense of crisis in his heart, immediately ordered 2 level 8 star beasts to attack the 2 directions of the formation. And all the others were dispatched. This formation must not be allowed to completely complete its transformation. Mu Bai went alone to the northernmost position representing the word Kun, where there were 10 powerful people in the realm of heaven and man. Willian Tianzuan, you, a thief, dared to break into the heart of Qin state. You really deserve to die. After that, except for the one who was controlling the formation, the other 9 people came in the air. Everyone exerted the power of the devil fruit. Huge bats, terrifying sound waves, crisscrossing crystal piercings. Everyone used all their moves, and these attacks bombarded Mu Bai like they were free. But when the mist cleared, there was nothing in front of Mu Bai except a rotating dark vortex. He had already been strengthened to the limit of what his body could bear after receiving the massive increase of the ancestral dragon's qi. And in this state, Mu Bai slaughtered these castrated 7th level kings like slaughtering live pigs. Since you are so enthusiastic, I won't be polite. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Bai opened his hands. The endless dark vortex swallowed all the 9 people in front of him like a terrifying undercurrent. After a few seconds, 9 devil fruits of different colors appeared in Mu Bai's hands. Extract the fairy fruit. This evildoer could actually extract the fairy fruit that created the power of rules. And the man who was controlling the magic circle was a little anxious. Mu Bai, who had obtained 9 devil fruits, very considerately took out an animal-type devil fruit from the storage space and added it to it. Then a new round of star beast summoning began. This consumption is worth it, because the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding and the artifact Holy Demon Temple in his soul are shaking violently. That is the performance of sensing the artifact. Somewhere in the capital of Qin state is hidden a terrifying artifact. When 2 gates made of star power appeared above Mu Bai's head, the whole space was trembling. And 2 giant star beasts of different sizes appeared above the capital of Daqin and roared to the sky. The newly emerged giant beasts were naturally immediately transferred by Mu Bai to a position where no one attacked. The battle at this moment was extremely fierce. People from 10 directions fought together. Those who were enhanced by the ancestral dragon's qi also fought back and forth, with many strong men. Even Shenhua could kill the strong men in the realm of heaven and man in the siege. When he looked up at the sky and saw 2 star beasts appear again, he was shocked. He originally thought that Mu Bai summoned 2 star beasts through artifacts. Although such artifacts are rare, they are also possible. After all, there are so many other worlds, and powerful artifacts may appear in many worlds. But even so, the price is extremely expensive. But Mu Bai has summoned 4 so far, which is enough to destroy many small worlds. On the other hand, Mu Bai is still fine. This guy has too many trump cards. After summoning the star beast in midair, Mu Bai's left hand was charged, and his right hand was undercurrent. The power of the two devil fruits combined at this moment. The enemy who was attracted by the dark fruit and maintained the formation was suppressed by the ruthless fruit power. The originally powerful fruit power was scrapped, and he could only watch the iron fist wrapped in the vibration ball cover hit his face with his eyes. Squeak! 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 This vibration power blessed by the ancestral dragons, Chi, was extremely terrifying. When the vibration spiders all over the city appeared, an unprecedented earthquake also began. Endless cracks swallowed the ground, and the mountains near the entire city were completely blasted through by the vibration power, like flowing waves. Under the power of the king, it was like a lamb being driven. The soil tsunami of several thousand meters was unprecedented. Mu Bai's move was to wash the entire surface repeatedly, and completely destroy the dragon veins hidden deep underground. The violent earthquake not only made the surface unable to stand, but also continuously resonated in the void. Under these vibrations, the formation could not be maintained at all. Seeing that the devastating tsunami was about to submerge the entire capital of the Qin dynasty, the extremely angry and terrified King Qin walked out of the secret passage and took out a square object wrapped in red cloth. When the red cloth was unveiled, it turned out to be a turquoise jade seal with a 9-clawed golden dragon printed on it. As soon as the jade seal came out, all the vibrations stopped. No! Mu Bai could feel that these vibrations were still continuing, but they could not cause any more damage. Even the 1,000-meter tsunami that was roaring was fixed in place and could not move at all. And the insects and small animals that were rolled up fell down miserably. There is no doubt that the turquoise jade seal is a magical artifact. After using the power of the jade seal, the king of Qin seemed very weak. He was not afraid that Mu Bai would destroy the city, but that this large-scale attack would destroy the ancestral tomb. Only 1 out of 10 of the formations survive. It looks like we have to take action. We have survived until now because of the ancestral dragon's luck, so we should fight for it. 6 skinny old men stepped out in unison. After releasing the pressure from their bodies, even the void on the horizon was distorted. Even though it was a castrated version of the 8th level Imperial Throne, the strength of these true immortals was far superior to that of the 7th level ability users. The huge star beast attacked and killed. The body that covered the sky and the sun was like the giant in the legend and myth, making it difficult for people to be hostile to it. Sweep across the world. Domination points to the way of heaven. The 6 people attacked at the same time, and the terrifying pressure of luck and power immediately penetrated the belly of the star beast. A terrifying crack appeared in the middle of the huge body, as if an invisible long sword pierced into his body. The endless national luck immediately put the star beast into a strange dormant state. Mu Bai, who noticed something was wrong, immediately ordered the other 3 star beasts to attack together, while he hid in the body of the beast and began to operate the system panel. He clicked on the Fruit Awakening voucher that had never been used in the backpack. When he tried to awaken the black dragon form of the fish fruit before, the system prompted that the body might collapse. But now it is different. He has not only entered the 6th level, but also forged the 10th purple gold skeleton that is said to be only achieved by gods. Plus now, he has the bonus of the ancestral dragon spirit. Mu Bai wants to test the power of awakening a new fruit. That is the dark fruit. Ding dong. May I ask if the host uses the Fruit Awakening voucher? Use. Awaken the dark fruit. After a long silence, the system seemed to be evaluating the host's current state. After tedious calculations, the system finally gave an answer. Yes. Please ask if you want to start awakening. Start now. Dark golden light flashed in his eyes. An unprecedented pain swept through his body. Mu Bai gritted his teeth and didn't utter a word. Looking at the battle in the sky, Xianyuan Buer and others were completely unable to intervene. The battlefield at this moment was the battle between the Star Beast and the Qin State Immortal. As for the formation, it seemed to be forgotten. The dark golden light spot only condensed a small part from under his feet. The 3 Star Beasts attacked violently, and the human-shaped one kept protecting Mu Bai behind him. The Fruit Awakening was still continuing. I don't know why this Fruit Awakening took a very long time. And at this moment, the power of the dark fruit became more and more difficult to control, fighting and intertwining with the thunder vibration in the body. At this moment, Mu Bai's body was like a battlefield. Under the terrifying star energy, the 6 Qin immortals were defeated. The leading immortal suddenly said to the king of Qin, "The thieves are too vicious. Your Majesty, lend me your Shinto sword." This Shinto sword is also a divine weapon that can cut off the dragon energy and cut the national destiny. It is very abnormal. It can be said that the king of Qin can suppress these immortals because of this Shinto sword. The stronger the national destiny controlled, the greater the power of the Shinto sword to protect the master. This is an unsolvable existence for the immortals. They rely on the national destiny to become the most unfree immortals, and naturally cannot touch the King of Qin. And if the Shinto sword is mastered, the era of the 8 bloodlines of the Ying family in power will also end. The offensive of the 3-star beasts became more and more fierce, and the Tianren realm guards guarding the King of Qin were ruthlessly harvested by the star beasts like grass. The remaining people looked at the King of Qin under the threat of death. And the King of Qin at this moment was also caught in a huge consideration. After handing over the Shinto sword to the true immortal, even if he eliminated the thieves, he would still end up dead. But if he didn't hand over the true immortal and was killed, he would still be killed by the thieves. This path seemed to indicate that he would not have a good ending. So should he give it or not? The King of Qin was soaked and almost crazy. The King of Qin had no right to choose whether to give or not. Only the fate of being chosen. The skinny old immortal smiled imperceptibly. Compared with the 4 fierce enemies, it was obviously more important to get the Shinto sword from the King of Qin. If the immortal present got the Shinto sword, he could swallow the luck of the entire country into his stomach. At that time, he could really live freely and enjoy eternal life. After all, Qin Wu was not the first emperor. After thinking again and again, he handed over the Shinto sword. Maybe in his mind, even if these people rebelled, they might not really kill him. It would be fine if I were a rich man. The King of Qin muttered to himself. The 6 old men pretended not to hear this sentence, but they had already laughed in their hearts. You have to know that the Qin dynasty created by the first emperor is both a boost and a weakening for them. But now, old Lin, you are the one left by the first emperor after all. I hope you won't let me down. Ha ha ha. I will definitely kill all the bandits of Qin and protect the territory of the great Qin forever. When the skinny old man trembled and took over the Shinto sword, the majestic luck was completely absorbed into his stomach, and the luck was increasing. The Shinto sword seemed to be integrating the luck of the entire country into it. When the old man's body expanded to 3 feet and 3 feet, he suddenly felt a strange feeling. The luck of his whole body actually flowed back into the Shinto sword, including his own vitality. The Shinto sword in Old Len's hand flew back to the hands of the King of Qin lightly, after absorbing all the body tissues of the other party. The originally pale white light on the blade was even stronger at this moment. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Old thief Lin, you don't really think I'm that stupid, do you? Why don't you give me a hand today? The King of Qin, with bloodshot eyes, took out the Jade Tiger talisman and summoned a dead army in an instant. These tiger and wolf divisions composed of black air were lifeless, all standing in place like dead people, looking forward with lifeless eyes. No dynasty can last forever, but there can be an army that is immortal. That is the army in the Qin Ghost talisman. The black evil spirit condensed into a long spear and sword blade, which was held in the hands of these ghost soldiers. And the momentum of the entire army changed drastically in an instant. Wind, 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 wind. The King of Qin, standing in the army, laughed. Sure enough, consuming the national fortune in the Shinto sword can bring the power of the ghost talisman to the extreme. The remaining 5 old men were dumbfounded. Obviously, they felt incredible that the ghost talisman, which they had never taken seriously before, could summon such a large army. This King of Qin has been under their surveillance all day long. When has he ever shown such a scheming? King Qin glanced at these old guys and laughed. This laughter was particularly creepy with the roar of the ghost army. On his right was the 8th level armored soldier, who was killed by Principal Duan that day. At this moment, he seemed to have been strengthened at an epic level. The higher the size and morale of the army, the more national fortune consumed, and the stronger he would be. Mu Bai, who was undergoing transformation, endured the pain. He did not expect that the Qin state in this eternal secret realm actually had 3 artifacts. The Jade Seal that suppressed energy fluctuations, the Shinto sword related to national fortune, and the peculiar Jade Tiger talisman. Watching the internal fighting among several people, Mu Bai quietly ordered the Star Beast to stop attacking. Since they wanted to kill each other, let them continue. Those who commit crimes against their superiors shall be killed without mercy. The armored soldier shouted and shook the void, and the terrifying killing intent rushed straight to the sky. The familiar killing aura made these old guys, who had lived for hundreds of years, feel terrified. In addition to the opponent's breath, what frightened them even more was the familiar voice. Wen Marquis, killer god by Qi. The powerful will be made into a puppet, and anyone who threatens the Qin dynasty will become a pile of bones under the throne. The somewhat excited Qin Wu clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, Everyone says that the first emperor did not have a posthumous title after his death. That's their stupidity. Why does a person who is not dead need a posthumous title? As for his temple name, it is Wan Gu. The Qin state will last forever. The bloodline of Ying family will last forever. The first emperor will last forever. The 5 old men understood it immediately. No wonder they called themselves the king of Qin, since Qin too, and never dared to call themselves the emperor. That's because they didn't dare. You little brat. What nonsense! Kill! 5 true immortals attacked the king of Qin, who was immersed in joy. At this moment, it seemed that other enemies were not important. Instead, the fear of the first emperor reached the extreme. Bai Qi, kill the rebels. I obey your order. Bai Qi, who took over the Shinto sword, was full of momentum. If we were to rank the murderous aura, Bai Qi was the highest point that everyone had never seen. The first emperor is not dead? You are playing tricks on me. Isn't it dangerous for us? Li Shenghan, who was a little worried, had a vague intention of retreating. Others also had this feeling. The first emperor united the 6 kingdoms to unify the world. This was originally an enemy close to the myth. But now it is inevitable to be a little uneasy to confront the other party. No need to lose your composure. Let's see what happens next. Xianyuan Buer said in a deep voice. What he was most worried about at the moment was Mu Bai, who was in a state that was a little wrong in the sky. If there was any problem with the other party, everyone including him would die without a burial place. Kill! Bai Qi, who mastered the divine sword, turned blood red all over. The murderous aura was almost tangible. The endless rainbow light of the divine sword pierced through the mountains and rivers. Almost at the next moment, the 5 true immortal realm masters at the front simultaneously built their own domain abilities in front of them. The 5 domain abilities were intertwined with each other, and there was a faint meaning of concluding a large formation. But the power of the entire formation dropped sharply after the 6th breath was missing. The souls of the heavenly gang and earthly evils returned to the underworld. The Tonggu formation. The 5 true immortals combined the power of the domain to build a complex and cumbersome formation, which was magnificent and had a domineering aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was a pity that they used the wrong person. Stupid. Qin Wushi stood in the army and sneered faintly. How could you hurt others by using other people's things in this world? The killing god Bai Qi jumped into the air, and the sword in his hand seemed to turn into stars in the night sky when he slashed. And the endless sword blade lightning slashed like rain. When his figure passed the 5 stiffened people, the air seemed to freeze in an instant. A drop of blood was dripping from Bai Qi's armor on his chest. When the blood was melted into the ground, the Shinto sword was sheathed, and 5 blood mists behind him had exploded. The 5 true immortals couldn't even resist a sword. The national destiny and the ancestral dragon spirits on the 5 people had completely become new nutrients for the Shinto sword, raising Bai Qi's aura to an unprecedented level. Everything seemed to disappear at this moment, and the murderous aura that soared into the sky played to him of death. Death, killing, plundering. These are things engraved in the genes of human civilization. The so-called love is never more unforgettable than hatred. What will happen if the nature of killing is combined with extreme hatred? It will create the most terrifying monster in the world. The king of Qin looked at Bai Qi, who was full of murderous aura, and his respect for the first emperor was undoubtedly raised to a higher level. Back then, this stupid Bai Qi was so powerful that he shocked the emperor. After dealing with him, the first emperor summoned the top 300 blacksmiths in the country. He ordered these people to create the forbidden ghost talisman recorded in ancient books. After decades of human destiny polishing, this ghost talisman gradually took shape, and these blacksmiths also became the primer, and were cast into the jade talisman together. The main ghost was Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuhan, who was full of hatred and murderous aura. In his eyes, the real greatness of the first emperor was to lock the enemy with full of resentment into a small jade talisman, and rewrite the terrifying anger into a servile and flattering smile. Kill him again! Completely. Kill! Bai Qi, show your true strength now. Kill these traitors. And those traitors who are watching outside the city. The furious King Qin issued a death order. The dense army stopped in the wild forest outside the capital, waiting for a result that everyone in the city would be satisfied with. Obviously, they didn't know that the King Qin had discovered them a long time ago. If nothing unexpected happened, what awaited them in a few minutes would be a terrifying slaughter comparable to H.L. in the city. Due to the death of the true immortal, the star beasts that lost their shackles could also move freely. At this moment, except for the human-shaped star beasts, the other 3 surrounded Bai Qi. the ghost general with the strongest breath. A black cocoon surrounded Mu Bai in the air, and a brand new heart pulse began to beat. Without the obstruction of the 5 true immortals, the god of killing Bai Qi drew out the Shinto sword with a clear goal. He was unceremoniously okay, and output madly at the 300-meter beasts. The 3 giant beasts unceremoniously fired terrifying starlight cannons from their chests, and these energies were enough to annihilate dozens of Qin capitals. But the strange thing was that these light cannons seemed to be disturbed when they were condensed, and the power of the whole body was suppressed. On the other hand, the god of killing Bai Qi was strengthened again, and a steady stream of national destiny flowed into his body. This made him, who was originally a Yin creature, emit golden light, and his body expanded to about 3 meters. At the same time, the blood-red armor also evolved at this moment and became golden. That was the effect of the magic circle. The huge magic circle surrounding the entire capital began to inject golden light into his body, and Sun Yu and others could not stop it at all, because they could not attack this virtual formation at all. Even Shen Wux's top-level armed color domineering attack could not touch it, and the domineering color domineering seemed to have some effect on it. But according to Shen Wux's inference, in order to achieve the degree of breaking the formation, at least the domineering color must be entangled. Everyone, offending the majesty of the King of Qin, will cost you a price. A man with a python robe embroidered on his chest and sleeves came in front of everyone, and more eunuchs came out from behind the ruins. With the protection of the ghost soldiers, the King of Qin was infallible. So these eunuchs, who were guarding him, were naturally useless. The King of Qin specially sent them to eliminate Shen Wuk and others. You have good momentum. But I only fight with men, Xian Yuan Buer said with a smile. This sentence was tantamount to naked provocation to the young and energetic eunuchs. They could not hold back, and took the lead. The battle was about to break out. On the other side, the god of killing Bai Qi, accompanied by the golden light of national destiny and bloody murderous aura, took action. Kill! 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 Kill through the heavens. The dense slashing with raging anger and hatred surrounded the star beast like a storm. Even the star beast could only barely resist under the cutting of the sky and the earth. Strictly speaking, even with the blessing of national destiny, Bai Qi's comprehensive strength is not as good as that of a real 8th-level emperor. But this royal city is the place with the most prosperous destiny in the entire country. And these huge destiny piled together have reached the peak of suppressing the alien race. With such an advantage, the god of killing Bai Qi completely took advantage of the 3 against 1. The entire royal city was collapsing under the terrifying battle, and Mu Bai and Midair had a clear view of the outside world. So he was not in a hurry. He could feel that his body was like a machine, and the impurities and blockages in his body were being eroded, and a new force was gathering in his body. That kind of power made Mu Bai feel like he was in the universe. Looking around, he saw the stars dying and being reborn, and all the perceptions were in a state of emptiness and nothingness. The inexplicable flow went from existence to non-existence, and from non-existence to existence, just like the cycle formed by the Taoist Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. The more it was like this, the more Mu Bai felt a different kind of relaxation. The star beast he summoned at the beginning was dragged away by the star portal that suddenly appeared, and the time for summoning was up. Without the restraint of a star beast, the attack of the killing god Bai Qi became more violent. Standing among the ghost soldiers, the King of Qin took out the Qin State Jade Seal from time to time to reduce and suppress the star power released by the beast. Often, terrifying attacks basically become nothingness after experiencing triple weakening, while Bai Qi's offensive is exponentially increased by the power of national destiny. In the end, the 2 star beasts were beaten to the point of seeing stars, even if there was no major damage to their bodies. This kind of frustration would be unbearable for rational people, let alone the beast with greater animality. The Shinto sword truly suppresses the souls and spirits of creatures. At this moment, the 2 beasts have already retreated, but they still firmly guarded in front of him under Mu Bai's previous orders. The King of Qin, who saw some tricks, shouted loudly, Bai Qi, go and kill the humans in the black cocoon. Don't worry about these 2 big guys. Yes. After receiving the order, Bai Qi stood up and drew his sword to slash out. The slash caused by the Shinto sword made the national destiny of the entire space empty. Killing song. Destroying the sparrow tribulation. An extremely huge tearing sound came from the space, which was a terrifying slash full of resentment and murderous intent. Even soldiers in extreme pain can be seen on the sword wave. The number is more than 1,000,000. This attack even frightened the army and horses 100 miles away. And the bone-chilling cold can be felt from a distance, looking at the royal city. The two star beasts were forced to use their bodies to block Mu Bai's body under Mu Bai's order to protect him. Their huge blue bodies were very small compared to the sword wave of the exterminating bird. With a devastating explosion, all the buildings in the royal city collapsed. Even the hills near the royal city were flattened in the aftermath of the shock. Two star beasts fell from the sky to the ground. Bai Qi stood up and slashed again. He didn't give the enemy any chance to breathe. A black wave appeared in the air, strangely decomposing and dispersing the extermination of the bird. And the strange black wave was getting faster and faster. It attracted the surrounding ruins to be forcibly sucked into it. Mu Bai's indifferent figure appeared. One of his originally dark golden pupils turned into a dark black, and the other half of his hair also turned from black to white. The dark fruit has awakened. These things that were created were similar to black holes. When the dark fruit awakened, Mu Bai mastered the ability to create and control black holes. Mu Bai felt very good at this moment. When the fruit awakened, his body was transformed a little. The gathering of various forces in his body made these energy flows very chaotic. The awakened dark fruit and the Jinjin fruit blended together to create a more terrifying energy fluctuation. Mu Bai, with an indifferent expression, pressed down with his right hand. The black hole behind him was annihilated in the void. The strong physical strength made Mu Bai's half-white hair and pupil color change disappear after slightly adjusting his body state. The surprised King Qin couldn't believe his eyes. The trick that could easily kill 5 true immortal monsters was useless to this young man. Is this a ghost? A trace of coolness surged into his heart. He didn't care how much he took out the Qin State Jade Seal. Pour the Qin State's luck on it. The function of this Jade Seal is very powerful. It can suppress the energy of alien races outside the human race. And it can also fix mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, and even destroy the enemy's soul. After the input of national destiny, this power can even threaten the old monster of the true immortal. The King of Qin immediately dropped the Jade Seal. The huge mark condensed into a huge phantom in the air, as if it had merged the power of the law, and fell towards Mu Bai's tiny figure. Jade Seal? Mu Bai didn't care about the Jade Seal falling on his head. He shook the ball cover with his left hand to condense, and the dark air in his right hand was filled with the netherworld. The two awakened fruit powers had a wonderful reaction. The surrounding void was eroded by the black air, and then shattered by the vibration again. And a rotating black hole appeared in the broken space. The ghost general Bai Qi, who didn't think too much, would only complete the master's task. After he saw that the enemy was safe and sound under the slash of the Shinto sword, he suddenly inserted the sword into the ground with both hands. When the Shinto sword was drawn out again, the originally bronze sword was now shining with golden light. A large amount of national destiny was attached to it, and even the strong force of the extraction directly swept away the national destiny of the entire royal city. Not only that, the dragon veins hidden deep underground also had flow faults at this moment, which showed that the national destiny power in the mountain and sea territory could not gather in the royal city in a short time. The chiefs of the nearby counties even clearly felt that their own strength was greatly weakened at this moment. The flowers, plants and trees in the city withered and died in an instant. The scene was so horrifying. This also greatly weakened the shadow of the Jade Seal above Mu Bai's head. When the Jade Seal fell on Mu Bai's head, the imagined soul annihilation did not happen, and even the other party's expression did not change at all. The more ancient pressure ran across the royal city. Deafening bird and beast calls came from the white light, and several fragments protected Mu Bai in it. That's it. The King of Qin among the ghost soldiers looked at the fragments guarding Mu Bai's head, and immediately recognized that it was a fragment of the bronze tripod. It turned out that a few fragments could resist the soul attack of the Qin State Jade Seal. How could such a treasure be owned by these humble people? The only one who can own these is the widower who inherited the blood of the great first emperor. Bai Qi used the national destiny to kill this thief. Yes, the god of killing Bai Qi, who had gathered the national destiny, suddenly came up. The whistling momentum shattered the void. It can be said that the enemy at this moment is completely invincible to Mu Bai in his normal state. But the unbroken formation infused the endless dragon aura into Mu Bai's body, as if it thought this person was also one of its own. This scene puzzled the King of Qin. He vaguely thought it was because of the bronze tripod fragments. He found carvings of legendary figures such as Shenong, Huangdi, Qiyu, etc. from the illusory fragments just now. This should have made the formation mistakenly think that Mu Bai was a teammate, while the ghost general Bai Qi, who was created by evil methods, absorbed a small part when the dragon aura was added to his body. Netherworld black hole. Empty hand grip. The disordered airflow ran at high speed in the palm of Mu Bai's hand to form a black origin. This origin expanded in an instant. The powerful attraction swept across. It hit the god of killing Bai Qi, who was rushing in. Killing Song. Mountain King attack. With a Shinto sword in hand, Bai Qi was not afraid of this strange black thing. He slashed with the sword blade, causing a bright golden tiger to condense in the void. The killing aura on the golden tiger phantom that covered the sky and the sun was particularly strong. If you look closely, you can even see that each rune that made up the tiger was the word Qin, which means killing. The dazzling killing golden tiger and the dark black hole that annihilated everything. When the two collided with each other, the entire royal city collapsed completely. The terrifying energy fluctuations seemed to have caused a certain degree of damage to the underground dragon veins, and everyone seemed to hear the wailing of the dragon veins in their hearts. The golden and black light swallowed everything. Then this energy fluctuation was shattered by the vibration power in Mu Bai's left hand. And Bai Qi also slashed out with the Shinto sword and easily flattened the surging energy fluctuations. The two were like two meteors, performing the most thrilling battle on the ruins of the royal city that was repeatedly annihilated. King Qin, who appeared in the suburbs with the protection of the ghost soldiers, was very puzzled. He couldn't understand why Mu Bai suddenly became so strong. The battle speed of the two was too fast, and even caused a temporary collapse of part of the space. This level of battle can already catch up with the low-intensity battle of the Emperor in the real world. Heavenly Net. Slay the king in front of the battle. The domineering five-horse Shinto sword fell with the trend, and the Naginata god of war appeared in Mu Bai's hand and slashed across the sky. The black hole power attached to the blade swallowed all the surrounding light, including Bai Qi's slash. Bai Qi, who dodged the attack, continued to attack, and he instantly opened the domain ability. Dense killing intent rushed into the sky, and the whole world entered a bloody battlefield. Countless armies fought each other in the bloody world, and this bloody world was sprinting towards Mu Bai. It only took a moment for Mu Bai to fall into the quagmire of the killing intent domain and couldn't extricate himself. Unfortunately, ideals are full and reality is very skinny. This time, facing the power of the domain, Mu Bai did not choose to break the situation with cleverness, but break it with force. He saw that his hands held the collapsed black dots in the air, and in an instant, they condensed into two black holes. When the bloody killing intent world swarmed like locusts, these two black holes were thrown out by Mu Bai. It hit the front of the domain. A strange thing happened. The domains that were originally invincible were actually distorted at this moment, and these domains were jumping in a time-like manner. It felt like watching a reverse PPT, and the killing domain was shrinking towards the origin like a reverse video. This scene was unexpected by the killing god Bai Qi. When he came to his senses, the killing domain had been wiped out like a joke. Even the Shinto sword in his hand seemed to be affected, and the power of national destiny contained in it was reduced by 30%. Each galaxy hides hundreds of millions of black holes. These black holes mainly come from the death of massive stars. Supermassive black holes can devour all matter, including other black holes, and the normal passage of time is impossible in a black hole. The construction of the 7th level king domain itself is a kind of momentum that conforms to the development of time. But the black hole emitted by Mu Bai can perfectly break the balance of this energy cycle. Let the entire domain fall into the unnecessary time turbulence of black hole collapse. Bai Qi looked solemn at this moment. As an invincible general, he naturally knew that it would be difficult for him to cause effective damage to the young man in this situation. One side has the blessing of the ancestral dragon spirit, and the other side has the blessing of national destiny. But national destiny seems to be unable to do so. In this way, the two have actually formed a clever balance. No one can do anything to anyone in a short time. The king of Qin's heart is bleeding. You must know that the longer the battle lasts, the more the consumption of national destiny and underground dragon veins will be. Both of these are the guarantee that the bloodline of the Ying family can last in the long run. Bai Qi, kill this bandit quickly. If you fail, you will stay in this damn ghost talisman forever. The furious King Qin frowned coldly. The veins on his eyebrows kept twitching, and he was more and more frightened at this moment. If these people are not dealt with quickly, the legion controlled by the true immortal lineage near the royal city will definitely rebel. Only by suppressing all heretics with fierce means can the trouble in the heart be wiped out. Bai Qi in the void was neither happy nor sad. He could not resist the order of the owner of the ghost talisman, no matter what his mood was at the moment. The most urgent thing was to kill the strange young man in front of him as soon as possible. The luck on the Shinto sword was compressed, and the golden light turned from the outside to the inside. The brand new ghost energy was like a long song and crying. And the fierce ghost roared and attached to the sword. It is possible to control the long sword with national luck. And it is also possible to control it with the monstrous ghost energy and the intention of killing. Even because the breath is consistent. Bai Qi can exert a stronger power. The Shinto sword can control all the 3,000 great ways. Mu Bai is more and more interested in this artifact. This weapon is equivalent to an unlimited amplifier. As long as you input any kind of power into it, it will become the most suitable weapon for that kind of power. Bai Qi, in my opinion, you have great value. What if I become your master? Mu Bai casually tried to test it. He wanted to see if Bai Qi, who was refined into a ghost general, had his own consciousness. After hearing this, the god of killing Bai Qi immediately said, I only obey the master. I will kill all enemies who dare to block me. The king of Qin in the suburbs nodded with satisfaction. With the suppression of the ghost talisman, even this world-famous general had to kneel down at his feet like a dog. But Mu Bai smiled after hearing this. The other party did not call the king of Qin but the master. Doesn't that mean that whoever has the jade talisman can command him? Mu Bai even guessed that the other party was playing a fake game at the moment. No point in talking anymore. No matter how many tricks you have, I will bury you here. With murderous intent in his eyes, Bai Qi's Shinto sword, which was filled with blood and murderous intent, spun out more than a dozen phantoms in the air. Each phantom was very real, and even Mu Bai's vision and prediction of the future could not distinguish them. When these dozen phantoms condensed the eerie ghost energy, a brief vacuum zone appeared in the entire royal city, and countless evil ghosts crawled out from the bloody ground. He was very eager for the flesh and blood of Mu Bai in the sky. The emotions of killing, resentment, pain, and unwillingness all flowed into the Shinto sword. And Bai Qi, who rubbed the sword with his fingertips, had a strange red eye in the middle of his eyebrows. He was staring at Mu Bai. 6 reincarnations. Shura blood killing. The evil ghost roared. And the killing god Bai Qi chopped down with a sword on the big hand that covered the sky. The huge ghost energy made all the flowers, plants and trees outside the city wither, and the black death energy flowed along the grass to the distance. This scene was no different from the evil Shura ghost in H.L. returning to the world. The soldiers killed by Bai Qi stood under the towering giant hand like evil ghosts asking for their lives and raised their heads with resentment. The bloody slashes continued to hit Mu Bai, feeling the power contained in it. Even Mu Bai did not dare to be careless. He condensed the vibration ball cover with both hands and opened the maximum vibration wheel at this moment. The tiny cracking sound between the 5 fingers spread throughout the world like a demonic sound. At this time, Mu Bai, who crushed the void and shook the world, looked calm. His whole body expanded rapidly, and he stood in the air in the form of a dragon armor after being covered with black scales. After his body was epically strengthened, the vibration ball cover in his hands also underwent earth-shaking changes. An additional layer of black film was added to the pale white vibration ball cover. It looked very strange from a distance, from the eyes of Xianyuan Buer and others who withdrew from the battlefield. This scene felt like a hero challenging the devil. Mu Bai, with horns on his head and black scales all over his body, looked more like the devil who destroyed the world. After all, he looked too much like the devil at this moment. This move that had never been used before was now very handy for Mu Bai. After all, both the dark fruit and the shock fruit had very high requirements for physical strength. It is worth mentioning that the negative effect of the original dark fruit, that is, the body's tolerance of damage doubled, has disappeared. After awakening, the ability to suppress the power of the fruit has greatly increased. Moreover, Mu Bai could feel that the awakened dark fruit could corrode, decompose and suppress the armament haki or something like observation haki, which was like nothingness. Shura blood kill had already slashed. The powerful force consumed the national destiny in the sword, and consumed most of his original killing intent. The ghost talisman in the hands of the king of Qin actually had a slight crack at this moment. Of course, the extremely nervous king of Qin had no time to care about these things. Bai Qi, kill him! The whole sky was rendered into a real Shura H.L. This level of attack was beyond the imagination of Shenhuak and others. When facing the slash, Mu Bai gently pushed out the vibration ball cover wrapped in black film in both hands. The vibration power contained in the 2 vibration ball covers at the moment of contact with the slash stopped the slash. The rotating cracks shattered the entire sky, and a large number of black hole vortices in the broken lines quickly absorbed the power contained in the slash. In the unwillingness of the Shura evil ghost, This terrifying slash was easily resolved. Before everyone could recover, Mu Bai, who had attached the dragon-shaped armor scales, condensed hundreds of black hole origins behind him. The entire void absorbed the moonlight in this distortion. Mu Bai grinned as the black hole floated in the air. It's my turn. After saying that, the black hole origins behind him that destroyed the world fell quickly as if they were free. The power of the black holes in rows exquisitely blocked the space around Bai Qi. The powerful pulling force generated by the black holes made Bai Qi unable to move. Mu Bai, wearing black dragon armor, clenched his fists. Hundreds of black holes expanded and collapsed instantly. The terrifying shattering and pulling force completely suppressed any power, including the national destiny. If the dark fruit in its normal state could only suppress the fruit ability user, then the awakened dark fruit could weaken the power to suppress everything. Hundreds of collapsed black holes combined to burst out with terrifying power. When this power was superimposed, the shattering sound that resounded throughout the space turned into a substantial dark strangulation, controlling small and stable black holes that can be controlled so that they explode. Mu Bai thinks this move should be called Black Hole Starburst. After the dazzling white light, the ghost talisman in the hands of the King of Qin broke into two halves on the spot. The ghost soldiers around him also collapsed with the collapse of the body of the god of killing Bai Qi. No matter how hysterically the King of Qin roared, it would be impossible to repair this ghost talisman in a short time. Mu Bai turned his head and arrived in front of the King of Qin in a flash. The eunuchs who were still fighting with Sun Yu and others immediately rushed over to protect their King of Qin. The Qin army in the mountains and forests stopped there, and the leading general watched this scene without rushing forward. For an enemy that even the divine weapon could not deal with, it would not be easy for the other party to deal with these soldiers even if they all went up. The Shinto sword that fell from the sky rotated and fell with the disappearance of the god of killing Bai Qi, and finally inserted it in the middle of the King of Qin and Mu Bai. Looking at this man who claimed to be the fifth Qin, Mu Bai felt that the other party was very stupid. If the god of killing Bai Qi continued to use the power of national destiny, even if he wanted to win, it would be difficult as climbing to the sky. But the other party asked him to fight quickly, which undoubtedly made Bai Qi give up his greatest advantage. Those who plan for a moment are not enough to plan for a lifetime. King Qin was undoubtedly terrified at the cold-eyed man in dragon-shaped armor in front of him. He pretended to be calm and tried to delay time by speaking when he saw the eunuchs rushing behind him. But he never thought that Mu Bai didn't even turn his head. He casually condensed a vibration ball cover in his hand and smashed it behind him. These loyal eunuchs were as fragile as children's toys. The scene was extremely cruel, and the trembling King Qin couldn't even say a word. Mu Bai calmly walked forward and pulled the Shinto sword out of the ground. The ornately carved bronze sword burst out a faint dragon roar the moment it touched Mu Bai. After injecting the power of the fruit of the fantasy beast species into the hilt, the entire sword body actually showed black sharp scales, and in the center of the hilt was split a crystal clear dragon eye. When he waved it casually, hot black flames attached to it, and at the same time, purple thunder roared past and brought gusts of wind. After injecting the power of the tremor fruit into it, it turned into a pure white giant sword. Strong vibration power is contained in it. He could feel that if it was slashed out, it would definitely create a strong earthquake. The more Mu Bai looked at this bronze sword, the more he liked it. Whether it is the thunder fruit or other powers, it can have a unique form. It is worthy of being a divine weapon. Just to obtain this Shinto sword, Mu Bai's trip is worthwhile. The 3-meter-tall dragon armor form was removed, and Mu Bai turned back to his normal human body. He stretched out his hand to the King of Qin. The King of Qin, who understood what the other party meant, did not resist, but handed the broken ghost talisman in his hand and the Qin State Jade Seal to Mu Bai very obediently. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact Shinto sword, a special long sword made from meteorites from outer space, which has the quality of an artifact because of the nourishment of national destiny. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the semi-artifact, the broken ghost talisman, which can seal the soul of the deceased into the ghost talisman when the resentment of the deceased is the greatest and make him a slave. When encountering the enemy, you can release ghost generals and ghost soldiers. It is currently unusable. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact inheritance Jade Seal. The Jade Seal that has experienced multiple dynasties is a symbol of the king. With it, you can suppress all attacks from foreign races and suppress changes in mountains and seas. 2 quasi-artifacts and 1 semi-artifact. Mu Bai was almost laughing at this moment. After having these things, His strength has undoubtedly been raised to a higher level. He shook off the king of Qin and threw him aside. Then drew out the Shinto sword and flew towards the capital. Shinwuk, who had rushed over, grabbed the king of Qin by the collar and asked sternly, "How many books on the supreme forgetfulness technique does the royal family have? There must be a secret place to hide them besides the capital." Right? Faced with Shinwuk's murderous performance, the king of Qin was scared again. After he whispered a few words, Shinwuk dragged the other's body and disappeared here. At the same time, Wang Zongxian also followed. Shinwuk, who had found the target, naturally did not need to act with Mu Bai anymore. The direction they left was exactly the direction of Yudu. Luo Kongcheng looked at the two people going away and always felt that they were a little neurotic. He, who had no brain, hated thinking about these things the most. He scratched his smooth head, and the skull made a slight knocking sound. He asked curiously, "What is Lord Mu Bai going to do? Destroy the dragon vein of the royal city?" Huang Bei, who had removed the golden beetle form, said with some certainty that he would definitely encounter the strong men of Qin in the next few days. If the dragon vein of the entire country was destroyed, the country's luck would naturally weaken. In this case, these people would not be able to stop any of their actions. This idea was actually not wrong. But Mu Bai's biggest goal was actually to complete the task. Stop killing with killing. Maintain your own killing value in the eternal secret realm. The heavier the killing aura, the less the ancestral dragon's chi can hinder the host. Continue killing in the following time, and the task rewards the ancestral dragon's chi. Task completed. The task reward will be settled after leaving the eternal secret realm. Task 2. Destroy the Qin dragon vein in the next 30 days. The lower the Qin's luck, the higher the increase in the amount of dragon energy obtained after leaving this world. Task in progress. This mission can be rejected. But the royal city has collapsed, and the main forces of the Qin capital have all fallen. In this case, not completing this mission would be a shame to oneself. Holding the Shinto sword, Mu Bai's body was filled with the vast power of thunder, and countless electric currents gathered on the tip of the sword. The blue light flashed away, and dozens of shocking thunder pillars ruthlessly bombarded the royal city that had already become a ruin. Under the continuous thunder bombardment, the huge luck hidden deep underground was gradually disintegrating, and the dragon vein of Qin, which was as important as the heart, also appeared in front of Mu Bai. The transparent golden dragon is deeply embedded in the deep underground. The dragon veins in this world are very special. They are not the dragon veins formed by the mountains that Mu Bai knows, but are artificially formed in the underground caves. The Feng Shui master seems to have used the terrain of the Dark River and the royal city to build this place into a gathering place for national destiny, so that the royal city has outstanding people and prosperous national destiny. What Mu Bai has to do at this moment is undoubtedly to push the entire Qin state into the fire pit. Without the blessing of national destiny, this Qin state is very likely to suffer from natural disasters in a short period of time. Disintegrate in human and natural disasters. But what does that have to do with Mu Bai? At this moment, holding the Shinto sword flashing with thunder and fire, Mu Bai feels an unprecedented thunder blessing. If the happiness of these foreigners is destroyed in exchange for his own strength, the cold-blooded Mu Bai will make his final choice without hesitation. The thunder sword fell with a bang. The dragon vein deep underground made an extremely tragic wail. The sound can be clearly seen, even in the nearby county city. The sound of the dragon vein became smaller and smaller during the long wailing. If a sorcerer who is good at looking at chi saw this scene, he would be shocked. Because Mu Bai was killing the dragon vein dragon, the situation in the whole world will also change drastically. The inexplicable shackles in the void seemed to be broken, and the ancestral dragon aura on Mu Bai and other heavenly beings was also dissipating, as the dragon vein gradually disappeared. As for the part of the ancestral dragon aura retained by the system, it was fixed in Mu Bai's body like being blocked. When all the smoke and dust disappeared, the reminder of the task in Mu Bai's mind also sounded. Many neighboring countries that noticed the abnormality of Qin state began to make big moves, and the Qin army guarding the border changed its flags and proclaimed itself as a prince. Task 2. Destroy the dragon vein of Qin state in the next 30 days. The lower the luck of Qin state, the higher the increase in the amount of dragon energy obtained after leaving this world. The mission is over. The host has completed 2 missions in a row, and the reward is issued in advance. The system is being upgraded. Ding dong. The system upgrade is completed, and the increase in the dragon's chi begins to be calculated. In an instant, Mu Bai, standing on the ruins of the royal city, felt a warm current flowing into his heart. And those dragons' chi were forcibly converted into attribute points and flowed into his body. Ding dong. Feeling that the dragon's chi is being transformed. Please wait. Physique plus 500 points, observation hockey plus 100,000 proficiency, armament hockey plus 100,000 proficiency at this time. The other 9 people also felt the addition emerging from their bodies. Although this improvement is not comparable to Mu Bai's improvement, the speed of this improvement is already very scary. Among them, Luo Chungkong and Huang Bei even felt that they were about to reach the threshold of the 6th level peak. No wonder even the Emperor's throne prefers the Eternal Secret Realm. The progress obtained here is unreasonable. Mu Bai, who has obtained a massive increase, has a physical point and a surge in skill proficiency. Sign in and the system is upgraded. Mu Bai tried to sign in with his spiritual sense. Sign in successful. Constitution plus 10, luck increase doubled. Constitution plus 20 points, observation hockey plus 1,500, luck increase doubled. Observation hockey plus 3,000 points of proficiency, armament hockey plus 1,600, luck increase doubled. Observation hockey plus 3,200 points of proficiency. When these attribute points are added to the body, the concentration of the armament hockey in the body rises rapidly. And the accuracy of the observation hockey in the eyes is also improving. The already hard body has reached a certain balance and is transforming at this moment. The awakened dark fruit and trimmer fruit have returned to an extremely stable level under the strong physique. In fact, what Mu Bai needs at present is not how strong the power is, but stability. Whether it is to create vibrations or black holes, the body needs stability. Only in this case can he exert unprecedented destructive power. Mu Bai estimates that this will also be beneficial for his future entry into the 7th level Heavenly King to open the field ability. Compared with other single fruit ability users, Mu Bai may be able to create an unprecedented double awakening fruit field. After dispelling these ideas, he took a few deep breaths and took the impurities in his body out with his breath. A long time ago, Mu Bai discovered that the rewards obtained from these daily sign-ins will increase as his own strength increases. This time is even better. After the sign-in system is upgraded, the things signed in will be doubled. Isn't this equivalent to double the rewards for signing in every day in the future? The system opens the personal panel. Name, Mu Bai level 6/EXP, 9,000/10,000, Constitution, 7050, blessed by the 10-ring purple gold bone, armament hockey, 201800/500000, Grandmaster, observation hockey, 2005109/250000, Grandmaster, special. Activate the function of temporarily predicting the future. Mind perception. Conqueror hockey, 19001, second stage spirit, including the bonus of the golden lion ring, Kendo, 483502/500000, Grandmaster, 6 styles, 469250/500000, Grandmaster, devil fruit, trimmer fruit, awakened, thunder fruit, 90%, fish fruit, black dragon form, 49%, dark fruit awakened. Equipment, Naginata war god, black mysterious gloves, secret black robe, golden lion ring plus 1 enhancement, with piao fruit embedded, Jiuzhou Ding fragment plus 2, mysterious, star shining god armor artifact, inheritance jade seal artifact, holy demon temple artifact, ghost talisman, semi-artifact cannot be used, Shinto sword artifact, items, devil fruit exchange voucher, storage space, devil fruit X91, sundries, etc. Followers, white bone, level 6, black duke, level 6, current points, 640,000 at this moment. Mu Bai is only 1,000 experience points away from the level of the 7th level Heavenly King. There is no doubt that he has entered the peak of the 6th level. This progress of level improvement is simply incredible. You must know that it has not been long since he set foot on the 6th level purple gold. The 3-color domineering has also received unprecedented bonuses, with the increase in attribute points converted from the ancestral dragon chi. Especially the domineering Mu Bai is only one step away from the domineering color entanglement. If others saw the scale of Mu Bai's equipment at this moment, they would probably be scared to death. You know, this number of artifacts can be compared with ordinary top families. In summary, the achievements of this eternal secret realm are undoubtedly unprecedented. Just when Mu Bai wanted to leave the ruined royal city, the surface of the royal city began to collapse, accompanied by inexplicable fragmentation. And the surrounding mountains also collapsed. And in the center of the royal city, An ancient tomb appeared. The ancient tomb made of bronze and black iron was slowly opening. The ancient tomb was full of terracotta warriors. In the deepest part, a figure was waking up from the black dragon coffin. The sky that was supposed to be at dawn fell into darkness again. The brilliant golden magic circle disappeared. The bright moonlight also disappeared. The sticky black gas passed through the bronze runes forged by the years, and finally flowed into the coffin engraved with the black dragon rune. An indescribable sense of oppression swept over. The terracotta warriors and horses buried deep in the underground cemetery came to life one after another, with black dragon marks all over their bronze armor. And the figure in the black dragon coffin opened his mouth wide. The originally disintegrated ancestral dragon spirit and national destiny were all sucked into his mouth. The world suddenly changed, and the artifacts hidden in various places made a harsh sound. In ancient caves, secret cemeteries, statues of gods and Buddhas, hundreds of artifacts forged with the power of humanity were all sucked into the mouth of the figure. Even the inheritance jade seal and Shinto sword that Mubai had just obtained were affected, and seemed to want to throw themselves into the arms of their first-generation owners. But they were destined to be unable to get out because of the storage space. As the figure walked out of the wooden coffin, the coffin under his feet turned into a gorgeous palace in the dazzling golden light. The creature pulling the palace was very similar to the mythical Qilin. His body was originally dry, but after swallowing many artifacts and national destiny, he began to grow flesh and blood. Every time this flesh and blood grew, the space of the whole world was shattered. Every time he exhaled a breath of turbid air, the whole world was constantly thundering and lightning. It seemed that something was sensed, and the transmission channel that was injected into the body before everyone entered was opening, and the opportunity to leave here was right in front of them. The space is going to collapse. We have to leave as soon as possible, Luo Chunkong said in horror. He couldn't imagine who was in the wooden coffin at all, and why the whole world began to collapse when he woke up. That should be Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The vast army was resurrected in the collapse of the sky, and the person standing on the jade building was wearing a black dragon robe with the emperor's sword on his waist. When he woke up, he understood the cause and effect here. Mu Bai, who felt the other party's gaze, felt a great pressure, as if he was easily seen through by the other party. Ding Dong detected that the host suffered mental damage, and judged the mental attack of the 9th level existence 9-layer nether corpse, because the rule skill is exempt from mental attack. Ding Dong detected. The system's prompt sound cycled back and forth like a nightmare and entered Mu Bai's brain. When he looked at the 9-layer nether corpse, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In a trance, he seemed to see the man in the black dragon robe coming in front of him and whispering to his back. The end is also the beginning. When Mu Bai woke up, the transmission channel in front of him had already attracted him into it. When he woke up, he was already at the seaside of the East Emperor Sea in the real world, under the bright sun in the sky. Mu Bai could not feel the slightest warmth, but a bone-chilling cold, just like the feeling when he crossed many worlds in the Shura Tower to see the Skeleton King. The remaining 9 people slowly woke up, and Shinwuk slashed at the silent sea surface. The strong domineering aura of the king was vented wantonly. Even the road near the coast was affected, and the sound of collisions and horns continued. Wang Zongxian, who knew something, stood aside with his arms folded and said nothing. Sun Yu, Xianyuan Buer and others, who had woken up from the panic, were breathing heavily. When they left, the whole world had completely collapsed, except for Mu Bai, who was stunned in the place. Everyone else was greatly shocked mentally and physically. That is, the existence of the 9th level god, Huang Bei said with difficulty, suppressing his emotions. He originally thought that the 9th level god was nothing more than a stronger existence than the 8th level emperor. But after seeing this kind of existence, his fantasy was completely broken. Answer relative. Maybe for the 9th level god, the 8th level emperor is just a childlike existence. Only the existence that can easily subvert the whole world can be called a god. What are you talking about? Wang Zongxian asked in confusion. What did you two experience? Xianyuan Buer, who asked back, was a little curious about what could make Shinwuk, who had a very good emotional management, so furious. In response, Wang Zongxian looked at Shinwuk facing the sea and said what he had experienced in a deep voice. When he and Shinwuk took the king of Qin to look for things related to the Tai Shan Wang Qin Gong method, the other party actually said that the things related to the Gong method were placed in the Afong Palace. And after a long time, the Afong Palace was inexplicably divided. Shinwuk, who had no idea where to start, also realized after several threats that the other party was probably not lying. Of course, in Wang Zongxian's narration, the gong method could be downplayed, and it was just said that what Shenwuk wanted to find was in the missing Afong Palace. Afong Palace. Xian Yuanbuer, who was suddenly awakened, looked at Mu Bai. Mu Bai, who had recovered a little, frowned and said, "What we saw in the secret ocean realm before should be the Afong Palace." Shenwuk turned his head and asked in a deep voice, "Didn't the secret ocean realm collapse? Did you enter the Afong Palace?" "Hack. Shenwuk. What's your tone? Telling you is a favor. Not telling you is a duty. You must not be so arrogant," Luo Chunkong said with some dissatisfaction. Shenwuk was not angry but said lightly, "The origin of the evil god was born in the Afong Palace. If I am right, it may have come to this world with your transmission channel. Evil god, with unlimited growth space, perfect learning ability, and a body that can accommodate everything. This terrifying creature will naturally become a super strong as long as it develops steadily in a short period of time." "What nonsense are you talking about? Our principal took over that day. If the evil god came out, would the emperor have noticed it?" Xian Yuanbuer shook his head and said. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Shenwuk's statement. It was as if Baiyujing University had deliberately released the evil spirit. Shenwuk was speechless when he heard that there was a powerful emperor present. He thought that the problems of many years would be solved after entering the eternal secret realm. But in the end, it was all in vain. Shenwuk even hoped that the evil spirit really followed him. After all, the other party was very likely to have swallowed many classical secret books in the Afong Palace. As for the disaster caused, he had no time to think about it. Mu Bai, who felt uneasy in his heart, looked at the one in the distance. He always felt that something was going to happen. That short palpitation could not be nonsense. After a short thought, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. "Main quest, demigods come to the world." Seeing the details of the task, Mu Bai couldn't help but think of what Qin Shi Huang said about the end and the beginning. This world is probably going to set off a new round of waves. Netherworld. The world guarded by the Ghost Army has stopped fighting at this moment, because just now the emperor of the Ghost Clan has been beheaded by Jiang Yin alone. This war lasted for a short time. In just half an hour, the 5 Ghost Kings who joined forces were all defeated by Jiang Yin. The 5 heads are now neatly placed at the gate of the Ghost Clan capital. The entire capital has been completely occupied by the Ghost Army. The Ghost captives coming and going look at the invincible human strongman in fear. Standing in the top hall of the Ghost Clan King's city, Jiang Yin put his hands behind his back and looked deeply into the distance. When he was a teenager, he was full of passion and hoped to create his own era like the famous generals in history. He did it, and obtained powerful natural abilities from the fruit space, and made great progress in his subsequent career. In the fight and struggle, he created an era belonging to Jiang Yin. Relatives and friends are harmonious, and he cherishes each other with powerful enemies. He has saved civilians from the hands of the demons countless times, and everything seems to be moving in a good direction. After becoming the emperor, he possessed supreme power and talent, and even later gradually became the commander of the Ghost Army. But no matter how talented he was, no matter how hard he worked, he could not cross the gap. This gap has sealed all the talents of the human race on the planet for 50 years. How sad it is. But now he has a chance. A chance to step into a field that humans have never entered, and become the only true lord in this world. The only voice. Jiang Yin saw that he was already old and frail in the reflection of the window. This was his choice. After entering the emperor's throne, some people chose to seal their breath so that they could live in the world, while some people would try to step into a higher level. As for the price to be paid, only his white hair could answer him. Speaking of Xielong, what is your wish? The turbid eyes narrowed slightly, and Jiang Yin gave people the feeling of both good and evil at this moment. The law-haired middle-aged man sitting on the luxurious sofa was the evil dragon from the extraterritorial demon organization. He grinned and said, "My dream? Of course it is to become a demon lord. But it is a bit inappropriate for people of our age to talk about the dreams mentioned by children." "That's true. I heard that you sent your subordinate Mingnu to deal with Mu Bai?" Jiang Yin asked softly while turning the Buddhist beads in his hand. The evil dragon was furious when he thought of Mu Bai. Not only did Mingnu fail in the assassination, but the other party also took away her devil fruit. It seems that Mu Bai has studied the dark fruit in depth, and even studied out the ability to extract the fruit. If I capture this kid alive, I have to study his body carefully. After all, a body that can carry multiple fruits may allow the scientific research department of the demon organization to have major research results. By the way, Mu Bai killed your grandson, right? The evil dragon raised his eyebrows and thought that Jiang Yin would be furious. But he didn't expect to hear a turbid laugh. Grandson? If a body whose soul has been replaced can be called a grandson, then I have too many descendants. In fact, Jiang Yin noticed it when Jiang Bumming replaced the original owner. He could feel that there was an inexplicable power protecting him. This power was vaguely related to the unfathomable way of heaven, which was why he could observe him calmly. The poor acting skills of adults playing children were really unbearable to watch. For an old fox like Jiang Yin, the other party was just an experimental subject. What he didn't expect was that his grandson was defeated and killed by the young man named Mu Bai in the national competition. What a pity. What a pity. I don't know which person Jiang Yin was talking about. After looking at the time, Xia Long said slowly, compared to a natural evil demon like me, you Jiang Yin are a complete bad guy. You don't even let go of the soldiers who have followed you for many years. Humph. What you said is true. It is their honor to help me enter the 9th level divine realm with their evil spirit as the trigger and flesh and blood as the foundation. Jiang Yin, with his arms open, said meaningfully, when I become an eternal existence in the heavens, I will build a tombstone for them that will never collapse. Compared with the short-term pain, they will bear greater glory in the future. That's none of my business. Remember Jiang Yin? After the ceremony, we, the extraterritorial demons, want the entire southern region of Xia country. If you want to violate the contract, the consequences will be very serious. The evil dragon stood up and slowly disappeared, muttering softly until his figure completely disappeared. At the same time, all the Yujun soldiers who had experienced many battles gathered together, and 150,000 young heroes from all over the country gathered here. Many of them came with injuries, and were supported by others. Although the battles in these days were hard, it was nothing for the well-trained Yujun of the 4 major legions of Xia. Today they will hold a commendation meeting in the capital of the Ghost Clan. And the battle with the Ghost Clan that took many years will be completely over. They will return to the real world that they have not set foot in for a long time, reunited with their families and loved ones. They have been waiting for this moment with their hands stained with the blood of the Ghost Clan. The senior generals in the front row have not seen Commander Jiang Yin show up for a long time, and they can't help but feel strange. You know, the Commander Jiang Yin is the one who abides by military discipline the most in the army. How come today? Xiao Hai, have you noticed that Marshal Jiang has been acting abnormal recently? Including in today's battle? Those 5 ghosts seem to be willing to die, and they left their positions. The middle-aged general called Xiao Hai lowered his hat brim. He also noticed something strange. But in his eyes, Marshal Jiang was just like his deceased father. Although he was strict, his love for the soldiers was true. From his point of view, he had no right to doubt Marshal Jiang Yin. The evil dragon in the void took out 8 strangely shaped flags, which emitted a cold and dim light. To get 8 10,000 souls banners, Jiang Yin must have emptied his old money. He used the heaven-devouring demonic art, which only the heavenly demon high priest was qualified to practice, to successfully operate the 8 10,000 souls banners. The whole sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the area originally planned for commendation on the ground emitted a dead black light. This formation completely controlled the 150,000 ghost troops. Several top generals were extremely powerful. All of them were close to the level of the emperor. But at this moment, they only felt limp all over. When the 10,000 souls banner quietly fell in 8 directions, the ancient sacrificial ceremony began. The tiny black substances flowing out of the 8 10,000 souls banners were accumulating, and soon formed a human-like appearance. The huge figure made of black matter put these defenseless Yujun soldiers into his mouth like snacks, and every more he ate would make his body more solid. Deputy Commander Li Chanwu raised his head desperately. He looked at Jiang Yin, who was watching this scene in front of the window, with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, he heard the painful howls of the soldiers, and wanted to eat Jiang Yin alive with his own hands. Jiang Yin, you will not die well. You betrayed us. Jiang Yin, who was humming a little song in front of the window, didn't care. When the night fell, the 8 black giants had swallowed all the 150,000 ghost soldiers. The evil dragon who controlled all this handed the 10,000 souls banner to the other party. When Jiang Yin quietly appeared, he looked painful when he took the 10,000 souls banner because he didn't have the protection of the devouring heaven demon art. The hatred of 150,000 people was enough to drive the strongest crazy. Seeing the other party's expression gradually recover, The evil dragon was also stunned. I finally waited for this day. 10,000 souls banners comparable to artifacts were crushed by Jiang Yan. The powerful power contained in them was directly integrated into his body, and the constantly changing and distorted faces appeared on Jiang Yan's face one by one. At this moment, people feel not fear, but a weird feeling. It's as if the souls of 150,000 people were compressed into one body. Seeing that something was wrong, the evil dragon immediately moved away from the Ghost Clan's capital. The scattered soul power flooded the void, and the glorious Ghost Clan's royal city shattered. When the Ghost King city was completely reduced to ruins, a new force pierced through the void barrier. The destroyed Ghost King city was restored to its original state bit by bit as time went back. When the explosion was annihilated before it started, Jiang Yan, who was reborn from the void, stood in place with a gentle breeze. This is, in the perception of the evil dragon, the other party's breath was as bright as the sun shining in the void, which was completely beyond the 8th level. The light dissipated, and a naked strongman was born. And his face finally turned into Jiang Yan's face in a weird twist. He completely got rid of his original body that was about to collapse, and became in existence with the strongest body in the world. It works! Jiang Yan. You succeeded. You really. Before the evil dragon finished speaking, he found that Jiang Yan's body had dense cracks. But soon Jiang Yan reversed time and sewed up the broken body. A faint coldness appeared in Jiang Yan's bright golden eyes. He succeeded and failed. Success came when he entered a stronger existence than the peak of the 8th level Emperor throne. And failure came when he could only see his past self and present self. If you want to achieve immortality as a 9th level god, you must let your past body, present body, and future body disappear together in the long river of time. But my future body is still in the future, and it seems that there is a powerful force that is hindering me. If he cannot erase his future body from the long river of time, he is destined not to be an immortal and indestructible existence. His current state is at most half a step to a 9th level god, but it is enough to deal with those emperor thrones with strength. And conquering the world is only a matter of time. The pure black armor cloak covered Jiang Yan's whole body. His thoughts at this moment have undergone earth-shaking changes. Things that he couldn't figure out before suddenly became clear at this moment. But he also ushered in more confusion. He suppressed this emotion deep in his heart and looked at the dimensional space channel. Have you communicated with the demons? The terrifying aura in the words made Xia Long's hair stand on end. Even with the aura of the awakened fantasy beast species, he couldn't suppress the chill brought by the other party's next words. The strength of Jiang Yan was far beyond his imagination. A total of 36 demon clones will descend on Xia country, and 600 demon generals will descend on the world in their true form, the evil dragon said with his head half lowered. Feeling pressured? The number of demons descending this time far exceeded the total number in the past few decades. Those terrifying demons that coexist with the rules are immortal. The only thing that makes them tempted is the Shinto worship of the big races. Just like the Buddha used the chess pieces in his hand to set up the journey to the west to obtain scriptures. The important thing is to spread their own popularity. Only in this way can they obtain and accumulate the most precious legend in the world of the heavens. Xia Long, who has dealt with the demons many times, naturally knows that the 9th level gods are not the end. After becoming a 9th level god, the level above it is legendary. The legendary realm is a step from immortality to a higher level of immortality. No matter how the era collapses, as long as you have the legendary degree, you can live forever. And this legendary degree is like a boat ticket. Only after accumulating a large amount of legendary degree can you board the island called the other shore. Only those who become strong in this realm can have the qualifications to become chess players, playing games with the heavens and the Great Way. The extraterritorial demon organization is a chess piece. Jiang Yan, who has become a god, is also a chess piece. And he, Xia Long, is also a chess piece. Even a demon as powerful as the demon is also a chess piece. The smiling Xia Long knew this, but he did not say it out loud. He took out a strange eye from his hand. The blinking eye itself is a part of the Great Terror. Only by relying on this treasure can the barriers between the demon worlds and the human world be broken. And to have this ability, the body that can carry it must be a being far beyond the Emperor's throne. Jiang Yan took the scarlet pupil and swallowed it without hesitation. After a brief twitch, this blood-red eye grew on the back of his neck. The clapping Xia Long smiled and said, "We have been waiting for this day for a long time. Brother Jiang Yan, it's time to walk out of the netherworld now." Jiang Yan, with no ripples in his eyes, stretched out his fingers to cut through the void in front of him. Before the world will of the nether world could condense, the two had disappeared from this world. Outside the city of Luohai, the capital of the gods. This is the entrance to the nether world. The nether army has been completely cut off from the outside world these days, and no one knows what is going on inside. But Wang Xianbing, who had some guesses in his heart, still arranged a net of heaven and earth, and several heavyweights were stationed here. If Jiang Yan appeared, he would be captured on the spot. The information about his connection with the extraterritorial demon organization had been reported to the Supreme Conference long ago. The evidence was solid and Jiang Yan would be unable to defend himself. I hope I am overthinking. If Jiang Yan is involved with the demon, all his previous military exploits will be wiped out. I will kill him myself. Wang Xianbing, who was stationed here, stood at the forefront of the Black Dragon Legion and said leisurely, with complex emotions in his eyes. But these emotions were not worth mentioning in front of the national interests. The Ghost Army is of great importance. If Jiang Yan resists, I suggest killing him here. Wan Linhua, who was standing on the long sword, said gloomily. As a top figure in Xia country and the director of the supervision department, he was the first to discover Jiang Yan's abnormality. As his deputy, the Sword Emperor held a long sword and said nothing at this moment. When everyone was on guard, a space crack appeared in the sky, and it was the evil dragon and Jiang Yan who walked out of it. Getting younger, this guy couldn't be. Before Wang Xianbing could question him, he saw Jiang Yan Ling point at the air, and the unprecedented pressure and the eyes on the back of his neck created more cracks in the air. The Emperor saw that the other party stood with the evil dragon and attacked the two at the same time. The tsunami-like attack was completely dissipated by Jiang Yan's cold snort. As Jiang Yan exhaled, the green hurricane seemed to be strengthened tens of thousands of times. It actually blew away all the existences under the Emperor's throne. That's right. It was blown away. The people who were blown down by the power that was almost a rule had their bodies blown away like mud and sand. At the same time, in the global scope, deserts, oceans, islands, city centers, all areas have the same cracks. When these eye-shaped cracks were completely opened, countless demons appeared from the space, and there were also powerful demon generals among them. As for the incarnations of the demons, they were all concentrated in Xia country, Shihuang province. Someone in the army fighting against the aliens made a horrified sound, and saw a dazzling Buddha's hand in the sky bombarding into the army of Xia country. Hundreds of people died here in an instant, and a strange Buddha's light enveloped the sky and the earth. The soldiers who were originally terrified of him suddenly knelt down and worshipped him, with piety on their faces. The demon head Manzishan looked at the nearest city with a half-crying and half-laughing look, where there were more people and a larger territory. Donghai province. At this moment, the wind was howling and the sky was overcast, and the fishing boats were rushing towards the port. On the East Emperor Sea, a mysterious figure in a yellow robe was approaching the mainland area. When the fish under the water crossed with him, their bodies were strangely deformed. In a short period of time, they turned from a few centimeters of small fish into a sea monster of dozens of meters that could devour humans. Snowland. A magical scene was happening in the prosperous city center. When the pure white light and shadow descended, the Snow tribe thought it was the arrival of the gods of faith and worshipped them devoutly. But they never thought that the white figure made a faint cry. After hearing the cry, the people in the streets and alleys actually cried loudly, and some emotionally collapsed and took out weapons to kill strangers. The prosperous snow-covered city instantly became a purgatory on earth. After leaving the eternal secret realm, Mubai started to return to Wuda. When the train was less than tens of thousands of meters away from the station, the entire train stopped urgently. After the train stopped, the driver looked at the crowd running from the tunnel in front of him in disbelief. They were obviously escaping from something. Otherwise no one would dare to stand in front of the moving train. The monster several meters tall in the shadow cut these humans in half very calmly. It was extremely fast. Ordinary humans were not even annoying flies in front of him. The train conductor pointed to the front with trembling and said in horror, "Heaven. Devil. The gray body and the blue-lined body are undoubtedly the classic image of the devil." The old man who had experienced the disaster of the devil many years ago was more afraid of seeing this form of the devil than seeing the god of death. The demon soldier with drooping eyebrows was a little happy to see that there were still humans in the strange square box. After all, the more humans he killed, the greater the jiashang he would get. Humph! After a snort of anger, a young man with a long stick walked down from the train. He skillfully connected the two sections of the long stick together, He stepped on the 6-style razor and quickly attacked the demon soldier. Seeing this, the demon soldier couldn't help laughing. He leaned back and punched away. The powerful force instantly made the young man's head explode. The splashing blood washed the window of the front of the train, and the train attendant fainted on the spot. You should know that ordinary demon soldiers in the demon clan have the strength of level 4. Humans like this are not their opponents at all. The people who got off the train jumped on the train in panic. More and more demon soldiers came out of the tunnel. One of them was so terrible. Wouldn't it be impossible to escape if they acted in groups? The wailing of thousands of people undoubtedly gave the demon soldiers great joy. They were born with the blood of destruction, and were keen on killing and destruction. Just as these demon soldiers were about to enjoy these delicious dishes, Sleepy Mubai stood expressionlessly on the front of the train. He was still wearing an eye mask on his forehead. Obviously, he was awakened by these things. Mubai, who looked a little tired, couldn't cheer up these days. The influence of the first emperor on his spirit was still continuing. A system mental immunity would occur in his mind every few dozen minutes. Although it could not cause actual damage, it seriously hindered Mubai's rest. So much so that he actually needed sleep to recover his spirit. As time passed, the frequency of mental attacks in his mind was rapidly decreasing. Looking at these strange-looking creatures, Mubai clicked on the description of his main task. Main task: demigods come to the world. The era of peace has become a delusion, and the new chaotic world will become rich and colorful. Killing the existence of the demon clan will get a huge reward. The task rewards will be settled in stages. Seeing that there are humans who are not afraid of them, these demon soldiers looked at Mubai on the front of the train with a little surprise. It is taboo to disturb my sleep. As soon as the voice fell, Mubai snapped his fingers casually, and the current between his two fingers quickly extended. In an instant, the surging Thunder Dragon 9 formed a fierce Thunder Dragon 9, and roasted all the demon soldiers in groups in front of the train into charcoal. A burly man slowly walked out of the tunnel, with two sharp horns growing on his bald forehead. His body seemed to have more blue threads than other demon soldiers. There is no doubt that he is also stronger. Mubai was a little surprised when he used his observation hockey to sense the past. He didn't expect that the other party's body energy was so high, already at the peak of level 6. After the appearance of Demon General Sparkin, the people in the carriage dared not breathe, and thought that the thunder that appeared inexplicably just now was God's punishment for these monsters. Mubai jumped off the front of the train, and took out his mobile phone, and walked to the other party. He took out his mobile phone, and took a picture of the other party, and performed Baidu image recognition. The task did not tell him what these creatures were, so he was not sure, and simply used the internet to search. Looking at the short human in front of him with a faint momentum, Demon General Sparkin said, "Human, what are you doing? Is this some kind of treasure? Damn! He can actually speak human language." The people in the train were even more terrified, because many old people knew that this kind of demon, who can speak human language, is undoubtedly the most terrifying. They are not only powerful, but also extremely intelligent. "Can you talk? I'm using the internet to check what you are." This calm answer confused the Demon General, and even the people who walked out of the train and wanted to escape on foot were confused. It was not until someone seemed to recognize Mubai's excited scream that the Demon General turned his eyes back. And Baidu's map recognition also told Mubai the other party's identity very accurately. Demon General. The more blue silk threads on the body, the higher the level of the demon clan. They are the subordinate forces of the seat of the demon. After getting the answer, Mubai swept away with a punch. The powerful force instantly penetrated Spakin's chest, and the left fist condensed the vibration power, and the opponent's body and the entire tunnel collapsed. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Mubai came to the train conductor in an instant and said earnestly, "Don't continue to Ming Province. If the train can go backwards, then go to the previous stop, Fuching." After speaking, Mubai's figure disappeared. He was now rushing to the direction of Wuda at a high speed. All the scattered demon soldiers encountered along the way were killed instantly. When he got close to Wuda, Mubai felt the terrifying power remaining in the entire area. It was clearly the massive fluctuations that could only be emitted by the battle between the emperors. Many areas in the city were razed to the ground, and even the landmark teaching building of Wuda collapsed. When Mubai returned to the Wuda campus, he saw the students who were gathering. But these people were all freshmen, and Mubai didn't know them at all. He asked the freshman teacher, who he had met a few times, about the movements of others. The young teacher said with a little excitement, "Student Mubai, it's great that you are back. A large number of demons appeared in Shiqing district, and all the sophomores and juniors gathered there to fight. Things have actually developed to this extent. Mubai nodded and disappeared like an electric current. Those freshmen who were like curious babies were very excited. Some people obviously recognized this legendary figure of Wuda. It should be said that this National Martial Arts Conference has directly raised Mubai's popularity to a higher level. As his alma mater, Wuda has also gained a huge amount of resources. When he arrived at the scene, several acquaintances were besieging 3 demon generals, including his old friend Xiao Wudi. Screaming Line Prison. Under Xiao Wudi's feet, countless lines penetrated into the earth. The brown soil was rapidly transforming into white waves. The tough white line waves condensed into an unbreakable cage under the armed color domineering to entangle the 3 demon generals. But the bat-like demon general in the lead had his muscles dissolved and easily dodged it. The dense blue silk threads on his chest gathered into a dazzling beam of light. And his target was not the people in front of him, but the group of people from Wuda, who were fighting with the demon soldiers and were weaker. The terrifying blue light cannon was fired. The students who were targeted by the deafening sound were blinded for a short time. The demon soldiers saw the demon general's actions and ran to the periphery. There are no rules in the demon clan. If a weak person is killed, it can only be blamed on him for being too weak. When the beam was shot out, the darkness that covered the sky and the sun eroded the entire sky. The dazzling blue beam bombarded the dark light and shadow without even a trace of wind and waves. You are quite strong. You should be the strongest among the demon generals I have killed along the way. The darkness dissipated and Mubai's figure hung in the air. His calm tone seemed to have announced the tragic end of the opponent. Before clearing the opponent, clear all the miscellaneous soldiers within the range of the observation color. Thinking of this, Mubai whispered 2 words. Thunder. In an instant, countless thunder currents descended from the void. And these currents accurately wiped out all the demon soldiers nearby. Under the hard net, no matter how many soldiers there were, they were just lambs to be slaughtered. No matter how they dodged and looked for cover, they could not withstand the thunder. In the horrified eyes of the students of Wuda University, the electric currents that killed nearly 1,000 demon soldiers gathered together along the trajectory to form a vivid and terrifying thunder dragon. Before the bad demon general could react, the 2 demon generals tied with silk threads behind him were burned to charcoal by the thunder dragon's execution. The soldiers naturally included them. It's Mubai. Mubai is back. The ability of the natural thunder fruit is a bit outrageous. This guy's strength has increased again. Somewhat unwillingly, Xiao Wudi frowned. He didn't expect that the opponent's strength had reached another level after going to Dahai City. The 2 6th-level demon generals, who made him feel a little tricky, were killed instantly by the opponent. And the demon general leading in the middle was probably infinitely close to the 7th-level king. The bat-like demon looked around and was surprised by what had just happened. He had never seen such a strong human being before. He was tempted to see that the other party was so strong despite being young. His skinny body swelled up in a short period of time, and his terrifying aura was like a mountain pressing on everyone's heart. The other party is releasing the power in his body. We are somewhat uncomfortable in this human world. Our originally powerful power is forced to be unable to be used easily. Now I have to go all out when I meet a human as strong as you. After this sentence was finished, the muscle monster wrapped in blue light stood in the void. The terrifying power between his breasts made many weak students feel that their hearts were about to stop beating. What a joke. A monster of this level. Brother Xiao. Let's retreat first. Wait a minute. I want to see how strong Mubai is. The sharp-eyed Xiao Wudi could sense Mubai's indifference. And that indifference was not fake. The other party might have a way to defeat this demon general, who fully exerted his power. The demon general was very happy to feel that his physical condition had returned to its peak. He wanted to perfectly kill the person who saved them in front of these weak humans. Nothing would be more refreshing than giving them hope and then extinguishing it. Swoosh! The demon general, whose speed was so fast that it was impossible to sense, had already arrived above Mubai's head. His eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists. In an instant, the violent storm of attacks was like dense raindrops that perfectly covered every piece of space. The huge force even made the space wail. After feeling the opponent's fist wind, Mubai was a little disappointed. He thought that the opponent would be promoted to the physical strength of the 7th-level king after releasing all his strength. But, too weak. The vibration ball cover condensed at the ankle. And the moment before the opponent's raindrop-like afterimage fist touched him, the whip kick that swept away fell on the opponent's head domineeringly. Squeak! The void broke layer by layer. and the vibration force that crushed everything completely defeated any attack of the opponent. After the shrill explosion, the figure of the demon general fell to the unmanned ground like a meteor, causing the surrounding 50 meters of land to shatter. When everyone came to their senses, the body of the demon general had been deeply embedded in the deep pit, and there was no breath at all. There is a world of difference between the peak of level 6 and his peak of level 6, since he has obtained many artifacts and massive bonuses. Mu Bai is fully capable of killing a level 7 heavenly king alone. As for the opponent, even if he releases all his strength, he is just a powerful ant that can't even withstand his kick. Killing the opponent is like taking something out of a bag. After taking a look at Xiao Wudi on the ground, Mu Bai's figure disappeared with thunder. He just used his observation color to sense an acquaintance. Wasteland in Xiqing District. At this moment, a large-scale battle is continuing, and the original forest has been flattened by everyone. A large number of demons are fighting with Wu University students and some people from the supervision department. From the summoning of the demons to the gathering, the speed is really too fast. Wu University President Duan Xia is fighting with the opponent's demon incarnation, and the figures of the two fighting have long disappeared from the spot. When everyone just got the news, the God City at this moment has been completely closed to the outside world. It seems that Wang Xianding and others are fighting with a more powerful group of demons. Not only that, a large number of demon soldiers and generals appeared all over the country, and even more powerful incarnations of the demon appeared in the provincial capitals. It can be said that Xia country has been in chaos, and those hidden underground organizations have also come out to make trouble. Desert Hurricane. 1,000 blade sand knives. Facing the demon soldiers, who were encircling and suppressing him, Yu Qianzhou turned his hands into sand, and countless grains of sand gathered into hundreds of desert blades and swept them madly towards the enemy. Under the overwhelming attack, many demon soldiers were blown away by the wind and sand. One of the demon generals wanted to attack from behind, but he never thought that his body would instantly turn into a cute doll after being scratched by a tender hand. It was Xiao Fengkai who attacked. His superhuman childlike fruit is also useful for the demons. After being touched by her, the powerful demon generals can only obey and become dolls at the mercy of others. Azura three-sword style. Dawn Wind and Residual Moon. Lin Zhan, who was full of murderous intent, fought against the three demon generals alone. His fierce slashing made him like a killing god. Even when he was besieged, he beat the three opponents to retreat step by step. One of the demon generals felt something, and felt a cold wind behind him. He turned his head, and his face changed drastically. He saw that the sticky rice warhammer covered with armed color domineering was less than 3 centimeters away from his head. Pucci! The powerful force and elasticity immediately knocked the strong demon general dozens of meters away. Lu Jun's mouth was grinning, and he looked very happy. He had made a big step forward in the development of the special superhuman glutinous fruit. At this time, he could control the power and shape of the fruit at will. If it is combined with the armed color domineering, the power is really strong. Seeing that a demon general was flying backwards, the half-human and half-beast Hong Yuan stretched out his leopard claws and attacked him 10 times in a row with extremely fast fatal attacks, killing him suddenly. He had the Black Panther form of the animal-type cat fruit, and he was extremely fast. When he attacked, others could only see a vague black shadow. Many flying demons in the sky were burned by the flames, and the phoenix in the sky undoubtedly became the nightmare of many sky demon soldiers. The bright glass flame was Sui's purple phoenix fire, which not only burned the flesh, but also had a good damage to the soul. As a user of the fire phoenix form of the bird fruit of the mythical beast, the air battlefield is her home field. Even if many demons surrounded her, she could easily escape and then defeat them one by one. Strange? Why doesn't the demon general, who looks like a human in the distance, take action? After killing a large number of demon soldiers, Yu Qianzhou seemed very confused. Most of these demons killed anyone they saw, but the demon general in the air was actually meditating, which was similar to the Taoists. Teacher Lei Wuxiang released a slow halo to patch up the whole field. Whenever a student was in a weak position, he would release a slow halo. Although he didn't like to do this orchid finger, he had no choice. This was not the time to pay attention to his image. Who knows? That guy seems to be the strongest besides the incarnation of the demon. I suggest you don't provoke him now. Lei Wuxiang, who was standing next to Yu Qianzhou, said leisurely. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the other party seemed to be watching the show. As the vice president of the 7th level Heavenly King, Yin Wan was restraining 10 demon generals alone at this moment, 3 of whom had the ability of the 7th level Heavenly King. The remaining 7 were all at the peak of level 6. Normally, this combination was enough to kill the human level 7 king. After all, humans were no match for the demons at the same level. More importantly, the domain ability of the level 7 king was useless to the demons. This was the most terrifying thing. The kings who opened their domains, and those who did not, were completely at 2 different levels. Inwan, who was burly in a white suit, was full of fear. The principal dealt with the demon incarnation alone. And many strong men stayed behind in the campus, and where the people gathered for shelter. A large number of demons suddenly appeared on the battlefield again, which was not good. The most terrifying one was the demon sitting in the air. Although the opponent was the calmest and most similar to humans, he was the only one Inwan was afraid of, fearing that the opponent would attack from a distance. Inwan could only use the power of the superhuman door fruit to resist the attacks of these demons, and teleport the opponent's offensive into the door, or teleport his body into the door. These methods were all impossible for these demons to break. Looking back at the battle situation, Inwan had already retreated. He could teleport the students out, but now he couldn't get away at all. Stars and stars! Cut off the door space. With a flash of light in his eyes, a densely packed open door appeared beside Inwan. He was ready to temporarily trap these demons in the world of the door cycle to buy time for himself. No! The demon sitting in the air opened half of his eyes, and said with a smile. In an instant, the doors broke, and Inwan's body also showed a faint breath of the devil. When did the opponent attack? This kind of demonic aura is very strange. It does not harm itself, but when it is used, the demonic aura will be suppressed. The 10 demons seized the opportunity to use the blue beams on their chests at the same time. The overwhelming force bombarded Inwan. Since the conventional fruit power is inexplicably suppressed, I have to open the power of fruit awakening. Inwan, who suddenly jumped up, blocked the entire space. 10 demons, including the demon sitting in the air, were included in it. It is a wonderful power. The devil fruit you got gives you a power similar to rules. After awakening, you can extend and expand this rule power. I think it is really wonderful. The demon general who called himself Wudaozi was very happy to applaud. At this moment, the surrounding space was locked by 6 square doors. In this space, Inwan can exert the power of the fruit to the extreme. All living beings are cut off. Open the gate of heaven. Instantly, countless gates appeared in the air and suddenly opened. And they actually cut all the demons in half. The strong spatial dislocation made these wounds appear to be 2 spaces apart. The wounds that could be quickly healed could never be repaired at this moment, and became fatal injuries in a few seconds. All the demons died instantly, and Wudaozi was no exception. But the strange thing was that when he was cut into 2 pieces, he suddenly laughed strangely, as if he was very satisfied with being killed. Inwan, who felt a little uneasy, coldly used the awakening ability many times in the awakening space. He cut Wudaozi's body into many pieces. He put them into the space behind the door, and put the still beating heart into the door inside the door, and then repeated it nearly 10 times. Inwan was not playing, but for the sake of safety, he stored the opponent's entire body in different spaces. In this way, even if the opponent has the ability to reach the sky, he cannot survive. If the opponent can be reborn with a drop of blood, he will be a powerful emperor. So the opponent will definitely die. When the awakening space of the gate fruit dissipated, Inwan heaved a sigh of relief. The psychological pressure of fighting surrounded by powerful enemies was too great. Just as Vice Principal Inwan was about to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers, a calm voice came from behind him. Recover. Wudaozi's body appeared in the air intact. Inwan was stunned. The other party's calm words were like thunder in a plane. Could it be that ordinary space attacks don't work on him? What do you want to do? Realizing that the other party was different from other demon generals, Vice Principal Inwan asked in a deep voice. The demons are good at destruction and advocate violence. That's just a misunderstanding of you humans. I prefer the interpretation of Tao in your land civilization. I have been deeply trapped in it since 50 years ago, and can't extricate myself. The intoxicated Wudaozi held the heavenly constitution in his mouth. He shouted loudly, and the world around him was twisted into a winding and weird image by an inexplicable force. Feeling that familiar feeling, Injung saw the source of the other party's ability, which was the power of the devil fruit. How could the demon clan have the devil fruit? Injung, who realized that something was wrong, opened 3 doors in front of him in succession. The power of space annihilated Wudaozi's figure. But soon the other party appeared there very abruptly. It seemed that all this was a dream, and the people and things around him And everything he had experienced were all a dream. Everything is false. Everything is annihilated. Under the great Taoist robe, there is a terrifying aura fluctuation. Wu Daozi's deep eyes look down at all the humans present. As long as he wants, he can kill all the humans present in an instant. No one can stop him. Huh? The whistling thunder turned into the shadow of the Thunder Emperor, and the palm that covered the sky pressed down. In the lightning and electric current, it blasted towards Wu Daozi, who was sitting in the air. Principal, take the others and go first. Mu Bai, have you stepped into the Heavenly King? The person who came was Mu Bai. He frowned slightly. The strange aura of the demon general, who was leisurely in the Sea of Thunder, made him unable to figure out the details. No. I just stepped into half a step. Yin Zheng was shocked for a few seconds, and immediately opened the teleportation formation. He still chose to believe the other party. Mu Bai gave him a feeling of invincibility at this moment. The other party must have greatly improved his strength in the Eternal Secret Realm. His top priority is to return to the city to coordinate the battle situation. Otherwise, a large number of civilians will be killed and injured every few minutes of delay. Once the mass teleportation is turned on, it cannot be stopped. Only a few people saw Mu Bai in the air. Most people just felt that they appeared in the city center area after their eyes went dark. At this moment, the silent battlefield was left with only the sound of burning branches and gusts of wind. The demon general in the Sea of Thunder was actually relaxed and contented, as if the power of the Thunder Fruit could not hurt him at all. Fruit ability user? Mu Bai, you are interesting. You must be a top genius among the human race to have such combat power at this age? How could this guy know my name? Mu Bai also had the same doubts as Principal Yin Wan, but he didn't think much about it, and instantly turned on the black hole origin. Without even saying a word, he controlled the dense black hole origin to bomb. What nonsense! Just do it. The Shinto sword in his hand emerged, and the power of the Jinjin fruit infused in the long sword quickly condensed. The unstoppable vibration slash destroyed the nearby area in an instant before the black hole tore the void. Sure enough, your body is the most beautiful. Better than the devil. Wu Daozi smiled strangely, and looked at Mu Bai with an extremely obsessed look, as if he had seen Mu Bai a long time ago. I have delayed until this time just to meet you again. Human Mu Bai. Even though the black hole power and vibration power swept through his body, Wu Daozi remained motionless, and the blue barrier in front of his body completely ignored any power fluctuations and protected him. At the same time, countless people like him walked out of the void, and the power contained in each person's body was the same. 3 types: distorted power, barrier power, and clones. Mu Bai was slightly surprised. He saw the power of 3 devil fruits in a short period of time. The Sky Demon Clan could not take devil fruits, and the opponent might not be a demon general. What the hell are you? A monster. These clones all turned into birds with burning wings, and the familiar blue flames rose into the sky. That was the fruit ability of Fengjioga, the bird fruit of the fantasy beast species. The brilliant blue flame swept in like a sea of fire, and with the help of the distorted power, all of Mu Bai's attacks were annihilated. After the head rotated 180 degrees, Wu Daozi transformed into another face. That was the face of the demon general. That was the face of Fengjioga. Then it turned into countless faces, and these changing faces finally stopped at his original face. You and I have seen each other. Let me think about it. After all, I have devoured so many people and gained so much power that my memory has some problems. Do you remember this? After that, Wu Daozi's head turned into a terrifying piranha head. Mu Bai recognized it at a glance. It was the unique piranha he had encountered in the secret realm of the ocean. Combined with what Shen Wuk said before, he understood what he looked at the other party with cold eyes. You killed Fengjioga? Yes. He originally returned to the real world from the secret realm of the abyss, but he happened to find me pretending to be the mayor, and I killed him. While speaking, Wu Daozi's accent went through multiple changes, from the initial single voice to the rise of many voices like a chorus. The muddy voice of the old man, the innocent tone of the child, the curse of the resentful woman, the exhausted sigh. These complex sounds finally turned into the original sound, which was extremely strange. Speaking of which, you are old acquaintances. I found your appearance before the martial arts exam from his memory. Ha ha ha. The smiling Shinya Wu Daozi felt unprecedented happiness, just like the emotion of seeing an idol. But his fan wanted to dissolve the body of this idol into his body. In this way, he created the perfect existence that best fits his cognition. Hearing that the other party admitted to killing Fengjioga so readily, Mu Bai was not angry. compared with emotional anger. He preferred to put it into force. It seems that you have killed a lot of people. So let me see your strength today. The dragon armor form was activated. And then the Shinto sword in his hand also emitted a deep blue light. And the terrifying momentum rose like the sun. The other party can play the role of the demon clan and the mayor. So who can restrain him when he is stronger? It's an honor. But there are more foods waiting for me to devour than your last supper. I hope you will be my last meal before I become a god next time we meet. After Wudozi said this, his figure disappeared. Mu Bai, who activated his observation haki, did not realize whether the other party was real or fake. This is an ability that only devil fruits have. How many devil fruit users has the other party devoured? I'm afraid the future will not be peaceful. The Shinto sword was put back into the storage space. And a piece of Jojo Ding fragment in his soul moved abnormally. That fragment was the one Feng Jioga gave him. Pinon City has completely resolved the crisis at this moment. And all the demon soldiers and demon generals in the city have been wiped out. As for the situation in other cities in Ming Province, it is a little unclear. Without the help of top universities, it is difficult to resist the powerful demons with the local army and the supervisory department. Yin Wan, who settled the civilians and students in the shelter, was still a little worried. He thought that Wu Daozi was very special, and even Mu Bai might not be his opponent. Speaking of Cao Cao. At this moment, Mu Bai had already arrived inside the shelter. The classmates and vice principal Yin Wan all gathered around, and were relieved to see that Mu Bai was not injured. He's gone? Yin Wan asked softly. He is not a human nor a demon, but a demon. He also said that he would devour me before he became a god. Facing the vice principal, Mu Bai did not hide anything and told him that the other party could have multiple devil fruits after devouring humans and demon generals. Mu Bai's answer made Yin Wan think of something. He knew more about what a demon represented than others. In fact, even when he knew that Mu Bai had a physique with multiple fruits and his strength improved abnormally quickly, he had doubted whether he was a god. After all, only a god could have such an evolutionary speed. However, in the subsequent observation of Principal Duan, Mu Bai's performance was very normal. The most important thing was that there was no large-scale disappearance around him. After thinking for a moment, Yin Wan took off his white suit jacket, shook his head and said, "This kind of creature is a lunatic. But it is probably impossible for him to become a god in a short period of time. In this world where humans live, no one can really step into the realm of gods." When Yin Wan said this, he received a call. The moment he saw the phone number, he showed a worried look. "Ah, brother Mu Bai, you are finally back." Xiao Fengkai threw herself into Mu Bai's arms with tears in her eyes. Seeing that Lu Jun, Hung Yuan, Lin Zhan, Su Yi and others were all safe and sound, Mu Bai was also very happy. Teacher Lei Wuxiang nodded repeatedly at this student whose strength had surpassed his own. He had seen all of his performance at the martial arts conference, and he had nothing to teach him. Yu Qianqiu came over and gave Mu Bai a deep hug, squeezing Xiao Fengkai, who was hanging on Mu Bai. "Off alive. Xiao Bai, you're finally back. Damn it! Why is Xiao Bai calling like a dog?" Mu Bai pushed Yu Qianqiu away with disdain. Being too close to this guy is as dry as entering the desert. Looking around at his classmates at the combat academy again, Mu Bai found that most of them had reached the peak of level 5. Among them, Lin Zhan, Su Yi, and Yu Qianqiu had even entered level 6. A speed that was already amazing enough. "By the way, where is the principal?" Lei Wuxiang said with some heaviness. "Principal Duan has restrained the terrifying incarnation of the heavenly demon, as well as the many demon generals under his seat." Good fellow. With this tone, Mu Bai thought that Principal Duan had died directly. Cough cough. He had fallen directly. Mu Bai, who knew that the other party had the humane killing weapon long sword, was not worried about Duan Zia's safety at all. He still remembered clearly the scene of the other party beheading the god of killing by Qi with one sword at the Dongdi Sea in Dahai City. There is no need to worry about strong men like the Emperor, because they can run away if they can't win. To effectively stop an Emperor, at least 3 beings of the same level may have to take action to restrain him. In comparison, ordinary people and those with low strength are much more dangerous. They have no ability to resist risks. The advent of the demon in this era may be just a grain of sand, but this weight falling on everyone is a mountain of the era. In fact, after the advent of the demon, Mu Bai also called to inquire about the situation in his hometown Jian. He was relieved after learning from Li Piao that the demon disaster there was suppressed. I am really convinced. How could the demon come at this juncture? And the gods are completely disconnected from the outside world. Woo woo woo. My dog is still waiting for me to feed him in the next city. Those damn demons. My child died so tragically. The sadness of everyone in the shelter seemed to be infected. Soon, there was crying, and many people were wiping tears silently. When disaster strikes, people will realize how precious the ordinary life before is. It is truly tragic when life becomes fragile withered grass, and can be ravaged at will. Mubai looked at the people squatting on the ground sobbing. He had no words of comfort to say. It seemed that the atmosphere in the crowd affected those students of Wudao University, and they were also dejected. This scene made teacher Lei Wuxiang very uncomfortable. As a student with a fighting power far beyond ordinary people, how could Wudao's students be dejected? Just when he was about to warn them, the whole shelter was completely plunged into darkness. Hack! The power outage. What's going on? Is the demon coming again? Not only the shelter, but the entire Ping'an city is in a power shortage stage. The power station has many technical failures due to the destruction of the demon, and it is rushing to repair it. The crowd fell into chaos in the darkness, fearing that there would be a stampede in the venue. Mubai's domineering aura passed through everyone's mind like a breeze. This kind of domineering power is particularly gentle, which is completely opposite to the usual domineering and unparalleled momentum. The shocked people shut their mouths, and everyone's heart was pounding, as if humans suddenly saw a tiger in the forest staring at themselves in the wild. The state of wanting to move, but not daring to move, is exactly their state at the moment. After seeing everyone calm down, green ripples appeared on Mubai's body, and rolling thunder flowed into the ground along his body. In an instant, endless electricity flowed into the shelter, including the surrounding buildings. And this electric current seems to have a strange ability to automatically form countless small electric groups floating in the air, like stars in the night sky. As long as the power supply is insufficient, these electric groups will automatically replenish it. After doing all this, Mubai's expression did not change at all. I know everyone is very sad. Some people have lost their families. Your emotions need an outlet. Everyone cried loudly at this moment. Emotions cannot change the results of the facts. The best solution is to face it and solve it. Forbearance, repression. Mubai felt that these were not good methods. Just laugh when you feel happy, and cry when you feel sad, whether it is sadness or joy. Such extreme emotions need to be vented. After Mubai said this, everyone no longer had the desire to cry and be sad, and everyone's emotions were restrained. Shihuang Province. The legions ready to go on the long border are approaching Xia country. The shields of these people are engraved with the dragon symbol of Xi country. There is also a legion of aliens near them. The alien king is salivating when he looks down at the territory of Xia country in the distance. The throne across the void is sitting on the dragon monarch. Unexpectedly, the aliens who were originally fighting against Xi country and Xia country have joined forces with Xi country. Behind them are still endless legions. This force can be compared with the Shihuang army of the 4 major legions of Xia country stationed here. Civil strife. I am waiting for this opportunity. The powerful dragon monarch looked at the entire Shihuang territory with domineering power. In his plan, it was impossible for Xia country to collapse. He was originally prepared to waste time with the other party and wait for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, the arrival of the demon directly plunged the entire Xia country into a quagmire. How could he let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Now the incarnation of the heavenly demon is wreaking havoc in the Western Wasteland province. This is the best opportunity to take over the entire Western Wasteland. It would be even better if the golden flashing Lu Wenyong was not in the throne guarding the Western Wasteland. But it doesn't matter now. Every time he sees the other party, he will think of his own road to study. Even if he killed his classmates and plundered the devil fruit. So what? This is his way. He will pay back all the suffering he has endured at a price hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of times. It's really terrible. What are you going to do on this scale? Endless flashes condensed in an instant. And the light, that was like the sun, undoubtedly made the aliens feel endless terror. Lu Wenyong, a strong man with a natural flash fruit, has killed countless aliens. It can be said that he is absolutely terrifying to the aliens. Lu Wenyong, I know you are resisting the heavenly demon. How about this? Let me send troops to attack the heavenly demon if you give up the entire Western Wasteland province. Or, it's not impossible for you and me to join forces. The Dragonborn monarch raised his voice and made a sincere invitation. Join hands? You think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you are not even as good as a small scoundrel. As he spoke, Lu Wenyong's body gradually turned into light. The dazzling laser light was about to drown the entire legion like a falling sun. Seeing that the other party was stubborn, the pupils of the dragonborn monarch turned into pure black eyes, and black mist spread in an instant. The black thunder exploded in the sky. The rolling auspicious clouds drowned the world. And in the black auspicious clouds, creatures that only existed in ancient mythology appeared in the eyes of the world. The hundreds of meters long body brought endless pressure, and the eyes, like stars, were shining with golden light. The body was like a deer, with a cow's tail, a horse's hoof, and a single horn on the head. The black scales were arranged in rows, and the pure black auspicious clouds lingered all over the body. The black unicorn form of the fantasy beast dog fruit. The dragonborn monarch took a big breath. All the black mist condensed into a hot black magic flame, collided with a laser light that spread all over the world. In an instant, the entire world lost its color, leaving only light and darkness entangled in equal strength. Sometimes the light pierced the darkness, and sometimes the black clouds annihilated the light. The scope of the two people's battle became larger and larger, and the entire void was collapsing, with the dragonborn monarch incarnated as a black unicorn to resist the most troublesome Lu Wenyong. The three aliens dared to blow the horn of battle. The battle involving the entire Western Wilderness province began. The capital of the gods lost contact, and all parts of Xia State fell into chaos. At this time, the most important thing is to eliminate all the demons in the country. Otherwise, more global underground organizations will come to share a piece of the pie under the cover of the demons. When Mu Bai in the shelter of Ping'an City was thinking about the future direction, the extremely horrified sound in the distance made the world tremble. Countless storms rolled over, and the sky also formed a strange heat flow due to the flow of energy. Mu Bai, who turned into thunder and came to the outside of the shelter, felt the unprecedented energy fluctuations in the air. That direction is the neighboring Yutai province. Yin Zheng, who came from the space gate, also saw this scene. He said in a heavy tone, the three demon incarnations joined forces to break through Yutai province. At this moment, Yutai province has become a paradise for demons. This energy fluctuation is the scene of the fall of the Emperor's throne. The fall of the Emperor's throne. The scene that would be impossible to see in peacetime was staged on the first day of the arrival of the demon. Mu Bai was greatly shocked. Every emperor of Xia Kingdom was a top-level strongman guarding a region. Every time one was lost, the entire national strength was lost. According to the report from the front line, the three demon incarnations have been gathering the demon clan of the entire Yutai province. If nothing unexpected happens, they will march towards Ming province tomorrow, Inwan said with a little worry. By that time, they will have to face a massive army of demons. It is really possible that they will not be able to resist it with the high-level combat power of Ming province at this moment. Yutai province. At this moment, the Yutai pavilion, which symbolizes the landmark building of the provincial capital, has collapsed under a giant hand, and three powerful auras are raised in the sky like a nightmare. They are conveying some kind of information. After receiving the information, the demon clan in Yutai province or surrounding cities are rushing towards the provincial capital of Yutai province at a high speed. On the ruins of the city, the black demon soldiers and demon generals are wandering in this world like ghosts, under the fluctuation of the power of the same origin. Those dying humans actually completed the transformation into demons in a short time. These humans were transformed into demon soldiers. The burly man hiding in the ruins of the building did not dare to make any sound. The strength of these demon generals was very strong. He was almost killed instantly when they just fought. In order to survive, even he had to pretend to be dead to save his life. Just now, even the dignified emperor throne was killed by the three terrifying demons. He really couldn't think of anything else that could stop them in Yutai province. The shadow of the sun hid his face. It was Xia Qi who was hiding under the ruins. At this moment, his legs were completely broken, and the long sword that was originally used to slaughter the demon soldiers was easily broken by the opponent. If Yutai province at this moment is not H.L., then where can it be called H.L.? Xia Qi saw with his own eyes that the special teacher of the Western Wilderness Military Academy could not even hold up a round in the hands of these demon generals. There are a large number of demon generals in Yutai province who are at the 7th level of Heavenly King. This is simply unbelievable. It is hard to imagine how serious the demon disaster that the entire Xia Kingdom will face will be. Xia Qi dared to come out only after the heavenly demons gradually disappeared in the evening. He looked at the desolate ground and felt very uncomfortable. Not far away, an old man came over with the help of a middle-aged man. Xia Qi frowned and ran over. Old man, It's too dangerous here. That demon just left, and it is very likely to come back. The old man shook his head and said softly, I am looking for them. In a trance, Xiaoqi seemed to hear a faint drum sound. Xiaoqi wanted to say something when he saw a light flash in the distance. It was a demon general with tentacles. When the other party saw that there were still survivors, he subconsciously condensed blue light on his chest and swept away. The roaring energy wave was like a laser cannon. Strange. The humans in this area should have been cleared. Right? This demon general was obviously confused. As for warriors and people with abilities, they were 100% cleared. As for those civilians without abilities, they were mainly imprisoned. It was not because they were kind, but because of the orders of the demons. After a casual attack, the demon general with tentacles left calmly, without considering the life and death of the 3 people below. It seemed that in his mind, such ants would definitely not be able to resist his attack beam. But he didn't expect that his body would be crushed by an inexplicable force. Wu Kun slowly loosened his clenched hands. As a person who was only 1 step away from the throne, he had the power to crush the demon general with this kind of strength. The other party could control the air? Xiaoqi was a little surprised when he saw it clearly. He didn't expect that this ordinary middle-aged man had such a powerful power. The opponent must be a powerful person at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm if he can kill the demon general without opening the domain. Wu Pokong, who was supported by his son, waved his hand to signal his son to let him go. Wu Kun thought for a moment and respected his father's opinion and let him stand alone. I'm old. I also suppressed the existence of the heavenly demon incarnation in the past. Unfortunately, time is ruthless now. I can't even move. This is not good. I must insist on seeing him. He was old and coughed while I was talking. It was obvious that this body was full of holes. The chronic diseases that all old people have were particularly strong in him. Lend me some more strength. After saying that, a steady stream of warm current flowed out of Wu Pokong's body, allowing his skinny body to stand on its own. And the drum sound in Xiaoqi's ears became more intense. Suppress the heavenly demon incarnation? The other party is a powerful emperor. If the other party's son was not so strong, he would not believe it. Half believing and half doubting, he looked at the direction the 2 were heading towards, which was Ming province. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoqi followed the 2 silently. He didn't know why he felt that it might be safer to stay with this old man. Donghai province, Ming province, Yuan province, Sichuan province. After a night of clearing, the demons in the provinces have been annihilated, and a steady stream of warriors have been imported from the other 3 provinces to Ming province. And those defeated demons also took in the fleeing demons from various provinces, among which 3 demon incarnations joined them. 6 demon incarnations are equivalent to 6 emperors joining forces. Such combat power is no longer something that can be countered by a single province. Many strong men came one after another in the night, and the supervisory department became the best adjustment station at this moment. It did not change the defense force in other provinces, and sent the excess combat power to the border area between Ming province and Yuntai province. On the Gua plain, Mu Bai, who had been waiting here for a long time, unexpectedly discovered the people participating in the martial arts conference. Sun Yu and others were also very happy after discovering Mu Bai. Mu Bai also introduced Yu Qianshou and others to the friends he made at the martial arts conference. Unexpectedly, the cold-faced Shen Wuk would appear here. Don't get me wrong. I came here because I was not sure about the danger in the god capital. Seeing Mu Bai's eyes, he explained. Wang Zongqian, who followed behind him, also had a bitter face. He had not received any news from the Wang family of the god capital for 2 days. And now he was really eager to go home. How is Donghai province? Facing Mu Bai's questions, Sun Yu answered them one by one. It turned out that after Mu Bai left Donghai city, the entire Donghai city entered the top danger range. The incarnation of the demon coming from the East Emperor Xi was killed by the king of Donghai. And even the remaining demon generals in the province did not cause much trouble. This time, a total of 8 emperors came from various provinces. And it must be foolproof to deal with the demon tide. Xianyuan Buer said seriously. It can be said that these emperors plus reinforcements can completely destroy the demon tide. But Mu Bai didn't know why he was always a little worried. Now the situation in the god capital was unclear. When thinking about the name of the current mission, Mu Bai had to suspect that the emperors in the imperial capital were facing extremely powerful opponents at the moment. Otherwise, the god capital with the most emperors would not have any news until now. At dawn, nearly 50,000 powerful human beings gathered in the Guha plain, and at the other end of the mountain range. The monstrous demonic energy was spreading, and the 6 figures in the lead were emitting strong fluctuations. Facing the Imperial Throne on the Xia Kingdom side, the Imperial Throne and the incarnation of the demon did not move, while those demon generals and demon soldiers roared and rushed from the east of the plain. Nearly 100,000 demon soldiers and demon generals were undoubtedly extremely terrifying, and the scene of the rush was even more shocking. The combatants of the supervisory department rushed to the forefront of the human side. When the demon clan and the vanguard troops of the human strongmen fought together, the Battle of Shoming Province was completely started. Mu Bai's figure was illusory, and the terrifying thunder swept the battlefield in an instant. At the same time, Xianyuan Buer's frozen fruit followed closely, and the biting cold froze a large number of demon soldiers. In order to vent his depression, Wang Zongxian, who was rolling up the earth, also went all out to cleanse these demon soldiers. And all those buried in the soil of the earth stopped breathing for a short time. Seeing how powerful the 3 were, several demon generals surrounded them. Mu Bai did not hesitate to draw out the Shinto sword from the storage space, and at the same time released Hei Ju and Bai Gugu together. Bai Gugu raised his hands excitedly, and the roaring hot magma meteorites instantly covered the entire battlefield. The flying demon soldiers swooped down, but were surrounded by the terrifying poisonous sea. It turned out that Xiao Ao had also come here, and he drove the poisonous dragon composed of toxins to shuttle freely on the battlefield. Fire Fist. Sandstorm. The scorching flames accompanied Sun Yu's angry shout and sent out a surging scorching fire fist, which immediately swept away dozens of demon soldiers in front. And in the scorching flames, there was a swirling desert storm, and the sharp sand was ruthlessly cut on the demon soldiers under the control of Yu Qianshou. Xiao Fengkai was also like a fish in water on the battlefield. Lin Zhan, who was a 3-sword style, and Lu Jun, who had a special superhuman glutinous fruit, had a tacit understanding. Hack! Captain Luo Chungkong, who was a skeleton killing enemies in the distance, was immediately excited when he saw Lu Jun, the leader of Mu Bai's fan club. You know, the 2 had communicated on the fireworks app a long time ago. Hack! Are you Xiao Luo? Why are you a skeleton? Lu Jun hugged the place like he was meeting a relative. He didn't expect that the occasion to meet netizens was actually on the battlefield. It was also interesting. The fierce killing of Mu Bai and others undoubtedly attracted the attention of the strongest group of demons, and their location was also the closest to the incarnation of the demon. Without the order of the incarnation of the demon, these powerful demons automatically crossed the battlefield to defeat these human warriors. The 6 incarnations of the demon in the void and the 8 emperors of the human race attacked at the same time. Mu Bai was surprised to find that the person with the ability of the silence fruit that appeared in the East Emperor Sea that day also appeared here. Under the strong energy fluctuations, these top emperors all disappeared in the void, and the entire battlefield was left with humans and demons under these emperors. The order of the incarnation of the demon. The strongest demons collectively encircle and suppress the human strongmen. The demon, who looked like a minotaur, issued this order in a deep voice, and hundreds of demons beside him followed his steps and came to the battlefield where Mu Bai was. The dozen or so led by hundreds of powerful demons can even compete with the 7th level heavenly king of humans. Human strongman, we have surrounded you. At the command of the Minotaur demon general, the demon soldiers rushed in like a tsunami. Surround me? At this moment, Mu Bai was completely killing gods and Buddhas. Under the control of the Heartnet, these demon soldiers were harvested like grass. When these black and white demon soldiers rushed in frantically, Mu Bai's eyes turned dark gold, and the powerful spirit burst out from his body. The black and purple vibration ripples that tore the void swept across the world. The weak demon soldiers on the battlefield were stunned in batches under this power. On the other hand, the human side was not affected at all. The powerful domineering aura instantly reversed the battlefield situation around Mu Bai. Under this degree of domineering aura, many demon generals actually began to tremble slightly, and the others who seized the opportunity staged a Jedi counterattack. The demon generals, who were originally evenly matched, were slaughtered like lambs to be slaughtered. Now I am the only one who surrounds you. After Mu Bai, who was full of fighting spirit, said this, his whole body was covered with hard black dragon armor. At this moment, he completely turned into a killing machine. In his left hand, he held the Shinto sword, and in his right hand, he held the martial god's Naginata. He controlled the surging thunder behind him, and staged the most terrifying massacre among the demon soldiers. It was a complete crushing. The furious Minotaur demon general attacked fiercely with 2 axes in his hands. The powerful energy boosted the morale of the surrounding demon soldiers. Step on the sky. Tyrant slash. Mubai, who did not dare to be careless, transformed the Shinto sword in his hand into a white long sword that was extremely suitable for vibration power. The vibration power of the 2 weapons condensed together to create a vibration slash of nearly 3 meters in size. Squeak! 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 The earth shattered. And the dense vibrations were like a net of heaven and earth. And the vibration slash shattered the void. Several demon generals at the level of the King of Heaven attacked together. 3 completely different energies merged together to flatten this fierce slash in an instant. Mubai, who had known this would happen, smiled. His figure was so fast under the natural element of thunder that it was outrageous. At the moment when the 3 demons were slashed, he had already swung out a continuous vibrating iron fist. 1 punch a day was the limit of what the body could bear. You have to know that Mubai's body in the dragon armor state has been strengthened to an incredible degree. And the shock attack in this state is really outrageous. I saw endless shocking light spots covering the entire space. Layers of voids were broken one after another to form a shock wave. Countless vibrations flowed into Mubai's arms wrapped in dragon armor again, along the void. God's death. Destruction shock. In an instant, the fists attached to the dragon armor burst out with messy phantoms. He exerted his strength to the extreme. And every punch was like a surface-to-air missile bombing in turn. Whenever the demons wanted to counterattack, there was always a trace of dark power in the shock power to erode their energy. And these dark forces formed shackles to lock their body energy in the body, and could not be released. The 3 demons could not move at all under such a terrifying shock attack. At this moment, Mubai's physical strength was outstanding even among the kings. The surface of the earth was turned upside down. A large number of demon soldiers became poor eggs, who fell into the cracks on the surface. Mubai, with a surging fighting spirit, fought along the surface. The 3 demons were deformed by the full firepower. And the deep pit on the ground was turned from a few hundred meters to 1,000 meters deep in an instant. This beating of the 3 demons at the level of Heavenly King shocked many people. Shinwuk, who was killing enemies leisurely in the chaos, couldn't help but feel a little gloating. He was beaten by Mubai in this form at the beginning. These demons are now lucky to feel the same temperature of his fists. This feeling is good. Seeing his companions in danger, the demon with a bull head snorted coldly. Immediately, 6 top demons joined forces. Fierce energy fluctuations bombarded in an instant. Mubai raised his right hand and saw the emerald green inheritance jade seal in his hand. Suppress! Accompanied by Mubai's roar. The power in the jade seal instantly weakened the energy fluctuations emitted by these demons to the extreme. When these energies first touched Mubai's chest, the black scales could not even make a ripple. The 6 demons were stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that this young human had such strength. Seeing the large number of enemies, Mubai pressed the void with one hand. Suddenly, countless black holes condensed together and became a weapon to devour space. Go! In an instant, dense black holes bombarded like raindrops. The pulling force and twisting force brought by the black holes strangled all creatures that came into contact with them on the spot. Vibration, black hole, thunder. 3 completely different forces became Mubai's weapon to slaughter the demon clan at this moment. The continuous bombardment of fruit ability was not easy for even the top demon generals to resist. So the entire battlefield presented an extremely strange scene. That is, Mubai chased many top demon generals alone. And these demon generals fought and retreated like guerrilla warfare, which made the Minotaur demon generals itchy. Wu Daozi, who was watching this scene outside the mountains, was thoughtful. He had been following the demon clan to devour human strongmen during this period. Sometimes he would devour the lone demon generals. It can be said that his little life was quite good, and no one discovered his disguise. The demon general, who came from afar to join the battle, was wondering why this person from the heavenly demon clan did not join the battle when he saw his head being taken off and put into the man's mouth. A crisp sound came out of Wu Daozi's mouth, which was creepy. But Wu Daozi, who was not picky about food, didn't care about it. It's dirty, but it tastes really good.